A blinding pillar of light tore through the fabric of reality at the Demon Realm's gate. The raid commander's voice boomed over the speakers. Demon raid team check. Your supplies, formations, and positions immediately. Laughter and chatter filled the air, masking the tension. Is this your first massive raid? One hunter asked. I'm nervous, but with the Flying Tiger Guild leading us, victory is practically guaranteed. I heard this raid is just a warm-up for the elites. Surely we'll be safe. Maybe I'll finally get scouted today. Amidst the noise, a lone figure sat silently polishing his blade with intense focus. Suddenly, a voice cut through his isolation. Hey, what's your class? Seo Gangrim hesitated, his eyes shifting away awkwardly. The Flying Tiger Guild doesn't recruit based on connections, only pure class rank. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. System window open. Name: Seo Gangrim. Rank: Insect class. Tier 3. Affiliation: Flying Tiger Guild. Rewind to 5 years ago in this leveling Manhwa universe. The Day of Awakening. Humanity's power wasn't random. It was decided by the 4 pillars of destiny, a fate etched into our souls the moment we were born, determined by birth date and time alone. God, I despise that rule. Fate is absolute garbage, he thought bitterly. Suddenly, a finger poked his shoulder, snapping him back to reality. Excuse me. You're with the Flying Tiger Guild, right? I think we're squad mates. The young man rubbed his neck sheepishly. This is my first annihilation mission, so my heart is pounding out of my chest. But, honestly, I'm relieved to be fighting alongside a Flying Tiger member. Seo Gangrim stared at him, completely bewildered by the rookie's optimism. Why is he talking to me? Is he a total rookie? Suddenly, a group nearby waved frantically. Hey, you there, get away from him. The newbie pointed at himself. Huh, me. The warning came in a hushed, terrified whisper. Be careful. That's Seo Gangrim. The rookie's face went pale as he whipped his head around. The Seo Gangrim. He scrambled away instantly. Their eyes met for a split second before the distance grew. Seo Gangrim sat in his dark corner just as expected. The rumors were vicious. Seo Gangrim murders his teammates to steal their power. His face remained stone cold. Everyone who parties with him comes back half dead. His destiny is written with death. Team up with him and you're cursed. Those rumors exist. Because of this damned ability, he reached into the void. Fate window activated. His entire status flashed before his eyes. Public status: Seo Gangrim Insect Class Tier 3. Hidden Authority Fate Discovery Dragon Class Tier 3. The system allowed him to view the destiny of anyone he chose. System Info Ability: Fate Discovery. Dragon Class Effect. You can extract a portion of a target's destiny upon their death and absorb it. Warning: this action increases your karma. A sinister power that lets me loot destiny from corpses. Seo Gangrim thought. And it's true. Many of my past teammates were critically injured. He lowered his head, crushed by guilt. They all suffered because of my cursed fate. In this world, destiny classes are divided into a strict hierarchy. At the apex sits the God class. Below them, dragon, demon, human. And finally, the insect class. Each class is further split into 3 tiers. My public rank, the absolute bottom of the food chain. Insect class. He understood the cruel reality perfectly. In other words, I'm too weak to take down other awakeners. To activate my hidden authority, specific conditions must be met. He hunched over even more. I've never actually killed or stolen a single destiny, he frowned. Damn it, why am I getting sentimental now? Suddenly, a playful voice broke his trance. Yu Harong watched him, chin resting on her hand. Seo Gangrim. Why are you sulking over here all by yourself? It was Yu Harong, smiling brighter than the sun. We're having a victory party after the raid. You're coming right. Yu Harong God Class Tier 3. Flying Tiger Guild Ace. Jong Tae-hun chimed in from the side. Hyung, you skipped last time so you have no choice today. Jong Tae-hun Demon Class Tier 2. Seo Gangrim stood up abruptly, turning his back. I'm not going. Tae-hun blinked in surprise. Huh, why not? I'm too lazy. Besides, Seo Gangrim's voice was flat. Even if I go, the other guilds will just treat me like trash. Harang's face felt disappointment washing over her. Seo Gangrim, I even skipped my school trip for this. She put her hands on her hips. Is it because of those losers bad-mouthing you? Who is it? Give me a name and I'll crush them. Seo Gangrim sighed. Do you realize I'm 10 years older than you? She puffed out her cheeks. Yeah, but you're weaker than me. Tae-hun stepped in, grabbing his arm persuasively. Come on, Hyung, everyone is gathering, so you have to come. Harang nodded vigorously. Exactly. If anyone bullies you, I'll beat them up myself. Suddenly, a stern voice interrupted the chaos from behind. Yu Harang. Jong Tae-hun. Du Hyun glared at them. I know you want to chat with Seo Gangrim, but the operation is starting. Get back to your positions. Now, Du Hyun, human class tier 2. Harang sighed dramatically. Fine, we're coming. Taehyun looked back one last time. Hyung, promise me you'll come to the party tonight. As they left, Du Hyun placed a heavy hand on Seo Gangrim's shoulder. Seo Gangrim, watch your back out there, okay? Seo Gangrim shrugged. The Vanguard takes all the risks anyway. I'll just be chilling in the rear. Du Hyun frowned. I'm still worried since you're not near me. Seo Gangrim gave a rare gentle smile. I'm fine. Thanks. They parted ways, heading into the unknown. I wish I could have fought by his side. The siren wailed across the camp. Special mission Demon Realm raid initiated. All squads execute your objectives immediately. Seo Gangrim looked up, his expression hardening. A massive aura of light engulfed the battlefield, warping the very air around them. He closed his eyes. Stick to the plan. Stay in the back. Clean up the scraps. I won't let anyone get hurt today. He gripped his sword hilt as a horde of beasts materialized ahead. High-ranking demons flooded the zone. Vanguard squads charge rear guard, hold the line. The hunters roared, rushing forward with burning fighting spirit. A beast snapped its jaws, but Du Hyun was faster, slashing through it. Taehyun launched a devastating punch. Harang dove into the fray, riding her summoned beast like a Valkyrie. Suddenly, a demon hunched over energy, crackling around it. Its summoning minions rear guard brace for impact. The creature's body swelled before bursting, launching projectiles everywhere. The commander shouted, Vanguards, ignore the trash mobs. Maintain formation. 3 demons clustered together, their eyes glowing with bloodlust. Seo Gangrim moved. Slash Steel sang as he cut down a foe, spraying dark blood onto the trees. He paused, gasping for air. This is harder than I calculated. We're too deep in the demon realm. The miasma is suffocating. A shadow loomed behind him. I need to retreat. Slash claws raked across his back, tearing flesh. The scent of blood woke the pack. Dozens of red eyes locked onto him. They swarmed like locusts. The first beast pinned him to the ground, crushing the air from his lungs. Seo Gangrim squeezed his eyes, shut helpless. Is this the end? Boom. A radiant explosion incinerated the demons. Standing amidst the dust was Shin Soo, the Guildmaster. She had descended from the front lines just to save the support team. Seo Gangrim whispered, trembling, thank you. She glanced back and waved coolly. Shin Soo, God Class Tier 3, the strongest. Suddenly, the dungeon ceiling collapsed like Judgment Day had arrived. Dust exploded everywhere, sending the raid party into a panic. Is the boss spawning already? Impossible. We haven't even reached the boss room yet. But a massive beast roared from the shadows, stepping toward them with killing intent. Fire-class hunters, take the vanguard now. The monster's eyes glowed with mana, but before it could attack, a blade sliced through the air. Steel met flesh in a gruesome symphony, and the beast's spine split open, spraying a fountain of blood. Hunters shielded their eyes from the carnage. As the dust settled, the monster lay dead in a pool of crimson. Standing amidst the gore was the silhouette of a woman. Baek Yang radiated an overwhelming murderous aura. Where is Seo Gangrim? The crowd froze in terror. Someone stammered out, what the hell is going on? Who are you? Seo Gangrim watched from the shadows, confused. She soloed the dungeon boss instantly. Why is a monster like her looking for me? She raised her blade, eyes closing. Have it your way. She unleashed a storm of blades upon the bystanders. It was a massacre in the blink of an eye. Warm blood splattered across the shocked face of a survivor. Baek Yang's voice was ice cold. I'll simply slaughter everyone here. Seo Gangrim is hiding among you anyway. Her reflection danced in the pools of blood spreading across the floor. She stood amidst the smoke like a goddess of death. Come out, Seo Gangrim. The protagonist watched in horror from his hiding spot above. Did she just wipe them out? Why is she hunting me? He clung to the tree branch's mana, shimmering around his trembling body. I need intel. System activate fate discovery. The system Manhwa interface popped up instantly. Skill activated fate discovery. Target Baek Yang. Class minor god. Her destiny was heavily encrypted. His eyes widened in disbelief. Class minor god, I've never even seen that tier in a leveling manhwa before. The system continued to analyze the terrifying data. Minor god ability, time regression. With retained memories. She's a repressor. She came back from the future just to kill me. He realized she must know his secret. Suddenly, magical roots bound him tight. A voice echoed in his mind. Stay put. He realized it was Guildmaster Seo using telepathy. She's telling me not to interfere. Seo stepped into the fray, blade, drawn with determination. What is the meaning of this, Bake? Yang glared at the interference. Seo tried to negotiate. He is a member of my guild. Let's talk this out. Bake Yang closed her eyes, bored. Talk is cheap. 2 more heads rolled. Fresh blood stained her porcelain skin. I will purge this entire dungeon if I have to. I assume Seo Gangrim is cowering behind one of you, she declared. Mercy is not an option. Seo gritted her teeth and charged. Meanwhile, Seo Gangrim hacked frantically at the giant roots trapping him. I'm the one she wants. I can't hide like a coward. He had to act before they were wiped out. He slashed at the wood, screaming, Seo, let me go. Below, the surviving hunters scrambled for their lives in a blind panic. She's a monster. Run. The 2 women clashed with earth-shattering force. Bake Yang sneered. Hand him over, and I might spare the rest of you trash. Seo didn't hesitate. I'd rather die than betray my own guild member. She parried a heavy blow, but the impact sent her flying back across the chamber. Seo coughed up a mouthful of blood, agony racking her body. Bake Yang raised her sword for the execution, but suddenly, 3 brave hunters intercepted. Her reflexes were god tier. In a blur of motion, she spun around. Du Hyun froze cold steel, already pressing against his throat before he could blink. While Seo lay bleeding, Jung Tae-hun launched a desperate haymaker, you witch. But she caught his fist, like it was nothing more than a child's toy. Bones crunched. No. His scream echoed through the dungeon. Bake Yang stood over them, an avatar of destruction. You insects are blocking my path. Seo Gangrim roared in frustration. Stop it. He frantically sawed at the magical roots. I have to get down there. Bake Yang demanded again. Where is Seo Gangrim? Snap. The branch finally gave way. Just a little more. He gasped for air. Got it. He broke free and dove into the chaos. He crashed into the bloody mire below. Trembling, he pushed himself up. The scene before him broke his sanity. His comrades were all decimated. Bake Yang walked toward him, stepping over the corpses of his friends. The sheer brutality paralyzed him. It was a garden of death, and she was the gardener. His face drained of color. I'm too late. Guilt crashed over him like a tidal wave. I should be the one lying there, not them. Tears streamed down his face. It's all my fault. I'm just a bug tier hunter. Bake Yang stood over him, expressionless. So you are Seo Gangrim. Suddenly, massive roots erupted from the earth. Seo dragged herself up, bloodied but unbroken. Get away from him. Bake Yang reacted instantly. Bake Yang sighed. I don't understand. You could have lived if you just gave him up. Mercilessly, she drove her blade through Seo's chest. Seo gripped the blade with bleeding hands. A guildmaster's duty is to protect. She used her last ounce of strength to lock Bake Yang in place. My guild, my family. A blinding light enveloped them. Seo Gangrim watched his savior die, the protective barrier shattering. Damn it, I'm going to die too. Reality hit him hard. He couldn't defeat a monster like her. Fate had sealed his doom. I'm going to be erased right here. She came for me. I was the target. So, why? Why did Seo have to pay the price? His eyes locked onto Seo's falling body. Seo was gone. Suddenly, the system interface flashed. Corpses detected an area. This was his last chance. Do you want to use the skill? Steel Fate rage boiled in his veins. The system warned stealing fate accumulates bad karma. He didn't care. Activate Steel Fate. 421 targets found. Select target. He bit his lip until it bled, eyes burning with madness. All of them. Every single one. His aura completely transformed. System processing. He clenched his fists. This tragedy happened because he was weak. Because he had the fate of an insect. He squeezed his eyes shut. Mana level low. Partial extraction only. So many lives snuffed out for his sake. The guilt was suffocating. Mass extraction initiated. A flood of memories assaulted his mind, their pain, their hopes. Mana increased significantly after absorbing targets. Power acquired blossoming white flower. Death will follow in your footsteps. Skill acquired stealth. The power of the dead flowed into him. Then came the gentle memories. Water resistance increased. Seo's voice echoed in his head. I'll handle anyone who bothers you. It broke him. It's all my fault. Don't worry, his heart is pure gold. System you have acquired, 1,000-pound anchor. You have acquired, skywalk. Seo Gangrim clutched his head as vertigo hit him. My cursed fate. It slaughtered them all. Suddenly, a voice echoed. What an intriguing destiny you possess. He looked up, his eyes, dead and hollow. System acquired, verdant leaf arts. Bake Yang's voice was ice cold. Die. The system tallied the cost. You have successfully plundered the fates of 421 souls. With a roar, he carved a brutal line across her torso. "This is all your fault." Shock flashed in her eyes as she frantically retreated. Seo Gangrim gritted his teeth. It couldn't end here. Not like this. They clashed again. He swore to drag this witch to hell with him before he breathed his last. Skillmaster swordsmanship activated. Her silhouette burned into his vision. Skill Eagle Eye activated. He charged without fear. Skill Damage Reflection activated. Skill Golden Buddha Defense activated. Before she could blink, his blade sang through the air, delivering another devastating strike. Baekhyang retaliated instantly. Skill Steel Body activated. Blades tore into his flesh, but he refused to falter. Skill Pain Resistance activated. He launched himself skyward. Skill Skywalk activated. Hovering above, he locked onto his target. Skill 1,000-pound Anchor activated. Gravity became his weapon. There, an opening. As he descended, her eyes blazed with mana. A massive surge of energy erupted. Skill Glacial Soul Summoning activated. Seo Gangrim coughed up a mouthful of blood as he slammed into the earth. Rage consumed him. Damn it. Even in this system Manhwa world, what good are powers if I can't wield them? His sword shattered into useless shards. Passive skills were keeping him alive, but with a broken weapon and an exhausted body, he couldn't unleash their true potential. He assessed the grim reality. Even after stealing the fates of 421 people, was vengeance still out of reach? Another attack incoming, he squeezed his eyes shut. If only he had mastery. Wait. There was one power he understood better than anyone. Baekhyang's blade pierced his leg, pinning him to the ground. He collapsed, agony screaming through his nerves. It's futile, she sneered, looking down on him like an insect. Seo Gangrim, your death was written in the stars. Ignoring the pain, he ripped the steel from his flesh. His eyes burned with resolve. He had watched her use this for years. He summoned the spirit branches of Sua. This was the one art he truly understood. Massive wooden spikes launched toward her. Skill Verdant Leaf Arts activated. Baekhyang raised her blade to deflect. Seo Gangrim analyzed her movements. She was slicing them individually. She was a master swordsman, yet she wove magic into her strikes seamlessly. With a single earth-shattering slash, she obliterated every single branch in an instant. That move left her wide open. Seo Gangrim materialized behind her, gripping her own discarded weapon. With a roar, he plunged the blade straight into her heart. Time seemed to freeze. Crimson blood sprayed into the air. As Baekhyang crumbled, a grim smile of victory twisted his lips. Gravity took them both. I did it. I finally killed her. Retribution is mine. They hit the ground with a thud. Exhaustion washed over him as he coughed up more lifeblood. The monster was dead. It was over. But suddenly his flesh began to knit together. System update super regeneration activated. He sat up screaming at the air. Stop, don't heal me, the system obeyed. Activation cancelled. Despair crushed his soul. Why? Why was he still breathing? He tried to smile, but hot tears streamed down his face instead. He staggered to his feet. Killing her changed nothing. The past was dead, and his present was empty ashes. Memories of his childhood surfaced. The fortune teller's curse echoed. Your destiny is bound to suffering and death. You will walk a lonely path, orphaned and cursed with misfortune. Every jagged piece of his memory fit that prophecy. His parents were taken before he even knew them. Disaster followed in his wake like a plague. He whispered to the silence. Everyone close to me suffers. I was born to be weak, born to be a harbinger of tragedy. The faces of his friends flashed before him. They had welcomed a curse like him with open arms, and they paid for it with their lives. His hands were stained with their blood. If only I had found Baekhyang sooner. If only I had died in their place. Seo Gangrim squeezed his eyes shut. I would give anything to turn back the clock. Wait. The system logs skill regression. Rank demigod. Effect return to the past with all current memories. Condition cannot be activated after death. A spark of light returned to his eyes when he stole her fate. System, you have acquired the skill. Regression. He didn't know how far back it would take him, but he didn't care. The mechanical chime rang out like a choir of angels. System, activating regression. Even if it sends me back to the moment of her arrival, I will fight. Please, just work. The text glowed luminous gold. Initialization complete. The world dissolved. Suddenly, he slammed his hand down, not on dirt, but on a wooden table. The air was still. Seo Gangrim opened his eyes wide. A quiet living room. The doorbell chimed. The door creaked open. Hello, I'm here for my horoscope reading. Seo Gangrim whipped his head around, his heart pounding. His hands trembled uncontrollably as a smile broke through. It was Sua. Alive, whole and beautiful. She walked in with a man. Hello. He was back. He was really back. The man beamed. We're finally on our first date. I want to see if our fates align. Seo Gangrim couldn't take his eyes off her. Sua's face was unscarred, free of that mask. He stared, drinking in the sight of her. It wasn't a dream. She hadn't lost her eyes yet. She was alive. He set the file down, his resolve hardening like diamond. Is that so? I will never let this tragedy repeat itself. Seo Gangrim slid a paper and pen across the table. Please write down your names and birth times. The guy scribbled eagerly. All done, but Seo let out a heavy sigh. She looked uncomfortable. Seo Gangrim remembered. She had mentioned getting stuck with a creep before. I need to get her out of here safely. He took the papers, his mind racing. Let's see what the stars say about your compatibility. He channeled his inner fortune teller. Sir, your element is metal, and Miss yours is wood. He looked up gravely. In the laws of the 5 elements, metal destroys wood. He shook his head. This is a catastrophic omen. Imagine a sharp axe chopping down a fragile tree. The man's jaw dropped. What but Sua's eyes lit up with relief. Is that so? She feigned disappointment perfectly. Oh no, I guess we have no choice but to end it if our fate is that bad. The man flushed red. Are you kidding me? Hey kid, what is this garbage? Where's the real owner? Get lost, the man scoffed, pointing a trembling finger at the counter. I don't buy your act. But the woman lingered, eyes wide with curiosity. Please, I need to know my destiny. This man is a master, she insisted. The customer shook with rage. You'll regret this. Do you really think a woman like you deserves to meet someone magnificent like me? She didn't even spare him a glance. It seems she has no intention of seeing you, Seo Gangrim said coldly. Please leave. Furious, the man stormed out, slamming the door. Don't you dare come crawling back to me. Shin Sua watched the door slam shut, silence filling the room. Finally, she spoke up. I thought fortune tellers were supposed to give hope and mention the good things in life. Seo Gangrim sighed, whispering an apology to the memory of her past self. Usually that is true. She smiled warmly at him. You seem skilled. Could you read my fortune too? Very well, he nodded. But suddenly his demeanor shifted. The air warped around them. A blinding light tore through reality as the awakening Manhwa sequence began. Your stats are being calculated based on your destiny. Seo Gangrim clutched his head, the vertigo hitting him like a truck. Even knowing it was coming didn't make the pain easier. What? What are you doing? Shin Sua cried out, confused by the tremors. She slammed her hand on the desk, instinct taking over. Get under the table now. She dragged him down, protecting him just like she had in his past life. Both of them huddled under the desk, the world shaking around them. Did you really think you could change the future? Seo Gangrim thought bitterly. As the chaotic energy faded, she looked around in confusion, but he had already slipped away. What was that weird notification just now? Destiny stats. She looked up, realizing the chair across from her was empty. He's leaving. Wait for me, she called out. Seo Gangrim walked briskly. It's better if I cut ties with Shin Sua now. He scanned the room, desperate for a specific artifact. I hope it's here. He reached out eagerly. Found it. But just then, Shin Sua appeared. Where are you going? He quickly hid the item behind his back. She grabbed his sleeve, eyes filled with urgency. We need to evacuate immediately. She tried to pull him along. Wait. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. The door burst open as terrified people flooded in. Run, it's a monster, she froze. Huh, a monster. A massive worm clamped its jaws onto a man's leg. Get away, help me. Blood sprayed everywhere from the wound. Shin Sua froze in terror. Wait, I can't help him. But Seo Gangrim calmly drew his blade. With a single fluid motion, he sliced the beast in two. A cold smirk played on his lips. I knew they would show up. More slithered in. Giant worms, grade 3 insect type. A massive species. They used to be herbivores, but now they devour animals and humans alike. Without hesitation, Seo Gangrim charged into the fray to slaughter them. Get to the safe zone. One by one, the monsters fell before him. Seo Gangrim hoisted the last carcass by its head. That's the last of this wave. Suddenly another scream echoed. Help, there's more over here. He shouted back. If you don't want to die, grab a weapon, anything. These bugs aren't that tough. He paused, his eyes widening in surprise. Shin Sua stood over a crushed worm, a fire extinguisher dripping with green ichor in her hands. They really are weak, compared to how they look, she beamed. I even got one, the crowd gasped. What the hell? He gave a gentle smile. Think nothing of it. Seeing the woman who once hunted dragons rejoicing over a bug kill. It's actually kind of funny. Seo Gangrim took charge. The upper floor is clear. We need to head down before more spawn. The survivors fled, thanking him as they went. Seo Gangrim immediately dug into the worm's gut. I need to harvest the spirit jades while I have the chance. He pulled out a handful of glowing orbs, low grade, but more than I expected. Hey, Shinsua's voice startled him. Why aren't you leaving? He quickly pocketed the loot. Why are you still here? She looked at him with determined eyes. I can't just leave you alone. He scoffed. You're worried about a guy you met yesterday. She sighed. Yes. He reached a hand towards her. Even knowing the danger, even if you don't know what else is coming, she didn't flinch. She was still the same, Shinsua. That's exactly why we should stick together, she explained. He cut her off. Shinsua. That is why I need to tell you this. His expression turned serious. I have something important to tell you. Shinsua looked confused. What is it? He leaned against the wall. Name Shinsua. Class Dragon Tribe System Grade 3. She blinked, bewildered by the information. Wait, what are you saying? He continued. Your attribute is wood, and you possess a power called the Wood Leaf Arts. Instantly, a glowing blue interface materialized before her eyes. Seeing her reaction, he asked, the Destiny window just opened, didn't it? She stared at the hologram in awe. Destiny window I can see something. I see the Wood Leaf Art skill too. He raised a finger. Remember that announcement in the room? That weird voice meant we received superpowers. This is basically a manhwa recap of how our lives just changed. He thought to himself. Since we've awakened, we won't die easily unless we run into that thing. Seo Gangrim signaled her. Let's go down. They followed the railing downstairs. So what's your destiny? She asked. He warned her coldly. It is better if we never reveal the contents of our destiny windows to each other. He glanced back. It's like letting someone read your soul. She nodded. Oh, that makes sense. Seo Gangrim fell into deep thought. My destiny window hasn't changed from the previous timeline. I didn't keep the powers I stole in my past life. The stats are identical. Name Seo Gangrim. Class Insect. Grade 3. Attribute Fire. His unique function appeared. Destiny Investigation. Cruelty rank Grade 3. You can plunder a portion of a target's destiny and make it your own. However, karma increases with every use. He continued his analysis. Only one thing has changed. The system flashed a warning. Current status. Massive amount of karma points accumulated. He lowered his head. This must be the penalty for stealing the fates of 421 people. If I want to change the future, I have to use the Destiny Plunder ability again. But gaining too many points right now is dangerous. Seo Gangrim analyzed the rules. Karma increases when I commit a grave sin like murder, or when I steal a destiny using my unique skill. But the real problem is the threshold. If my karma points get too high, the target crosses the boundary. As they navigated the dark corridor with a flashlight, he thought, those who cross the boundary suffer a fate worse than death. Wait, Shinsua whispered, halting their advance. I think someone is here. A shadowy figure stood in the hallway, wrapped head to toe in thick cloth, hiding their identity. Shinsua rushed forward. I'll help you, Seo Gangrim shouted. Wait. A giant worm burst from the shadows behind the figure. Seo Gangrim lunged, driving his blade into the beast's skull. It screeched and died instantly. Luckily, it was just one. Shinsua looked curious. Is there anyone inside that cloth? Seo Gangrim placed his hand on the figure, and it began to glow. The easiest way to check if they are alive is using the system Manhwa interface. Instantly, the window popped up. Destiny Plunder activated. He shook his head. They're dead. He focused on reading the corpse's destiny window. It seems they had a powerful ability. If they had awakened, they would have survived. The text read, Firebird. Class Insect Grade 3. You can summon and control a small flame. User can attack targets from a distance if they are within line of sight. A ball of fire hovered over Seo Gangrim's palm. I'm taking this. The system acknowledged his decision. You have obtained the authority of the Firebird, but power comes with a price. You have received karma points as a penalty. Seo Gangrim clenched his fist in triumph. Perfect. This was exactly the kind of cheat skill he needed. Suddenly, Seo bolted toward the darkness. What was that? A spray of blood erupted from a giant worm. Doc Gojun grinned, slicing the beast in half with a single strike. Was the tutorial supposed to be this easy? He challenged the darkness with arrogance. Bring out the boss. Then he noticed the two bystanders. The giant worm's carcass crashed near them. Gojun rested his weapon on his shoulder and swaggered over. Survivors? He asked, scanning them with amusement. Are you two the NPCs assigned to my party? Seo Gangrim instinctively stepped in front of Seo on high alert. But contrary to his expectations, the stranger extended a friendly hand. I am Doc Gojun. Pleasure to meet you both. Seo Gangrim realized it immediately. Of course. This was the starting point for that legendary character. He replied politely. I'm Seo Gangrim. Gojun tilted his head. And what might the heroine's name be? She stammered, confused. Heroine, I'm Seo. He shook hands with both of them. Excellent. I'll remember that name. Now that the teammate recruitment event is cleared, the real show should start soon. Seo frowned. What are you talking about? He waved it off with a vague explanation. Isn't this how every tutorial plays out in a system manhwa? His status window flashed open. Doc Gojun. Class Divine. Rank 3. Attribute Gold. Trait Dreamer Holy Class Rank 1. The boundary between dream and reality blurs. Demonic energy influence reduced. Intelligence, pain resistance, and fear resistance boosted by the Dragon Plan system. Seo Gangrim looked down, his expression dark. Doc Gojun. The man who would soon become the Guildmaster of one of the 5 great sects. Gojun glanced at the piles of dead worms scattered around. Even though Seo Gangrim hadn't officially awakened yet, Gojun assumed the best. Didn't you two take down a boss with your team earlier? Or maybe you unlock a powerful ally mid-battle. Classic trope. He patted Seo Gangrim's shoulder. Awaken, my friend. Trigger it through the sacrifice of a comrade. Seo Gangrim judged him silently. I know you're a famous novelist in the real world, but your delusions are getting out of hand. Suddenly, they all whipped their heads toward a blood-curdling scream. A survivor sprinted toward them in panic. Save me, monster. Behind him, a behemoth loomed. Giant Great Worm Insect Class 1. A monstrosity formed from a legion of insects. It could only be killed if every single component insect was destroyed. And it shared the same ravenous appetite as the smaller ones. The runner slipped on the carcass of a dead worm. Pure terror twisted his face. Seo watched in horror as the beast descended. Blood sprayed across the floor. Gojun nodded sagely. Looks like that's the mid-boss we need to defeat to clear the opening. Seo Gangrim immediately stepped to the front line. Seo grabbed his arm. Are you crazy? You want to fight that thing? We need to run. Ignoring her, Seo Gangrim unleashed a torrent of flames. The giant great worm recoiled. Gojun whistled. Magic, I knew I could count on you, partner. Gojun looked at him. Well, can you kill it? Seo Gangrim answered bluntly. No. He knew his current limits. With my current stats, killing that thing is impossible. Seo Gangrim explained I can only hold it back with fire. Before he could finish, the beast broke through the flames and lunged. He stood his ground and barked an order. Run. He sprinted after them, firing spells over his shoulder to draw aggro. But he quickly realized his attacks were barely scratching its HP bar. The others were ahead, he was in the middle, and death was snapping at his heels. An explosion rocked the corridor as he dodged. Seo looked back desperate. Hurry up. Gojun grabbed her wrist and dragged her forward. Don't stop, Seo. This is the dramatic chase scene. She struggled against his grip. Hey, wait, let me go. Gojun was lost in his own narrative. Seo Gang, the giant great worm, slithered relentlessly toward Seo Gangrim. The others shouted his name. Seo Gangrim. The noise drew the monster's focus. Seo Gangrim seized the moment to pull aggro. Where do you think you're looking? A fireball slammed into the creature. You shouldn't take your eyes off me. He leaped away from the impact, analyzing the creature's origin. I just need to buy a little more time. The others had made it to the exit. Seo Gangrim. I will never forget your noble sacrifice. Wait, let's go, Gojun shouted, conflicted. Seo Gangrim psyched himself up. I can do this. I just need to survive until the Fate Protection Bureau arrives. He stumbled, hitting the ground hard. I didn't expect my damage to be this low. The monster's maw glowed, giving him a desperate idea. That's it. If I cook it from the inside. He blasted fire directly into its gaping mouth. Did it work? The giant great worm shuddered, but its red eyes only glowed brighter. It lunged again. Guess that's a no. Now what? Suddenly, a long wooden spear slammed into the beast's head. Seo stood there, clutching a bundle of timber. Run, you idiot! Seo Gangrim gasped. Miss Seo instantly, the swarm of insects redirected toward her. She struggled to fend them off with the wood. Seo Gangrim shouted, use the wood leaf arts. She glanced back, terrified. I can't, I need actual vegetation, he pointed desperately. I'm pretty sure those pieces of lumber count as plants. Realization struck her. She slammed the timber onto the concrete. She poured her mana into the wood, and the dead logs erupted into a tangled forest, rushing toward the giant worm. They watched with bated breath. Without wasting a second, she grabbed his hand. Move. But then Seo's eyes went wide with shock. The worms weren't dead. They were using the branches as a bridge. The swarm moved faster, crawling along the very vine she created. She collapsed in despair. It's over. Tears welled in her eyes. I came back to save you. Seo Gangrim's eyes lit up. Wood acts as fuel for fire. The system chimed. The fates of Seo Gangrim and Seo are combining. Her crying stopped. Seo's fate was feeding life force directly into Seo Gangrim's fate. He unleashed his flames onto the dry wood, and the entire corridor erupted into an inferno. The system window popped up. The authority of the Firebird is evolving from Insect Class 3 to Insect Class 1. He panted, watching the magnificent blaze. Our powers are based on the 4 pillars of destiny. The logic of the elements applies to battle. Sweat poured down his face as the realization hit. Wood sacrifices itself to create fire. The worms were incinerated instantly. You have defeated the giant Great Worm Class 1. The system processed the achievement frantically. Seo cheered. We did it. She looked at him anxiously. Seo Gangrim, are you okay? He forced a smile. Yeah, I'm fine. You have received a bonus reward for defeating a superior enemy. She supported him as they limped away. This is the first floor. The exit should be safe. Anemia from mana depletion. She grabbed the door handle. We're finally out of here. But the moment the door swung open, a strange gust of wind hit them. Beyond the door was pitch black darkness. Seo panicked. Where are we? An eerie green light bathed them. This building was supposed to be in the city center. Seo Gangrim spotted a totem pole in the distance. I never expected the first floor to connect directly to this place. The totem pulsed with a blinding aura, a Tier 3 dragon artifact radiating absolute overwhelming power. It created a sanctuary, healing the wounded and repelling the beasts, but when the exit vanished, panic seized Seo. The door. It's gone. What do we do now? Seo Gangrim replied with icy calm. We rest. It's the only safe zone we have. Just then, Gojun swaggered out from the shadows. Well, look who's still breathing. Sua's eyes flashed with fury the moment she saw him. He rubbed his chin, mocking her. How strange. To think the noble hero Seo would abandon me. Hero. She pointed a trembling finger at him. Don't make me laugh. You're a villain, a criminal who sacrificed his own friends just to survive. He froze, feigning shock. What? He grabbed his head in mock despair. No, impossible, I mean. You're not wrong, but a villain, me. Seo Gangrim cut through the tension. The situation was far worse than their petty squabble. Seo, look. The others are losing it. They don't know where we are, or why the monsters vanished. The crowd stared in disbelief as their wounds closed up. Huh, my injuries. They scrambled for their phones. No signal. It's completely dead. Chaos erupted like a volcano. Is this place safe? What is happening? Fear spread through the crowd as the reality of their isolation set in. Suddenly, a figure materialized on the podium, her voice commanding absolute silence. It appears all candidates from this sector have arrived. She bowed with elegant precision. I am Anna Vahasia from the Fate Protection Agency headquarters. Her eyes glowed with an unnatural light. From this moment on, I am your overseer. Confusion rippled through the hall. Fate Protection Agency. The crowd roared back. Overseer, this is kidnapping. Let us go right now. What does this even mean? While they panicked, Seo Gangrim remained stoic. He knew the truth. In his past life, he was a loser, but this system Manhwa world was his restart button. He clenched his fist, determination burning in his eyes. This time will be different. I will become the strongest existence before I leave this place. The crowd, however, was still lost. What? What is this agency? Anna answered smoothly. Our duty is to shield humanity from the coming apocalypse. But her words fell on deaf ears. Overseer. Are you insane? This is abduction. Accusations flew from every direction. What gives you the right to do this? She ignored their cries. The demon realm opens in mere seconds. The crowd kept shouting, blaming her for the monster attacks earlier. Director's prophecy. Space is chaotic. They screamed, I'll sue you, let me out. Gojun ground his teeth, his patience snapping. Shut your mouths, you brainless NPCs. The room went dead silent, all eyes shifting to him. Don't you realize this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Stupid mobs will always be mobs. Seo Gangrim analyzed him silently. He hasn't changed a bit, but he's right. Being chosen here was a divine privilege. Anna sighed, realizing words were useless. I suppose showing you the hell outside is the fastest way to convince you. Please sit down. She snapped her fingers, and a massive screen flickered to life. It showed a live feed of Seoul. The city was a slaughterhouse. Gates to the demon realm had torn the country apart. The image zoomed in on a colossal worm, devouring a building. Monsters from the abyss are flooding in. The agency foresaw this extinction event. That is why years ago, we the Masked Ones awakened our powers to prepare for this very day. We have honed our skills to slaughter them. She spread her arms wide. However, in this chaotic new world, we need more firepower. We need you. You were summoned, because your potential far exceeds that of the average human. We will force your awakening and forge you into warriors. Anna pulled out a talisman and burned it. If you wish to leave, you may. But I suggest you check your status window first. It might change your mind. Suddenly, blue holograms materialized before everyone's eyes. Class Tier 3, Insect. Attribute Fire. Skills, Fate Discovery, Plunder Firebird. The crowd gasped. What is this? Is this my power? What does Tier 1 mean? For Seo Gangrim, this interface was all too familiar. This was the core of any leveling manhwa logic. I'm certain this isn't Anna's power. He tried to read her fate, but the mask blocked him. Anna continued. You have now witnessed your own potential. Call it a superpower magic or a system gift. She explained that these awakened abilities were the only weapons capable of killing the beasts. She detailed their mission to invade the demon realm and eliminate the threat at its source. But make no mistake, this mission is a death sentence. Her voice turned ice cold. You could die at any moment. Fear gripped the room. Even in training, safety is not guaranteed. If you want protection, you must forfeit your power. A coward has no right to wield strength. She clapped her hands. I will give you exactly 1 hour to decide your fate. The room began to blur. You may rest on the second floor. Read the guidebooks we've provided. I highly recommend it. Those who wish to fight return here in an hour. Light enveloped them. Those who want to flee can use the exit on the 3rd floor. But be warned, once you leave your status window, will vanish forever. With that, Anna turned and walked away. See you soon. She glanced at her watch. Time's up. I'll assume everyone here is ready to put their lives on the line. A massive gate slowly creaked open. This is the first trial. All heads turned toward the ominous structure. It radiated mystery. Maximum entry is 3 people. Survive the trial and walk out. That is the only rule. She explained the mechanics. Every room holds a different mission. You'll receive the details once you cross the threshold. A hologram appeared. Objective: eliminate the monster. You can challenge the first trial as many times as you like, but failing means starting over from 0. She produced a small box. This is your starter supply kit. Take one. Head to the supply center. If you get injured, use the potions or return to the waiting room's totem for healing. Her final warning hung in the air like a blade. We require a signed waiver. The agency takes no responsibility if you die in there. Naturally, we'll do our best to prevent the worst-case scenario. With a polite bow, she wished them luck. Silence descended like a heavy blanket over the crowd. A hand shot up from the masses. Anyone want to team up? My ability is Tier 1 Devil class. Seo Gangrim watched the scene in silence. Who's in? He turned his back on the noisy gathering. Just like a job fair, he scoffed. Suddenly, a voice called out. Seo Gangrim. It was Sua, the girl from the building, running to catch up. She bowed, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for earlier. She scratched her head, flushing slightly. You don't have a party yet, right? Me neither. Sua extended a hand, her eyes hopeful. Want to team up with me? He stood frozen, staring blankly at her. Seo Gangrim. His intense gaze made her shift uncomfortably. Seo Gangrim bit his lip, his hand trembling by his side. Thank you. The words triggered a nightmare from the past. Everyone else survives only if he dies. Despair crashed over him as he clutched his head. It's all my fault. Are you okay? Sua asked, voice trembling with worry. Are you hurt somewhere? He shoved her hand away, shielding his face. I'm fine. He turned sharply, his voice cold. I refuse. But he couldn't help glancing back one last time. Seo Gangrim added a deliberate lie to push her away. I'm more comfortable moving alone. Her face felt disappointment washing over her. Ah, I see. I just thought you and I had good synergy, Seo Gangrim. He softened his tone slightly. You'll work well with anyone. His words sparked a fire in her eyes. She shouted after him. Seo Gangrim. Even if we can't hunt together, let's watch each other's backs. He didn't look back, just walking into the distance. Yeah. A billboard in the corner displayed the starter pack contents. Training, sword, HP, potion, mana potion. Seo Gangrim slowly opened his supply box. Flash. His equipment materialized instantly in the air. F-rank training sword, Tier 1 insect class. Double HP and mana potions. He strapped the blade to his waist. Gathering items is brutal in the early game. Being a trainee isn't so bad. They hand out expensive potions like candy. Suddenly, Gojun waved from the side. Hey, Seo Gangrim, hold up. He grinned blindly. You shouldn't leave your only companion behind, right? Seo Gangrim stiffened. What is this guy doing? This didn't happen in my past life. He tried to ignore him, pretending not to hear. But Gojun ran up and clapped a hand on his shoulder. Seo Gangrim, wait. What do you want? Gojun proposed. If things keep going like this, we'll be the main characters of this story. Let's clear the first dungeon together. Seo Gangrim shook his head violently. I work alone. Gojun insisted. Don't worry. I'm built different from those useless extras dragging you down. He brushed his hair back confidently. I'm strong. I'm the main character. Main cast, supporting cast, and NPCs. Doc Gojun categorized the world like a novel. Seo Gangrim recalled, main character. In the past life, he treated me like a background character. He must have misunderstood my power level. Seo Gangrim rubbed his chin, calculating. A strong teammate is convenient. Sua is powerful, but my presence brings her misfortune. I can't let her get hurt. But what about Gojun? He sank into thought. It doesn't matter if Doc Gojun gets wrecked, right? Gojun interrupted his plotting. Well, change your mind yet? So Gangrim nodded. Fine. Let's party up. Really? Gojun's eyes widened. He dashed back. Hold on, gotta grab my loot box. Gojun snatched the box right out of the mascot's hands. Is this the supply box? I'd love to chat with the mascot, but maybe later. Sua watched him, eyes narrowing in annoyance. Why the dirty look? Gojun sneered. Mad because you're not the protagonist. She stayed silent. Gojun marched off, buzzing with energy. Seo Gangrim, I'm ready. Let's roll. The gate glowed ominously. I can feel the stench of death. The presence of a metal demon. Together they pushed open the doors to this leveling Manhwa dungeon. Seo Gangrim and Doc Gojun have entered the Blade Mountain of the underworld. The rules appeared in the air. All rooms connect to 4 corridors. Expect monsters, traps, and safe zones. Find the exit to survive. The system announced first trial. The agony of the underworld start. Seo Gangrim muttered. So the clear condition is finding the exit. Awesome, let's do this, Gojun cheered. Seo Gangrim scanned the area. Is the layout identical to my past life? This path? Monsters and traps, huh? Wonder what's popping out. Gojun strolled forward, completely oblivious to his surroundings. I'm looking for swish. A blade shot up from the floor, sending him tumbling. Gojun wasn't scared. He looked delighted. A trap. How cliché. He grinned, ear to ear. But I love the classics. He dusted himself off. Yo, Seo Gangrim, let's move. Torches flared to life along the walls. No more traps. You must have high luck, Seo Gangrim. No, he denied instantly. My luck is abysmal. They paused. Huh, I think I hear something. Did you set up experience? Sharing yeah, like the manual said? A horde of demons is gathering up ahead. Skeleton demon insect class, tier 3 monsters, forged from human bone. They crave flesh, have poor hearing, but are hypersensitive to light. Gojun drew his weapon. They look tougher than bugs. With training they might have evolved. He glanced back. There's a lot, but if we combine forces. Whoosh, Seo Gangrim hurled a fireball. One skeleton demon burst into flames. The pack turned distracted and chased the fire away. The passage is narrow. If they swarm us here, we're trapped. Gojun whistled. Seo Gangrim, you're actually a smart character type. Seo Gangrim unsheathed his blade. Keep yapping, and you can go home. The battle began. Clang gang. Seo Gangrim drove his sword into the wall for leverage. He launched himself off the hilt, smashing a kick into a demon's skull. Gojun charged in. I can't let you hog the spotlight. They tore through the enemy ranks together. This is a blast. Gojun laughed, raising his sword. Soon piles of bones lay scattered. Seo Gangrim, every room is infested. Gojun sighed. It's getting boring now. I think we've killed over 100. You tired? Seo Gangrim asked. Gojun sheathed his blade. Nah, these mobs are trash. I studied swordsmanship just in case I got isekai'd. Hey, Seo Gangrim. Honestly, I've been wondering something since we met. Seo Gangrim gave him a cold stare. What? Gojun leaned in, whispering conspiratorially. Are you a regressor reincarnator dimension traveler? Which one? The question hit the bullseye. Seo Gangrim froze. His eyes darkened. Keep spouting nonsense, and I'll leave you behind. Gojun grinned like a Cheshire cat. So I guessed right. Seo Gangrim shoved him forward. Stop wasting time. Move. But Gojun just kept chuckling, knowing he'd struck a nerve. I am not joking around. You know you are something special, right? Doc Gojun pressed on. You remain strangely calm, adapt at a terrifying speed, and show zero fear toward these monsters. Seo Gangrim avoided his gaze, scrambling for an excuse. When I was young, I saw spirits often, so I am just used to it. Doc Gojun blinked. Huh. Is that for real? That makes me even more curious about your past. He stepped closer. Tell me everything. But before he could finish, a violent shove sent him stumbling. The floor shattered beneath them, and Seo Gangrim plunged into the abyss. Shock flashed across his face. Seo Gangrim. The protagonist shouted a desperate warning. Run! Get out of here! Doc Gojun scrambled toward the exit, glancing back at the chaotic destruction. He seemed genuinely worried. Seo Gangrim, but then his expression turned ice cold. Is that guy really not the main character? With a shrug, he simply walked away. I usually love a good manhwa recap about regression, but this feels a bit unlucky. What happens to the plot now? Meanwhile, deep below, Seo Gangrim plummeted into a mysterious void. Instinct took over. He drew his blade and drove it hard into the canyon wall. Friction screamed as he slowed his descent, landing safely. The system chimed. You have entered a hidden zone. A smirk curled his lips. Monsters in hidden zones were always stronger than the surface trash. Seo Gangrim scanned his surroundings. Every path here was a death trap filled with beasts waiting to tear him apart. The gateway to the normal zone has been activated. Warning. Once you return, the hidden passage will be sealed forever. He stepped forward without hesitation. The system offered a way out. Do you want to request a rescue? Do you want to give up? Estimated rescue time 2 minutes and 58 seconds? As if I would ever give up now? A horde of skeleton ghouls huddled together. Perfect. This might yield more stats than I calculated. A flame ignited in his hand, casting a sinister glow. I should be grateful I tagged along with Doc Gojun to access these dungeons. But I need a solo stage to evolve on my own. Shinoa, however, is a completely different story. He raised his hand, locking onto his targets. The skeleton ghouls shrieked and charged as one Seo Gangrim danced through them, cutting them down like wheat. Your stats have increased by 10 points. Your stats have increased by 10 points. Shattered bones littered the floor. Your strength has reached stage 4 after point allocation. Total annihilation. Your strength has reached stage 5. He stepped over the piles of dust. Everything felt lighter. It was far easier than the beginning now that his stats were skyrocketing. I cannot believe I farmed this many stat points. The status window flashed. Seo Gangrim. Strength, stage 5. Stamina, stage 4. Agility, stage 4. Sense, stage 4. Magic, stage 3. He rubbed his chin in thought. I wonder just how powerful the others will become. No matter the potential, everyone starts at stage 1 in this cruel world. Seo Gangrim analyzed the mechanics. The gap between ranks comes down to the time and blood you are willing to sacrifice to reach the next level. Adorable chibi diagrams popped up in his mind. Even with the same experience points, your growth rate explodes if you possess a superior class grade. A god-tier class, like Doc Gojun, will evolve at a monstrous pace. Since I dragged him through hell recently, he is undoubtedly far stronger than he was before. Did I waste 3 days in my past life? The system interrupted. Congratulations. You are the first to clear the Blade Mountain Hell. Seo Gangrim's eyes darted around, searching for the prize. This time, I am the first to claim the first clear reward. Oh, there it is. He slowly reached out toward the glowing treasure. He crossed his arms, calculating. I need to wrap this up before the day ends. A dark, bottomless tunnel loomed ahead. It looked like it was finally time to face the boss. He gazed up at the ominous architecture. The atmosphere here was suffocating compared to the outer zones. A cold drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. This was the true Blade Mountain Hell. Seo Gangrim summoned a flame to banish the darkness. Red and blue spiritual energy coiled around the massive swords lining the path. 2 massive figures emerged. The twin generals of Blade Mountain Stage 3. These monsters were masters of the blade. They moved in perfect synchronization. Unless they are destroyed simultaneously, they will endlessly regenerate. He ducked behind a pillar, heart pounding. The twin generals. I knew they were here, but seeing their killing intent up close is a different beast entirely. His body trembled against his will. Damn it. Stop shaking. The twin generals locked eyes with him. They found him, but he was already prepared for war. I can kill them if I stick to the plan. The monster thrust its blade. Seo Gangrim did not back down. He parried with a vicious counterstrike. The beast roared in agony. Seo Gangrim seized the opening and sprinted away. I knew they would hunt me first. I just needed to draw their aggro. He glanced back to check their pursuit. Since their attribute is metal, my fire attacks will melt through their defenses. Everything was calculated. That strike bought me the precious seconds I needed. Black blood sprayed into the air. The other general decapitated its own partner. The system flashed a warning. Unless destroyed at the exact same moment, they will continue to resurrect. His eyes widened. Killing each other to trigger an instant heal, that is insane logic. Seo Gangrim gripped his hilt tighter. Fighting them head-on is a suicide mission. Your speed has reached stage 7. Invisible blades sliced his arms and cheeks, drawing blood. He gritted his teeth and kept running. Just a little further. Suddenly, his foot crunched on a loose bone. He slipped, crashing to the ground. The twin generals loomed over him instantly. Desperate, he unleashed 2 blasts of fire. The uninjured one blocked the attack to save its mate. They chased him with rabid fury, regeneration already kicking in. But Seo Gangrim smiled internally. Perfect. I can hear the wind howling. He pushed his legs to the limit, sprinting faster. The monster was right on his heels. The system spammed notifications. The Elder General is regenerating. 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 The beast bared its rotting fangs. Your strength has reached stage 7. Seo Gangrim spun around and delivered a devastating kick. He vaulted into the air, smashing the monster's wrist, forcing it to drop its massive blade. He shouted his command. Get in there. With a thunderous crash, the trap sprung. System alert. The stage 3 twin generals have been defeated. Your rewards are being calculated. Seo Gangrim collapsed to the floor, gasping for air. You have received bonus stat points for vanquishing an enemy far superior to your level. He wiped the sweat from his brow. All I had to do was lead the boss to its doom, and the raid is clear. But before I leave, there is one crucial thing I must confirm. A dangerous idea sparked in his mind. If the destiny of a monster is to take on human form, then shouldn't I be able to steal that potential for myself? He knelt on one knee. The skill Fate Steal has been activated. There are currently 2 corpses within range. This was the moment that defined this awakening Manhwa. Seo Gangrim grinned, a look of pure victory on his face. I knew it. Just like the monsters prey on us, a human like me can devour their fate. Memories of his past life surged like a tidal wave. The reason he hadn't unleashed his fate-stealing ability before meeting back Kiang was simple: he didn't want to. Or rather, he couldn't. The skill had been forcibly cancelled due to a severe mana deficiency. Du-hyun rubbed the back of his neck, skepticism in his voice. Are you absolutely sure it's impossible? He's only been dead for 3 hours. I felt helpless. I apologize. There was a cruel restriction to this power. The longer the target had been dead, the more mana the system demanded. With my pathetic magic levels, my teammate would have to die right before my very eyes to make it work. Otherwise, activating that skill is a pipe dream. Seo Gangrim felt a wave of confusion wash over him. That was the moment the dark question took root. Should he really descend to the level of monsters and steal the fate of fellow humans? His train of thought spiraled. Back then, he couldn't even withstand the oppressive aura from the demon realm. A look of disappointment crossed his face. He simply never had the opportunity to test his limits. Slowly, he unsheathed his blade, the steel singing in the silence. The system pinged. You have stolen a fragment of the opponent's power. Acquired ability weaken. Acquired ability fortify. Class 3rd tier demon. The skill activated the instant the blade left its scabbard. By wielding this sword, a swordsman could force a rank upgrade at the very minimum. Seo Gangrim tested the weight slashing through the air with precision. Let's see what you can do. He touched the blade with anticipation. The weapon seemed to pulse with light. Suddenly, the system interface turned a blazing crimson, flashing a warning. You have accumulated a massive amount of karma points. He thought to himself, this is acceptable. Instead of stealing from humans, the karma points accrued from taking their fate would be minimized to negligible levels. He clenched his fist tight. More importantly, the reward justified the risk. With renewed resolve, he stepped once more into that corridor, filled with deadly blades. When a human accumulates too much karma, they cross a forbidden boundary, entering what is known as the Sea of Suffering. Seo Gangrim placed a hand on the wall ahead. I wonder, how much longer until I cross that line myself? He officially exited the zone. The first gate, the Blade Mountain Hell, was cleared for the first time. The clearer sealed Seo Gangrim, the sole survivor. The crowd stared in disbelief. It's been cleared already. The atmosphere erupted into chaos. Did he clear that dungeon solo? A familiar voice cut through the noise. Seo Gangrim? The voice made his face go pale. Gojun was practically vibrating with excitement. He ran over with arms wide open. I knew you could do it. That's why you're my ally. He went for a hug, but completely whiffed. You're even faster than last time, aren't you? Seo Gangrim crossed his arms in protest. I am not your ally. Do not place your trust in me. A Navi stepped forward gracefully. Mr. Seo Gangrim. She politely made her request. Congratulations on being the first to complete this stage. Would you mind sparing a moment of your time? Back in Seoul, Seo Gangrim's private training quarters, he happily examined his spoils. It seemed the reward for clearing the first round had been personally delivered by Anavi, an item storage bag. It held inventory with zero limit on weight or mass. He fastened the pouch to his waist. An item of this rarity was nearly impossible to acquire. I cannot let this opportunity slip away. He pulled out a card and punched the password into his phone. As he thought about the item's owner, he wanted to avoid drawing the gaze of the Fate Protection Force. This was just another bonus in this leveling manhwa reality. The news was broadcasting continuously. A massive 5.8 magnitude earthquake had rocked the entire nation. It was the most powerful quake since 2017. The damage was catastrophic and the casualty count was skyrocketing due to the aftershocks. Reporters concluded the death toll was still climbing. Seo Gangrim wondered. No response from the Fate Protection Force. The online comment sections were ablaze with theories. I heard something incredibly strange right before the quake hit. Something supernatural. Is it just me? I felt it too. In the video, it looks like the Force is trying to teach us something. Link, please. A video. A woman appeared on the screen. It was Captain of the 1st Division, Seo Moon Ionu, delivering an official statement from the Fate Protection Force. She offered a gentle smile. To protect the civilians, the Protection Force has been, and will continue doing our absolute best. He instinctively used his power. The ability Fate Steel was activated. The system report bounced back. Target's fate is currently under protection. Seo Gangrim clicked his tongue in frustration. It seems they have an artifact shielding them. The audio from the phone droned on. Our operations remain active. Do not worry excessively. We, the Fate Protection Force, will safeguard your future. The corners of her mouth curled upward. Please trust in the Fate Protection Force. Lying on his bed, the words echoed in his mind. Trust in the Fate Protection Force. He sank into deep contemplation. The Fate Protection Agency was an organization comprising the absolute strongest awakened beings. Every single member concealed their identity behind a mask. A familiar silhouette from his past life surfaced in his memory. He formed a hypothesis. If that woman is a member of the association, his expression darkened instantly. That would explain why I couldn't gauge her true power level. Seo Gangrim clutched his head. I can't reveal this yet. Elsewhere, Gong Du slammed a stack of documents onto the table with a thunderous crash. Is this how you conduct business? He roared in anger. Didn't you assure me this stage would take at least a week to complete? This was Gong Du, captain of the 2nd Division of the Fate Protection Alliance. The subordinates bowed their heads in terrified silence. But look at this mess. They cleared the entire secret zone in a single day. Yet, you people told me their fate level and skills were mere trash tier 3-star insects. He pointed a trembling finger directly at Du Sung-tae. The subordinate flinched as the command was barked out. Fix this. Now. He was seething with rage. Draft a public notice and dismantle every single trap. Seo Gangrim set up. The rest of you prepare to wipe out the remaining monsters. The meeting concluded abruptly. Dismissed. They donned their masks once more. Understood. Dung-tae rubbed his forehead in helpless frustration. He sat alone in the dark office baffled. How on earth? While he was busy luring the monsters into the traps, his face went black with realization. Did he really clear the 2nd gate on the very same day? His fingers flew across the keyboard in a frenzy. Dung-tae couldn't hide his terror. What happens if the higher-ups find out the one who cleared the gate was classified as an insect-level user? He shook his head. That's impossible. At the cafe in Training Facility 1, Gojun grilled Seo Gangrim. Are you planning to hit room 2 today? He struck up a conversation with forced cheerfulness. You haven't forgotten our little wager, have you? The memory of their previous conversation replayed. Do you not trust my skills? Let's see who clears room 2 first, shall we? The teasing tone was undeniable. If you don't step up, I might just clear room 2 before you even get started. Seo Gangrim's response was ice cold. I'll do things my way. You do whatever you want. And for the record, I am not your ally until you actually defeat me. Now get lost. Gojun laughed it off. No way, I actually want to get closer to you. Just then, Sua's group passed by. Thanks to you, I'm alive today. She was humble. No, it was all because you successfully blocked that attack. One of her teammates suggested I think we should challenge it next time. Seeing this, Seo Gangrim felt a sense of relief. It seems she's adapting well. Gojun noticed his gaze. Ugh, I hate people who are too nice. Seo Gangrim chucked a piece of cake directly at his head. Get lost, would you? The group of girls giggled nearby. Shall we go grab a meal together? Sounds perfect. Their conversation grated on his ears. Wow, your hands are so tiny. That's adorable. Seo Gangrim grimaced in disgust. Jong Gunnam reached out his hand. Do you want to compare sizes with mine? Great. I have to endure this charade again. He flashed a blinding, predatory smile. See, it really is small. The girl blinked in surprise. Whoa, you're right. He seized the opening immediately. I actually know how to read palms. Her friend chimed in excitedly. He read mine last time. He's insanely accurate. Shin Sua stared intently at her hot cup, completely ignoring their existence. Gunnam wouldn't let up. Come on, let me see your hand. She declined politely. I don't need a reading. He leaned in, deliberately trying to brush against her skin. Come on, this is a rare chance. I might change my mind later, you know. Seriously, Shinsua, I'm not joking. She recoiled instantly. Suddenly, Seo Gangrim slammed his hand onto the table. She looked at him in shock. For a split second, Gunnam's face twisted in annoyance at the interruption, but he instantly plastered the fake smile back on. Oh, Seo Gangrim, you want a reading too? Gangrim answered sharply, no. He gestured toward Shinsua. I need a word with you. Over there. She looked confused for a moment before nodding. Oh, sure. Gangrim and Shinsua walked away from the group, somewhere more private. Okay. Suddenly, two others approached them. Hey, Seo Gangrim. They beamed at him. Thanks for letting us use the Wi-Fi. The password was taped to the wall. After he soloed the Blade Mountain Hell and secured the safe house, sharing the Wi-Fi was just a bonus reward. He watched them silently. Everyone's acting so friendly now. Join our party next time. But this warmth. His expression darkened. It feels wrong. Memories of his past life flooded back. In the previous timeline, this was exactly the moment people started shunning him. If Seo Gangrim is going, I'm out. Hey, that's harsh. He remembered bowing his head in shame back then. Is it because my class is too low? Gangrim had isolated himself from the crowd. Back then, Jong Gunnam was the only one who smiled at him. Gangrim, going solo today? Yeah. Even then, Gunnam had treated him differently. He remembered the pat on the shoulder. If we had room in the party, I'd totally invite you. Stay safe out there, he forced a smile back then. I'll be fine. They had been so close. Or so he thought. Awesome, high five. Gunnam's hand glowed with a strange light. He slyly checked the status window. I never expected this. Then came the day Gangrim overheard the truth in the hallway. I almost died in the demon realm because of Seo Gangrim. What's his deal? His ability? He steals skills from the dead. Malicious rumors spread like wildfire. You mean he plans to kill people just to steal their skills? Exactly. Watch your back. Gangrim bit his lip, hiding in the shadows, afraid to show his face. Are they insane? He stormed into Gunnam's room. You promised you wouldn't tell anyone? Gunnam played the fool. Huh, I have no idea what you're talking about. Gangrim accused him. You leaked my ability to everyone. Gunnam's face remained thick. Do you have any proof? Gangrim froze. What I know it was you, you bastard. Gunnam smirked viciously. So no proof? Palm reading? Rank 3 ghost class. To check someone's status window, he had to touch their hand against his own. Gunnam tilted his head. You were the only one who knew. Back to the present. Jong Gunnam has a hidden skill. Keep your distance. Don't show him your palm or let him touch you. Shinsua sighed, realizing the truth. So, that's why he kept trying. Gangrim turned to leave quickly. Anyway, I just wanted to warn you. I'm going. She called out to him. Seo Gangrim, she confessed. I cleared the Blade Mountain Hell Room too. She clutched her hands to her chest, hopeful. Do you want to attempt the second room together? Gangrim shook his head. It's too dangerous for you, Shinsua. She faltered. Too dangerous. Why? He avoided her gaze. You lack combat experience right now. Shinsua froze. She tried to defend her pride. I don't think I'm that weak. He continued. But your ability will be weakened in the next room. It's a fire attribute zone. He explained the cold, hard facts. Golden energy counters your wood destiny. That environment is toxic for you. Metal destroys wood. Your wood leaf arts will be useless this time. Gangrim turned away. I'm sure you understand what I mean. She touched her chin, calculating. The second room. It really is a bad match for me. He gripped the door handle. Do you get it now? Yeah, I guess. She gently touched his shoulder. Seo Gangrim. He sped up, walking away alone in his gloom. Why, he bit his lip. Even after I was so cold, she smiled at me. Thanks for the advice. She pushed the door open to leave. Shinsua remembered his words. I prefer being alone. He rejected me. She guessed. He probably just wants to keep his distance from everyone. But one thing doesn't add up. He went out of his way to call me out. and warn me about Jong Gunnam. She looked thoughtful. He could have just refused to group up with a different excuse. She watched his retreating figure through the glass. Why tell me the truth? Is it possible? He was worried about me. A voice called out. Seo Gangrim. Gunnam was leaning against the wall, planning to tackle room 2 with Seo Gangrim shoved his hands in his pockets. No, I'm going solo. He started up the stairs. I need to deal with this piece of trash before he stabs me in the back again. Wait, Gunnam called out. Want to party up with me? He tried to persuade him. It'll be easier for you. I'm a higher class after all. I'm Dragon class. Gangrim radiated murderous intent. Liar. Oh yeah, what's your ability? Ability destiny sight activated. Gunnam made up a lie. Water bomb. I can shoot high-pressure water. But his status window was already in the palm of Gangrim's hand. Jong Gunnam. Rank 1 human. Water attribute. Gangrim cut him off. Fine. He accepted the invite. Let's get moving. Gunnam looked surprised. Really? He beamed. I'll grab my gear and be right down. Gangrim watched him go with cold eyes. He thought, perfect. He walked right into my trap. Zone 2, Hell of Scorching Fire. The gate flared to life. Clear condition, retrieve the ice crystal, and return. This manhwa recap was about to get intense. Time limit none. The system flashed. Users. Seo Gangrim Jong Gunnam. Gunnam looked around unimpressed. Doesn't look much like hell to me. System alert. You have entered the Hell of Scorching Fire. Flames roared to life around them. Gunnam smirked. I honestly didn't think you'd agree to go with me so easily. I guess my water attribute is just too valuable here. They walked deeper into the inferno. By the way, did you check the clear condition? One of them questions the map logic. Ice in this hellhole, Gunnam wonders. He conjures a water sphere. This heat is insane. How is this even possible? Seo Gangrim's eyes sharpen with focus. Since you're with me, we'll speed run this search. Right. He raises his blade, staring the enemy down. Gunnam spins around. System alert skill activated. D-stealth blood sprays across the air as a fire frog gets sliced in half before Gunnam can even scream. Gunnam stammers, I didn't expect mob encounters at the spawn point. Seo Gangrim cuts him off. Incoming wave. Gunnam blinks. Huh. What a horde of fire frogs charges toward them. Their tongues lash out like spears. They are hunting fire frogs rank 3 insect class monsters that spawn during the hottest season. Their individual attack power is weak, but they hunt in packs. They target anything with a lower body temperature. Gunnam scoffs. Just a bunch of low-level frogs. He fires high-pressure water jets, piercing through the mobs one by one. K.O. He smirks, ego swelling. Perfect. My powers are the hard counter in this environment. He turns to Seo Gangrim. Once we find the ice crystal, this stage is cleared easy. Seo Gangrim replies coldly. That is the only win condition. I already know the spawn location. No need to rush. But what to do with him? Gunnam is startled by Seo Gangrim's faint smile. Huh? Is he laughing? Gunnam crosses his arms, paranoid. Is he thinking that partying up with me was the right choice? The dead frogs pile up. Gunnam clutches his head, exhausted. Is this what they call mana depletion? The mob density here is insane compared to the Blade Mountain dungeon. Seo Gangrim is still fighting while Gunnam collapses on the ground. I have no choice. I have to switch to melee. He draws his sword, trying to imitate Seo Gangrim. A frog tackles him. He shrieks as it burns him. Hot. Get off me. Get away. Seo Gangrim. Seo Gangrim. He flails helplessly. Why are you just standing there watching me die? Seo Gangrim sighs. Pathetic. He steps in and annihilates the fire frog. Head back if you can't keep up. I can solo clear this area. Gunnam scrambles up. I just need a short rest to recover cooldowns. Seo Gangrim turns his back coldly. Suit yourself. Gunnam grinds his teeth in rage. Arrogant bastard. You think you're the main character just because you can wipe out some trash mobs? He stands up slowly. I partnered with him to analyze his class and skills, but I can't inspect him because of those bandages. Curiosity burns him. Even trying to gauge his power level from his combat movements isn't enough. He is definitely hiding a secret skill. Gunnam's eyes narrow. I need to check him properly. There has to be a moment when his guard is down. I'll wait for that opening. Gunnam sits heavily on a nearby rock, but the rock opens 2 glowing eyes. Ambush. He falls backward in terror. The camouflage monster reveals itself. Seo Gangrim. Gunnam screams. Once again, Seo Gangrim saves his life. He is in shock. There are other mobs besides the frogs. I was too distracted plotting against him. Seo Gangrim calls out. Gunnam. He jumps. Why yes. Seo Gangrim glares at him. That makes 2 lives you owe me. He drives his blade down to confirm the kill on the monster. These things have high HP, so move before the respawn timer hits. What Gunnam forces a fake laugh. Is he rubbing it in that he carried me? Fine. Gunnam crushes a dirt clod in his fist. Don't think you're so great, you jerk. He frowns. Once my mana regenerates, these monsters are history. Seo Gangrim glances back. Something to say. Gunnam flashes a plastic smile. Thanks for the assist. Seo Gangrim. Scene shift. Gunnam points at a glowing orb. Wait, is that loot? Seo Gangrim instantly realizes what it is. Gunnam is ecstatic. Is that the ice crystal? The sphere glows brightly. Gunnam grins greedily. It really is. We just need to take that to the lobby to clear the trial, right? He calculates quickly. Just the 2 of us here. Then I guess we'll be the first ones to clear the server. But a thought stops him. No, if I go back now, everyone will think I cleared it, because Seo Gangrim carried me. Seo Gangrim tries to speak. Gunnam, that is. But the fool has already bolted. He sprints blindly toward the prize. If there's only 1 ice crystal, the first person to grab it gets the solo clear achievement. He thinks victory is already in his hands. Gunnam imagines the rewards. He drowns in his own fantasy, honor, respect, and admiration. He reaches out his hand. It's all mine, just inches away from the orb. I am the first one to finish this quest. But the moment he grabs it, the object goes soft. He freezes. A sponge. No. A fire frog egg sac. Rank 3 insect class. A hive containing countless eggs, always guarded by adults. Instantly, the ground erupts. A swarm of fire frogs bursts forth. They surround him, pushing him off the ledge. He loses balance and falls into the pit. He screams in panic. Seo Gangrim, the protagonist, looks down with cold eyes. That is your karma for trying to backstab me. Gunnam wails. Save me, Seo Gangrim. Seo Gangrim. Trash. Stop screaming. Scene change to the inside of the crystal cave. Seo Gangrim happily holds a block of ice. Ice crystal grade 1 ghost item. A crystal made of ice that boosts water element affinity. He sits down. Open shop window. In this leveling manhwa, accessing the hidden store requires special currency. Originally, I didn't know about the shop or the spirit beads. He recalls the boss fight with the giant worm. Back when I sliced that thing in half, I collected the drops then. But this time I can open the shop because I farmed the spirit beads beforehand. Seo Gangrim taps the screen. Item purchased. Wish chest. He instantly receives the item. I had to pay with achievement points since I was short on gold. Wish chest grade 1 ghost item. If you insert an item and pray, you receive a desired item in return. But if your offering is too cheap, you get nothing. He opens the lid and tosses the ice block inside. What a funny name for a gacha mechanic. Basically, they want you to sacrifice expensive loot. He clasps his hands. The ice crystal is a grade 3 item. He focuses. I want a high-tier artifact. You are praying. A brilliant light explodes from the chest. The shape is different, but they are the same attribute, so there's a chance. Seo Gangrim stares in anticipation. An item appears, crushing his hopes. Received insect honey. Grade 3. Just trash loot. He smashes the remaining ice in frustration. I'll just have to hoard everything I can find. If quality fails, I'll drown it in quantity. With this much bait, something has to bite eventually. A broken fang clattered against the stone floor. Gunnam was scorched and battered. Seo Gangrim, that piece of trash. He hissed, dragging his broken body forward. You think you can leave me to die and just live in peace, he muttered, like a madman clutching his weapon. Once I find you, I'm going to carve that arrogant look off your face with this very blade. Suddenly, a faint glow caught his eye. Huh, what is that? It was an egg. His eyes went wide with shock. No, it was the gate finally opening. Gunnam grabbed the fire frog he had captured, trembling with excitement as he stepped through. The second gate leading to the infernal chamber was cleared. I did it. I'm the first one to clear this hellish stage. Whispers of awe rippled through the crowd. Brother Gunnam, you actually cleared it. And in just one day, Gunnam grinned ear to ear. That's right, witness my greatness. This was the adoration he craved. With this achievement, I'm leagues above that fool Seo Gangrim. Murderous intent flared in his eyes as he spotted his target. Seo Gangrim. So there you are. He approached with fake hurt, masking his malice. How could you run off and leave me behind? I waited for ages. Seo Gangrim looked confused, but Gunnam's eyes were ice cold. You abandoned me to die. Anna Vi cut through the tension. troll Gunnam, the first candidate to conquer the infernal chamber. Gunnam waved with a practiced smile. Yes, that's me. He extended his hand. I'll forgive you just this once. Let's shake hands and bury the hatchet. Seo Gangrim saw right through the snake's intentions, but he accepted the handshake anyway, allowing Gunnam to trigger his palm-reading ability. Gunnam squeezed his hand tight. Don't be so tense, friend. Skill activated. Read the opponent's destiny, Seo Gangrim. Gunnam was ecstatic as the system window popped up, feeling like the protagonist of a leveling manhwa as he looked down on the pitiful loser before him. Seo Gangrim Insect Class Grade 3. Element Fire. Skill Molting. Gunnam read the stats and practically scoffed. Insect Class Grade 3. I thought for sure he was human class. His face twisted in disgust. I went through all that hell just to try and ally with a bug-type loser. Seo Gangrim looked anxious on the outside, but his internal aura shifted to pure relief. He placed a hand on his chest. Thank the heavens I activated it in time. A spectral talisman glowed unseen, the Ghost Class Grade 1 amulet, masking the true depths of his destiny from prying eyes. Seo Gangrim recalled the cost. I couldn't scavenge much else, because I spent nearly all my ice crystals just to unlock this one amulet. But it seems he found one of the bait crystals I stuffed inside, that fire frog. Gunnam puffed out his chest, introducing himself. I am a water class user, and my potential is limitless. Anna Vi skipped the pleasantries. Can you tell us exactly how you located the ice crystals? Even the arrogant Doc Gojun leaned in curious. Just then, Seo Gangrim walked away, looking exhausted. To think that guy cleared the room in a single day. Anna Vi noted the info and dismissed them. Thank you for your cooperation. Gunnam beamed. Of course. Then he shouted after the retreating figure. Hey, you're amazing, man. He turned back to Doc Gojun, a legendary Divine Class Grade 3 user. Gojun clicked his tongue. I attempted that room days ago and failed repeatedly. Yet Seo Gangrim looks weaker than I expected. Gunnam seized the chance to bootlick. He's just a trashy insect class grade 3. Of course, he's weak. Gojun looked surprised. Really? Gunnam added fuel to the fire. He only ran ahead because he was terrified of a few monsters. Gojun's ego soared. So, you're saying you're more of a main character than he is? Gunnam smirked arrogantly. Well, you're not wrong. Gojun laughed. Right, we should discuss this further. Seo Gangrim watched from a distance, satisfied. The fates of Doc Gojun and Jong Gunnam have intertwined. He slipped away into the shadows. Doc Gojun won't be paying attention to me for a while. It is the worst possible combination of destinies. An ominous dark aura began to bleed into Jong Gunnam's future. I calculated this. Gojun will take care of Gunnam for me. Everything is proceeding better than expected. The scene shifts to a dimly lit command center. The CO2 team was in an emergency meeting. Gongdu asked Anna Vi, is Gunnam close to awakening as a ghost class? Anna Vi shook her head. No sir, he is still strictly human class. Gongdu pressed on. Was anyone else with him? She replied instantly. It was the trainee Seo Gangrim. Gongdu paused, surprised. Him again. He rested his chin on his hand, eyes narrowing. He traveled with him, yet Jong Gunnam was the one to clear the trial first. That is suspicious. Anna Vi tilted her head, reviewing her notes. Yes. But trainee Jong Gunnam said something odd. He claimed he killed a fire frog and found it had swallowed an ice crystal. Gongdu's expression hardened. Impossible. Monsters cannot approach the crystal caves. We set up a high-level mana barrier, specifically to prevent that. She replied gravely. I checked the logs. The screen displayed the desolate landscape of the second stage. The mana barrier. It vanished. The monsters devoured every single crystal. Gongdu trembled with suppressed rage. He roared. Du Sung Tae, what kind of mess have you created? The subordinate stammered, trying to defend himself. No sir, I checked it multiple times. There shouldn't have been any issues. Sung Tae tried to spin it. Besides, the clear times were faster than projected. This proves we have potential recruits. Gongdu slammed his fist onto the table, shattering the silence. His face went pitch black. Du Sung Tae, are you willing to bet your life on that statement? Can you swear your plan had zero flaws? Just because we have potential recruits, do you think they can survive the third floor? Sung Tae froze, his throat going dry. He couldn't utter a word and hung his head in shame. Will you take responsibility if they are all slaughtered? Gongdu's voice dropped to a terrifyingly low growl. Anything beyond the third gate is the true demon realm. If they enter unprepared, it won't be a test, it will be a massacre. He made a hard decision. We must train them to be monsters before we let them in. He finalized the order, his gaze lingering on Seo Gangrim's file. The scene cuts to Seo Gangrim standing confused before the massive gate. It was plastered with sealing talismans and heavy chains. I can't enter. A bright red system notification blazed in the air. The opening of the third gate is postponed indefinitely. Further announcements will be made once details are finalized. CO2 Team Fate Protection Organization. The timeline shifts back a few days. Seo Gangrim turned as he overheard two trainees whispering. Are you sure Jong Gunnam's method is legit? I'm going to become a frog dissection expert at this rate. What if he lied to us? The blonde trainee shook his head. No way. What would he gain from lying? The other guy looked skeptical. But it's weird. The people clearing the stage aren't even close to Gunnam. Wait, come to think of it, Doc Gojun and Seo Gangrim were in his party, and they were way slower. The other guy nodded. Yeah, and after that, those two split up from him completely. The blonde looked up at the sky. Maybe we should just wait and see before we waste more energy. Seo Gangrim couldn't help but chuckle. I guess he spread false information everywhere to look cool. Doc Gojun has definitely abandoned him by now. If they stay together, I can kill two birds with one stone. A crimson holographic window materialized before him. Seo Gangrim's eyes scanned the urgent notification. Attention all players. Assembly at the main hall. 1,800 hours. Anna stood before the sealed gate, her expression grave. The time had finally come. Greetings, Awakened Ones. I have summoned you to announce the third trial. She raised her hand, commanding the space. First, the seal is released. Instantly, the magical ward shattered into light. You are authorized to enter the third gate. Excitement rippled through the crowd, but Anna's voice cut through it. From this point on, you are stepping into the true demon realm. This is no longer a safety zone protected by the agency. Her gaze hardened. Therefore, from this moment forward, you must clear the trials as a team. Anna clarified the stakes. In the true demon realm, the environment is lethal. You will face hordes of monsters far more terrifying than anything you've seen. She continued, her voice lowering. The constellations are watching your slaughter in the demon realm. She pulled out a device. When you hear the voice of a god, do not respond immediately. Check your system interface for the latest updates first. The players frantically opened their status windows. Anna explained. We have uploaded survival protocols for various crisis scenarios in the demon realm. I strongly suggest you memorize them before crossing the threshold. Anna clasped her hands politely, but the tension was palpable. That is all the advice I can offer. She frowned, genuine concern in her eyes. Please. The crowd froze at her expression. Try not to die. A chill ran down one player's spine. Did she just tell us not to die? Murmurs of panic erupted. If there's no party limit, we need to gather as many people as possible. We need to read the guide. Now, suddenly, a figure leaped from the shadows behind Seo Gangrim. He spun around, startled. Greetings. The twin sisters latched onto him instantly. You can tell us apart. That's no fun. Everyone else always gets so confused. Seo Gangrim looked at them with hidden warmth. How could I not know? In my past life, you and Seo Hua were the only ones who spoke to me. Back when Chunam spread those filthy rumors. He smiled gently. Even if you are twins, your destinies are completely different. Yunbom teased, see, people would tell us apart if you just cut your hair. Yoon Jian refused instantly. My hair, my rules. Seo Gangrim activated his special ability. Skill activated, Eye of Destiny. Target Yunbom. Rank Dragon Class Tier 1. Attribute Golden. Authority Perfect Marksmanship. Subclass Phantom Tier 1. When using ranged weapons or skills, accuracy is 100%. Mana consumption varies based on distance and target level. He shifted his gaze to the younger twin. The status window flickered into view. Target Yoon Jian. Rank Dragon Class Tier 1. Attribute Golden. Authority 1 shot 1 kill. Subclass Phantom Tier 1. Absolute accuracy with ranged attacks. Mana cost depends on the target's rank. Seo Gangrim lowered his head, hiding his grim expression. I guessed right. Nothing has changed. Memories of the previous timeline crashed into him. In the past life, Yunbom survived, but she was powerless to stop the tragedy. Because Yoonjian is destined to die in the third trial. The system flashed a red warning. Alert presence of the White Fox death spirit detected on Yoonjian. She faces a life-threatening crisis within days. He made a decision. Yoonjian, do you want to join my party for this trial? The girl's face lit up. Really, awesome. I didn't want to hunt with my boring sister anyway. Yunbom pouted. Excuse me, Seo Gangrim tilted his head. This time, I will make sure they both survive. He placed his hand on the gate. The rules of the game materialized in the air. Trial 3. The Frozen Chamber. Clear condition, survive the Ice Valley. Objectives. Hunt 1+ of each monster type. Total kills must not exceed 10 types. Time limit. 14 days. The interior was a frozen hellscape. Biting wind slammed into the players. Warning: water energy dominates the demon realm. Element opposes player Seo Gangrim's destiny. All stats reduced by 10%. The mechanical voice echoed. You have entered the frozen chamber. The sisters shivered violently. It's freezing. Yunbom focused. Remember, our mission is to hunt. Yoon Jian squinted against the snow. I can't see a thing. Suddenly, movement caught their eye. Look over there, bunnies, so cute. But the rabbit's adorable eyes flashed crimson. Roar! It morphed into a grotesque beast. A stream of blood sprayed across the snow. The cute rabbits were instantly annihilated. Monster one-horned rabbit. Class insect, tier 1. What the hell, insect class? They look way weaker than that. The girls opened their system menus excitedly. This store is brutal. So many items, but no search function. The younger twin looked at him curiously. How are you finding gear so fast, Appa? He thought to himself. Because I've been using this interface for years. He quickly made up an excuse. The UI. It's just like a game I used to play. She pleaded, help me pick a weapon, I want a bow and arrow. Moments later, they were fully geared up. Seo Gangrim effortlessly slaughtered the one-horned rabbits. The sisters bickered in the background. I got one more kill than you. He watched them. Yunbom the gunslinger. He glanced at the other, and Yoon Jian, the national team archer. He analyzed their combat data. Their hunting efficiency is skyrocketing now that they have their main weapons. The nostalgia hit him hard. In the last life, Yunbom became a legendary marksman. Seo Gangrim fell into deep thought. If Yoon Jian survives, she would reach the same height. No, together, they would be unstoppable. The pain of the past returned. In the original timeline, Bomb broke completely after Jian's death. Yunbom became a shadow. She never smiled again. Consumed by vengeance, she lived only to slaughter monsters. She became cold, heartless. Her power grew explosively, and she was recruited by the Sura Guild, one of the top 5 strongest guilds. She was powerful, but she was never happy. Seo Gangrim looked up at the living sisters. They both have high-tier destinies. They can both become legends. I have to save Yoon Jian. That is the only way to save Yunbom's soul. I'll recruit them into the Flying Tiger Guild. He calculated his next move. If I succeed, the Flying Tiger members killed by Bomb in the past will live, and the Sura Guild's marksmen will have a different fate. He turned to watch them. Okay, I just need to keep a close eye on Jian. But suddenly, his face went dark with terror. Seo Gangrim stepped out of the menu, panic rising. Only Yunbom was fighting. Yoon Jian. Where did she go? Seo Gangrim and Yunbom sprinted through the snow. Jian, where are you, Yoon Jian? He screamed her name, fear gripping his heart. The sister looked around nervously. She just went to the restroom. Why did she go so far? He shouted back. I heard a scream from over there. She gasped. What? I didn't hear anything. He sprinted toward the sound. I'm sure of it. It's starting. A fragile voice pierced the silence. Big sis brother gang, I'm down here. The girl looked down stunned. Jian. From the depths of the pit, Jian explained, the ground just swallowed me whole. We're coming for you. Without a second thought, Ganjim leaped into the abyss. Yoon Jion, are you hurt? The little one looked up. I'm fine, but... What about him? Gangam followed her gaze and immediately recognized the figure. Troll Gunnam. Gunnam grit his teeth in humiliation. Damn it all. Of course her teammate is Seo Gangrim. Gangam sighed, need a hand. His pride shattered. Gunnam roared, get lost. I don't need help from trash like you. Unfazed, Gangam grabbed the girl. Suit yourself. Let's move. The child looked up at him confused. Huh, we're just leaving him. Gangam and Yunbom hauled the girl out of the pit. Gunnam claimed his legs were paralyzed after a terrifying monster ambush. Gangam used paralysis poison. He glanced back coldly. Probably just paralysis rabbits. The toxin wears off eventually. Left alone in the dark, Gunnam trembled with rage, listening to their fading footsteps. Rabbits. The weakest trash in the dungeon. You didn't have to say it like that. Say gang, you bastard. He slammed his fist into the dirt. He needs to taste this humiliation too. Venom dripped from his voice. That's right. Villains should pay for their sins. Suddenly a voice whispered from the shadows. Do you seek power and revenge? This twist is classic for an awakening manhwa. He narrowed his eyes. Who's there? The scene shifts. Gangam led the two sisters to the gate. Time to head back. The difficulty spikes once night falls. The girls looked reluctant to leave. But I raised my stats. I'm way stronger now, Guan protested. And I gathered a ton of achievements. Gangjam smiled gently. No need to rush. This is only day 1. Her eyes widened. Will you go with us tomorrow too? He made a vow. Yeah. Let's stick together until we clear this room's trial, okay? The little girl beamed. Awesome. Let's clear this room together. But their joy was cut short. A monstrous roar tore through the air, sending shivers down their spines. That sound. Gangjam sprinted toward the source. Go to the waiting room now. Yunbom panicked. Huh. What about you? He didn't look back. I forgot something. I'll catch up soon. A pack of wolves had Sua's group surrounded. Bloodlust dripped from every beast's jaws. Sua fought with everything she had. Everyone stay calm, but panic set in as she watched her teammates take damage. She took command. Get behind me, she activated her skill. Wood leaf arts, Sua's sword danced, deflecting the ferocious onslaught of fangs and claws. She refused to yield. Woodleaf is holding Sua gritted her teeth. I have to kill as many as possible now, so the later stages will be easier. Suddenly, jaws clamped onto her shoulder. Blood sprayed into the air. She stifled a scream. Damn it, if we just had one more combat-ready fighter. Just then, Gangjam burst onto the scene. He dumped his achievement points into the Firebird skill. Firebird has evolved to Tier 2 insect class. He carved a path to save her. The legendary Seo Gangrim had arrived. His swordsmanship was a masterclass in precision and lethality. Sua rallied to finish off the stragglers. As the last wolf fell, she collapsed, gasping for air. That was fast. Thanks, Brother Gangrim. But Gangrim's expression was dark. Go back to the waiting room. Why didn't you run? The group froze, confused by his tone. Gangrim's voice was harsh. You knew the odds were against you. You should have fled the moment you realized you couldn't win. You had the agility to escape unharmed. Sua clenched her fists. You always say I'm weak, but I held them off. He cut her off. You were just lucky this time. His anxiety was boiling over into anger. What if those monsters had hidden skills? What if no one came for you? The nightmare of the past resurfaced in his mind, haunting him once again. A meaningless death. The image of Sua's corpse from the previous timeline clung to his soul. He wouldn't let history repeat itself. He shouted, Are you trying to throw your life away playing hero? Saving others is a privilege reserved for the strong. He turned his back on her, his voice icy. Don't ever forget that. He added one final blow. Drop your guard again, and you'll leave this dungeon in a body bag. The other girls rushed to Sua's side. Sua, are you okay? Why is Gangjam so cruel? Did he want us to leave you to die? Sua gave a strained laugh, wiping sweat from her brow. No, he's just worried about me. The girl blinked. Huh, Sua smiled softly. He still came to save us, didn't he? She watched his retreating figure. I don't know why he insists on playing the villain. He's actually really soft-hearted. She called out, Brother Gangjam. Gangjam paused. Thanks for worrying about me. He let out a long, weary sigh. He thought, whatever. The scene shifts to the third gate. First clear of the ice room, announced player Doc Gojun. Monsters eliminated 10 out of 10. The sisters looked deflated. Someone already cleared the ice room. I thought we'd be first. Gangjam nodded. Looks like he just finished. Really? That close? They looked at him. Are you leaving now? Gangjam shook his head. No, I'll wait until you two finish your run. He watched their innocent backs with a calculated gaze. Once a player clears a room, they can't re-enter. I can come back later. This is a standard strategy in a Manhwa recap. Gangjam's true goal was the hidden piece, a reward granted only for hunting 11 types of monsters. Yunbom pouted. Yun, stop stealing my kills. Hit them first. Then Gangjam frowned. This raid is moving faster than in my past life. He activated his skill. Fate Discovery. System alert. The energy of the Necro White Tiger is near. The aura of death approaches. He scanned the area. Is someone other than Yoon Gian in danger? The system continued. Worst fate combination detected. Demonic energy has latched onto Jong Gunnam's destiny. Gangjam grimaced. Getting involved with him again is going to be a headache. Gangjam rubbed his chin. Should I just kill him now? Before departing, he warned the girls. I'm checking that hill. Keep hunting and stay together so you don't get lost. Yes, sir, Gian chirped. Gangjam gripped his sword and vanished into the brush. They should be fine as long as they stick together. Gunnam was waiting for him. Finally. I've been looking for you, Seo Gang. Gangjam narrowed his eyes. Why? A crystal floated ominously above Gunnam's hand. I think it's time to return the favor. Gunnam's eyes glowed a menacing crimson. I'll pay you back for everything. Gangjam remained unmoved. You think you have the strength for that? You bastard. Gunnam raised his hand, arrogantly unleashing a blinding light. Of course I do. Because I am the main character. Can you hear it? The voice of God Gunnam summoned razor-sharp ice shards, wrapped in freezing aura, grinning like a maniac. Get ready, Seo Gangrim. He launched a volley of ice arrows, screaming, "This is divine power." Seo Gangrim braced his sword, blocking the barrage. He gritted his teeth. I knew it. Gangam recalled Anavikasa's warning, "The gods will be watching your journey into the demon realm." His face darkened, and a cold drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. "You're obsessing over this," he muttered to himself. Suddenly, the system chimed in his mind. Skill activated fate discovery. Just like the start of an awakening manhwa. A status window hovered over the white-haired punk Jong Gunnam. Class human. Rank 1. Apostle of a low-tier god. He smirked, drunk on power. "I'm the main character here. The gods chose me." An ethereal projection appeared Gunnam, kneeling before his deity. In this world, those who bind their souls to the gods are known as mages. Gunnam lost control, summoning thousands of razor-sharp ice shards. Seo Gangrim's eyes narrowed. He realized this power wasn't natural. It was a divine blessing. Seo Gangrim's gaze turned cold. "Lucky me," he thought. "It's just a trash-tier god, probably Jong Gu." He ran his hand along his blade, and roaring flames erupted from the steel. Seo Gangrim analyzed his opponent instantly. His mana pool has expanded, and he's unlocked a new skill. A shard of ice, dripping with freezing aura, shot forward. The system warned him, smallpox, class 1 human skill, borrowing divine power to infect targets with a plague. It was a dirty trick. The moment that skill made contact, the impact zone would be corrupted by disease. Seo Gangrim eyed the infected ice shard and sighed. "If that touches me, I catch smallpox. What a pain." He made a split-second decision. I need to drain his mana first. Boom. He slashed a nearby tree to create chaos and sprinted deep into the forest, leaving a trail of burning timber in his wake. Gunnam pursued him like a madman, launching plague ice missiles. "Running is useless," he screamed as the forest turned into a blazing inferno. Gathering freezing energy into his palms, Gunnam howled at the sky. "Divine punishment will follow you to the ends of the earth." Suddenly, the underbrush exploded. A stampede of red-eyed black boars tore through the clearing, cutting off the path between hunter and prey. The beasts couldn't dodge the barrage. Ice arrows pierced their hides, dropping them instantly. But Gunnam didn't care. His eyes were locked on Seo Gangrim. "Damn it, stand still." Seo Gangrim Gunnam roared, his face twisted in fury. "Out of my way, you filthy pigs." He leaped into the air to clear the herd, but he left himself wide open. Out of nowhere, a massive boar, with gaping jaws, slammed into him, its tusk tearing into his flesh. His face went pale as death. Gunnam coughed up a fountain of blood and crashed into the frozen earth, writhing in agony. The boar lost interest and trotted away. But then, a chilling voice echoed from the void. "I came to see the one blessed by the gods. But this is pathetic. Fitting for a follower of a third-rate god." Hearing the mockery, Gunnam's red eyes widened. He gasped for air, looking up in terror. There was no one there. Panic set in. That wasn't Lord Jong Gu. "Are other constellations watching me?" The voice chuckled darkly. "Watching a human struggle like a worm. It has its charms." Gunnam grit his teeth, digging his nails into the snow in humiliation. "Is this entertainment to you?" he screamed. "Exactly," another voice answered. Schluck. A blade drove deep into Gunnam's shoulder, eliciting a blood-curdling scream. Seo Gangrim sat perched on Gunnam's back, twisting the sword handle. The mysterious voice gasped in amusement. "Oh my. The chosen one has fallen already." Gunnam smashed his head into the ground, his pride shattered. "Master Jong Gu, save me, please." So Gangrim ripped the blade out with a sickening squelch. "Hey Gunnam." Seo Gangrim's eyes were ice cold. "Did you get your revenge?" He pressed the steel against Gunnam's ear, pinning him down. "You've been chasing me for a while now. You knew exactly what the consequences would be, didn't you?" Suddenly, a small figure appeared in the distance. Big brother Seo Gangrim. Seo Gangrim stabbed the sword into the earth. "It's your lucky day, Gunnam." He sheathed his weapon, his voice dripping with menace. "Next time, I won't hesitate to kill you. Clean yourself up." Seo Gangrim turned and jogged toward the girl, his voice softening instantly. "I told you to stay put. Why are you here?" Yunbom ignored the scolding, her face pale with terror. "Brother, it's a disaster. The snow pigs broke loose. They trampled Jian." Seo Gangrim froze. His heart stopped. "What did you say?" Bom screamed through her tears. "He's gone. He disappeared." A dark prophecy echoed in his mind. "Your destiny is shrouded in cursed energy." Memories flashed, teammates injured, friends dead. The curse of Seo Gangrim. His parents were gone. Everyone he walked with ended up in a grave. Seeing his dark expression, Bomb panicked. Seo Gangrim, are you okay? It's my fault, he thought, terror gripping his soul. The malicious voice returned to taunt him. I knew it. You, saving people. Keep dreaming. Seo Gangrim shook off the hallucination and stormed past Bomb. I'm going to find him. Bomb blinked, confused. Huh. She scrambled after him. Wait for me. Seo Gangrim spun around, blocking her path. No. You go back. Now. What? She grabbed his arm, her grip desperate. I'm coming too. Seo Gangrim's voice rose to a shout. If something happens to you too, I can't. Bomb's eyes welled up with tears at his tone. You told me never to go alone. Her hand trembled as she clutched his cloak. How can I go back by myself when Jian might be dying out there? Seo Gangrim sighed, defeated. Fine, but if it gets dark or dangerous, I'm sending you back. Silence. He glared. Answer me. Seeing the fire in her eyes, he relented. All right, let's go. They trudged through the white wasteland, the wind howling around them. Seo Gangrim's mind raced. I don't remember how Goen died in my past life, but if he's in danger, he has to be here. He prayed silently. Please don't be dead. Yunbom looked around fearfully. There are no monsters here, right? Seo Gangrim stayed silent, knowing the grim truth. Low-level monsters don't dare enter a predator's territory. Crack. A strange sound broke the silence. Bomb jumped. What was that? Seo Gangrim grabbed her wrist instantly. This way, he pulled her behind a massive boulder just as a hulking fur-covered shadow emerged from the blizzard. The creature turned its gaze toward their hiding spot. A Yeti. Spectre class level 3. A nightmare that hunts during snowstorms looking for prey worthy of a fight. Gangrim froze, his eyes widening in sheer terror. The silhouette crushed within that snowman's grip. It was none other than Yoon Gyeon. Without warning, Yunbom broke cover. Gangrim reached out in panic, but she was already leveling her pistol straight at the beast. Their movement instantly drew the monster's gaze. Gangrim yanked Yunbom back behind the boulder just in time, leaving the snowman blinking in confusion at the empty space. A faint violet aura shimmered around Gangrim's body. Wait a second, he muttered. Suddenly, a holographic screen flashed. System alert skill Fate Stealer activated. A sigil materialized pulsing from Gangrim to scan the area. Finally, the mechanical voice chimed in. No casualties detected in this zone. Gangrim wiped the cold sweat from his brow, exhaling a heavy sigh of relief. Engaging now would only put her in grave danger, he whispered. His eyes locked onto the retreating back of the colossal snowman as he formulated a plan. It's heading for its lair, he observed, noting the snowboar carcass in its other hand. As they reached a high vantage point, Gangrim instructed. We strike only after it sets Jian down. Yunbom whispered nervously. Do we attack the moment she's free? Gangrim shook his head firmly. No. Survival comes first. We avoid direct combat entirely. He tossed a heavy pistol and 3 rounds to her. Listen carefully. Once Jian is safe on the ground, fire this to draw its aggro. Then run like hell toward the exit. Keep moving and firing. Yunbom stared at the weapon, a flare gun. Gangrim emphasized. Remember, do not engage. Lure it away, then escape. Can I trust you with this? Her eyes hardened with resolve. Absolutely. Good. I'll secure Gyeon while you distract it. With that, he leaped from the icy cliff. Gangrim calculated rapidly in midair. With Yunbom's agility, she can easily outmaneuver that lumbering beast. Plus, this terrain is our ally. Watching through her binoculars, Yunbom saw the creature release its grip. She instantly raised the flare gun, painting the gray sky with a blinding streak of light. The thunderous boom and searing light seized the giant snowman's attention. It gnashed its teeth, fists clenching in primal fury. Just as predicted, the beast ignored its captive and charged toward the light. As Yunbom sprinted away, Gangrim dashed to the fallen girl, shouting, Yoon Gyeon. Open your eyes, come on. He gathered her into his arms, realizing with a sinking heart that she had fallen into a deep coma. I can't force a potion down her throat in this state, he thought. Hoisting her onto his shoulder, he decided I have to get her back to the sanctuary immediately. Suddenly, a massive shadow eclipsed him. Gangrim froze, looking up at a second towering snowman blocking his path. Damn it, a second guardian, this wasn't in the plan. Its eyes burned with crimson bloodlust. As its massive hand descended, Gangrim summoned flames to his palms, lamenting his cursed luck. Why is my luck always rank F? Meanwhile, Yunbom fired another flare. The first snowman slammed its foot down, suddenly halting its chase and turning back towards the lair, leaving her bewildered. What? Why is it stopping? Realization hit her like a truck. Gangrim and Gyeon were still trapped. She frantically fired into the air, screaming to regain its aggro. Hey, where do you think you're going, you ugly freak? I'm over here, turn around. Inside the cavern, the second beast glared at Gangrim. It tossed its previous kill aside and charged. Guess luck isn't a stat, I can level up, Gangrim thought, conjuring a roaring fireball. Flames engulfed his boots, propelling him forward. As the snowman attempted to stomp him flat, Gangrim slid gracefully beneath the crushing blow. He drifted behind the monster, but a thunderous noise from the entrance made his eyes snap open in shock. The first snowman had returned. Gangrim, weighed down by Yoongi-on, now faced a pincer attack from two enraged behemoths. Gritting his teeth, he danced through their brutal strikes with desperate agility. He gently laid Yoongi-on down near the monster's stockpile of timber. His flaming hand ignited the dry wood instantly. Fine, then he smirked internally. I was planning on doing some grinding today anyway. Unsheathing his blade, he whispered. Just hold on a little longer, Jian. His gaze sharpened into a lethal glare. I'll turn these walking snow piles into XP soon enough. The beasts roared, exposing rows of razor-sharp fangs as they charged. The ground shook with their steps, but Gangrim lowered his stance blade, poised for slaughter. Suddenly, he glanced at the terrain, and a wicked grin curled his lips. I see it now. This is a winnable game. He launched himself forward, his blade blazing like a meteor. The system chimed, announcing his ability had spiked to level 18 classic leveling Manhwa progression. The two snowmen smashed their massive fists into the ice, trying to crush him, but Gangrim wove through the destruction as the frozen floor began to crack. Every strike missed its mark. The red-skinned snowman hammered the ground where Gangrim stood, but he was already airborne. He swung his flaming sword in a deadly arc. Vaulting over the red yeti, he targeted the one behind it. With a gravity-defying kick, he slammed the second beast into the first, forcing the red yeti to its knees from the impact. Gangrim didn't hesitate, carving a deep gash into the monster. The blue yeti's eyes widened not from pain, but realization. The ice beneath their combined colossal weight was screaming in protest. With a deafening crack, the floor gave way. One beast plunged instantly into the freezing abyss, while the other desperately clawed at the jagged edge of the ice. A crimson notification flashed in the gloom. System, you have defeated the snowman, a tier 3 demon class. Perfect, Gangrim thought, sticking the landing. The demon realm is full of these treacherous icy landscapes. The memory of Yoon-jion falling into the pit echoed in his mind. Gangrim, I'm down here. And just like that pit, this ice is fragile. He looked down at the remaining monster, struggling for grip. Sorry, but there's no way back up for you. Suddenly, the beast smashed the ice shelf in a final act of spite. The ground vanished beneath Gangrim's feet. Son of a, he cursed as gravity took hold. Abruptly, thick vines and branches shot out, catching him in midair. Gangrim looked up to see a silhouette standing calmly at the edge. Zinsua looked down coolly. If you let your guard down like that, you'll leave this dungeon as a corpse. Hello, Gangrim. Glad I made it in time. Gangrim managed a strained, grateful smile. Thank you, truly. Shinsua smiled, pointing a thumb back. Save your thanks for the one who tracked me down. Behind her, an exhausted Yunbom waved. Grab on, I'll pull you up, Shinsua offered. But Gangrim shook his head, his eyes fixing on the darkness below. No. Lower me down first. There's something down there I need to verify. Ganglim arrived, just as Yunbomi screamed in panic. Ji-on, Yoon-ji-on, please open your eyes. But the girl lay there motionless as a doll. Ganglim rushed forward, his heart pounding in his chest. Am I too late? He gritted his teeth, refusing to accept it. Can we truly never fight against the destiny carved into our souls at birth? Xinhua stood by, paralyzed with fear. But then, a faint groan broke the silence. Yoon-jion gripped her sister's arm, shivering violently. It is so cold. Can you turn up the heater, sis? Seeing her wake up, joy exploded between Xinhua and Yunbomi, but Jian just blinked, confused. Where are we? Xinhua screamed. You are alive. Yoon-jion is alive. The girl tilted her head. Of course I am alive. Was I supposed to die? Hearing this, Ganglim froze in his tracks. The system announced that the white tiger necromancer's aura had vanished from her body. Meanwhile, the sisters bickered affectionately in true system Manhwa fashion. You idiot, you are hurt, you big dummy. A notification flashed on the holographic interface. A destiny has been altered. Ganglim rushed over, his eyes going wide as he read the glowing text of this leveling manhwa. Destiny alteration activated. Seo Ganglim's destiny class has evolved from insect tier 3 to insect tier 2. His status window materialized in thin air. Seo Ganglim. Class insect tier 2. Attribute fire. Destiny discovery dragon tier 3. Destiny plunder dragon tier 1. Skill firebird insect tier 2. Skill shed skin. Demon Tier 3. Ganglim stared in disbelief. Impossible. I thought destiny classes were set in stone. Suddenly Yoon Bomi launched herself at him, hugging him tight. Jian is alive because of you. Her ears turned beet red, and her voice dropped to a shy whisper. Thank you. Ganglim swiped the status window away, his gaze softening as he watched Bomi wipe her tears. I will worry about the complex stuff later. Nearby Xinhua checked on the younger twin. How do you feel? Jian replied. It hurts less now, but that pill was way too huge. Ganglim chuckled, patting Bomi's head. The most important thing in this manhwa recap was that the girl was safe. I am just glad Yoon Jian is okay. But far away from this warm reunion, Gunnam was sprinting desperately through the snowy mountains, a dark voice echoing in his mind. Are you all right? What should I do? What should I do? Wait, let me try something. Gunnam shot a middle finger at the sky, screaming in rage. You scammer. What kind of god are you? I never should have trusted a sick, twisted deity like you. Suddenly the voice warned, Hey, you are going too far. Gunnam froze, then gasped. Huh, young master Qiango? No, wait. He spun around and saw Doc Gojun. His eyes popped out. Doc Gojun stuck in an icy crevice. Gunnam began begging. Save me, please. Seo Gangrim attacked me, so I had to run. That bastard is the real villain. You need to stop this nonsense about hidden awakeners and justice. Let us defeat that jerk together. You said we had the same goal, right? Doc Gojun looked down at him with cold indifference. If you were the main character, you would handle this easily. Yet you lost to Seo Gangrim. Gunnam kept yelling. He is just a coward, Jun sighed, completely unimpressed. He cut Gunnam off. I thought you were hiding your true power, because I was watching. But now, I guess you are not the protagonist after all. Gunnam lay flat on the snow, eyes wide with desperation. I told you I am the main character, so save me already. Jun interrupted with a sharp question. If you are the protagonist, surely you can escape a simple hole on your own right. Gunnam went blank. What he started stammering, panic setting in. No, I am not the protagonist, so please just pull me out. Jun raised an eyebrow. Oh, you are not. His eyes turned icy sharp. If you are not the main character, then why should I waste my time on you? Seeing Jun walk away, panic consumed him. Wait, Doc Gojun, do not leave me. Save me. Hey, you psycho bastard, come back. His pathetic screams echoed across the frozen peaks. Meanwhile, Ganglim was dancing with death. His sword flashed, decapitating monsters with every strike. But for every one he felled, 2 more took its place. He was being overrun. After slaughtering the last beast, he wiped the blood from his blade in silence. Suddenly, a cheerful voice rang out. Brother Ganglim, we are all done over here. It was Yoon Jian. I did everything. Big brother Yoon Bomi laughed, exposing the lie immediately. Yeah, right, I was the support fire. Jian pouted and argued back. What are you saying? You only fired 1 shot while I... Suddenly, Ganglim's eyes widened in horror. Get down, he roared. A blade slashed through the air, right where they stood. Yoon Bomi shouted angrily. What the hell? Who are you? The attacker ignored her, her cold gaze fixed on one target, Seo Gangrim. Byung's eyes were filled with killing intent. Hand over Seo Gangrim, and I will grant you a painless death. In response, Yoon Bomi raised her rifle without hesitation. Behind her, Yoon Jian drew her bowstring taut. What kind of crazy nonsense are you spouting? Seeing the twins ready to fight, Ganglim panicked. No, stop it. Byung raised her massive sword. Ganglim screamed Bomi Jian. He sprinted toward them, ignoring the monsters clawing at his back. Stop. But then a shadow rose. A cold, sharp claw gripped his face, yanking him backward with irresistible force. Thousands of rotting hands burst from the earth, seizing his legs. He could only watch in horror as the blade descended on Yoon Bomi and Yoon Jian. They lay broken on the ground, their dying eyes wide, staring straight into his soul. The accusation in their gaze was clear. Why did you have to appear in our lives? We could have lived peacefully, if not for you. Ganglim struggled against the shadows, tears streaming down his face. Why? Why didn't you save us? We never should have let you into the Flying Tiger Guild, a dark voice whispered in his ear. Do not forget Seo Gangrim. Suddenly, a ghostly Bomi appeared on his shoulder, whispering coldly, You killed us. Splash. The sound of running water brought him back. Ganglim gripped the sink, his knuckles white. It was just a nightmare. He splashed cold water on his face, forcing himself to breathe. That future will not happen. I will never let it repeat. But his expression darkened. Was that dream an omen of the awakening manhwa tragedy waiting for him? As he recalled the smiling faces of Yoon Bomi and Yoon Jian, the system chimed with a notification. Yoon Bomi views you as a savior. The destiny of Seo Gangrim and Yoon Bomi has begun to intertwine. Yoon Jian views you as a savior. The destiny of Seo Gangrim and Yoon Jian has begun to intertwine. Gangrim let the water run his heart heavy. I need to keep my distance from them. Suddenly, Yoon Bomi peeked out from behind the door, her voice trembling. Brother, do you hate us? Gangrim's voice was cold as ice. I have business to attend to. Hearing this, Yoon Bom snapped back instantly. But big sister Shin Sua is going too. Gangrim frowned, his inner thoughts racing. They've gotten close to Shin Sua. I don't need to babysit them anymore, he replied calmly. That's good. She is an exceptional person. But Yeonbom wasn't having it. Then, you have to come too, Gangrim sighed, offering a compromise to the pouting girl. Yeah, next time. With that, he slammed the door shut, leaving Yeonjeon staring at the wood in confusion. Has Gangrim been distancing himself from us since that day? Yeonbom muttered. He must have his reasons. They descended the stairs, signaling a big X to Shinsua waiting below. Shinsua sighed helpless against his stubbornness. Nothing we can do. Let's head to the 4th room ourselves. She reached out, pushing open the shimmering mystical gate. Behind her, Yeonbom and Yeonjeon gripped their weapons. As they stepped through the pristine scenery of the Sword Forest room, the 4th training ground left them completely stunned. The clear condition here hunt monsters and harvest soul gems within this deadly maze. The target was 1,000 gems. Yeonbom's eyes lit up. A forest finally. The air is so fresh here, Yeonjeon added. But Shinsua's instincts screamed danger. Be careful, something is coming. Yeonbom instantly drew her pistols, shouting into the void. Is it a monster? Where is it? Shinsua raised her blade to deflect a falling golden leaf. But as she raised her other hand, a simple leaf sliced her skin open like a razor. Shinsua's face darkened. No, it's not a monster. In this room, the forest itself is the predator. A holographic map and portal appeared. The Sword Forest room was a demon realm of infinite trees. An endless loop reached the edge, and you warp right back to the start. Fragile twigs suddenly hardened into diamond-tough crystal under the sun. Yeonbom adjusted her grip, staring at the daunting quest board. 1,000 souls. This is going to be a grind. Shinsua scanned the perimeter, her guard at max level. Let's secure the perimeter first. Yeonbom crossed her arms, taking charge. Stick together so we don't get lost. Yeon Gyeon waved her off. I'm not a kid. But Yeonbom snapped. Gangrim said, we stick together. Yeon Gyeon's shoulders slumped. It would be so cool if he were here. Yeonbom nodded, her voice softening. Yeah, it would. Listening to them, Shinsua thought bitterly. He really is good to those kids. She recalled her own conversations with Gangrim, the crushing realization that she still wasn't strong enough. Are you planning to risk your life to save others? His words echoed. Saving people is a luxury only the strong can afford. Shinsua's expression turned grim. She rubbed her chin, analyzing him. He doesn't show it with words, but his core is good. Suddenly, Yeonbom shouted, something's over there. Shinsua spun around, weapon ready. She saw Yeon Gyeon wandering deeper into the brush. Gyeon, stop. The girl looked down curiously. At her feet, a thick trail of fresh crimson blood stained the grass. Meanwhile, Gangrim sat in his room, chin resting on his hand as he stared at the egg. Geez. The egg cracked open, revealing a mouth full of razor-sharp fangs. It's even uglier than the rumors. The item description popped up, unknown egg. Classification determined upon hatching. It required time and care, a classic mechanic in a leveling manhwa like this. Its appearance would evolve based on its diet. The result was a complete gamble. A mystery box that could spawn one of 6 different beasts. This was the hidden reward he'd secured after slaughtering the snowman. An unknown egg, the 11th monster type. What it became depended entirely on what he fed it. Gangrim wrapped the egg in cloth, a plan forming. I know exactly what I want from this. No random feeding. It's not that I'm scared of being bitten. He smirked. This wasn't the only loot I grabbed. He recalled the image of the 2 massive snowmen collapsing into the abyss and the sweet sound of the system notification. You have defeated the Tier 3 demon-class snowman. A pale purple aura erupted from his body. He thrust his sword into the empty air, activating his cheat skill. Usurp destiny. Plunder ability. Battle instinct. And finally, plunder water attribute. The status window flickered. Salang Rim. Insect class Tier 2. Fire attribute. Gangrim commanded change attribute to water. The system obeyed instantly, rewriting his very nature. Gangrim's eyes widened as power flooded his veins. The logic was simple yet absolute. Water conquers fire. The restriction was unlocked. He checked his stats. The penalties vanished. Salang Rim. Insect class Tier 2. Water attribute. He was back at full power. Sitting on his bed, cradling the egg, he mused, I couldn't buy a decent weapon in the ice room because I spent everything on water attribute food. But the good news, now I can just steal attributes directly. He grinned. I'll buy my new gear in the next demon realm. Fire will be useful there, so I'll need to swap again. Moments later, he stepped through the portal, materializing in the fourth door. The system announced entry check. Gangrim, you have entered the Sword Forest room. Suddenly, a dark, raspy voice echoed. The ice room was boring. Maybe this one will be better. The voice ignored Gangrim rambling to itself. Probably not. These guys are still total noobs. Well, watching rookies grow is its own kind of fun. Gangrim's brow twitched, blabbering the second I walk in. What kind of class talks like that? He tapped his interface, muttering, Disable communication. The mysterious voice gasped. Huh. I think he found us. Gangrim pondered. What should I call these nuisances? Little ghost spirits. Another voice chimed in. He's not even surprised. How rude. A system alert flashed insufficient mental power to block. The mysterious entities watched Gangrim's actions with amusement. He's got guts, this one. Gangrim. Do you want to own me? Gangrim scowled, pure irritation on his face. The system dinged. The Guardian of the Sword Forest offers you ownership rights. Gangrim read the text, realizing the truth. This must be the land spirit of this demon realm. He immediately summoned the shop window. The lore of the Sword Forest scrolled by. Land spirits were local gods managing specific zones. With ownership, you could become stronger than anyone within that specific deity's territory. A massive buff. But Gangrim narrowed his eyes. A land spirit is bound to the land. Once I leave this place, the power is useless. He calculated rapidly. This place is a maze. I don't need a god. I just need to not get lost. He spoke a single command, purchase item. Instantly, a scroll materialized in his hand. The notification chimed, You have purchased the Demon Realm map. Gangrim unfurled the scroll with a confident snap. This is all I need to dominate this path. Text floated from the system map activated. Exploration, 1%. The holographic map projected into the air, revealing a small hidden spatial gate nearby. Gangrim analyzed the holographic map, his eyes narrowing. Currently, he could only see the rough sketches of the terrain. But those small dots blinking on the interface, they marked the open gates to the demon realm. However, the system was cunning. The more he explored the area, the more locations would be revealed on his minimap. The system was practically screaming that multiple gateways to hell had opened nearby. Gangrim fell into deep thought. Am I approaching the fourth sector? He recalled the transfer gate at the Trainee Protection Agency. The entire map was designed like a battle royale divided into distinct zones for a reason. It was a cruel setup typical of this awakening manhwa. As trainees died off in the outer rooms, survivors from other sectors would be forced together. A raid wasn't just about monsters. It was a collision course for humanity. Suddenly, the system interface flashed gold. The marker changed. He was officially in Sector 2. The constellation guardian of the Sword Forest whispered in his mind. Gangrim, is there something you desire? I can assist you. If you simply accept my sponsorship. Gangrim ignored the voice, calmly putting his map away. He knew the truth. The system controlled the population to force a deathmatch. They were just pawns on a chessboard. The Guardian pressed him again, desperate for a contract. Can you hear me? Mortal Gangrim's refusal was colder than ice. He shut the offer down instantly. I have no intention of becoming your puppet. Give it up. But the system wasn't done with him yet. A barrage of notifications flooded his vision. A new constellation, Lord of 10,000 Flames, had activated a divine item, Trace of the Gods. A majestic message was about to broadcast. Suddenly, a blinding crimson light exploded in Gangrim's face. His eyes went wide as the sheer pressure of the aura washed over him. From the flames, a muscular figure with hair like burning magma materialized. The entity reached out a hand, his voice booming like thunder. The Pyro Monarch offers you a pact. Will you accept his divine ownership? Glowing golden text hovered in the air, radiating power. Gangrim stood stunned by the intensity. The Pyro Monarch declared that compared to him, the other connected gods were nothing but flickering candles. The man with the burning orange hair made his pitch. The Monarch says he can take a human with fire attributes and turn them into a legend that transcends limits. Gangrim let out a long, weary sigh. Well, that's surprisingly touching. He glanced at his status window. Considering I'm just a lowly insect class trash mob right now. Status check, Gangrim. Class Insect Tier 2. Attribute Fire. Despite the temptation, his will was iron. I still won't accept it. The Monarch was confused. Why do you hesitate, mortal? This is a golden opportunity, the god insisted. But then a chilling text appeared. The Lord of 10,000 Flames is watching you. Suddenly, a massive disruption. A giant mutant grasshopper burst from the undergrowth. Gangrim didn't flinch. With a single fluid motion, his sword sang through the air. Green blood sprayed like a fountain as the beast was cleaved in two. He dug into the carcass and retrieved a glowing soul gem. Count 36 out of 1,000. I need 1,000 of these to advance, he calculated. In this leveling, Manhwa efficiency was key. He didn't need to kill 1,000 enemies. He just needed high-quality souls. Different ranks yielded different values. The monster codex appeared before him. Target 1,000 soul gems. Tier 3, Insect Giant Worm. Tier 2, Insect Blade Mantis. Tier 3, Humanoid Little Devil. The hierarchy of power was clear. Gangrim sheathed his blade with the grace of a master. In his past life, he had struggled to kill even a few mantises due to his lack of skill. But this time was different. He was a predator. Each little devil is worth 10 gems, he muttered. I won't waste time on trash mobs. Suddenly, his boot squelched into something wet. He looked down. A fresh pool of blood. A trap. No, this wasn't a trap. Gangrim scanned the clearing, and his blood ran cold. The area was littered with the dismembered corpses of giant grasshoppers. Someone else had been here. Why is there so much blood? Doubt crept into his mind. Could it be him? An image flashed in his memory. A terrifying figure, wearing a lion mask, a sword dripping with slaughter. Fear primal and raw gripped Gangrim's heart. That psychopath. He's already started his hunt. The trauma of his past life came rushing back. The memory of fighting that beast alongside Shin Sua. In the previous timeline, Gangrim had been the target of a masked serial killer. Shin Sua had saved his wretched life because they were in the same zone. But the cost, oh God, the cost was too high. The memory played vividly, the killer's blade deflecting, then slashing horizontally across Shin Sua's face. Blood spraying into the air. She had sacrificed her eye to save a weakling like him. He remembered holding her trembling body, panic consuming him. Back then, he had run. He fled back to the safety of the guardian room like a coward, his mind racing with excuses. I ran away. And I never found out who was behind that mask. Was the killer only targeting Shin Sua and Doc Gojun's group? Gangrim sprinted through the forest, his mind sharpening. He wouldn't let history repeat itself. If that blood belongs to them. He burst into a clearing and froze. Yoon-gil was lying unconscious on the ground. She was surrounded by a group of strangers. Panic flared in Gangrim's chest. He saw a man holding a strange vial, kneeling over her defenseless body. Yoon-gil's expression was twisted in pain. It overlapped with the look of terror she wore in his past life. Something inside Gangrim snapped. Rage blazed in his eyes like wildfire. He launched himself forward, sword raised. Get the hell away from her. His roar shook the forest. The man with the vial jumped back, terrified by the sudden killing intent. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, Manager Gongdu sat in a dark meeting room. Has the trainee who vanished in the ice room returned? No, sir. Trainee Seo Gangrim is still missing. Gongdu tapped the table coldly. Then, assume he's dead. Mark it. A subordinate sighed. I had high hopes for him. He was the first to clear the Hellfire room. In this cruel system, potential meant nothing without survival. Anavi, his assistant, spoke up softly. Shouldn't we send a search party? Gongdu cut her off instantly. Don't be foolish. We cannot interfere with the demon realm's logic. Before they entered the first gate, they all signed the death waiver. Anavi frowned, the cold bureaucracy settling heavily on her shoulders. To them, lives were just numbers. Gongdu checked the monitors. Anyway, regarding the next demon zone, someone has already cleared the room. His voice rose in anger. It's someone from Sector 1 again. He slammed his hand down. The first clear. No matter the zone, it must belong to our faction. We cannot lose to Sector 1. The corporate war was just as vicious as the battlefield. Gongdu noticed Anavi's dark expression. Anavi, why do you torment yourself with this job? If you mourn every single death you'll break. You know the truth. Even if it wasn't him, someone else would have died. Anavi looked up, her eyes, serious. That's not what I'm thinking about. Gongdu paused. What Anavi hesitated, then revealed the secret she had uncovered. I was organizing the files for the other sectors. And I found something disturbing. Her voice dropped to a whisper, trembling with horror. I cross-referenced the data, hidden among the trainees. There is an active serial killer. Back in the forest, steel-kissed skin. Gangrim held his blade against the stranger's throat. Step away from Yoon-gil. Now, the man threw his hands up. Wait, calm down, let's talk about this. A golden aura shimmered around Gangrim. The system activated his special ability, Destiny Sight. Information flooded his brain. Target Nam Woo Jun. Class Human Tier 3. Attribute Fire. The man held up the vial desperately. We're helping her recover. This is just an antidote I bought from the shop. Please put the weapon down. Behind Nam Woo Jun, his party members stood frozen. A mix of Tier 2 and Tier 3 fighters. Gangrim realized the situation might be more complex than he thought. Yoon Gi-on writhed on the cold ground, gasping for air in agony. Seo Gangrim's eyes locked onto her, and the leveling Manhwa system interface materialized instantly. Target Yoon Gi-on. Class First Tier Metal Dragon. Status Poisoned. Paralyzed. Watching the kid struggle against death, Seo Gangrim's mind raced. That guy was right. She didn't just need rest. She needed a high-grade antidote, and she needed it now. Still, his instincts screamed danger. How can I trust these strangers? He thought, gripping his weapon. I need to get her out of here. Suddenly, Shin Sua rushed to his side. Appa, wait. They aren't enemies. Seo Gangrim's cold gaze shifted to Shin Sua, then explained this situation. The woman standing behind Shin Sua stepped forward, her aura, imposing yet calm. Allow me to clarify. Your friend stepped into a trap we set for hunting beasts, she admitted, her voice steady. We had no idea anyone from another zone would be here. For that, we sincerely apologize. This was Do Hyun. The system tagged her as a second-tier demon-class metal attribute, a guardian of the Do clan. We brought him here to treat him, she added, gesturing to the fallen boy. I just returned from disarming the rest of the traps in the perimeter to prevent any more accidents. Do Hyun was clearly the trapper, a first-tier human-class skill. The higher the tier, the more traps she could deploy, luring prey automatically without the need for bait. Seo Gangrim frowned internally. The killer I'm tracking is also an expert in poison and traps. This woman was dangerous, likely the strongest here, possessing her own guardian spirit. His eyes shifted to Yoo-jun, who was administering the antidote to Gi-on. But if we're talking about abilities, Seo Gangrim analyzed, that guy is even more suspicious. A sneaker, with a third-tier human-class ability. Stealth Breath. By stopping his breathing, he becomes completely invisible until he exhales. Knowing this only deepened Seo Gangrim's paranoia, but was the guy too weak to hurt Shin Sua? Moments later, Yoon Gi-on's eyes fluttered open. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Seo Gangrim nodded sharply. All right then. I still don't know which one is the killer, he thought, so I have to stay on guard. He turned to the healer. Is the treatment finished? Yoo-jun nodded. Yes, it's done. I'll carry her. Seo Gangrim hoisted Yoon Gi-on onto his own back, refusing the help. Even if they aren't the killer, he mused. Traveling with people from Zone 4 is walking a tightrope over a cliff. Night fell as the four of them set up camp in the dense forest. Shin Sua worked on sparking a fire. It gets dark so fast here, she murmured. Yoon Bom clung tightly to Shin Sua's arm, trembling. The little girl laughed nervously. I've never slept out in the wild before. Suddenly, Yoo-jun popped up behind her. What a scaredy cat. Bom bristled at the insult. Aren't you scared? He teased. This place is crawling with monsters. While Yoon Gi-on pondered the danger, a ball wrapped in magical flames rolled into their circle. What is that? Shin Sua gasped. Seo Gangrim didn't look up. It repels monsters. I picked it up from the system store. The twins stared at him with wide sparkling eyes. You know so much, Yoon Bom chirped. You're strong and smart. Hey, about that. Can you accept me as your disciple? Seo Gangrim blinked, completely thrown off. My what? Yoon Gi-on immediately cut in. Appa, me too, I'm way better than her. I asked first, Bom yelled. The twins erupted into a full-blown argument. I'm definitely stronger, Gi-on shot back. Is that so? Well, I have 2 more soul gems than you. I stole a whole bunch of kills from you. Seo Gangrim watched the chaos, a headache forming. So noisy, he thought. Finally, he snapped. Listen, brats. I'm not teaching anyone, so cut it out. Suddenly, a disembodied voice echoed in his mind, startling him. Why don't you join them, Seo Gangrim? He stood up abruptly. Shin Sua looked up confused. Appa, where are you going? Bom asked. Seo Gangrim didn't look back. It's too loud here, he muttered coldly, walking away. I'm sleeping elsewhere. Don't bother waiting for me. His sudden coldness left the trio in stunned silence. Once out of sight, Seo Gangrim buried his face in his hand. What the hell am I doing? He groaned. I already decided to keep my distance from them. He sighed and pulled out the mysterious egg he had wrapped up earlier that morning. I still have work to do, he muttered. He held a twig up to the egg's mouth. All right. You must be starving by now. Here, eat up. Immediately, a system notification dinged. The unknown egg has rejected this item. The egg angrily spat the leaf out. The unknown egg demands meat. The unknown egg declares a hunger strike. Seo Gangrim ignored the demands and shoved the branch back into its mouth. I said eat. Eat. The interface flickered. Growth status 0.4%. 4%. That's it. Seo Gangrim gritted his teeth. Eat more. Later, perched high on a branch overlooking the camp, the mysterious voices returned to tease him. Seo Gangrim, why did you come back? You must really care about your teammates. I know what this is. He's a total tsundere. What is a tsundere? The voices chattered, overlapping like a live stream chat. It means he acts cold on the outside, but is warm and fuzzy on the inside. Just tell a tsundere that potatoes are the best, and they'll bring you a whole basket. I get it now. That is definitely Seo Gangrim. Seo Gangrim clenched his fist, veins popping. I need to level up fast and turn this damn chat function off. He sat back against the trunk, exhaling sharply while the voices continued their commentary. He could be down there with them, but he pushed them away again. Hey, that's just the Seo Gangrim style. It makes this manhwa recap even more spicy. Down by the campfire, Seo rested her chin on her hand, smiling warmly as the twins bickered. Jian, why are you so careless? Stop nagging me, I'm already reflecting on my actions. One of the voices in Seo Gangrim's head hushed the others. Quiet, everyone, I can't hear what Seo Gangrim's teammates are saying. Below, Yunbom scolded her sister. You shouldn't just think you need to act. Hearing this, a wave of nostalgia hit Seo Gangrim. They remind me of the Flying Tiger Guild, he thought. Yu Harong, and I used to fight just like that. He looked at Shinsua's gentle expression. And Shinsua, she always used to watch us with that same smile. The memory brought a faint, bittersweet smile to his lips. That was our daily life. Back before everything changed. Things are going to get chaotic soon, he mused, leaning his head back against the rough bark. But maybe this awakening manhwa life will be just as lively. It was a moment of peace. Warm. Sweet. Suddenly, a sickly sweet aroma drifted on the wind. Seo Gangrim's eyes snapped open. His brow furrowed. Wait. This sweet scent. In the shadows, a maw full of razor-sharp teeth drooled. Something else had caught the scent, a predator. 3 massive bears burst from a spatial rift. Drawn by the allure of the aroma, they thundered toward the unsuspecting trio at the campfire. Seo Gangrim launched himself from the tree heavens. Shinsua gasped, seeing the shadow descend. Seo Gangrim. He didn't waste a breath on words. His blade flashed, slicing through the air to intercept the threat. Are you looking for something? Gangrim's expression instantly darkened into a scowl. He interrogated her. Shinsua, did anyone step out of the safe zone while I was gone? No, she replied, shaking her head. Gangrim crouched down, retrieving a peach that was radiating an overwhelming, sickly sweet aroma. He stared at the fruit in his hand and pressed on. Then did anyone pass by this area? A holographic status window popped up. Item Demon Peach. Tier 3 Insect Class. A trap item beloved by demons for its scent, though it possessed absolutely no taste. Gangrim scanned the path ahead. It was paved with these monster-luring fruits. There are no peach trees around here, he deduced coldly. Someone planted these on purpose. We're dealing with a deranged killer. He stashed the demon peach in his inventory, his mind racing. Is it that bastard with the invisibility skill? Yunbom spoke up from behind. Actually, Doc Gojun passed by earlier. Gangrim whipped his head around, his curiosity peaked. Doc Gojun. Isn't he the stranger from the other district? Yes. About an hour ago, Yunbom confirmed, then asked nervously. Why did he do something wrong? He gave us a really nasty look. Gangrim thought to himself in disbelief. Doc Gojun is the murderer. He remained on high alert. Who knew what a psychopath was thinking? He turned back to the group. Someone scattered fruits here, specifically designed to attract high-level demons. Shinsua immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. You mean, someone is trying to lead us into a death trap? Yunbom looked around in confusion. Who would do such a thing? Gangrim's voice dropped an octave. Who knows? But one thing is certain. His eyes sharpened with intensity. We can't trust anyone, not a single soul. Gangrim commanded the trio, I'm going to dispose of these peaches. But watching from the shadows of a distant tree, the lion mask killer was already observing them. Gangrim's instincts screamed. He noticed the nearby bears looking confused, staring at empty space. I definitely sensed a presence, he thought, but it vanished into thin air. Elsewhere, Doc Gojun swung his blade with a bored expression, blood splattering across his face. This is so dull, he thought, walking deeper into the forest, leaving a trail of carnage behind him. Doc Gojun sighed, completely fed up. This script is garbage. It's like a boring leveling manhwa with no real rivals or allies. Even the gods aren't watching me. I'm just farming trash mobs. He looked up at the sky in frustration, an existential crisis hitting him. What is my role in this world anyway? Suddenly, he recalled the conversation between the twins. How is Gangrim so strong? I never thought he could defeat the snow demon single-handedly. He frowned, testing the name on his tongue. Gangrim. Doc Gojun was shook. He defeated a boss-tier monster I haven't even seen yet. I was the first to clear the ice room, but he's already saving people. Doubt gnawed at him. How could a guy with that kind of power get beaten by Jong Gunnam in the Hell Room? It doesn't add up. Then it clicked. Wait a minute. What if directing my attention to Jong Gunnam was all part of Gangrim's master plan? Remembering Gangrim's sharp calculating gaze, Doc Gojun's mind raced with possibilities. What if Gangrim is actually a regressor from the future? That would explain it. He knows all the hidden pieces, the strategies, and the rewards. He's avoiding me so he can hog all the legendary loot for himself. His eyes blazed with excitement. The puzzle pieces finally fit. Doc Gojun sprinted forward, a manic grin spreading across his face. I need to find Gangrim right now. Meanwhile, Gangrim unfolded a map he had purchased from the system shop. Exploration progress, 35%. He followed the coordinates, heading deeper into the unknown. The Guardian's voice echoed in his head. Hey, are you going hunting? You've only collected 200 soul gems. Why do you keep staring at that map? Navigation is my specialty, you know. Make a contract with me, Gangrim replied, dryly ignoring the sales pitch. You didn't even tell me who planted those demon peaches. The Guardian coughed awkwardly at the rebuttal. Well, we couldn't see them either. Gangrim rolled up the map, skepticism written all over his face. I highly doubt that. The Guardian pressed on, unable to contain its curiosity. But what are you looking for? Is it that thing? What is it? Tell me. It's a secret. Gangrim cut him off. Suddenly, a system notification flashed. Concentration maintained for extended period. Sense stat has leveled up to 25. Your perception is being sharpened. The moment the notification cleared, Gangrim's eyes widened. He caught a scent on the wind, the unmistakable metallic tang of human blood. A faint purple aura began to radiate from his body. Gangrim scanned the area as the system chimed. Ability activated, Fate Plunder. Searching for deceased subjects in range. Grip tightening on his sword, he cautiously approached a body on the ground. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. Danger. Gangrim swung his sword, instinctively blocking a lethal strike from a masked assailant in the split second before impact. Sparks flew as steel clashed against steel, the screech of metal piercing the air. The system updated deceased subjects in range 0. The masked man shouted audaciously. If you see someone collapsed, you should check their pulse, not swing a sword at them. Gangrim roared back. Shut up, you murderous piece of trash. A crack appeared on the assassin's mask, where Gangrim's heavy blow had connected. The attacker reached up and discarded the broken mask, revealing his face with a smirk. You found me sooner than expected. How did you know I killed them? Gangrim froze, recognizing the face. The boy spoke casually. You realize I can't leave any witnesses, right? The murderer's status window flickered into view. Name Nam Woojun. Human class tier 3. Fire attribute. Title, The Fear of Life and Death. Madness swirled in Woojun's eyes as he launched another assault. Isn't that right? System warning. Murderous motivation skill detected. User absorbs stats from players killed by their own hand. This power accumulates massive karma. Gangrim gritted his teeth, struggling to hold his ground. Damn it, this bastard's stats have doubled since the last time I saw him. Woojun put his weight into the blade, flinging Gangrim backward. Gangrim shouted in fury. How many people have you slaughtered to get this strong? Woojun laughed maniacally at the question. Oh, you can tell I've killed a lot. Gangrim's gaze turned icy, staring daggers at the psychopath. Are you proud of that? Was hunting demons not enough for you? Woojun shrugged nonchalantly. Hunting demons is fun, sure. I tried to keep a low profile. He clutched his chest, looking overly proud. But Lord Nachen gave me this power to kill humans. It would be a waste not to use it right. Hearing this twisted logic, Gangrim gripped his sword hilt until his knuckles turned white. Is that your only reason? Seeing Gangrim's rage only amused the killer further. Why are you so angry? Imagine if you had a hidden ability that only activated when you murdered people. Woojun's body began to blur like a mirage, his voice dripping with malice. You would end up exactly like me. Seo Gangrim shifted into a combat stance, his brow furrowed in irritation. You speak as if the world follows your logic, but you couldn't be more wrong. Suddenly, the system Manhwa interface flashed. A familiar sensation from that fateful day began to awaken. Seo Gangrim stared at the shimmering distortion before him, his mind racing. A stealth user. He focused, analyzing the phenomenon. It wasn't true disappearance, merely a skill that rendered the body transparent to the naked eye. While Seo Gangrim calculated, the enemy didn't vanish. His killing intent betrayed him. Yuzujun materialized instantly behind his back. But Seo Gangrim remained calm. Did you really think I couldn't sense you? Steel sang against steel as Seo Gangrim parried the strike effortlessly. Oh, you blocked that, Yuzujun scoffed. Not bad. In a flash, he flickered behind Seo Gangrim again, his voice booming. Do you have a death wish? Yuzujun brought his blade down with a vicious arc, his eyes manic. If I slaughter you right here, just imagine how much power I'll absorb. Seo Gangrim gritted his teeth. I can't let this drag on. Anxiety crept in. He was about to unleash a power he had never tested before. His mind flashed back to the frozen wasteland, where he felled the twin ice giants, and the dormant ability he had plundered from their corpses. Combat instinct, 3rd rank demon class. His fighting spirit began to boil like magma. In this leveling Manhwa world, the mechanics were absolute. The stronger the opponent, the more drastic the user's stat amplification becomes. The greater the power gap, the higher the multiplier. Suddenly, Seo Gangrim's irises ignited with a menacing crimson-pink glow. The system chimed combat skill activated. Condition met opponent power level, exceeds user. Yuzujun froze his eyes, widening in shock as he witnessed the terrifying transformation taking place before him. As the system notifications cascaded, a terrifying aura erupted around Seo Gangrim, suffocating the very air. Witnessing this monstrous pressure, Yuzujun stepped back in horror. What the hell? Where is this coming from? Seo Gangrim's eyes went void of emotion, staring into nothingness. You are strong, he stated coldly. Yuzujun trembled. The entire atmosphere of the battlefield had shifted in an instant. Seo Gangrim slashed forward his mind, consumed by a dark hypothesis. If I kill a predator stronger than myself. Yuzujun desperately blocked the barrage, summoning flames with his free hand to counter. But Seo Gangrim didn't relent. He drove a heavy fist straight into Yuzujun's face, a twisted thought echoing in his mind. Then the rush. The pleasure. It will be exquisite, won't it? A moment of distraction cost him a blade sliced across Seo Gangrim's chest. But he didn't falter. He pinned Yuzujun to the dirt. You bastard, Yuzujun spat. But as he saw the murderous glint in Seo Gangrim's eyes and the sword raised for the final strike, terror took over. Get off me. Suddenly, Goen burst from the foliage behind them, waving cheerfully like they weren't in a death match. Hey Seo Gangrim, I'm here to save the day. The sudden intrusion snapped Seo Gangrim out of his trance. He turned his gaze, locking onto the radiant aura of power enveloping Goen. What is that energy? A twisted grin formed on Seo Gangrim's face. Another strong prey. Without hesitation, he abandoned Yuzujun and lunged at Goen with blinding speed. Goen, seeing his ally charge him, panicked. Whoa, is this a violent hazing ritual for teammates? He instantly realized Seo Gangrim wasn't himself. As he raised his sword to catch the heavy blow, Goen shouted, Hey, what am I supposed to do here? Suddenly, Seo Gangrim lowered his blade, his voice hollow. You are drowning in a battle that isn't yours, and losing your mind. Goen seized the opening. He slammed a massive fist into Seo Gangrim's shoulder. Let me knock some sense back into you. Seo Gangrim crumpled to the ground. Goen grinned. There. Are we back to normal? Watching Yuzujun scramble away like a frightened rat, Goen shrugged. The villain is fleeing. Probably better to let the trash take itself out. Meanwhile, Seo Gangrim retrieved a recovery pill from his inventory. You all right there? Goen probed, leaning in. We are officially comrades now, right? Seo Gangrim ignored the chatter, popping the pill into his mouth to jumpstart his recovery. His eyes sharp as daggers, Seo Gangrim replied coldly. Find someone else. Goen didn't even flinch. He shrugged nonchalantly. But I like you. Everyone else is just background decoration. Useless NPCs. Goen picked up Seo Gangrim's fallen sword, inspecting it. Zero personality. Boring design. Nothing to write home about. He tossed the weapon back to Seo Gangrim. I want to reach the #1 spot with you. Seeing Seo Gangrim's gloomy expression, Goen persisted. So come on. Let's bury the hatchet. Deep in the forest, Yuzujun, still in his stealth form, sprinted for his life. Terror widened his eyes. Damn it. That monster, I have to eliminate the target no matter what. But there are 2 of them now, and both are monsters. Panic set in. What do I do? Suddenly, a group of players emerged ahead. Hey, where did Yuzujun go? Seeing fresh prey, a twisted cunning smile crept onto Yuzujun's face. I just need more power. And here it is. He deactivated stealth and waved. I'm over here. The group sighed in relief. Yuzujun. Thank God we were worried sick. One member pointed back. We found a corpse nearby. Someone's hunting in these woods. I was looking for you guys too, Yuzujun lied smoothly. The killer is that way. Suddenly, he collapsed to his knees, feigning exhaustion. Ah. Yuzujun. The group rushed over. He's hurt. Don't worry, I have a healer class skill. Yuzujun looked up, his expression unreadable. Thank you. Truly. Slash. Blood sprayed across the greenery. Yuzujun's voice dropped to a chilling whisper. I really mean it. The healer slumped to the ground lifeless. Moments later, Yuzujun stood alone amidst a pile of fresh corpses. A blood-red system window materialized. Skill-activated serial killer. 10% of victim stats absorbed. Points acquired. Suddenly, a spectral necklace manifested around his neck. A new notification pinged. The constellation, Fear of the Living and Dead, is pleased with your cruelty. Reward granted, Necklace of Blades. Attack power increased by 10%. Yuzujun grinned, clutching the artifact. Incredible. I can feel the power surging. With this, Seo Gangrim is dead meat. He looked up, his ego swelling. Thank you, Rakshasa. Plip. A raindrop hit his cheek. The skies opened up. As he stepped over his victims, the system warned hydro energy in the area is rising. Yuzujun scowled. Damn it. Rain now. A wall of red text appeared. Environmental debuff. Water suppresses your attribute. Power reduced by 10%. But the constellation whispered, do not fear. Seo Gangrim possesses the fire attribute. He is suffering the same penalty. Yuzujun's eyes lit up. We share the same element. Ha, that's pure luck. Glaring at the darkening sky, he tightened his grip on his sword. I need to hunt him down before this storm gets any worse. Deep in the woods, Seo Gangrim sliced through a massive trunk. He wiped the rain from his face, unaware of the footstep behind him. Just one tree left, he muttered. Seizing the blind spot, Yuzujun lunged from the shadows. Clang. Without even turning, Seo Gangrim swung his blade backward, intercepting the sneak attack perfectly. Yuzujun gasped. What? Yuzujun laughed maniacally, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Seo Gangrim's expression darkened as he defended. Yuzujun's eyes flashed with arrogance. What's wrong? Did you get weaker? Seeing Seo Gangrim barely holding his ground, Yuzujun leaped back, sneering. Pathetic. If I knew you were this fragile, I wouldn't have bothered farming all those other players. He pressed the offensive, his blade a blur of motion. How did you fall so low? And where's that little bodyguard of yours, huh? Wandering around all by yourself like this? You must be begging for a death wish, aren't you? Hearing those final words, a cold smile played on Gangrim's lips. Seeing that expression, Yuzujun was baffled. What's so funny? Suddenly, the hand gripping Gangrim's blade erupted with azure light, a surge of raw power flooding his entire body. Water droplets defied gravity, floating in suspended animation as Gangrim locked eyes with his prey. The system chimed player so. Gangrim's attribute has successfully shifted to the water element. Debuffed stats have returned to normal status. As the notification flashed, Yuzujun gritted his teeth, trembling as he barely parried Gangrim's heavy strike. As steel clashed against steel in a violent dance, the system relentlessly updated the combat data for both fighters in real time. Hydro energy in the zone spiked dramatically. In this system, Manhwa elemental advantages are everything. Seo Gangrim's stats boosted by 10% thanks to the terrain synergy. The ambient water energy began to resonate. Meanwhile, Nam Yuzujun suffered a devastating 20% stat reduction. Crushed by Gangrim's overwhelming pressure, Yuzujun's mind raced in shock. What the hell is this? I thought Seo Gangrim was supposed to be weakened. He furrowed his brows, screaming into the void with pure rage. You told me Seo Gangrim possessed the fire attribute. Lightning tore through the sky, striking a tree behind Gangrim as his gaze pierced through Yuzujun like a dagger. Is that what Nahon told you? Yuzujun gave no answer, his body shaking as he desperately blocked another blow. The system flashed an ominous warning. The fear of both the living and the dead advises you not to trust in woven lies. The notification continued. Even with attribute penalties, Nam Yuzujun's base stats still exceed Seo Gangrim's. Seeing the power comparison manifest in text, a question arose. Is that truly so? Gangrim was momentarily distracted by a strange sound. Seizing the opening, Yuzujun broke free from the suppression. I don't know what kind of trick you used to alter your elemental affinity. Yujun poured every ounce of his aura into a strike aimed straight at Gangrim. The protagonist raised his blade to defend, but with a sickening crack, Gangrim's sword shattered into dust. His eyes went wide in horror. Yujun didn't hesitate, launching a brutal kick into Gangrim's chest. He roared with arrogant triumph. "But I am still leagues above you." Gangrim was sent flying, his spine colliding violently with a tree trunk. Before he could even regain his footing, Yujun shot forward like a bullet. In an instant, he pinned Gangrim against the bark, the cold steel of his blade pressing against the protagonist's cheek. Yujun's voice dripped with malice. "That was entertaining. But don't worry, Seo Gangrim, you won't be lonely in hell." His face twisted into a grotesque grin. "Because I'm going to send every single one of your friends down there with you." Suddenly, a sharp object pierced right through Yujun's abdomen, jerking him backward. Gangrim gripped the makeshift weapon tight, his eyes burning with righteous fury. "Yujun, who exactly are you sending where?" The counterattack left Yujun completely stunned. "No, impossible." Yujun collapsed backward, staring up at Gangrim, who was manipulating the metal shard, impaling him. He gasped out, "You did this?" With just a broken fragment of a sword, Gangrim grasped the end of the metal spike, his voice colder than ice. "You're mistaken. This isn't merely a broken fragment." Terror flooded Yujun's eyes as he screamed. "Damn it, Nahan Nim, save me." Gangrim's gaze was filled with pure hatred as he raised the weapon high. "It's too late for that. System alert. The fear of life and death has temporarily severed the connection." A bolt of lightning tore the sky apart, and in that flash of light, blood sprayed into the air like a macabre fountain. Gangrim stepped into a puddle, hesitating for a split second before his eyes glowed with resolve. Dark aura radiated from him as he spoke. "I possess it too. The power that only awakens through the act of slaughter." Skill activated, stealing destiny. Gangrim swung his blade, severing the leg of a giant mantis monster. He mused silently. "The rewards from this leveling Manhwa-style dungeon have far exceeded my expectations." Gangrim gasped for air, his mind flashing back to its primary objective. "First, I need to secure the 7 branches sword of Blue Thunder." The item details materialized: Blue Thunder 7 branches sword. Status unforged. Grade tier 3 dragon class. Origin crafted from an ancient tree struck by lightning. Gangrim recalled how he had turned this entire zone upside down searching for it. "He thought I chopped down countless trees in this sector. I even went as far as installing lightning rods on them to trigger the event." As he dispatched another giant mantis, Gangrim took inventory. "I also managed to loot the stealth skill and equipment from Nam Yujun, and somehow my destiny level has also increased." He drove his sword into the monster's skull, but a dark thought crept in. "There is just one thing." Gangrim sank to his knees, clutching his head as a haunting voice echoed in his mind. "You killed them, Seo Gangrim." Suddenly, footsteps approached. A familiar voice called out his name. Doc Gojun held up a severed mantis head, looking puzzled. "Why are you wasting energy slaughtering these mindless trash mobs? And where is Nam Yujun?" Gangrim ignored the question, deflecting with one of his own. "Shouldn't you be guarding the gate to the 4th region? What are you doing here?" Gangrim recalled the tension when he had held a blade to Doc Gojun's throat. "A truce, I just lost track of a murderer because of you." Unfazed, Doc Gojun had gently pushed the steel away. He had replied, "Then what if I bring him to you myself? What must I do to earn your trust?" Gangrim furrowed his brow. "I predicted he would act this way ever since Gunnam's death. I guess I can keep him around as a form of insurance." After a moment of calculation, Gangrim sheathed his weapon and turned to Doc Gojun. "If you're serious, then follow my instructions exactly." Gojun grinned with excitement. "Deal. What's the plan?" "Take out your map," Gangrim ordered. As they compared their navigational charts, the system chimed investigation completion rate has been updated. Gangrim pointed to a spot. "There is an exit leading to another zone right here. Go stand guard and block it so he has 0 chance of escape." Back in the present, Doc Gojun stared intently at Gangrim while extracting a core gem from the mantis corpse. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "I hadn't heard from you in a few days, so I came to check if the job was done." Gangrim lied smoothly. "I couldn't find him either, so I shifted focus back to my own quest. I assume the rat managed to scurry away." Doc Gojun placed a heavy hand on Gangrim's shoulder, his tone dropping to a sinister whisper. "You're a terrible joker. I'm certain you already killed him." Gangrim's expression darkened as he glared sideways at his ally. Gojun continued his rambling interrogation. "And I assume that's the loot you stripped off his corpse. You even switched your main weapon." Gangrim slapped Doc Gojun's hand away. "A deity gifted me this necklace, and I bought this sword from the item shop because my previous one shattered in combat." Doc Gojun feigned surprise. Is that the truth? Gangam cut him off sharply. Stop weaving these delusional fantasies in your head. He reiterated firmly, I genuinely do not know what became of him. Doc Gojun finally shrugged, relenting. Fine, if you say so. Gojun placed a hand on his chest, flashing a fake bright smile. But if you really did kill him, just tell me. We're on the same side, aren't we? Seo Gangrim looked at Gojun's desperate expression and felt nothing. He turned his back, voice cold as ice. I didn't do it. And stop acting like we're friends. Gojun shrugged, pushing himself up from the ground. Fine, guess I'll go hunt for spirit jades then. He walked the other way, waving dismissively. Looks like Shinhwa cleared the raid first anyway. Congrats. Seo Gangrim ignored him, eyes locked on the holographic screen. System alert, spirit jade collection complete. 1000 of 1000. The bloodstained gem in Seo Gangrim's hand pulsed with energy. Quest complete, acquired forest guardian sword. Perfect. Suddenly, Yeonbom and Yeongyeon shouted in unison, grabbing everyone's attention. Master Seo Gangrim, please accept us as your disciples. Seo Gangrim took a sip of water and answered instantly. No. The twins didn't give up. We'll work harder, we'll do anything you say. Is it because we're weak, but we've been blessed by the gods? God. Seo Gangrim paused, eyes narrowing. A golden aura exploded from his body. System skill activated, Eye of Destiny. The spectral image of a huntress drawing a bow materialized. Yeonbom puffed her chest proudly. I carry the blessing of the moon and the hunt. Next to her, a radiant, muscular male figure appeared. Yeongyeon stepped forward. And I hold the blessing of the sun god. Artemis and Apollo. Seo Gangrim realized instantly. Those deities match your attributes perfectly. Seeing his nod, the twins' eyes lit up with hope. So, will you take us in? Seo Gangrim didn't answer directly. He pointed a finger toward the sky, expression deadly serious. Go ask your gods instead. Yeongyeon slumped into a chair, defeated. What? Yeonbom tilted her head, curiosity taking over. Wait, which god blessed you, master? I haven't been blessed by anyone. Yeongyeon blinked in confusion. Why not? Seo Gangrim let out a heavy sigh. No god took an interest in me. Yeonbom suddenly gasped, an idea forming. Really? What if it's the king of gods? The father of humanity? She started rambling excitedly. Blessings from the same faction give combo effects. You know. Yeongyeon clamped a hand over her mouth. Sis, stop. Can't you see he's not interested in divine stuff? Seo Gangrim waved them off, looking annoyed. Yeah, I have no intention of accepting divine protection. And I definitely don't want disciples. Yeongyeon stared in disbelief. Did I hear that right? He recalled the terrifying pressure Seo Gangrim released during battle. Is there a deeper reason he refuses the god's power? Seo Gangrim sighed again. I told you I'm not qualified to teach anyone yet, so. Before he could finish, a loud crash interrupted them. The door swung open, and a battered figure collapsed onto the floor, gasping for air. All three froze. Yeongyeon was the first to speak, staring at the priest, writhing in pain. Wait, isn't that the guy from the first room? Seo Gangrim helped him sit up. Johan, you alive? The priest Johan ran, grimaced. I'm fine. Thank you. Still having trouble with the monsters. Johan clutched his forehead, trembling. He exhaled shakily. I still freeze up in fear every time I face those beasts. Seo Gangrim crossed his arms, a hidden smirk playing on his lips. Perfect timing. An awakened who can't even kill a mob. Pathetic, but useful. Father Johan. Seo Gangrim's face transformed into a mask of benevolence. He extended a hand. Would you like me to help you? Johan looked up wide-eyed. You would help me. The twins behind them jumped up excitedly. Master, we'll help too. Seo Gangrim shot them a sharp look. Go train. If you listen to me, maybe I'll consider letting you tag along. Hearing that the kids cheered and ran off to practice, Seo Gangrim watched them go. I said, maybe. Don't get your hopes up. Johan hesitated. Are you sure? I feel like I'll just be a burden to someone as strong as you? Seo Gangrim recalled his past life. A burden? No. I'm going to use him exactly how Gojun used him before I regressed. His eyes darkened, masking his true intent, while his body glowed with golden light. Awakened ones should help each other. Johan clasped his hands together in joy. Oh, bless you, lost lamb. System target info. Name, Johan Ran. Class Dragon Disciple. Rank 3. Attribute Earth. Blessings, Divine Healing. Seo Gangrim nodded. Shall we head out? Another window popped up. Skill Hand of the Saint. Subclass Phantom. Rank 1. Cures bleeding, paralysis, and poison. This was the classic setup for a support class in an awakening manhwa. Higher proficiency reduces mana cost and casting time. Meanwhile, in the guild office, a Navi spoke up. Team leader, you seem to be in a good mood. Gongdu grinned. That's because the first person to clear the stage came from our sector. Sung Tae added. And the clear time was much faster than Sector 1. Gongdu nodded with satisfaction. It's impressive. Suddenly, a sharp knock interrupted their celebration. A sultry voice floated through the door. Is the handsome team leader in? Gongdu's expression soured. He crushed the coffee cup in his hand. He knew that voice. What do you want, Seo Moon? The woman sashayed and smiling dangerously. I heard the news. So I thought I'd come to congratulate you. I heard the first clear came from your precious Sector 2. Congrats, Leader Gong. Seo Moon Ionio crossed her arms. Looks like Sector 1 and 2 will be facing off next. Gongdu stared her down. Yeah. Her profile flashed in the air. Seo Moon Ionio. Guild Fate Guardians. She leaned against the desk. So shall we make a little bet? Gongdu raised an eyebrow. A bet? Seo Moon nodded. On who will clear the next stage first. It's hell difficulty. She smirked. My elites or your rookies? Who wins? Gongdu wasn't one to back down. Fine. What are the stakes? Seo Moon's eyes glittered. The loser grants the winner one wish. A wish? Gongdu asked. Seo Moon laughed softly, taunting him. What's the matter? Scared you'll lose? Gongdu stood up, slamming his hand on the desk. Are you crazy? Why would I be scared when my victory is guaranteed? Excellent. Seo Moon turned on her heel to leave. I'm looking forward to it. See you soon. As the door clicked shut, the room temperature dropped. Gongdu's face turned terrifying as he looked at his aides. You heard her. We absolutely cannot lose. His eyes gleamed with cold calculation, realizing a special warning was necessary. Returning to Seo Gangrim's side, he emptied his dimensional bag, pouring out a mountain of spirit orbs. With a generous grin, he said, Here, take them all. They are yours. The system interface flashed wildly as the orbs rained down. Spirit orbs collected 135 out of 1,000, 597 out of 1,000. Goal reached 1,000 out of 1,000. This is the satisfaction of a top-tier system. Manhwa. Johan stared at the holographic display, sweat trickling down his neck. The notification chimed. You have successfully cleared the Forest of Swords dungeon. He gasped, his mind struggling to process the speed. Unbelievable. You did all this in just 2 days. You must be exhausted. Seo Gangrim replied with humble grace. You worked hard healing me, didn't you? Just then the system pinged again. Notification. You have treated the frostbite caused by the snow weasel. Johan slumped, his pride taking a hit. That scratch. That was nothing. But Seo Gangrim cut him off, his voice firm. That is enough. He placed a hand on Johan's shoulder. We just need to play our parts perfectly. The world simply hasn't realized your true value yet. Johan's face lit up with renewed faith. Oh, my savior. Seo Gangrim clenched his fist, ready for the next challenge. Shall we proceed to the 5th chamber? As they stepped through the portal back to base, Seo Gangrim asked, Did you receive the transmission from Anna? I did. Johan nodded. Seo Gangrim's expression darkened. The next trial won't be a speed run like this one. Make sure your preparations are flawless. The system voice echoed through the hall. Greetings, trainees. Since the Forest of Swords has been conquered, the 5th chamber is now unlocked. This Demon Realm trial requires a duration of survival far exceeding previous records. Please make comprehensive preparations before entering. Seo Gangrim noted the timeline. The first team entered 5 days ago. We dive in tomorrow morning. Johan pumped his fist. Understood. I'll meet you at the Buddha statue at dawn. The next day, the two warriors stepped into the swirling vortex of the teleportation gate. Johan's jaw dropped as he took in the new world. Staring at the majestic, lush landscape, he shouted, This place is breathtaking. Who would believe this is actually a demon realm? The mechanical voice of the system shattered the mood. You have entered the Chamber of Tongues Karma. This dungeon comes with special restrictions. First, the reward for the pioneer who clears it depends on the difficulty setting. Second, the item shop is permanently disabled. Third, you cannot exit until the trial is complete. Reading the conditions, Seo Gangrim's mind raced back to his previous life. That third condition, it was a nightmare in my past timeline. The clear condition appeared. Collect 30 specific items to return to the lobby. Johan frowned. It's not telling us what the clear condition actually is. Seo Gangrim replied, analyzing the terrain. We probably just have to scavenge whatever we see. Johan sighed. Secrets upon secrets. Is this why it's called the Chamber of Tongues Karma? Johan asked. Seo Gangrim turned to him, a shadow falling over his face. It's not the metaphorical kind of karma. Seo Gangrim stuck out his tongue, his expression turning grim and terrifying. It means you will physically have your tongue sliced off. He hammered a stake into the ground, preparing a fire pit with practiced ease. In no time, a sturdy shelter for Seo Gangrim and Johan stood, finished a testament to their survival skills. Johan clutched a bundle of firewood. I was terrified when I saw the shop was banned, but with these supplies, we can hold out indefinitely. Seo Gangrim wiped sweat from his brow. Buying that dimensional storage before we came was the best investment I ever made, Seo Gangrim said. He tossed a final orb into the fire to stoke it. I'm going to scout the perimeter. Wait here and guard the camp. Seo Gangrim turned and vanished into the brush. He thought shelter is secured. Stopping by a crystal-clear stream, he calculated his next move. Now I need to secure a food source. He spotted lush, vibrant fruits hanging from the trees. Seo Gangrim narrowed his eyes, his instincts screaming. These look too perfect. It feels artificial. His gaze shifted to two ferocious beasts lurking in the grove. Monsters guarding the food supply. Typical, he whispered. Looking back at the heavy fruit, he wondered, are the beasts the only threat here? If we hesitate, we'll starve. Maybe we should have raided Jinsu's camp instead. Suddenly, from the tall grass, Choi Sung-woo roared, his face twisted in annoyance. I told you never to mention Jinsu's name again. I would rather bite off my own tongue than ask that woman for help. The memory of Jinsu's rejection stung him like a whip. I see. If we don't match, we don't match. Her cold words replayed in his mind. How could he, the great Choi Sung-woo, beg for help from the woman who crushed his ego? Jinsu had been ruthless. I have zero intention of dating you. Please just leave. Rage boiled in his gut just thinking about it. Hiding in the bushes with his 3 lackeys, Sung-woo barked orders. Whatever, just kill the monsters and harvest the fruit. We need to move while we still have stamina. One of his hired hunters grumbled. We have to fight again. What was the point of you buying all those high-tier weapons? Sung-woo sneered, his arrogance overflowing. If I had to fight myself, why would I hire trash like you attack? I'm paying you to bleed, aren't I? Obeying the young master, the mercenaries charged. They unleashed a flurry of attacks on the guard dogs, leaving the beasts coughing up blood in a heap of defeat. Seong-woo cheered like a maniac. Finally, these monsters are weaker than they look. Seong-woo stepped out cautiously. They're dead right. The leader of the group nodded. Seems that way. Seong-woo immediately commanded, strip the trees. Grab every fruit you can before more of them show up. One mercenary, agile as an acrobat, scrambled up a tree. My nickname was Little Monkey back in the day, he bragged. His teammate below sneered. Is that because of your face? Suddenly, Seong-woo noticed something disturbing at his feet. What is this? He stared at the desiccated corpse of a monster, its ribs protruding through its skin. Why is this creature so emaciated? He frowned, a cold sweat breaking out. With all this fruit around, why did it starve? A chilling deep voice echoed from the shadows. Because, if you consume the fruit without permission, the garden owner will harvest your tongues. Owner Seong-woo stammered. Before he could react, a horde of red-eyed monkeys, driven by bloodlust, erupted from the trees. The guardian's voice boomed. You are incredibly rude guests. The mercenaries screamed. Run. As Seong-woo focused on the monkeys, their faces contorted into grotesque, nightmarish shapes. The ominous voice returned, dripping with malice. Leave now, before your tongues vanish forever. The monkeys swarmed over the mercenaries like a tidal wave. Choi Sung-woo shrieked in terror. Run, move it. He turned and fled, leaving his dignity behind. As he sprinted, a vile thought crossed Seong-woo's mind. Seeing his hired guards overtaking him, he screamed. Hey, wait, you're paid to protect me, you cowards. Useless trash, he cursed. But karma was instant. A monkey leaped onto his back, its claw hooking into his mouth to pry it open. Suddenly, the beast froze, distracted by a sharp sound. A blade pierced its neck, and the creature was flung backward by the sheer force of the impact. Seong-woo's eyes went wide, his pupils trembling in shock. Standing in the light was a familiar silhouette. I see your life is destined to depend on the charity of others, Seo Gangrim said, a mocking smile playing on his lips. You're lucky, but you should be more careful. Seo Gangrim looked down at him with the gaze of a predator in this leveling manhwa. Fate has already decided. You are going to ruin yourself with your own 2 hands. Seong-woo stared up paralyzed, and whispered the name of the man he hated most. Seo Gangrim. He wiped the shame from his face, tears mixing with dirt, and roared in defiance. What is this mockery? Who asked for your charity? Sung screamed, his pride shattered. Do you really think I'll forgive your past sins just because you saved me once? Seo Gangrim retrieved his blade, his voice dripping with icy sarcasm. Don't flatter yourself. Even if you begged on your knees, I wouldn't lift a finger for you. Seung's jaw dropped, and he cursed violently at the retreating figure. You bastard. But Seo Gangrim ignored the noise, his sharp gaze shifting to the approaching group as he called out to Choi Siwoo. Choi, shouldn't you be running for your life? Without waiting for an answer, Seo Gangrim dove into the horde of monkeys, slaughtering them with the efficiency of a leveling manhwa protagonist. Meanwhile, the survivors supported Sung, asking frantically, "Ha Choi Sung, are you all right? I am terribly sorry, I didn't realize you were left behind." One of them stammered. Thank God Seo Gangrim was there to save you. Hearing that name, Seung ground his teeth until they nearly cracked. His eyes lost their light, turning into pools of dark obsession. I will never forgive you, Seo Gangrim. Deep in the forest, Seo Gangrim continued his dance of death. Every swing of his sword painted a burning orange arc through the air, claiming another beast. Two monkeys tried to ambush him, but Seo Gangrim didn't even turn around. He simply extended a hand backward, blasting them with a burst of searing flame. Clear. He scanned the area before pulling a mysterious egg from his inventory. He wondered if the coast was finally clear. It was time to feed the glutton. He held the egg up, and the creature within seemed to drool with anticipation. But contrary to the egg's greedy expectation, Seo Gangrim shoved an apple against its shell. He spoke firmly. Here is your dinner. Eat up. Defeated, the egg obediently began to gnaw on the fruit. Seo Gangrim sighed, putting it away. Later, back at the safe zone, he sat by the fire with Father Johan. The priest asked curiously, "Is that the monster from last time?" Seo Gangrim nodded, a pleasant smile masking his intentions. "Indeed. Father, do you recall the favor I asked of you earlier?" The priest nodded solemnly. "I remember, but how exactly can I assist you?" Seo Gangrim didn't answer immediately. Instead, he took a large bite of the meat in his hand. Suddenly, Seo Gangrim's face went deathly pale, and he coughed up a violent spray of dark blood. Johan screamed in terror. Seo Gangrim. The protagonist wiped the crimson stain from his lips, a twisted smirk appearing on his face. Every creature in this demon realm carries a potent venom. Johan trembled. Poison. Seo Gangrim's condition deteriorated rapidly, clutching his chest as he gasped out a command. "Please, heal me now." He tossed a mana potion toward the stunned priest. "Drink this if you run dry. I trust you with my life, Father." A holographic window popped up, the hallmark of a broken system manhwa ability. Skill, activated healing hands. Seo Gangrim continued to force-feed himself the toxic meat, while Johan desperately cast healing spells, fighting the hallucinations that began to set in. Seo Gangrim mumbled deliriously, "Look, someone is waving at me from the other side of the river." Johan shouted in panic, "No, do not follow them, stay with me." Tears welled in the priest's eyes as he channeled more power. "Why must you torture yourself like this, you poor child?" The system notifications rang out like a machine gun. Warning, warning. Skill-activated healing hands. Skill-activated healing hands. After an eternity of agony, Seo Gangrim finally raised a hand. "Stop. That should be enough." Johan gasped, drenched in sweat. "Are you sure?" Seo Gangrim nodded, his breathing stabilizing. "The toxin feels weaker now. My body has adapted." Johan stared in disbelief. "Adapted? What are you saying?" Seo Gangrim picked up another piece of bloody raw meat, causing Johan to flinch. Calmly, the protagonist declared, "Now I must consume it raw." Time passed until finally the system gave the notification he had been waiting for. Skill-activated healing hands. Skill-activated healing hands. Ding, congratulations. You have acquired the passive skill Poison Resistance. Seo Gangrim's expression darkened as he analyzed the blue screen. Perfect. We are done here. He turned to thank the priest. "Father, we are finished." But Johan collapsed, his mana completely drained. Seo Gangrim caught him just in time, whispering with genuine warmth, "Father, you did well." He glanced back at the system window, calculating. That took longer than expected. This awakening manhwa world was not forgiving. Poison Resistance Insect Class Tier 3. It grants immunity to common toxins, but the higher the enemy's rank, the less effective the resistance becomes. Seo Gangrim recalled his preparation before the journey. Thank God I forced him to eat those mana-boosting meals. The table had been filled with legendary delicacies. Herbal duck stew, increasing max mana by 10%. Ginseng extract for 5% mana recovery. 5 colored dumplings for regeneration. Without those buffs, Father Johan would have died from mana exhaustion long ago. Seo Gangrim shook the priest gently. "Wake up, Father." His eyes suddenly sharpened into cold steel. He wanted to let the old man rest, but the world had other plans. Hearing the zipper of the tent slide open, Seo Gangrim realized they weren't alone. Without hesitation, he drew his blade and thrust it through the tent fabric, impaling an intruder. The noise jolted Johan awake. "What?" What is happening? Seo Gangrim spoke calmly, his voice void of surprise. I knew the rats would come. He looked at the shadows surrounding their tent. We are under attack. Seo Gangrim turned to the trembling priest. I will handle the trash outside. Do not leave this tent, no matter what you hear. Scream only if they breach your defense. Johan nodded, terrified. Okay. Seo Gangrim stepped out, facing a group of armed thugs. He analyzed them instantly. I don't recognize these faces. Are they from Zone 1? A level 1 human user stepped forward, radiating arrogance. Hey kid, hand over your food supplies and we might let you live. Beside him, a level 3 ghost user sneered. We are thieves, not murderers. Make it easy on yourself. Seo Gangrim's eyes glowed with a terrifying golden hue. He scoffed at their hypocrisy. You say you'll die without food, yet you claim you aren't murderers. Taking our food is a death sentence in this hell. Seo Gangrim remembered the rumors from his past life. Zone 1 was a chaotic slaughterhouse. He tested them. And if I refused to hand it over, the leader smirked, raising his weapon. Then, we take it by force, the bandit roared, signaling the charge. The leader swung his blade, but Seo Gangrim ducked underneath the strike with supernatural speed. He grabbed the man's face and slammed it brutally into his knee. Bone crunched. Seo Gangrim frowned, sensing something was off about this encounter. As he smashed the hilt of his sword into another attacker's skull, he calculated. With their levels and skills, finding food should be easy. Why are they desperate? Watching another bandit charge, Seo Gangrim realized the truth. They aren't just hungry, they are hunting players. Suddenly, a bandit in the back shouted in panic. Hey, this guy is a monster. He screamed, damn it, retreat report. To the captain. Seo Gangrim paused, his interest piqued. Captain, before he could pursue, a small sphere was tossed toward his flaming hand. Inside the tent, Johan shivered, clutching his crucifix when smoke began to pour in. He looked up in horror. An explosion. Johan crawled out of the smoke, coughing and desperate. Seo Gangrim, are you okay? I'm coming in. Suddenly, Johan recalled Seo Gangrim's absolute order. Do not step outside no matter what happens. His eyes widened, pupils trembling in sheer terror. What can I possibly do in a situation like this? What if I just go out there? Think, Johan. Why did he forbid you from leaving the safety of the tent? Johan bit his lip until it nearly bled, clenching his fists in frustration. It's because I'm weak. I'm nothing but a liability, a stumbling block in his path. Thick smoke choked the air outside, surrounding their camp. Inside, Johan hesitated, paralyzed by indecision. Is it really okay to keep hiding like a coward? Suddenly, a hand ripped through the tent fabric. Johan looked up in shock. Seo Gangrim unzipped the entrance, covering his nose against the acrid fumes. They used smoke bombs to cover their escape. Johan's voice trembled. Han, are you hurt anywhere? Seo Gangrim replied calmly. No, I'm fine. Johan asked, perplexed. Why would they ambush us, still shielding his face from the smoke? Seo Gangrim explained the harsh reality of this leveling Manhwa world. They were after our food supplies. Johan's face fell. Just for food. Seeing his naive confusion, Seo Gangrim elaborated. The friction between different survivor zones has been brutal since the previous Demon World instance. I suspect this time will be no different. We must stay on high alert against anyone we don't know. Trust is a luxury we can't afford. Negative thoughts spiraled in Johan's mind. He lowered his head, whispering with a heavy heart. Would it be better if I just left? If I wasn't with you? Seo Gangrim missed the self-loathing tone and asked, what do you mean? Johan's voice cracked with sorrow. I'm slowing you down. I'm a burden. Besides, what is the point of clearing this training if I'm just being carried by someone else? Don't you think a Navi was right when she said that those without the will to fight are utterly useless trash? Hearing this spiral of self-pity, Seo Gangrim frowned, wondering what nonsense he was spouting. He placed a firm hand on Johan's shoulder. Father. Seo Gangrim asked intensely, do you remember what I told you before? The others simply haven't realized your true value yet. A totem pole materialized, accompanied by packets of dark red pills, classic recovery items. Seo Gangrim continued his lecture. Right now, people can just return to base and heal at the totem, and potions are distributed daily. But what happens after the tutorial ends? That is when the real hell begins. Hearing Seo Gangrim's strategic foresight, Johan looked up, stunned. Seo Gangrim smiled with absolute confidence. When those idiots realize the astronomical cost of high-grade potions later, the parties that kicked you out will be begging for a healer. You'll be the most valuable asset. He pulled his hand back. I will handle the fighting. You handle the healing. Seo Gangrim's voice turned sincere. I don't care about destiny, fate, or any of that abstract garbage. But I guarantee you this. You will save countless lives in the future. He looked down at the priest, kneeling on the ground. Do you still want to quit? Johan stared up at Seo Gangrim, a spark igniting in his soul. Can I really save people? Determination flooded his veins. He clenched his fists. No, I won't give up. He pleaded, so please help me get stronger. I beg you. Seo Gangrim smirked. Of course. Outside, the smoke lingered, but inside the tent, a new partnership was forged in iron. I still need your buffs, Father Wright. 3 days later, deep in a different section of the forest, another camp had been set up. Yun Bung and Yun Gyun ran over excitedly. Sister Sua, we're back. Shin Sua welcomed them with a warm smile. Welcome back. Did you gather the materials? Yun Bung shook her head. Not yet. I think we need to venture deeper into the dungeon. Yun Jian added bluntly. The randoms are too weak. They're useless baggage. Yun Bung scolded her twin immediately. You shouldn't say things like that. They are trying their best to help us. Yun Jian retorted. Come on, you think so too. Yun Bung scratched her head awkwardly. Well, sure, compared to when we travel with him. Remembering the efficient grinding sessions with Seo Gangrim, she continued. We learned so much more, and the raids were smoother with him. Although knowing him, he's probably deep in the danger zone by now. Hearing this, Shin Sua rubbed her chin deep in thought. We have to rely on our own strength until Seo Gangrim finishes scouting the perimeter and devises the optimal strategy. Yun Bung asked, when do you think he'll be back? Shin Sua smiled mysteriously. I don't know. Maybe today. Suddenly, a scream echoed from outside. How did you get in here? The three inside the tent turned in shock. A hand ruthlessly tore the tent entrance open. Shin Sua. Seeing the intruder, Sua's eyes widened. It was Doc Gojun, grinning arrogantly. Have you seen Seo Gangrim? Before she could answer, he answered himself. I guess not. Yun Jian shouted angrily. How did you bypass the traps set outside? Doc Gojun shrugged. I disarmed them. Child's play. Shin Sua narrowed her eyes, her guard up. What are you doing here? You always play solo. Doc Gojun replied honestly, hunting for Seo Gangrim. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I suspect he's here, because the gods whispered that Seo Gangrim is in this vicinity. Shin Sua crossed her arms, her demeanor icy. We haven't seen him. He pointed at the twins, mocking them. Do you think he might show up? If I get rid of some of this excess trash? Yun Jian exploded with rage. Are you talking about us? Seeing the little girl's fury, Doc Gojun corrected himself with a sneer. Oh, no, you guys are support roles. He laughed darkly. But there are way too many useless insects crawling around outside. Shin Sua stepped forward, shielding the twins. She challenged him. Is that how you judge the worth of a human life? Doc Gojun tossed an apple towards Shin Sua. Here, hold this. A mechanical system Manhwa notification chimed in the air. System, you have received the item, scented fruit. Quest room of karma complete. Difficulty low. Holding the apple, Shin Sua glared at him with murderous intent. I already have enough of these. He grinned like a predator. So, you know about the hidden quest, I want to form an alliance. Shin Sua was taken aback. I can't find Seo Gangrim. But since you girls are at least decent supports. Before he could finish his condescending offer, an arrow whizzed past his cheek, cutting him off. Yun Jian glared, her aura darkening. I have zero intention of being teammates with a scumbag like you. Shin Sua quickly raised her hand. Jian, stand down. A menacing dark blue aura began to envelop Doc Gojun. He sighed. I guess I have to convince you through violence then. Suddenly green liquid splattered onto his hand. Shin Sua crushed the apple in her grip juice, dripping like blood. She warned, you better stop before we make you bleed for real. Doc Gojun licked the apple juice from his hand. Me bleed. He reached behind his back, grasping his weapon handles. In a flash, he drew his twin blades, taunting them. Fine then. This actually looks like fun. Both sides flared their spiritual energy, locking eyes in a deadly stare-down. Doc Gojun's grin widened maniacally. Fighting you might be even more entertaining than fighting him. His aura manifested as a roaring tiger, clashing violently against the dragon spirit rising from Shin Sua. Doc Gojun smirked, his battle spirit flaring up. Fighting you sounds infinitely more entertaining than babysitting that brat over there. Yun Bom, watching the tension spike, panicked and jumped between them. Everyone, please, just calm down. Suddenly, the tent flap was ripped open. A girl rushed in, pointing frantically behind her. I think someone out there is actually cooking monster meat. Shin Sua blinked, completely taken aback. Cooking? Are you serious? Doc Gojun's face lit up with vindication. I knew coming here was the right move. Where is this legendary chef? Following the finger, they looked towards Gangrim, who was calmly stirring a bubbling pot as if he weren't in a dungeon. The savory aroma drifted deep into the forest, taunting every starving creature. Gangrim calculated silently. It's been 10 days since the first squads entered. By now, everyone's rations must be completely depleted. He glanced up at the withered apples on the trees. The only food source around here is wild fruit, and even that is scarce. Aside from that, it's just violent boars and flora, so toxic it could kill a man in seconds. Gangrim stirred the soup, his inner merchant awakening. The value of edible food is about to skyrocket. For trainees earning barely 100 spirit beads a day, this was a fortune. Suddenly, Doc Gojun and Shinsua's group burst onto the scene. Seo Gangrim. Gangrim flashed a businesslike smile. Hello there, Miss Shinsua. But Shinsua looked horrified. Gangrim, you absolutely cannot eat that. She rushed forward, her voice trembling with concern. Most things in the demon realm are highly toxic. If that soup is made from local ingredients, it's suicide. Gangrim casually ladled soup into a bowl. Relax. I've already neutralized the poison. Shinsua stared at the steaming bowl being offered to her, dumbfounded. You removed the toxins. Is that even possible? Doc Gojun didn't hesitate. He snatched the bowl, grinning like a fool. Thanks for the meal, buddy. Gangrim immediately extended an open palm. That'll be 1,000 spirit beads per bowl. Doc Gojun choked on his laughter. That's robbery, he sighed, but handed over the beads. Fine, take it. Shinsua stepped up. I'll buy one too. Gangrim nodded. For you, 200 beads. Doc Gojun's jaw dropped. Hey, why is the price difference so massive? Gangrim shrugged with arrogant charm. My soup, my rules. Doc Gojun slumped his shoulders, defeated by the plot armor. I guess that's the privilege of being the female-led, huh? Suddenly, a crowd emerged from the tree line, noses twitching. Hot soup. Only 200 spirit beads. Within seconds, business was booming. As they ate, Gangrim turned his gaze to the two leaders. Are you both hunting for items above intermediate rank? Shinsua nodded seriously. Yes. And I was hoping you would join forces with us. Gangrim glanced sideways at Doc Gojun. And what about you, Doco? Jun scratched his head, looking sheepish. Things went south in Area 1. Honestly, I feel like if I stick with you, there's nothing we can't handle. Doc Gojun glared at the other survivors nearby. We could clear this dungeon way faster if we didn't have to babysit these useless side characters. Shinsua frowned, her sense of justice flaring. In a situation like this, unity is our only strength. The two began to bicker instantly, their philosophies clashing. Have you ever seen a main character party with more than 10 people? Doc Gojun scoffed. We aren't characters in one of your fantasy novels, Gangrim sighed, interrupting them. You two should really just team up with each other. Immediately, they both turned on him, shouting in unison, I want to work with you. Back inside Shinsua's tent, Gangrim placed his hands on the table, his expression unyielding. I don't care what you say. I have no intention of forming a party with either of you. Shinsua looked genuinely worried. Gangrim, it will be nearly impossible to defeat the players from Area 1 on your own. They are obstructing us with strange, coordinated tactics. She recalled the ambush, a shadow crossing her face. Every time we encounter them, it turns into a bloodbath. Gangrim rubbed his chin, intrigued. Is that so? I need to reevaluate the threat level of Area 1, he thought. Taking the priest with me now would be too risky. Gangrim made a decision. I think it's best if you stay here at the camp, Johan. Johan panicked, stepping forward. I can't let you go alone. Gangrim cut him off gently, but firmly. To be honest, if I have to protect you, I won't be able to focus on the battle. Gangrim turned to Shinsua. Can I entrust his safety to your group? Shinsua beamed. Of course. Gangrim turned back to Johan, crossing his arms. You'll be safer here, and you'll have more opportunities to actually use your healing abilities. Johan looked anxious, but Gangrim shook his head. I can take care of myself. Trust me. Shinsua walked him to the edge of the camp. All right. But please, if anything happens, contact us immediately. Gangrim nodded, disappearing into the shadows. Deep in the fruit forest, a constellation finally spoke up. Hey Gangrim, your stats have skyrocketed, haven't they? These monsters are pathetic compared to you now. You need to go deeper into the dungeon. Are the monsters there stronger? Much stronger. Gangrim grabbed an apple, crunching into it with a bored expression. Finally, he thought. The 6 fruits should be spawning soon. This is just like a classic leveling manhwa. Suddenly, a violet light flashed behind him. The system interface chimed. Your senses are being sharpened. Gangrim's eyes widened, darting to the left. Right beside me, he froze, staring at the creature. It got this close, and I didn't even sense its presence until now. His hand flew to his sword hilt. Where the hell did it come from? As a massive gorilla lunged at him, the system announced a new skill activation loner. This was the thrill of an awakening Manhwa. The gorilla frowned, confused. It spun around, blinking. Its target had vanished into thin air. The beast had no idea that Gangrim was now a blur clinging to the tree trunk right above its hand. Suddenly, the branch ignited. The gorilla shrieked, staring at the burning wood in its grip. While it was distracted, Gangrim descended like a hawk, his blade slicing deep into its shoulder. Incredible, he thought, eyeing his weapon. Is this the power of a high-tier item? He landed softly, his mind already racing. I can't use this technique against the players from Area 1. They'll figure it out. Gangrim sheathed his iron blade. Now what's the first move? I need to find the source. He picked up a glowing purple fruit, dropped by the beast. The system chimed. Item, obtained heavenly fragrance fruit. Quest, complete confession room. Intermediate difficulty. Gangrim took a bite, chewing thoughtfully. First, I'll max out my poison resistance stats. I wonder if the guys in Area 1 have even reached this stage of the grind yet. The constellation watched Gangrim's relaxed demeanor with curiosity. Why is he eating the raid drops? The system updated. You have consumed the heavenly fragrance fruit. Mana and EXP increased. Poison resistance enhanced. The constellations began to bicker among themselves. So it boosts mana and resistance. I guess that's why the Fate Protection Bureau chose this location for the scenario. They watched Gangrim devouring apple after apple. Seriously, though, how much is he going to eat? Just watching him is making me lose my appetite for fruit. A notification flashed before Gangrim's eyes. Poison resistance has leveled up to insect class, grade 1. The moment he saw the notification, Gangrim slumped over, overwhelmed. He dropped a half-eaten fruit, which plummeted down, hitting someone standing below. A voice growled from the darkness. What the hell? Where on earth did you guys spawn from? The redhead sneered. Wait a second. Aren't you Seo Gangrim from Sector 2? Seo Gangrim noticed the recognition in his eyes. And how exactly do you know my name? The scout ignored the question, cutting straight to business. That doesn't matter. He pointed a thumb toward a man cleaning his face in the distance. I think our captain has a few words for you. Consider it an invitation. You're coming with us, right? If you play nice, we'll pretend this awkward little meeting never happened. I'm the one calling the shots here, so be smart. The redhead smirked, leaning in. You haven't forgotten how the guys from Sector 1 tucked tail and ran after meeting him, have you? Seo Gangrim's internal monologue kicked into high gear. The captain. Is he one of the bastards who ambushed me on day 1? The Guardians whispered among themselves. Seo Gangrim has his pride. No way he'll just follow them like a dog. Suddenly, Seo Gangrim leaped from the tree, landing with a heavy thud. Sure, why not? Lead the way. The redhead blinked, surprised by the easy compliance. All right then, let's move. The Guardian watched in disbelief, jaw-dropping. Seriously, he's actually going. They arrived at a clearing deep in the forest. This is our base camp, the scout announced. Someone else chimed in, just a little further. Seo Gangrim scanned the perimeter, his mind racing. Looks like their numbers are double what we have in my sector. He walked point secretly, channeling mana into his ring. The others watched his back, completely oblivious to the gathering storm of energy swirling around him. A rough shove sent Seo Gangrim stumbling forward. Get in there. Inside the tent, a figure sat polishing a massive weapon. He looked up, eyes sharp as daggers. So you're Seo Gangrim. Seo Gangrim kept his guard up, his voice steady. And you are. The burly man grinned, a predator looking at prey. Sector 1, Hong Dun. His smile didn't reach his eyes. Pleasure to finally meet you. Hong Dun. Demon Class 1. Metal Attribute. Seo Gangrim's gaze locked onto the weapon, pulsating with aura in Dun's hands. That weapon. He actually managed to snag a piece of gear that high tier. The system window popped up instantly. Heavenly Fire Spear. Dragon Class Tier 3. A long-range polearm, capable of devastating thrusts, slashes, and smashes. Its attack power was nothing short of catastrophic. It all clicked for Seo Gangrim. Now, I understand. This is how Sector 1 dominated every demon realm conquest in my past life. They had the firepower from the start. Dun rose to his feet, his massive frame towering over the room. Seo Gangrim tensed. What do you want? Dun's eyes glowed with a menacing pink hue as he stared Seo Gangrim down with savage intensity. Whoosh! Dun swung the massive spear, the blade, stopping millimeters from Seo Gangrim's forehead. We were a bit rude earlier, weren't we? Dun chuckled, feigning surprise. There, that's better. Seeing Seo Gangrim channeling his aura in silent fury, Dun made his pitch. Cooperate with us, Seo Gangrim. It's your best option. Seo Gangrim wiped a drop of blood from his forehead, his expression ice cold. Is that it? Seo Gangrim scoffed. You'll need a better sales pitch than that. He turned his back, waving dismissively. Too bad. I plan on being the first one to clear this room. Solo. He barely took a step before steel flashed. Two swords crossed in front of him, barring his exit. A dozen members of Sector 1 emerged, blades drawn, forming a tight circle around him. Dun's voice turned dark. Hey, you seem confused. In this brutal, leveling Manhwa world, walking in here means you don't get to walk out. Dun rested the heavy spear blade on Seo Gangrim's shoulder. Unless you work for us. His killing intent flared like a wildfire. You die right here. Seo Gangrim didn't flinch. He simply held up a small wooden tablet. Kill me and you're buying yourself a world of pain, Seo Gangrim warned. Dun's eyes widened as he recognized the object in Seo Gangrim's hand. Carved into the wood was a single word, vengeance. The item description floated in the air. Item Gongdu's vengeance token. Effect. If the owner is killed by another player, a mark of vengeance will be branded onto the killer. The murderer will become the primary target of Captain Gongdu of the Myriad Fates Protection Agency. Cold sweat broke out on Dun's neck. Captain Gongdu will hunt me down personally if I end this kid. He hesitated. Wait, does that mean these two are on the same standing? You, Dun muttered. You received a weapon and a message too, didn't you? Something about a reward for clearing the room first, he sighed, defeated. So you got the same offer. Seo Gangrim raised an eyebrow, genuinely confused. Me, also. Memories flooded back to when he was moving supplies. A system notification had appeared. Message from Gongdu A. Challenge for the top-performing trainee. Conquer the highest difficulty room first. The wooden tablet had materialized in his hand then. Success grants a special reward. To assist you, I provide this temporary item. Sender Soon Protection Agency Team 2, Captain Gongdu. Seo Gangrim realized the truth. So this guy Dun got his weapon from the captain of Sector 1. It's a proxy war. While Seo Gangrim analyzed the petty rivalry between the squad leaders, Dun decided to change the rules of the game. He shouted to his men, his voice booming. Hold it. Listen up, Dun. Pointed at Seo Gangrim. No one kills Seo Gangrim. He's got a cursed item. If we kill him, the killer dies too. It's a suicide pact. Group 4 back off, Dun commanded. Seo Gangrim smirked. So, am I free to go? Suddenly, Dun roared with malicious glee. Everyone else beat this bastard until he's half dead. Just don't stop his heart. As the order dropped, Seo Gangrim ducked narrowly, dodging a lethal swing. I wouldn't have walked into the lion's den if I couldn't handle the lions, Seo Gangrim quipped. Then, in a blink, he vanished. What the? Where did he go? Crack. An elbow slammed into a ribcage. Before the body hit the floor, Seo Gangrim swept another attacker off his feet, piling them up like trash. Skill activated solitary stealth. The ambushers panicked. He's invisible. Surround him. Don't let him slip through the gaps. Seo Gangrim materialized behind a thug, chopping his neck with surgical precision. Over there? Is that teleportation? Seeing his men dropping like flies, Dun screamed, damn it, tighten the formation, shoulder to shoulder. He's not magic, just fast. Dun bellowed. We can't see him, but he's there. Choke off his movement space. Seo Gangrim smiled from the shadows. Too late for tactics. He dropped a peculiar peach onto the ground. Instantly, a sweet, intoxicating aroma filled the air. What is that? It smells amazing. As the enemy stood confused, Seo Gangrim watched from a distance. I came here to find out why Sector 1 hated us so much in the past. Turns out, it's all because of the protection agency's twisted little game. Suddenly, the forest roared. Dun's camp was engulfed in flames and chaos. Fire, someone screamed. Monsters, a horde is coming from the east. Put out the fire. Seo Gangrim slipped away, teeth gritted. They said they took hostages. They said they killed people. But in the end, his eyes grew cold. It was all just for a stupid reward. He picked up the pace, leaving the screams behind. I won't let the past repeat itself. Not for a game like this. So, what's my next move? As he ran, several fruits from the raid monkeys tumbled from his bag. Seo Gangrim stopped and called out to the shadows. All right, everyone listen up. As everyone well knew, outsiders from other regions were present. Gangrim revealed the grim truth. Last night I overheard their scheme. They are planning a ruthless ambush right here. Shin Sua gasped in shock. An ambush. Gangrim held up the trophy from the ape. He slew, his voice steady. Correct. That is why I propose a trade. Take this myriad scent fruit. It will be your lifeline. The crowd sitting on the ground murmured in disbelief. Free of charge. Then why don't we just escape before the slaughter begins? Gangrim declared, I possess an abundance of them, so spread the word to those absent. Relief washed over the group, and cheers of gratitude erupted, filling the tense air. Thank you, they cried. But Shinsuo suddenly halted him, anxiety clouding her eyes. Wait, do you intend to challenge the medium difficulty dungeon alone? Gangrim shot back with cold indifference. My actions are none of your concern. Yet internally, he knew Shinsuo was the type of leader who would never trade a teammate's safety for personal gain. He turned his back, tossing words over his shoulder. I am not even a member of your party. His inner thoughts betrayed his cold facade. So take them and run far away from here. Shinsuo watched his retreating figure in silence. Deep in the forest, blood splattered against a massive tree, heavy with strange alluring fruit. Gangrim stepped past the corpse of the ape he had slain. I encountered monsters here. Before he recalled the memory of the sudden raid resurfacing, it had appeared from nowhere. Peering from behind a tree at a lurking ape, he analyzed. However, monsters do not simply spawn without cause. These are creatures of the demon realm. He thought of the snowman at the entrance. Just like the Yeti's nest, they must have a habitat nearby. Approaching the massive beast, he wondered about its origin. Suddenly, a hidden hollow beneath the roots caught his eye. Found it. Squeezing through the tight gap, he wondered how the beast fit. Suddenly, the ground vanished, dropping him into a massive subterranean cavern. This place is colossal. Summoning a flame to banish the dark, his hand grazed the earthen wall. The light danced, revealing a sight that stole his breath away. His jaw dropped. The spirits accompanying him gasped at the majestic panorama unfolding before them. What a magnificent spectacle! To think such a paradise exists here. Gazing at the luscious fruits, a spirit asked, Is this not where the monsters reside? Another warned, Stay sharp, they could strike from the shadows at any moment. Gangrim countered internally, No. This is merely a passage, not a battleground. A dark, oppressive aura swirled around him. This is the heart of danger, he realized. We are deep within the demon realm. Approaching the roots, another cavity appeared. Are they nesting inside? He plucked a fruit, and in true leveling Manhwa fashion, the system chimed. You have obtained the myriad scent fruit. Landing gracefully on the ground, Gangrim planned his exit. Now to vanish without a trace before I am detected. Boom, an explosion shattered his train of thought. An explosion. As the smoke cleared, Dihun emerged with his goons wearing a vile, arrogant smirk. Thanks to you, we found the jackpot. Gangrim scowled, his eyes narrowing. Did you tail me? Dihun didn't bother to deny it. Indeed. We found this trash. Dihun gestured to Yoon Jeon, who was dangling upside down on the way to Zone 2. Gangrim's face went dark with fury. The fruit slipped from his fingers, hitting the dirt. The image of Yoon Jeon, captured and humiliated, burned into his retina. Dihun sneered, I can't kill you, but I can butcher your friend. How does that sound? Pressing a blade to her throat, he threatened, Hand over the fruit if you want the brat to breathe. Seeing Yoon Jeon helpless in the villain's grip, rage boiled beneath Gangrim's calm facade. He replied coldly, I don't have it. He stepped forward, crushing the fruit under his boot. Eyes blazing with killing intent, he pointed to the giant tree behind him. If you want them, help yourself. Take as many as you like. Believing the bluff, Dihun turned and barked orders to his lackey. Listen, I'll hold her. You lot gather the harvest. The minions cheered. Let's go. We can finally return home. Dihun, you'll pay us when we get back, right? Sure, he lied. Gangrim commanded. Put her down. Drop your weapon first, Dihun demanded. He dropped Yoon Jeon, but immediately pinned her down with his spear, taunting Gangrim with a despicable grin. If you have the guts, do it. Gangrim dropped his sword without hesitation. Done. Dihun blinked, stunned by his absolute resolve. Gangrim rushed over, forcing Yoon Jeon's eyes open. Yoon Jeon, wake up. He poured a pouch of herbs into her mouth while Dihun watched perplexed. What are you feeding her? Supporting her head? Gangrim replied, antidote? Dihun scoffed, I didn't poison her, idiot. Suddenly, thuds echoed from the tree. Dihun panicked as his men collapsed, one by one. What is wrong with you? They screamed, clutching their faces. My eyes. The world is spinning. Dihun screamed. What did you do? A system notification flashed. Warning. Prolonged exposure to myriad scent. Fruit aroma detected. Gangrim glared his aura, terrifying. Can you feel the effects now? The entire hollow was now saturated with the deadly sweet fragrance. The scent poison is invading the system, warned. Dihun realized too late. The poison is airborne. How do I cure this? He knew that herb was the cure, rage exploding. Dihun swung his spear at Gangrim with murderous intent. Give me the antidote, he roared like a madman. Gangrim gritted his teeth, dodging the strike. Damn it, why is his stamina still full? The spear grazed his shoulder, drawing blood. Alert toxin entering through open wound. Gangrim's eyes widened in horror as the warnings multiplied. Poison resistance overwhelmed. You are poisoned. Dodging another lethal strike, Gangrim realized, I can't wait for him to pass out. His eyes rolled back white with fury. A flame ignited in his palm. With a roar, he slammed a fiery blow into Dihun, making him cough blood. Myriad scent toxicity increasing, the system droned. Dihun glared with bloodshot eyes. Bastard. You want us both to die together. Gangrim drew an iron rod from his inventory, his voice dead calm. No. Only you. Dihun shrieked in terror. Save me. I need to live to negotiate with the Zone 2 raiders. If you value your life, Gangrim's voice was colder than the abyss, his gaze piercing through the man. Then never threaten me like that again. Blood drenched Gangrim's avatar from head to toe. The interface flashed skill-activated destiny plunder. His stamina hit 0, and he collapsed, gasping for air. The system roared in his ears, absorbing Hong Dun's power, draining mana reserves. Notifications cascaded down his vision like a system Manhwa glitch. Agility stolen. User Seo Gangrim promoted to human class 3. Power surged. He gripped Yoon Jian's trembling hand. You shouldn't have followed me. The guardian spirit floated over, panicked. Hey, no time for naps. Then he froze, staring at the item Gangrim pulled from his inventory. Wait, is he insane? He's incubating it, the spirit realized. Damn it, he's burning his own mana to force the hatch. Incubation progress 100%. The shell cracked open. A radiant white deer stepped into the world. The guardian's jaw dropped. A Kirin. How did a rookie summon a mythical beast? The creature gently nudged Gangrim's forehead. Skill divine purification activated. A golden aura exploded around him, dissolving the deadly toxins instantly. The corrupted forest cleared, replaced by pristine nature. The system chimed, toxin from the 1,000-cent fruit neutralized. The danger was gone. Good job, Gangrim praised the beast. He eyed the burning tree. Now let's harvest those fruits before they turn to ash. Yoon Jian stirred awake. Yoon, you're up. She rubbed her eyes. Big brother. Suddenly a hand clawed out from the tree hollow. Shinsua and Yunbom burst onto the scene, breathless. Seo Gangrim Jion. Shinsua's voice cracked with emotion. I was terrified for you. Is everyone alive? She asked. Yes, Gangrim nodded calmly. Priest Johan healed the squad. The Zone 1 enemies have fled in terror. Shinsua turned on Jion, arms crossed. Why did you go alone? I thought we lost you. Gangrim intervened. The Zone 1 captain kidnapped her. I told you not to tell. Jion whined. Quiet, Bomb snapped. Shinsua sighed heavily. I should have been faster. This wouldn't have happened if you just cleared the medium difficulty, Gangrim scolded. Why stay? Shinsua stared back intensely. How could we leave without you? Shinsua, he sighed. Heroism is fine, but not when it puts the team at risk. She smiled warmly. You aren't just anyone to us. Johan and Gojun arrived behind them. Shinsua continued. To this team, you are one of us. You are family. Her smile was blinding. So, let's fight together next time. Gangrim blinked, stunned. System notification destiny link, established with Shinsua. Yunbom views you as her savior. The words echoed from the past. Destiny link established. The bonds were forming. Yoonjian worships you. He remembered carrying her on his back. Destiny link established. This was the classic trope of an awakening Manhwa. Gangrim scratched his head, embarrassed. Too late to ditch them now. He muttered, I'll think about it. Karma room cleared. Achievement unlocked. Highest difficulty clear. He opened the reward interface for the first clear. An item materialized. The compass of fate. He spun the needle. This artifact could peek into the future, but it was purely random. Can't control when it works, he noted. Suddenly, the needle went wild. Gangrim froze. The compass of fate activated on its own. The future was shifting before his eyes. Seo Gangrim's destiny has been altered. Elsewhere, Gongdu watched the monitors. Strange. He rubbed his chin. His data. It doesn't add up. He cleared the mountain room in a day. The Inferno room results are suspicious. Gongdu pieced the puzzle together. He soloed a Yeti and found the hidden quest. Gongdu removed his mask. A mere insect class 3 shouldn't be capable of this leveling Manhwa feat. He must be the one who stole the 7-star sword from the Forest of Blades. The admin's suspicion grew deeper. He adjusted his glasses. And defeating Hong Dun unlikely. He sighed. Yoon Ito must be thrilled his wish came true. But teaching him how to hatch a Kirin, that's crossing the line. Gongdu narrowed his eyes. Natural incubation is 0%. He threw his gloves down. Coincidence or divine will? For an atheist, neither makes sense. He pulled out a talisman. I need to know. Does this kid have the power of precognition? It was time for a test. Gangrim entered the office, looking around. This way, Gongdu beckoned, holding a key. Time for your reward. Gangrim blinked. The blank wall vanished. Surprised, Gongdu smirked. This is my personal dimensional armory. Impressive, Gangrim admitted. Pick one, Gongdu said generously. Anything, Gangrim asked. Anything, Gongdu lied. Anything at all. Gangrim browsed the collection. His instinct screamed. This is a test. Gongdu looked at the key in his hand. I've switched the metadata. The trash items were glowing with fake, god-tier descriptions. It was a cunning trap. The real treasures had rusty skins and generic descriptions. To a normal eye, they looked like garbage. A cruel smile touched his lips. If he can't see the future or read true data, he'll pick the shiny trash. But Gangrim's eyes locked onto a dull blade. Dragon Ruler's Blade. Tier Dragon Class 1. Wielded by the Dragon King. Effect: absolute dominance over royalty. It looked like a stick, but the stats were god tier. Gongdu had hidden the description perfectly. Gongdu crossed his arms. Let's see if you're a prophet or a fraud. Gangrim held a random sword pretending to read. Then he scanned the rest. He hid the artifacts, but left the Phantom class gear exposed. Gangrim tilted his head, eyes flashing with hidden knowledge. This manager is quite generous. He reached for the real treasure. The polished blade gleamed under the lights, practically begging for attention. A masterpiece of destruction, a first-grade insect-class saber. But his sharp eyes caught the deception immediately. Something was off about this weapon. Sensing a trap, he scanned the room with a tactical gaze. Why was the display arranged so bizarrely? Then the Destiny windows began to vanish, canceling the Destiny exploration feature, typical of a system Manhwa. Seo Gangrim bit his lip, suspicion clouding his face. Was Gongdu testing him? He had anticipated this game of cat and mouse. He knew something wasn't right from the start. Why would the shop owner show such sudden generosity? It was clearly a trap to gauge his worth. He sighed heavily. He had walked right into a difficult position. He calculated rapidly. Only a handful of people possessed the ability to foresee destiny, and the protection agency would surely hoard them all. He had to hide his skills while still securing that top-tier gear. Which was more critical, survival or secrecy? He stepped aside. Gongdu pressed him. Have you made your choice yet? Slowly, Seo Gangrim raised a finger. What I want is... The owner gasped, eyes popping wide in shock. Seo Gangrim froze his brain, stalling. What kind of twisted logic was that? No, he started to explain, but Gongdu cut him off. You have an eye for quality, Gongdu preened with pride. You realized I'm the true treasure in this room. I know I'm irresistibly attractive, but alas, I cannot be owned. Seo Gangrim looked dead inside. No, I'm pointing at this, he clarified, holding up the dungeon key. Lend me your entire arsenal, and I guarantee you'll profit more than you can imagine. You won't lose a single item, and District 2 will gain the highest tier prestige. Gongdu stroked his chin, intrigued by the offer. The scene shifts to Seo Gangrim's quarters. Back in his room, he was feeding his beast. Kirin chow time. The little creature dove into the food with pure joy. It'll take 3 days to forge another key. Until then, I'm going to power level you to the max. He tore open another packet, though his wallet screamed in agony. He never thought he'd burn through 12,000 spirit beads in a single day. Raising a divine beast was financial suicide. He poured more food. Good. Eat up and get big for me. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. System update: Kirin had evolved into a second-grade phantom class. New skill acquired: hydrokinesis. He read the status window in disbelief. Water control: second-grade phantom class. Moves freely in water and manipulates it. Wait, it can actually control water now. Seo Gangrim pointed to the side. Kirin, try using that water control. The beast bowed low and a shimmering sphere of water materialized from thin air. Droplets floated up, defying gravity. Seo Gangrim's face went pale. Wait, stop. A torrent of water blasted forward like a cannon, smashing a massive hole through the wall. Choi Sung-woo stood on the other side, drenched and furious. Hey Seo Gangrim, you lunatic. Seo Gangrim stood frozen, completely at a loss for words. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria, the mood was high. This is absolute heaven, one hunter mumbled through a mouthful. Real food, I was so sick of eating nothing but fruit. He sighed, contentedly. If only Seo Gangrim hadn't sold us out. Another hunter interrupted. He looks cold on the outside, but he's actually a saint. Yeah, Seo Gangrim has always been a good guy. You just weren't paying attention. The air filled with sudden realization. Remember when the monster swarm surrounded us? And the ambush in the building before training? He carried us. One asked, really? Why didn't you team up with him? He's too intimidating, I guess. Ice-cold aura. He hung his head in shame. We only cleared a medium difficulty dungeon, yet we get free fruit. We owe him. I feel guilty for judging him earlier. Just then, Seo Gangrim walked in. I'm glad you guys like the new renovations, he called out cheerfully. But I'm still paying for this meal, Songwoo grumbled, arms crossed. I'm only being nice because you're a fellow first clearer like me. Seo Gangrim blinked. You cleared it first too, the man pointed a thumb at himself proudly. I was the first to conquer the Room of Karma. Low difficulty, but a win is a win. Ah, that explained why they hadn't crossed paths. Impressive, Seo Gangrim praised sincerely. Even on low mode, Seong Woo's ego inflated instantly. You're all right, kid. Better than this rabble. He grinned. Let's drink, hey. He flashed 2 fingers. 2 beers over here. The clay doll waved its hand. Spirit beads required. Songwoo scoffed. Don't give me that attitude. Just hand it over. Smack a clay fist. Connected with his face before he finished the sentence. He slammed the table, nursing his cheek. You funny little thing. Do you know who I am? He loomed over the doll. Disrespecting me. You're just a paper tiger. Seo Gangrim grabbed his shoulder. Mr. Choi, let me handle the bill. Don't yell at the poor thing. Seong Woo sneered. You have fun, Seo Gangrim sighed. You have to remember spirit beads are currency here. He looked at the doll. How much? The dolls happily prepped a drink. Song Woo squinted at the service. VIP. Seo Gangrim shrugged. They upgraded me after I dropped 12,000 beads here yesterday. Seo Gangrim stayed calm. No beer for me, just one for him. Seongwoo's jaw hit the floor staring at him. 12,000. The doll slid the drink over with its foot. That was the last straw. Seongwoo's face turned crimson. He smashed his fist into the clay servant. Do you know who I am? The cafeteria went silent at the outburst. Seo Gangrim stepped in. What are you doing? Seongwoo roared. Shut up. Who do you think you are? He stormed off, leaving a tense silence. Clay doll, are you okay? A familiar voice chimed in. The twin sisters had arrived. Master, one asked, are you friends with that psycho? Seo Gangrim waved his hand. Hardly. Yoon Jeon frowned. Then why were you hanging out with him? He lives next door, Seo Gangrim explained. My pet Kieran decided to remodel our shared wall, so I bought him dinner as an apology. Her eyes sparkled. Kieran. The sisters squealed when they saw the beast. It's so fluffy. What's his name? Seo Gangrim answered simply. Kieran? Yoon Jeon tilted her head. Why? Seo Gangrim shrugged. Because he is a Kieran. Yoon Bom narrowed her eyes. That is a divine beast, master, not just a generic monster. She teased. Would you like it if he called you human? Seo Gangrim rubbed his neck awkwardly. You want me to give him a real name? He thought for a moment. How about Little Lin? Suddenly, a notification popped up. Little Lin's class changed to beginner spirit. Skill acquired magnetic horn. The status window flashed. Beginner spirit class. Ability to attract gold attribute attacks or alter their trajectory. The girl blinked. What happened? Did he evolve? The creature nuzzled Seo Gangrim's hand affectionately. Of all the Kirans, I just had to get the special one. Yoonbom put her hands on her hips. Master, you know we're technically your teammates now, right? He smiled gently, hugging Little Lin. Yeah, I know. Thanks, girls. Yoongeon giggled. Master, if you want to thank us, carry us through the next demon world. His gaze shifted to the others. The sisters nodded in unison. But the sealed door left him baffled. Do we just walk in when it opens? Fast forward 1 week later. Everyone gathered at the designated coordinates. The trial of the Green Viper was about to commence. Duration: 168 hours. A question arose from the crowd. What exactly are we supposed to protect? Someone speculated it might be a container, or perhaps a tool. Songmin waved with a cheerful grin. Greetings. You must be the trainees from District 2. Correct, I am Si Zhongmin, from the Bureau of Destiny. I am the administrator in charge of this demonic realm. Sua gasped. Huh. Is there a messenger here? Yoon Gyeong clarified the situation. We have a quest window just like in the Hellfire Room and the Mountain of Blades. Realization dawned on her. So the objective comes directly from the Bureau of Destiny. Seo Gangrim frowned, suspicion clouding his eyes. Why isn't it a Navi? In his past life, she was the one managing the stage. Se Jongmin raised his hands enthusiastically. I have updated the details in the user manual, so I will keep this brief. One trainee looked confused. Manual, The person beside him pulled out an item. You mean the one we held when we arrived? He clutched a small creature. Your mission in this room is to protect this white viper. You guys don't hate snakes, do you? He shook his head. No, that's not it. Each of you will protect one specific snake. He held up a red strip of cloth. You will use this mark of friendship. Simply wrap this fabric around your snake. Jong Min held the cloth out. Here you go. Everyone take one and get moving. Go find your destined partner. Let the trial begin. The system interface flashed the rules for the Green Viper room. It was a standard setup for a leveling Manhwa trial, 1 snake per person. Use the mark of friendship to tame the serpent and keep it alive for 168 hours. You are free to leave the demonic realm. However, if your snake dies while you are absent, the mission fails instantly. The snakes cannot leave this realm, but you can entrust them to Seo Gangrim for a maximum of 6 hours a day. He will guard the snake during that cooldown period. If a mishap occurs, you can find a replacement snake to continue. But be warned, if you encounter the Great Serpent, do not mistake it for a common snake. Yun Gion rummaged through the bushes. Is there anything in here? Yun Bom replied curtly. No. Gojun lifted 2 small snakes looking bored. Aren't there any bigger ones? Johan recoiled in fear from a reptile. Seo rushed over to assist. Father Johan Seo tied a strip of cloth around the snake's body. Stay still. The moment the knot was tied, the snake's body began to glow. Status: you are protecting a snake. Duration: 3 seconds out of 168 hours. The thug gave it a name. All right. From now on, your name is Dung. Take care of it. The others looked disgruntled. Aren't we supposed to be protecting you? The thug replied calmly. Yeah, so make sure you protect my snake too. Seo crossed her arms and laughed. I arrived here before Seo Gangrim, so I definitely caught one before him, right? The person holding the snake replied half-heartedly. I guess so. The thug declared with arrogance. I will be the first one to clear this stage, just watch. The group whispered among themselves. Why does he keep bringing up Seo Gangrim lately? The thug muttered to himself. You won't be able to look down on me anymore. Seo Gangrim. Meanwhile, Seo Gangrim walked across a bridge with the Kirin following close behind. He was lost in deep thought. I wonder what the Guide of Destiny is trying to warn me about. An unsettling feeling crept into his heart. I don't know if it's because the karma room was cleared earlier than in my past life. But since this demonic realm was closed for a while, the appearance of a new spokesperson is concerning. Seo Gangrim furrowed his brows, gazing into the abyss below. Too many variables have drifted from my original timeline. I can't pinpoint exactly where the error lies. The system chimed in. Warning, the destiny of Seo Gangrim has been altered. He froze. Could it be? The system continued. Please take action to restore destiny to its proper course. Everything will unfold as desired once fate is corrected. He lifted the red cloth in his hand. Does this have anything to do with my current objective? The destiny window popped up again. Item mark of friendship. Grade beginner. If you attach this to a beast, it will lose its hostility toward you. The effect depends on the level gap between the beast and the user. A low dark voice echoed in his mind. Seo Gangrim, what are you doing? Aren't you looking for a snake? If you don't want to find one, why not let me take over your body? The Kirin pranced around him playfully. It's too distracting. Seo Gangrim looked up at the sky. All right. Worrying won't solve anything. I need to move. He took off his coat and stashed it in his inventory. He removed his inner shirt as well. Let's go, Kirin. He jumped straight into the lake. The Kirin leaped in after him. Seo Gangrim took a deep breath. Together with the beast, he plunged into the depths. Seo Gangrim dove toward the ocean floor, searching for something hidden deep within the abyss. I think he's looking for a water serpent. How long can a mere mortal hold his breath? The system announced. Lung capacity increased by 20% due to water attribute bonuses. The Kirin began to absorb energy, activating the hydro control skill. The system explained the function. Seo Gangrim has received the buff from the hydro control skill. You can now move and breathe freely in aquatic environments. They were now masters of the water. A snake suddenly glided past Seo Gangrim. It seemed surprised as he stared right at it. Seo Gangrim quickly chased after the creature. Hey, where do you think you're going? The water serpent is right over there. He scanned the surroundings relentlessly. There are no water serpents down here. Seo Gangrim thought to himself. Do you really think I dove all the way down here just to catch some common snakes? The prize I want is… Suddenly behind him, a massive jaw opened wide. My God, it's the Great Serpent. Seo Gangrim immediately braced himself against the attack. I'm glad I brought the celestial fireblade with me. He stabbed hard into the creature's throat. Seo Gangrim easily overpowered the great serpent. It was too massive to be a snake, yet too small to be ranked as a dragon. He grabbed its tongue with excitement. This is the great serpent I was looking for. Luck is on my side today. Now, I just need to place the mark of friendship on its tongue. He wrapped the red cord around the beast's tongue. An orb of light manifested from within its mouth. Suddenly, the Kirin's technique blasted Seo Gangrim away, triggering the hydro control skill. He mentally praised the beast. Good job. The great serpent glared at Seo Gangrim with ferocious eyes. Its rage then shifted toward the Kirin. The serpent opened its maw, ready to swallow the Kirin whole. Seo Gangrim charged forward instantly. Activating item, Mark of Friendship. He wrapped his arms around the serpent's body. The beast struggled against the effects of the mark. Seo Gangrim gritted his teeth, holding tight to the thrashing leviathan. The sealing cord was finally secured. The great serpent had submitted to Seo Gangrim. The gods watching from above could not hide their astonishment. Did he just tame a great serpent? I'm not sure. But look at its eyes. It no longer views him as an enemy. Seo Gangrim pointed excitedly toward the surface. Together they ascended from the depths. Seo Gangrim patted the great serpent's head. Well done. My job now is to protect you for a week. He issued a command with a smirk. But you'll be fine without me, won't you? We will meet again in 1 week. Stay submerged for 7 days. Just live your life as you did before. The great serpent looked puzzled, but bowed to his command and vanished into the depths. The constellations were baffled. He tamed a mythic beast in 5 minutes just to neglect it. Bah, it is a great serpent, it will survive. Seo Gangrim let out a hearty laugh. Guess I get a week-long vacation now, right? The constellations immediately scolded him. Is this why you sought the beast, you cunning little schemer? Seo Gangrim resumed his monster hunting grind. Ding, the system announced his stats had hit level 26. Strength, stamina, agility, senses, and mana. All balanced at level 26, except mana at 23. He sighed deeply. Raising stats purely through hunting is a nightmare. Even with his high-tier class proficiency, the progress was agonizingly slow in this leveling manhwa. He turned to his companions. Lini Kirin, let us take a breather. Come to think of it, legend says the Kirin despises bloodshed, correct? Well, it still buffed me earlier. Seo Gangrim nodded in understanding. I suppose it is difficult for a creature that abhors killing to aid in a slaughter. Suddenly, a roar tore through the air. You absolute scumbag. Seo Gangrim's gaze snapped toward the noise. Trainees fighting amongst themselves in the demon realm rare. His expression shifted to alarm. Lini move, fast. As they sprinted, the shouting grew chaotic. What good are you people? Give me my money back right now. Seo Gangrim focused his senses. I quit. I am done with this garbage, the man screamed right in Choi Sung-woo's face. I will refund you the moment we return to Earth. So, handle it yourself. What? The rest of the party began to walk away. I am leaving too. You do nothing but insult and compare us. It is always, Seo Gangrim, this Seo Gangrim that. Why don't you just hire him instead? Listening from the bushes, Seo Gangrim felt a headache coming. Hire me, the constellations began whispering in his ear. Approaching him now might be profitable. He is desperate. You could squeeze a few spirit pearls out of him. Seo Gangrim weighed his options. True, I need funds to raise Lini. But then he remembered. Wait, isn't that guy broke? Footsteps approached rapidly. It was Choi Sung-woo. Seo Gangrim, the man screamed in sheer panic. Please, you have to save my snake. Without a second thought, they bolted toward the danger zone. So your summon is under attack, and you lost track of it. Yes, Seo Gangrim kept his voice cool. What is in it for me? Choi Sung-woo yelled back. You still owe me lunch from last time. Seo Gangrim skidded to a halt. I do not work for free. What? Choi Sung-woo shrieked in despair. Spirit pearls. I have 2,000 of them. Seo Gangrim raised an eyebrow. 2,000. You have been busy. Did you loot those off your teammates? Ding, the system confirmed the transaction. Warning, ally target HP has dropped below 50%. Seo Gangrim grinned. Easy money. Meanwhile, Choi Sung-woo was hyperventilating. Stop counting and save my snake. In the distance, the serpent was being pummeled. A rival student laughed maniacally. This is the end of the line for you, beast. Clang. Seo Gangrim parried the killing blow instantly. The student snarled. What the hell? You from another sector. I found this prey first. Go find your own kill. Seo Gangrim smirked. Afraid I cannot do that. Choi Sung-woo rushed past them, diving to cradle his serpent. Gucci, no. Please don't die on me. Open up Gucci. Swallow this potion. The attacker looked baffled. Choi Seung-woo turned eyes blazing with fury. Who do you think you are trying to murder my snake? Your snake. Are you blind? Do you not see the taming mark? Go find a wild one to protect? The attacker scoffed, completely confused. Protect? Why would I protect a monster? Seo Gangrim stepped in puzzled. Is the mission in this sector not protect the serpents? The student tilted his head. What are you babbling about? He pulled up his system interface. My mission is to slaughter the serpents. Seo Gangrim and Seung-woo froze. What? A cold chill ran down Seo Gangrim's spine. The third sector's mission. It is different from my previous life. Is this the twisting hand of fate? He recalled the timeline before his regression. In the past, both sectors were assigned to protect the species. We allied to defend them against the void beasts. That was how I met him. Seo Gangrim's face went pale. Wait, if the mission here is to kill, ding alert, the target with the friendship mark is under attack. The great serpent is in danger. Elsewhere, a figure stood before the massive beast. It was Jang Tae-han. His eyes lit up with battle lust. A challenger from the third sector? It has to be that guy. Boom. A massive shockwave sent Jang Tae-han skidding back. The great serpent roared, its aura flaring. Is this a dragon? Jang Tae-han grinned like a predator. Let's find out. He launched himself at the beast. Will killing you clear my quest? Suddenly, Seo Gangrim burst onto the scene, relief washing over him. Jang Tae-han aimed a devastating punch at the serpent's scales. Power gathered in his fist. Perfect. I almost had to go looking for trouble. Crash. Seo Gangrim intercepted the blow mid-air. Who the hell? Seo Gangrim looked at the boy, a nostalgic smile forming. I knew it was you. The boy's eyes widened. Jang Tae-han. Memories flooded Seo Gangrim's mind. Hyung, you ditched last time, you better show up tonight. The ace of the Flying Tiger Guild, a second-class demon hunter. Fine, I'm going. Promise me you'll be at the party. That tragic night flashed before his eyes. But he shook his head, returning to the present. He is already a monster rookie of the Flying Tiger Guild. To think I would meet him in this timeline. Fate really is funny. Jang Tae-han grit his teeth. I'll let you off the hook, since I've never seen your face before. But that big guy is my prey. I saw him first. Ignoring him, Seo Gangrim whispered to the beast. Dive. Go deep and do not surface no matter what happens. The great serpent vanished into the abyss. Hey, it got away. Jang Tae-han's aura flared with irritation. Get the hell out of my way. You're blocking my kill. Seo Gangrim just watched him with amusement. I never met him when he was this young. It was a strange sensation. He feels so different. Brother, Seo Gangrim. He remembered a drunken conversation from his past life. I'm glad we didn't meet in the demon realm back then. Why is that? Tae-han had rubbed his neck sheepishly. I was a bit of a hothead back then. Yeah, if we met back then, we would have killed each other. Hey, are you deaf? Seo Gangrim smiled, radiating confidence. Why not hunt a different target? That great serpent belongs to me. Jang Tae-han's eyes twitched. Yours, whoosh. He threw a sucker punch, but Seo Gangrim weaved past it effortlessly. Fine. I'll just beat you into the ground first. Tae-han unleashed a flurry of strikes. Is dodging all you can do? Seo Gangrim caught the next fist. Thud. His hand trembled slightly, struggling to contain the boy's raw, monstrous power. Yet Seo Gangrim's gaze remained warm. He really is a beast. Jang Tae-han sneered at the smile. You think this is funny? He was taken aback when Seo Gangrim replied calmly. Yeah, it's actually a blast. He leveled his blade, the cold steel humming with anticipation. Seeing him standing there, breathing and alive. How could my heart not soar with such twisted joy? System alert attribute converted to fire. Seo Gangrim launched himself forward like a bullet. His mind raced, analyzing the threat. Jang Tae-han. Power level equivalent to a second-class demon rank. His stats and class proficiency far outstrip mine. Panic flashed in Tae-han's eyes as the tip of the sword closed in on his throat. Confused. You're stronger on paper, yet you can't seem to touch me. Humiliated, Tae-han struck out blindly in a fit of rage. Gangrim smirked. Don't project your insecurities on me. How do you predict my moves? Bam. A precise blow to the gut dropped him instantly. A satisfied smile curled Gangrim's lips as his rival crumpled. Because I know every technique you possess. As Tae-han trembled in agony, Gangrim declared checkmate. Scowling in fury, the defeated rival scrambled to his feet and fled. I will return for my vengeance. Gangrim waved a cheerful goodbye. But then, his expression darkened. This is bad. If he runs now, He won't meet Shin Yuha. Anxiety gnawed at him. The timeline is shifting. If he doesn't join the Flying Tiger Guild, a terrifying possibility dawned on Gangrim. If he joins the Ara Guild instead, dead or alive. His eyes turned predatory. I cannot allow that future to exist. Scene change. They should have told us sooner that the objective for the other regions was a serpent hunt. Choi Sung raged at the overseer. Defending snakes from monsters or humans, what's the difference? Seriously furious, he scooped up his spirit serpent and stormed off. Let's move Gaki. Gangrim walked up to the overseer with a casual wave. One question, Seo Jumin. The man chuckled. Shoot. Isn't the agency's goal to create as many awakened as possible? Why force this battle royale upon us? It felt like a brutal twist in an awakening manhwa. Jumin replied coldly, to call the leeches, those who only grow strong by piggybacking on others. Gangrim frowned. Piggybacking? Like using a high-level item to cheese through a demon realm dungeon. Gangrim froze. Wait, is he talking about me? Jumin grinned like a fox. We limited the snakes for a reason. Gangrim gritted his teeth, the malice in the admin's voice, crystal clear. Cooperation is impossible by design. System status, giant serpent protection. Time remaining 22 hours 17 minutes. The gods whispered eagerly from the heavens. It's Seo Gangrim. Finally some entertainment. He paused, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Did I miss something? No alerts about the great serpent being under attack. But the air grew heavy. A pressure was building. Something was coming. Boom. An explosion rocked the horizon. A silhouette emerged from the smoke. Crash. A fist slammed into the earth, shattering the ground beneath Gangrim's feet. Kang Tae-han had returned. Found you, he growled, dust swirling around him. Gangrim smirked. Miss me already? An eye for an eye. As Gangrim blocked the strike, the clash of steel triggered a memory of a war long past. I'll just toy with him for a bit, Gangrim thought. Whoosh. A sudden kick caught him off guard. He barely braced for the heavy impact. Damn it, that's my fighting style. He realized Tae-han had evolved. He knows I can predict him. Gangrim's hand trembled with a mix of fear and excitement. Breaking old habits is hell. Impressive. Tae-han grinned savagely. Finally landed one. Gangrim asked, why the obsession with fighting me? Because you beat me, Tae-han spat, his eyes burning with resolve. And I don't do losing. Gangrim blinked. Right. He's a battle junkie who hunts the strong. In my past life, I was too weak to even be on his radar. He sighed, a strange smile forming. Am I insane for actually enjoying this rivalry? If I fall, the great serpent falls. Gangrim shouted. I trust you, Kang Tae-han. So come at me. His eyes ignited with spiritual fire. Just try not to die. Skill-activated combat instinct. This was the peak excitement of a leveling manhwa. You think a wretch like you can end me? Tae-han charged like a bull. Forget yesterday, I'm a new man. Gangrim's eyes widened in delight. Now, that's what I call power. Tae-han licked his lips. I love breaking the strong. Gangrim weaved through the attacks, his expression twisting into something demonic. Kill the strong. He struck back, a completely different beast. Fear crept into Tae-han's heart. What the hell is wrong with him? He scrambled to dodge Gangrim's frenzied assault. He's aiming for my vitals. Is he actually trying to murder me? This wasn't the spar from yesterday. This was a massacre. Tae-han's stamina tanked. No. At this rate, he threw a desperate full-power haymaker. I'll lose again. Crack. The blow shattered bone, sending blood spraying from Gangrim's mouth. But in his mind, a single command looped: kill. I want to kill. I want to kill. I want to kill. 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 His face went blank, void of humanity. System alert, combat instinct evolved to demon rank 2. Sanity temporarily restored. The madness faded from Gangrim's eyes. Finally, the fog has cleared. Tae-han froze in horror. A terrifying aura blazed around Gangrim like a manhwa recap boss. I've figured it out, Gangrim whispered, wreathed in flame. How to end you. Tae-han backed away trembling. Your bones are pulverized. How are you moving? Ignoring the agony, Gangrim raised his blade. The rival fled in terror. A little broken bone won't stop me, Gangrim laughed maniacally. Die? Okay, I yield, I lose, Tae-han screamed. Then die, Gangrim roared. System alert, combat instinct deactivated. Mana depleted. System alert, Firebird skill deactivated. The flames vanished. I guess I won't kill you today. Tae-han slumped. Wise choice. Seo Gangrim turned his back on the loser. Just give up and go hunt a different beast. Kang Tae-han roared in frustration, his voice echoing. I'll be back tomorrow. If I lose, then I'll keep coming until I win. Seo Gangrim scoffed without looking back. Don't bother. Victory belongs to me. High above the constellation gods whispered among themselves. Are those two at it again? What a thrill. They are perfectly matched. It seemed only one could clear this leveling Manhwa quest. Taehan could easily find another target. So why is he so stubborn? Because his pride won't let him. Seo Gangrim knew the truth. That wasn't Kang Taehan's style. However, failure here was not an option for either of them. Meanwhile, the crowd cornered the guide, shouting angrily. Is this for real? It's completely rigged. All Sector 3 has to do is slay the serpent. Can't we just protect a different snake? Chan Abyssia shook her head coldly. Sector 2's objective is the Great Serpent. You have already failed. When the timer hits 0, you will be extracted. Remember that. Seo Gangrim listened from the shadows, his mind racing. The absolute rule of Sector 2. A plan sparked in his mind. Cha Anabizia. He rushed over and whispered a secret strategy into her ear. A satisfied smile slowly spread across her face. It is possible, she replied. Seo Gangrim's blood pumped with excitement. Now, he had even more reason to dominate this system Manhwa scenario. Come forth, Kiran, it's hunting time. Let's move. The system window flashed ominously. Mission, protect the Great Serpent. Time elapsed 49 hours, 3 minutes and 52 seconds out of 168 hours. Their clash shook the forest. Elapsed 73 hours, 31 minutes. New techniques exploded. Elapsed 100 hours, 1 minute and 48 seconds. Kang Taehan pushed his limits to crush him. Elapsed 119 hours, 10 minutes. Finally, the challenger collapsed, gasping for air, completely drained. Elapsed 145 hours, 17 minutes. Kang Taehan's body screamed in agony. It's rigged. You cloak yourself in flames. How is that fair fighting? Seo Gangrim replied coldly. It is my skill. I wield it as I please. He looked down at his rival. Do you have to act like a berserker every time we fight? You're the crazy one who fights a guy on fire. Taehan grit his teeth, forcing himself up. I'll be back tomorrow. Just you wait. The constellations and the Great Serpent watch the drama unfold. These humans are insane. Let them be. It is entertaining. Even the serpent nodded in agreement. Seo Gangrim caught the beast's gaze. I told you to stay submerged. The serpent looked at him expectantly. Hungry Seo Gangrim dumped a box of rations into its maw. Eat this, and get back down. Humans are far more treacherous than monsters. He leaned in closer to the beast. And don't tell Kiran I gave you this extra snack. The serpent blinked confused before slipping underwater. That won't fill it up anyway. Suddenly, the twin apprentices arrived. Master, what are you doing over there? They looked utterly bored. Just feeding the pet. Jealous, I want a monster too. Wait, what's with that look? Seo Gangrim chuckled. Is it that Sector 3? Jerk? Why doesn't he just leave? Fighting him is actually entertaining. Plus, it's good EXP grinding. Yunbom grabbed his collar, eyes blazing. Fun, who do you think you are? Some kind of MMA champion. Where is my master? Meanwhile, by the river, a conspiracy was brewing. The Great Serpent listened from the depths. I must decline your offer. A secret alliance was forming in the shadows. With your help, we can crush Sector 2. They are strong, but we have the numbers. I don't care about the war. I only need to defeat one man. The shadowy figure replied confidently, leave that to me. The serpent's eyes widened as it heard the strategy to defeat Seo Gangrim. Splash! It dove deep into the river. Kang Taehan turned at the sound distracted. What was that? Anyway, what is this secret method you mentioned? Seo Gangrim stood guard the wind howling around him. Leaves swirled like blades. Today is the final day. He looked at his rival. Tell me, what will you do if you taste defeat again? Will you finally go hunt a different target? Taehan furrowed his brow, offended. I would never do something so pathetic. If I lose today, I simply accept my failure. Seo Gangrim smirked, satisfied. I knew you were that type of guy. Seo Gangrim drew his blade. Since this is the finale, care for a wager? If I win, you must obey one command from me. Taehan placed his hands on his hips. And if I win, Seo Gangrim replied instantly. That won't happen. Taehan's face darkened with rage. You really think you're invincible? He dropped into a combat stance. That annoying fire skill. Seo Gangrim leveled his sword and charged. It won't work on me a second time. Boom, a massive punch flew forward. Seo Gangrim blocked with cold steel. He intends to punch through the blade. Is he insane? Skill activated destiny detection. The status window materialized. Target Kang Taehan. Second class Phantom Tier. Attribute Earth. Title 1 against 10,000. Seo Gangrim analyzed the data. Just as I thought. He acquired fire resistance. Crack. The sword shattered under the fist's impact. Now what? That was your ultimate move, wasn't it? Taehan grinned arrogantly. I told you the final victory is mine. Suddenly, dark energy surged. A deep cut opened on Taehan's leg. Damn it, what the hell was that? Seo Gangrim smiled like a demon. I told you, I will win. A cold sweat ran down Taehan's back. This guy is a total lunatic. Taehan rose slowly, eyes narrowing. So that's your secret weapon. He opened his palm, energy gathering. But, did you really think I came prepared with only one trick? A spear materialized in his grip. You started this skill-activated formless spear. Seo Gangrim's eyes widened. Every instinct screamed of imminent danger. Wait, is that the legendary serpent spear? It was undeniable. He must have been sponsored by a god from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Taehan swung the massive weapon. A cataclysmic wave of force roared toward him. I have to block it. Skill-activated combat instinct. Seo Gangrim gritted his teeth as the pressure crushed down. Damn it, don't break now. He pushed his senses to the limit, barely deflecting the lethal blow. I will win this. At any cost. Notice skill combat instinct has reacted to your burning competitive spirit. Evolution complete Phantom Tier, first class. A surreal light flooded his vision. Tracers of energy illuminated the battlefield between them. What is this light? Is it a path? His mind synchronized with the new power instantly. I can see it all. The trajectory of his spear. The opening in his defense. Seo Gangrim stepped forward, calm amidst the chaos. His focus sharpened to a razor's edge. Taehan faltered, panic setting in. You still have hidden skills. Before he could even blink, Seo Gangrim vanished, and a blade of energy slashed through him. Taehan's eyes rolled back in agony as he collapsed to the cold ground. A voice rang out in disbelief. Holy crap, did Seo Gangrim actually win? But the victor wasn't celebrating. Seo Gangrim stood there pale and gasping for air. The whispers didn't stop. What? How is that even possible? He defeated the wielder of the Jongba snake spear. Guess using a weapon you're not synchronized with wasn't the brightest idea. Seo Gangrim turned sharply, panic rising. Wait, is he dying? He shook Taehan's limp body in fear. Damn it, did I go too far? I need to get him to Father Johann now. Suddenly, a bullet whizzed past his neck. An ambush. A squad emerged from the shadows. Get him, he's exhausted his mana. They rushed in all at once, scavengers from the third region. Seo Gangrim calmly popped the cork off a vial. Gotta give Taehan some health potion first. But an invisible force slapped the bottle from his hand. He froze. Mud. He glared at the attackers. Earth attribute magic. Seo Gangrim struggled against the sludge. Shit, I need to reposition. The flames in his hands flickered and died. Who are these guys? System alert. Fire control deactivated. Low mana. Desperation set in. Was this how the legendary Seo Gangrim falls? Suddenly, a massive serpent lunged, sending an attacker flying. With a decisive snap, the beast swallowed the man whole. Its jaws unhinged aggressively. What the hell is that? Since when do snakes get that big? Is that even a snake anymore? The mob panicked. It has to be. What else could it be? Seo Gangrim's face went pale as he screamed. What do you think you're doing? That is a great serpent. Did you idiots skip the tutorial? He remembered his command to the beast. Stay underwater. I knew this would happen. I'll release you in a week. Just live quietly for 7 days. But the system rules were clear. Rule number 4. If you encounter a great serpent, never ever call it a snake. The creature trembled. One of the attackers charged with a sword, oblivious. You can't call a great serpent a snake. Screw that. It's Seo Gangrim's snake, kill it. Seo Gangrim shouted a final warning. You fools, run. But the blade swung down. Die, you stupid snake. Instantly, the beast's body began to warp. Wait. The energy is shifting. Seo Gangrim finally ripped himself free from the mud trap. A great serpent called a snake loses its destiny. It can no longer ascend to become a dragon. Consumed by resentment and fury, the creature burst into flames. It was no longer a serpent. It had twisted into a calamity known as the Gang Chiori. Seo Gangrim shielded Taehan. Protect the Great Serpent 155 hours, 1 minute 49 seconds out of 168 hours. He stared at the beast. Maybe, if it recognizes me, I still have a chance. The Gang Chiori snarled viciously. A torrent of fire blasted towards him. Everyone scrambled for their lives. Chance. Yeah, right. The air filled with screams. Those lunatics really didn't read the manual. I've never actually seen a Gang Chiori before. System info. Gang Chiori. Rank 3rd tier dragon type. A creature born from the despair of a failed ascension. This is a classic twist for a leveling manhwa. It possessed dual attributes of poison and fire, with scales as hard as steel. The beast rained fire upon the heavens. We're done for. We are absolutely screwed. A loudspeaker crackled to life. This is the Fate Protection Agency. Warning: Dragon-class entity Gang Chiori detected. Nearby, the Yoon sisters looked up in horror. Survivors ran until their lungs burned. Everywhere the beast moved, hellfire followed. It's heading this way, someone screamed. Wait, I don't have enough poison resistance for this. The announcement continued. All rookies evacuate immediately to the sacred tree for your safety. Massive branches intercepted the flames. It was Miss Sua. She carved out a path of sanctuary. Hurry, get to the sacred tree now. The warnings blared on a loop. Seo Gangrim, carrying Taehan on his back, thought, looks like the agency is finally making its move. Dongmin blinked, surprised to see rookies in the VIP sector. He checked his interface. Attention! A new emergency quest has been issued by the Fate Protection Agency. Objective: slay the Gang Chiori to clear the mission. Gojun's eyes lit up. And extra rewards. You heard that too, right? Johan looked confused. What do you mean? Gojun marched toward the chaos. It's raid time. Let's go hunt a boss monster. Meanwhile, Seo Gangrim finally reached the sacred tree. The area was packed. Seo Gangrim shouted, "Is Father Johan here?" Johan waved from the crowd. Right here. Seo Gangrim laid Taehan down gently. Please heal him. Johan gasped. What happened to him? Seo Gangrim covered his face in shame. I did this. Sua rushed over, eyes wide. Mr. Seo Gangrim, are you all right? He turned. Miss Sua. He pointed at the unconscious body. I'm fine. He's the one who needs help. Sua crouched down to inspect. Is this the guy from District 3 who keeps challenging you? That's him, Seo Gangrim replied. Sua tried to sound cheerful. Well, I guess your great serpent is okay then. What's your plan for the Slay the Gang Chiori quest? Seo Gangrim stood up, turning away. I need to assess the situation myself. He didn't hide the truth. That Gang Chiori. That's the great serpent I was protecting. Sua's jaw dropped. That monster was your serpent. She grabbed his arm. Then you can't kill it. It's your companion. He looked up at the burning sky. I know, but I can't let it destroy everything. Suddenly, Taehan sat up, shouting, no. So. Gangrim turned back. You're awake. Clutching his wound, Taehan gasped. You can't kill it. Seo Gangrim frowned. I have to. Taehan shook his head. If I kill it, that's just business. But you. Seo Gangrim stared at him. Is this about loyalty? He sighed. I still need to find a way to. Dongmin appeared out of nowhere. That won't work, you know. Seo Gangrim blinked. The messenger Dongmin explained coldly. A fallen serpent has already lost its way. It must be exterminated. The heat and toxin radiating from it could wipe out the entire demon realm. He sighed. Usually, the agency handles this, but the higher-ups are playing games. Taehan's face darkened at every word. A failure that couldn't become a dragon is nothing but a liability. He looked down, whispering, a failure. Seo Gangrim and Dongmin continued. Either way, it has to be stopped. And this isn't a mess you can clean up on your own, Seo Gangrim. I understand. Seo Gangrim made his choice. I'm going to take down the Gang Chiori. Will you help me? Sua's eyes burned with determination. Of course, behind her, the Yoon sisters nodded. We're teammates, aren't we? Taehan frowned. Teammates? But what about the Great Serpent? Does it mean nothing to you? Taehan stood up, staggering. Wait, you're really going to kill it? That's your partner. He was sweating bullets. Taehan gritted his teeth and screamed, you of all people shouldn't be the one to kill it. With that, he bolted into the forest. Seo Gangrim shouted after him, hey Jiang Taehan. He stood helpless, watching that receding back fade into the distance. The crowd buzzed around the sacred tree, but Taehan's expression was dark, twisted by inner turmoil. Dongmin's cruel words echoed in his mind. A failure unable to ascend and become a dragon. That was a grave sin in this world. Perched alone on a branch, eyes shut tight, the whisper haunted him. You are nothing but a wretched failure. Traumatic memories flooded back like a black tide. Are you trying to smear mud on our family name? His father's venomous curses replayed endlessly in his psyche. I am ashamed to call you my son. Taehan realized that even after 20 years of absolute obedience, he could never satisfy that man's impossible standards. With every beating, he could only endure in silence. He asked himself, Is this truly the limit of my existence? The prophecies claimed he was destined for greatness, yet here he was. Then the realization hit. It wasn't that he lacked the strength to reach those heights. He simply wasn't the flawless puppet his parents desired. Despair swallowed Tae-han whole. To people like them, anything less than absolute perfection was synonymous with worthless trash. The conviction that he could never escape this cycle of failure took root. The weight of his past turned into aggression, driving him to rebel and brawl constantly to vent his frustration. To his eyes, the whole world looked like an enemy. His thoughts drifted to the present, and suddenly he felt a strange kinship with that great serpent. Tae-han felt a pang of disappointment. I thought you were different, Seo Gangrim. His mind flashed back to the moment Seo Gangrim carried him away from the jaws of death. He had asked, "Why save me? Don't you expect a stab in the back from someone in Sector 3? But Seo Gangrim's answer had been rock solid. I don't think you would do that. You aren't that kind of person. Seo Gangrim had added, I know who you are and I trust you. Tae-han wiped a tear away. Just hearing those words had shattered the heavy chains binding his soul. Snapping back to reality, his gaze fixed silently on the monstrous Gang Cheol. He knew they couldn't let the Great Serpent rampage and annihilate the demon realm. He glanced down at Seo Gangrim's party. But if possible, I wish we could save Gang Cheol, just like you saved me. Seo Gangrim held a mysterious key aloft. Yoon Jeon asked, Can we borrow weapons? Yoon Bom's eyes lit up with excitement. Does this mean we can finally slay Gang Cheol? Seo Gangrim cut in with a serious tone. Let me make this clear. I will be the one to handle the beast. He clenched the key, his voice firm. And we are doing it without killing him. Seo Gangrim laid out his strategy. Rubbing his chin, Yoon Bom admitted, That actually sounds like a plan worth trying. Should we warn the others to hold their fire? Seo Gangrim looked confused until it hit him. Wait, there is someone crazy enough to try and kill it. That bastard. The same name popped into all their heads. Doc Gojun. Yoon Jeon shook Johan. How did he react to the news? Johan whispered back. He was ecstatic. Said he was finally going on a boss raid like the hero of a leveling manhwa. Seo Gangrim spun around anxious. Where is he right now? Cut to Doc Gojun tilting his head with a terrifying bloodthirsty grin. Where do you think you're going? Soo-han was sprinting down the hall, clutching his snake in panic. Are you seriously trying to fight that monster? He spread his arms to block the path. Just survive today, and the mission is complete. Why risk everything? Doc Gojun simply walked past him. I'm taking Gui to a safe zone. If you want to fight, go die alone. Suddenly, Doc Gojun coldly grabbed Soo-han's snake. Is that so? Without hesitation, Doc Gojun crushed the life out of it. Now, what will you do? He activated his decomposition skill. Your snake is dead. Soo-han screamed, No Gui. Stop being pathetic, Doc Gojun growled, radiating murderous intent. That goes for the rest of you. The other trainees clutched their serpents in fear, but Doc Gojun dashed forward, slaughtering the creatures one by one. My snake. Why would you do this? Serpent carcasses littered the floor. No, stop. Don't kill them. The cries of the trainees filled the air. It's not fair. Why does your snake get to live while ours die? Doc Gojun paused. Oh, mine? With an indifferent expression, he obliterated his own great serpent instantly. System alert. You failed to protect your serpent after 155 hours. The creature was bisected and fell to the ground. The trainees watched in absolute horror, witnessing the brutal nature of a system manhwa reality. Happy now. Doc Gojun beamed a bright, twisted smile. Now we have no choice but to kill Gang Cheol. Let's fight together. His group quickly located the protagonist. Hey Seo Gangrim. Let's go slay that boss. Seo Gangrim glanced back. I was actually looking for you. Then he noticed the crowd. Why are there so many people? Doc Gojun explained. They are the support army for the main character. Classic manhwa recap trope. He leaned in, eyes wild with excitement. You have a plan to kill it right. Behind him, the others frantically signaled Seo Gangrim to say yes, desperate to keep this maniac from taking the lead. Seo Gangrim nodded. Yeah, and I need your cooperation. I have a method to handle Gang Cheol. As Doc Gojun's group entered the demon realm, they muttered about how impossible the director was to understand. Dongmin rubbed his temples. Those trainees might actually die out there. He sighed. That's why we have to intervene. Suddenly, Yoni Yo appeared with a cheerful smile. Team leader Gong, your late Gong Du scowled. Why is she here? He composed himself. Team leader Yo, long time no see. She just let out a long bored yawn. Gang Cheol is under attack over there. Gong Du frowned. Who is foolish enough to engage the boss? He pulled up the interface. It's team leader Gong's trainee, Seo Gangrim, and all members of Sector 2. he sneered, clearly looking down on Seo Gangrim. He waved a talisman with a bored expression. They won't be able to kill it anyway. Useless. Let's just clean this up and get out of here. Yeoneo stopped him. Hold on. The director told us to wait. She gazed forward, her eyes sharpening. Besides, I hope they give up soon. She raised a finger playfully. If Seo Gangrim fails, I'm snatching him up for Sector 1. Okay, Gongdu gritted his teeth in annoyance. Is that the only reason you came? Yeoneo's voice dripped with false sweetness. I just want to see where such a powerful awakener came from. It's like the best part of an awakening manhwa. Someone nearby ground their teeth in jealousy. Meanwhile, bullets rained down on Gangchael's massive body. Yunbom gripped the rifle tight recoil, shaking his arms. Item description: Ghost Slayer Rifle. A large caliber weapon designed to pierce the hide of thick-skinned monsters borrowed from Goju's arsenal. The beast roared, spewing a torrent of fire. Johan reacted instantly. Barrier skill activate. An arrow grazed the beast's scales. Yun Eon darted out to draw aggro. Hey, over here you ugly worm, she aimed her weapon. Bloodbow, simulating the legendary archer who shot down 9 suns. Also borrowed from Goju's arsenal. Karen arrived, unleashing a torrent of water control skills. Watching from afar, Gongdu was visibly shaken. What are they doing? Why are they missing vital points? He pursed his lips. And how did those weaklings get their hands on such high-tier gear? He scoffed. Even so, they can't defeat Gangchael like this. Gangchael prepared another devastating attack, but the flames in its maw flickered and died. The cooldown was active. He's out of fire breath. Everyone charge. Scorching heat and lethal toxins still lingered in the air. A tanker raised his shield. The poison and heat are too intense. Anyone with fire and poison resistance, get to the front line now. Form up. Tighten the perimeter. Can we actually pull this off? We need to drive the beast toward the cliff's edge. The ice mages immediately responded. Lock it down, skill activated glacial wall. Now force it into the kill zone. They charged, but the defense was too high. Damn it, the line is breaking. Sua took command of the Hydro class with eyes of steel. I'll bind its movements. Everyone else suppress those flames immediately. Nature and water attributes combined in a symphony of destruction. Skill Verdant. Bind skill Hydro Bomb Watch. The flanks don't let the hellfire consume the forest. Skill Aqua Cannon. Every hunter poured their soul into the clash. Hold the line. Skill Bestial Strength. Skill Physical Reinforcement. They roared, boosting morale. Just a little longer. It's almost over. Gangchiori unleashed a deafening roar. A single stomp shattered the earth beneath them, sending tremors through the raid team. Panic set in instantly. It's immovable. We can't push it back. What do we do? Kang Lim's voice cut through the chaos. The ravine? Push it into the abyss. Gojun stepped up like a tank. Stay back, you fodder. Let a real pro handle this. He slammed his palm into the earth. Skill Seismic Decomposition. The Titan toppled. Gangchiori crashed helplessly onto the dirt, defenseless. High above, a solitary crow circled its eyes, glowing with unnatural mana. Team Leader Y gasped. What in the world? The drone feed zoomed in on Kang Lim. So that's where he was hiding. Gongdu pumped his fist. I knew that kid had guts. What do you think? Can they finish the raid? Team Leader Moon scowled, biting her nail in frustration. Damn it. Her plan was unraveling. I was supposed to swoop in and recruit Kang Lim after he failed this mission miserably. I lost all my useful pawns in Sector 1. I need fresh blood. Her mind raced, calculating a new angle to exploit the situation. If they slay the boss, I lose my leverage. Should I intervene? This isn't some generic system manhwa logic where the hero wins easily. She narrowed her eyes. Gongdu frowned at the screen. Wait, what is that maniac doing? Kang Lim was scaling the beast's massive frame, heat radiating off its scales like a furnace. He wiped sweat from his brow, spotting at a small depression in the skull. I have to do this. He raised his blade, triumph in his eyes. Found it. The scene flashed back to the strategy meeting. Gojun rubbed his chin. It sounds crazy, but it's worth a shot. Kang Lim had hesitated. The beast has lost its mind to the frenzy. It won't recognize me. But Gojun was confident. I have a workaround. Strike the Baekhui acupoint. It'll shock the system. Trust me, it'll remember. Back in the present, Gangchaori groaned, lifting its massive head in pain. Kang Lim whispered soothingly. Easy now. Breathe. It's me. It's Seo Kang Lim. The madness in the beast's eyes began to fade, replaced by recognition. It slumped back down. Do you remember me now? He pulled out a red bandana and tied it around its horn. You haven't forgotten this, have you? Let's renew our pact of friendship. Watching the feed, Gongdu was baffled. Is he taming the boss to make the execution easier? That's insane. Impressive strategy. Team leader Y nodded. Cold-blooded manipulation. I like it. But Moon was plotting. Log this immediately. She spoke into her comms with zero shame. Report team leader Moon Young neutralized the target personally after the trainees failed to contain the threat. Gongdu exploded. What the hell are you talking about? This sector is under team leader Yang and my jurisdiction. We call the shots here. She shrugged off the complaint coolly. The director never gave me those orders. Besides, it looks like trainee Kang Lim is in mortal danger. Suddenly, she launched a blinding signal flare into the sky. Are you blind? Gongdu shouted. Why cast a spell now? The beam of light curved, locking onto Kang Lim's sword like a lightning rod. The impact sent Kang Lim tumbling. Gongdu grabbed Moon by the collar, his face dark with rage. Have you lost your mind? You just called down a lightning strike inches from a subordinate. She didn't flinch. Why did the bolt target the monster's head? Moon observed coldly. It seems I missed the boy. A shame. Gongdu roared. Are you kidding me? Just a calibration error. Oops. She turned to leave. If Kang Lim dies, the paperwork is annoying. I just need to disrupt him. Gongdu tried to block her path. Where do you think you're going? She glanced back with a toxic smile. He's clearly struggling. As a senior, I must assist. She unleashed another volley of lightning toward Gang Chiori. Skill Heaven's Judgment. Team leader Moon, stop this madness. The sky crackled. Skill Thunderbolt. She grinned. Bullseye. Gongdu dragged team leader Y forward. Move. If anything happens to that kid, I'll kill her myself. Moon frowned. What? Why didn't it connect? Suddenly, a system alert chimed. System alert. The beast Gang Chiori has failed to resist. Effect, Mark of Camaraderie activated. Target Gang Chiori has been successfully subdued by player Seo Kang Lim. Kang Lim gritted his teeth, exhausted. Damn it. Did the guild interveners do this? Moon Young used telekinesis to call Kang Lim's sword to her hand. It seems this blade has a hidden property of attracting lightning. How unfortunate. The three superiors landed before him. Kang Lim blinked, recognizing them. Team leader Gongdu and the woman from the briefing. She put on a mask of fake sympathy. My apologies, trainee Seo. I was only trying to provide support fire, but it seems I got in your way. Her acting was Oscar-worthy. Thank goodness you weren't scorched. But look at the beast, it's critically injured. She extended the hilt. I'll return your weapon. In exchange, hand Gang Chiori over to me for disposal. Kang Lim cut her off sharply. No one touches him. Moon Young lowered the sword, her eyes cold. Excuse me, Kang Lim stood his ground. I have no intention of killing Gang Chiori, and I won't let you kill him either. He placed a hand over his heart. This isn't a monster. He is my dragon. Gang Chiori looked at him with soulful, gentle eyes. She raised an eyebrow. That a dragon, please? It's just a mutated mob. Gongdu stepped in voice grave. Seo Kang Lim, listen to me. Even if it seems docile, now that thing is a ticking time bomb. The toxicity and heat output have stabilized. I can control him. Kang Lim's aura flared slightly. I repeat, I will not allow you to execute him. Gongdu ground his teeth. You stubborn, foolish brat. Kang Lim ignored him. Just watch. He placed a hand over the beast's eye and whispered, Lend me your strength, Kirin. The mythical creature materialized a beacon of purity. The small spirit flew toward the trembling beast, placing a glowing sphere of hydro energy beneath it. A purifying flame raced down Gang Chiori's spine. The brilliance was blinding, forcing team leader Moon to shield her eyes. Sua and the raid team watched in awe. This was a legendary Manhwa recap moment unfolding in real time. Even Taehan lurking in the shadows had to look away. Kang Lim embraced the massive head. You are not a monster. You are not a mistake. Kang Lim smiled warmly. You are a dragon. The beast began to shrink, the dark malice evaporating into the air. The now tiny creature leaped into Kang Lim's arms, eyes welling with tears. Kang Lim stroked its head. See, good boy. Gongdu's jaw dropped. What the hell? Moon Young was equally stunned. A Kirin has the power of purification. Team leader Y approached fascinated. Incredible. It really is a dragon. System. You have defeated the calamity, Gang Chiori. Yoon Gyeom cheered in the distance. The system notification popped up. Mission accomplished, Yoonbom declared. Johan flashed a bright grin. Got mine too. The air buzzed with relief until Seo Gangrim broke the silence. Messenger am I permitted to bring the dragon? Gongdu offered a sharp warning. Suit yourself, but I suggest you worry about your own survival first. Seo Gangrim. He replied with polite indifference. Understood. Thank you. Concern etched his face. I can't be certain from this distance, but your aura is unstable. You're carrying more than just a single wound, aren't you? Yu Neo chimed in with a voice dripping with fake sweetness. True. If we had abandoned him, he would have perished by now. He snapped back. Watch your tongue. Unfazed, she turned and commanded, heal him again. You have the supplies right. The healer nodded. On it, she boasted with a smirk. These elixirs cost a fortune. I was saving them for a catastrophic emergency, you know. Treatment complete, the healer reported. Fine, she huffed, already regretting the loss of her precious items. Suddenly, Seo Gangrim spotted Taehan stepping out from the shadows. Are you here to harm the creature? Taehan stood silent for a beat, then waved his hand dismissively. No, that is not a mere giant serpent. That is a true dragon. They locked eyes. Seo Gangrim spoke calmly. I am unaware of any other serpent to show you. Gong Chol bared his fangs, forcing Taehan to step back. Forget it. I have no intention of hunting one down. Taehan reiterated. I told you. I lost, so I am withdrawing. Seo Gangrim drew his blade from his inventory. Not yet. First, you must follow my command. The defeated hunter sighed. What do you want? Seo Gangrim turned his back, walking away. Follow me. Taehan frowned. Is that really necessary? Gang Cheol leaped onto his shoulder, glaring at Taehan with pure hostility. Seo Gangrim glanced back. It is nothing major. Taehan reached out. It seems pretty major to me. Hey, let's just talk right here. Seo, Gangrim, and Taehan faced off in the clearing. Taehan looked surprised. Really? Seo Gangrim nodded confirmation. If you do not wish to, then Taehan cut him off instantly. No, I will do as you say. He beamed, extending a hand. It is a pleasure to work with you. They shook hands, sealing the deal. The destinies of Seo Gangrim, and Jang Taehan were now irrevocably intertwined. System alert. The binds on Seo Gangrim's fate have been unlocked. Current destiny class human tier 2. In the void of darkness, Seo Gangrim wondered, what is happening? My chest feels like lead. He analyzed the situation. Sleep paralysis again. He bit his lip in agony. Damn it, the pain is unbearable. I thought I had grown accustomed to these nightmares. He struggled to twitch a muscle. Wait, I can move. Seo Gangrim realized Kirin was standing on his chest. I might be able to sit up. He collapsed back onto the pillow with a sigh. Lan He, the little unicorn, stood up in concern. Seo Gangrim placed his hands on the creature. He trembled as he lifted it. Get off me this instant. Skill activated purification. Kirin placed a glowing horn against his forehead. Why are you using that on me? Seo Gangrim squinted as the divine light flooded his vision. He bolted upright. What is it? Night? Or the next day? Kirin nudged his shirt up. What are you doing? Did you purify the residual poison? His expression softened as he patted the creature's head. Thank you, Lan He. Seo Gangrim swung his legs off the bed. I slept for an entire day. My spiritual energy must have been completely drained. He hung his head upside down to check under the bed. Gang Chol glared back with sass. The Black-Red Dragon. Spectre Class Tier 3. A mythical beast symbolizing toxins, fire, and water. It was more belligerent and possessed higher attack power than other dragons. Seo Gangrim recalled the incident. I had to banish it to the spirit realm because it kept trying to take a chunk out of Jong Taehan. Seo Gangrim scooped it up. Did I summon it in my sleep? Easy now. He pondered. What should I name you? The dragon's stomach grumbled loudly. Right. Let's get some food first. John Lan Ni, and you. In the cafeteria, Seo Gangrim stared helplessly at the creatures devouring food. My expenses just doubled. Suddenly, Gojun materialized. Seo Gangrim found you. He slammed his hands on the table. So is that a dragon? What is its name? Seo Gangrim replied, flatly. John. Gojun looked confused. Isn't that the snake's name? I gave it that name, therefore, it is a dragon's name. Gojun's lips quirked up. He tilted his head, thinking, aside from the beast, didn't you gain something else? Seo Gangrim shot him a sharp glance. He was right. In this Manhwa recap, he didn't just bring John back. He had returned to the past. He recalled Taehan crossing his arms. So what are your orders? Seo Gangrim had pointed away. Go to District 2. He had calculated every variable. There was a reason a Navi emphasized the mission in District 2. It was a redemption ground for trainees who had lost their serpents. You all failed the District 2 mission. Furthermore, even after failure, a path remains if you transfer zones. Seo Gangrim's thoughts continued. You can reset the entire quest line, and the difficulty will no longer be insurmountable. Gojun rested his chin on his hand. Why would you go to such lengths? Seo Gangrim sighed. He seems useful. Gojun pressed on. There are tons of people like him out there. Seo Gangrim replied, losing patience. Perhaps it is because he knows his place, unlike some people. Gojun's eyes lit up with curiosity. Does that mean he becomes successful in the future? Seo Gangrim looked exasperated. Do you think I possess a skill to see the future? Gojun nodded. Yeah. You looked like the main character of a leveling manhwa, back in that venomous snake chamber. Every move Seo Gangrim made was etched in his memory. You are a dragon. Gojun placed a hand over his heart. Watching you made me reflect on myself. Seo Gangrim was puzzled. Reflect on what? He lowered his gaze. I just think I am lacking. Seo Gangrim frowned. Lacking what you did. More than your fair share in that chaos. You were instrumental in subduing Gang Chael. Gojun trembled. No, I mean helping you. He clenched his fist tight. At this rate, I am only. Just then the door swung open, and Seo walked in. She froze upon seeing them. Gojun grabbed his shoulder, standing abruptly. I have to go. Thinking too much. I need to get back to work. Seo Gangrim commented. He seems quite passionate about his writing. Seo walked past Gojun without a word. Seo Gangrim, are you all right? He sharply realized. Is he avoiding Seo? He replied politely, yes, I am fine. And you? She placed a hand on the table. I am okay. Her voice lowered with concern. Did he do anything strange? Many people have failed their missions because of him. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension. A lot of people are on guard against Jang Tae-han because he transferred from another sector. Seo Gangrim asserted firmly, do not worry about Tae-han. He is not a villain. Outside, Tae-han and Gojun bumped into each other. Tae-han watched him leave with cold eyes before entering to join the conversation. Hyung, were you talking about me? Seo Gangrim took the initiative. This is Seo. Seo looked at him warmly. Hello. I am on Seo Gangrim's team. Is it Shin? He pulled out a chair. Hello. I am Jang Tae-han from District 3. Pleasure to meet you. The three sat in silence. Seo Gangrim had to physically restrain Gang Chael from sinking its fangs into Tae-han. Seo stood up. Well, enjoy your meal. Seo Gangrim nodded awkwardly. Right, see you later. They watched her silhouette disappear. I thought she would say more. Tae-han leaned in whispering. Girlfriend Seo Gangrim denied it instantly. No, and stop calling me Hyung. Tae-han grinned. Why, you are older than me. Seo Gangrim pointed out. You were speaking casually to me just yesterday. Tae-han avoided his gaze. Well, suddenly calling you Hyung does feel a bit embarrassing. To be honest, Tae-han confessed you felt incredibly familiar to me right from the start. Seo Gangrim raised an eyebrow. What makes you so sure? Well, Tae-han grinned. I get the feeling we were comrades who fought side by side in a past life. Tae-han continued, his eyes gleaming. It's the same vibe I got from Seo earlier. Mark my words. We are destined to be in the same party in the future. Seo Gangrim's expression darkened instantly. Like it's your taste. Or maybe you think we've met in another timeline. He asked with deadly seriousness. Are you talking about fate? Tae-han just rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Putting it into words is kind of embarrassing, Tae-han admitted. But I just have this gut feeling that we'll end up as a team. Seo Gangrim clenched his fists, tension radiating from him. Is he guessing? Or is this just a coincidence? Cold sweat trickled down Seo Gangrim's neck. Am I trapped in a loop? Is this the start of a repetitive system manhwa timeline? Tae-han gazed into the distance. I thought you were a solo player, but you've actually got quite a few friends. I want to get closer to them too, Tae-han said. Not just Seo, but the others as well. Then, he turned away sharply. But not that bastard. I'm staying away from him. Who? Seo Gangrim asked. Doc Gojun, yeah, Tae-han spat. The psycho who slaughtered all the snakes in the reptile room. I can't stand guys like that. Tae-han gritted his teeth, fury burning in his eyes. How could he kill the very creature he promised to protect? Seo Gangrim wasn't surprised. He knew Tae-han would hate that traitor. I will never party up with trash like him, Tae-han declared. Seo Gangrim offered a careful warning. Fine, just don't start a deathmatch with him. Oddly enough, he might actually have good synergy with Seo and Cha Yo-han. He's the same age as Yunbom and Yoongyun, Seo Gangrim thought. Maybe they'll get along. Oh, and one more thing. Tae-han hooked his finger, signaling him closer. I have a proposition for you. The scene shifted abruptly. Bang! Tae-han kicked the door open with a thrill. He sprinted off, enjoying the chaos as others stepped out to watch. Tae-han casually wiped a streak of blood from his face. Yunbom stood there, leveling her gun straight at him. Care to explain why you attacked me? Tae-han asked, confused. The girl remained ice cold, her grip on the weapon tightening. Because I cannot accept you. Taehan clenched his fist, annoyed. Who are you to decide my worth? He's the one who recruited me. The girl's aura flared with killing intent. I am the master's #1 disciple, Yunbom snapped. And my constellation doesn't like you. He says you're unworthy because you jumped in to save Seo Gang from us. You have no honor. She didn't lower her guard for a second. The pressure of Olympus weighed down the room. I heard you asked him to accept the sworn brotherhood of the Peach Garden yesterday, didn't you? The power of Shu Han listened in silence. Taehan smirked. If your god likes him so much, why didn't they claim him sooner? Why are you taking your failure out on me? Yoon Gyun appeared on the wall between them. Master doesn't care about those politics, she said. Just give up already. No, Taehan replied instantly. The girl looked at him with pity. Do you even understand the situation you're in? We're being patient because we didn't think you'd actually fight back. She teased her sister. By the way, I'm the real #1. Then she glared at Taehan. You want to throw hands? Step aside, sister. I'll handle this, the girl ordered. Yoon Gyun stepped forward. You came running to us after failing your quest. You must be weak. Taehan scoffed, hands on his hips. Excuse me. You want a piece of me? Taehan provoked them. You two look fragile as glass. Young Gyun drew her bow on the right. Yunbom aimed her gun on the left. Try it if you dare. Suddenly, Seo Gangrim materialized between them, startling the girl. What do you think you're doing? His voice was stern. Starting a guild war. You were fine when I introduced you yesterday, Seo Gangrim said. The girl lowered her bow. It's his fault. He won't shut up about the Guardians. She stepped forward. Our constellations told us to make Taehan give up. Seo Gangrim frowned. Your guardians ordered you to fight. He asked again, disbelief in his voice. Yunbom Yoon Gyun, do you still want to be my disciples? The twins nodded without hesitation. And you, he looked at Taehan. Is your guardian the same? Taehan rubbed his neck sheepishly. Yeah, we really want this. Seo Gangrim fell into deep thought. Then, a light bulb went off. All right, here's the deal. He spread his arms wide. I will accept the disciple from the winning side. The three of them froze in confusion. Huh? What do you mean? They stared at him. However, Seo Gangrim drew his blade. The steel, singing your opponent is me. If I win, you all give up. Seo Gangrim laid out the terms clearly. And I'll be taking compensation from your constellations. Nothing less than god-tier artifacts. Tell them that. System windows popped up in front of everyone, a classic trope of a leveling manhwa. The twins strategized together while Taehan stood alone. A divine command. Seo Gangrim analyzed the situation. Contracting with a constellation grants power, but demands obedience. But not every order from a god is an absolute oracle. If you follow blindly without thinking, Seo Gangrim mused, you become nothing more than a puppet. He rested his sword on his shoulder, looking like a veteran warrior. I won't take that risk. Taehan spoke up. The gods say that's unfair. You're too overpowered. Seo Gangrim calmly proposed an alternative. Fine. No skills allowed. You can all attack me at once. If you land a single hit on me, I lose. Yoon Gyun smirked. We accept those terms. He raised his sword high. Let the battle begin. The girl drew an arrow, excited. You're on, she grinned. One hit. This will be over too soon. Whoosh. She was attacked instantly. Seo Gangrim was already there, gripping her arm. Don't worry about me. You don't have time for that. His face was a mask of cold determination. He wasn't playing games. Jin Yunbom panicked. Her sister's face went pale. Seo Gangrim hoisted her up by her collar like a ragdoll. Go ahead. Shoot. Taehan launched a flying kick from behind. Better aim properly. Seo Gangrim sensed the attack. He tossed Yoon Gyun aside and vanished. Taehan grinned as he landed. Don't forget about me, boss. He looked down, adrenaline pumping. Seo Gangrim remained perfectly calm. Why are you so excited? Taehan kicked again. Seo Gangrim dodged effortlessly. Simultaneously, he swung his blade toward the boy. Taehan realized it too late. Huh, is he going easy on me? No, at this rate I'll lose instantly. He stared at Seo Gangrim's emotionless face. Suddenly, a bullet ripped through the air. Taehan spun around, confused. Hey, why are you shooting at me? Seo Gangrim used the distraction to slam Taehan's head down. Yunbom replied coldly, I can't let you win. Seo Gangrim turned around after suppressing the boy. The twins were closing in fast. Shinshua watched the chaos from the sidelines. Sister Shinshua, aren't you going to stop them? The sisters poured everything into their attack. Taehan lunged with a punch but hit nothing but air. The three of them attacked Seo Gangrim in perfect unison. Shinshua smirked, amused, and simply walked away, ignoring the calls from behind. Sister Shinshua. She answered her phone. Hello, yeah, thanks. Behind her, Taehan and the Yoon twins lay sprawled in the dirt, completely defeated. Seo Gangrim stabbed his sword into the ground, dust swirling around him. It's over, he thought. He looked down at them with the eyes of a conqueror. There's no reason to fight anymore. Tahan struggled to lift his head, trembling. No, not yet. Seo Gangrim crouched down to his level. Do you really plan to keep this up all week? He scolded him, like a strict mentor. I understand training is necessary, but fighting blindly just because of a divine order, that rubs me the wrong way. Rage flickered in his eyes as he scolded them, leaving Yunbom trembling with guilt. Seo Gangrim continued his lecture, his voice cold. Perhaps you all are better off alone, acting like a team while blindly trusting your backs to strangers just because a system told you to. That is foolishness. He furrowed his brows, driving the point home. I absolutely hate that mindset. Yoon looked anxious, but before she could speak, the Guardian cut her off. If the system ordered you to execute Yunbom right now, would you simply obey? The girl's face went pale at the hypothetical. Seo Gangrim slowly rose to his feet, his presence looming over them. You must forge your own path and make your own choices. He looked down at them, eyes piercing. Never just blindly follow what others dictate. With that final lesson, Seo Gangrim turned his back. Kang Taehan sat up, rubbing his head. Yunbom sighed, disappointment washing over her. I lost again. Truly hopeless. She turned to Taehan, bowing her head. I am sorry for attacking you so suddenly earlier. Yoonjeon joined in, offering his own apology. Like I said, I am sorry. You are actually a skilled warrior. Taehan blushed, scratching his cheek awkwardly. It is fine. I am hardly a saint myself. Seeing them reconcile, a satisfied nod came from Seo Gangrim. Just then, Johan poked his head into the room. Everyone, he asked politely. May I enter? The group looked surprised as Father Seo Gangrim quietly slipped away from the scene. The four of them remained inside, continuing their conversation. So, is the training session finally over? Yes, it seems so. Outside, he let out a long breath. When you broke his balance and she fired over your shoulder, he analyzed their battle flow. They fought individually at first, but in the end, they synchronized perfectly. He tilted his head with a faint smile. In this Manhwa recap, it was clear this conflict had forged a bond of steel between them. A familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Was that your plan all along? Shinsua stood leaning against the wall, an aura of elegance around her. Nothing builds friendship faster than crossing blades in the heat of battle. He blinked in surprise. Miss Shinsu, she explained calmly. I asked the father to intervene once I saw things were wrapping up. He responded with a polite nod. Thank you for that. Seo Gangrim shifted the air, turning slightly awkward. Do you still feel uncomfortable around Kang Taehan? He asked, hesitating. If so then. She waved her hand dismissively. It is fine. She crossed her arms, looking thoughtful. It is just a strange feeling. I feel an odd sense of familiarity with him. Hearing this, shock flashed across his face. Shinsu feels it too. He recalled Taehan's words at the cafeteria and compared them with her reaction now. I have a feeling our paths will cross often in the future. Seo Gangrim's face brightened. That is excellent news. Please treat him well. He tried to think positively. At least now they will not drift apart, even if I vanish from their lives. Suddenly, Duan reported in. The trainees who failed in Zone 3 have begun their trial in Zone 1. Yun leaned her chin on her hand. All right then. I do not have high hopes for them. She sighed, her eyes glued to the screen. S-Class Seo Gangrim cleared it effortlessly, and Kang Taehan is next, right? He is decent, but he has moved to Zone 2. A subordinate asked. So, have you given up on S-Class? Seo Gangrim? Give up. A scheming predatory grin spread across her face. On the contrary, that only makes me crave him more. She laughed with delight. Besides, there are some promising seeds in Zone 2 as well. But it is too early for that. Yoon stared intently at the glowing red system interface before her. Did he finally reply? The text on the screen burned bright and clear. I will accept that request. Seeing this, she burst into maniacal laughter. She spun her chair around to gaze out the window. I wonder what kind of face Captain Gong will make when he realizes I am getting goosebumps just thinking about it. Elsewhere, a mystical talisman slowly burned away into ash. Announcer Navi's voice boomed through the area. Gate number 7 has officially opened, she explained with a cheerful twirl. Once you conquer this demon realm, you may leave freely just as we promised. Her expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. Since this is the final chamber, the difficulty will be hellish. You cannot exit until the trial is complete, so please be careful. She paused, letting the weight of her words sink in. It seems my worries were unnecessary. Announcer Navi bowed gracefully, before fading into particles of light. I truly hope to see everyone again alive. Good luck. The group began to march into the darkness. Yunbom glanced around nervously. Why is it only us? Kang Tae-han looked back over his shoulder. Yeah. Where is the father-sister? Shinsu said she needed to check something first. Yoonjian added his theory. I have a feeling the father will arrive with director Gojun. That guy is probably still writing his terrible novel. Tae-han scoffed in annoyance. Who cares about that guy anyway? Suddenly, Seo Gangrim descended the stairs with a calm stride. Their faces lit up. Master Kang Tae-han waved enthusiastically. Brother, the gate is open, let us go. Seo Gangrim smiled warmly. Am I late to the party? I still have preparations to make. Tae-han put his hands on his hips. What are you doing? Seo Gangrim placed a finger to his lips, signaling silence. Yunbom looked up. Should we wait for you? Seo Gangrim shook his head. It will not take long. Go on ahead without me, she reminded him. All right, but hurry up, he gave a bright smile. He seems unusually excited today, doesn't he? However, the moment they left, his demeanor shifted instantly. The smile vanished. He quietly moved toward a different exit, where a figure was already waiting in the shadows. Seeing her, Seo Gangrim offered a knowing smile. Shin Swa spoke first, her voice soft. Brother Seo Gangrim, I heard the final room is open. Are you not going? He countered with a question. What about you? She replied. I am heading there now. Let us walk together. He suggested politely. You should go ahead. I have matters to attend to. Suddenly, she reached out, blocking his path. Seo Gangrim forced a smile. Miss Shinsu, she raised her phone, her eyes sharp. Do not even think about running away. I realized I do not have your number. Shinsua thrust her phone toward him. I have already exchanged contacts with everyone else. Panic flickered in his eyes as he took a step back. Will you give me your number? Seo Gangrim slowly raised his hand only to hesitate and pull it back. Shinsua's voice dropped. You are not going to give it to me, are you? She lowered her head, hiding her expression. You have no intention of ever seeing me again after we leave this place, do you? Seo Gangrim remained silent, unable to deny it. Her hands clenched into fists, trembling with suppressed emotion. She shouted, her voice cracking. Is that why? Is that why you always keep a wall between us? He averted his gaze, guilt, gnawing at him. S-class Seo Gangrim. Disappointment dripped from her voice. So you plan to vanish from my life the moment we step out of here? Seo Gangrim still said nothing. Her knuckles turned white. She could not hold it back anymore and yelled, that is why you keep pushing us away. He continued to avoid her gaze. S-class Seo Gangrim. They stood facing each other, the tension thick enough to choke on. This was the burden of an awakening manhwa protagonist, the reason he had to maintain distance. In his heart, Seo Gangrim admitted the truth. I have no intention of meeting them again. It was the only way to protect them when the Baekhyang Guild inevitably came hunting. Shinsua called his name again. S-class Seo Gangrim. He forced a mask of calm onto his face. No. Give me your phone. She looked at him with deep suspicion. You are not going to give me a fake number, are you? He smiled gently, a heartbreakingly soft expression, and handed the device back to her. Here is my number. She glanced at him, still wary before taking the phone and turning to leave. I will trust you for now. I will contact you the moment we are out of here. See you later. Seo Gangrim watched her go, his expression crumbling into sorrow. I know there will be no later. Scene change. Seo Gangrim stood in the training hall facing off against Kiran and Steel. He clapped his hands impressed. Yunbom's technique. Her fire has evolved into a level 2 phantom flame. That kid even controlled my sword. Skill activated magnetic horn. Time flew by in a blur. 4 days later, the two beasts lay sprawled on the floor, completely exhausted. Seo Gangrim looked at them with affection. You guys worked hard. Take a break. He lay back against the cold ground. I need to hurry to the demon realm. Suddenly, a holographic window popped up. A notification from the system, Manhwa flashed. An item from the cradle of God and the human realm has appeared. An item from the nameless hero of life has descended. He looked up at the glowing text, a smirk playing on his lips. Finally. Just how legendary are these artifacts to keep me waiting until now? Rewards rained down from the heavens. Level 3. Black Dragon Shoes, the Manus Dragon set, and high-grade health potions. He grabbed the loot and sat up happily, stuffing the treasure into his bag. These were all dragon-tier artifacts. If the gods wanted to compete for favor this way, he certainly wasn't complaining. Suddenly, a Navi's voice drifted from behind him. Haven't left yet. Are you waiting for the others? He turned around looking a bit flustered. Messenger Anavi, she continued. Since you stayed behind to train, you have permission to enter the demon realm now. Seo Gangrim sighed heavily. Not just yet. He asked the burning question. How far have the others gotten? She clasped her hands behind her back. I cannot reveal their progress to you at this moment. He pressed on, desperate for a clue. So you can't even tell me if someone has already finished? The messenger simply shook her head. I am afraid not. Seo Gangrim turned away in disappointment. Forget it. I won't pry a single word out of her. He stood up slowly, realizing he would have to verify the truth with his own eyes in this intense leveling manhwa. Anavi tilted her head curious. Where are you going at this hour? He grabbed a random excuse. Training the divine beasts wore me out. I need to go rest for a bit. Memories of his past life flooded back. In the previous timeline, the media went into a frenzy over the first person to step out of the training center. Back then, Shinsuo had cleared the demon realm by the morning of the third day. But 4 days had passed now, and there was dead silence. It was a terrifying mystery even for a manhwa recap. Seo Gangrim stared at his phone perplexed. Why is there no news? Has nobody cleared it yet? A system notification popped up. Please notify if you have completed the demon realm. He furrowed his brow. Wait, right after Shinsuo's guild finished the raid, an arrow flew in. That was the signal that I could enter. He stared at the device in confusion. Seo Gangrim slowly realized what this was. A message transcending space and time. An arrow forged from a divine beast could deliver a message from anywhere in existence. He gazed cautiously at the crimson screen before him. Ah, a message has appeared. His pupils constricted in horror. An image of Shinsuo lying in a pool of blood flashed before his eyes. His trembling hand reached out. Shinsuo. The trauma of the past crashed into him again. He buried his face in his hands in utter despair. Her words from a few days ago echoed in his mind. See you later. He remembered when she handed him the phone. I want to keep in touch with you as soon as we leave this place. Her bright smile was etched in his memory. I need someone I can rely on. The shadows of his previous life intermingled with the present. I like you, she had said, when he was at his lowest looking like a wreck. Why did Shinsuo talk to him? He hadn't even used his destiny-stealing skill yet. Seo Gangrim had looked at her, bewildered. She had taken the initiative to sit beside him. I like that about you. You didn't choose the easy path. She was always so optimistic, even in situations where taking the easy way out was tempting. He had shyly looked away. I guess so. I couldn't use the skill because I was too weak, not because I didn't want to. Seo Gangrim had misunderstood her intentions. Is she mocking me? Is she making me pay for the eye she lost? She asked if he had anything left to do in the poison room. I will wait for you. And then the two of us can proceed to the final chamber together. He handed the phone back, convinced he knew the truth. I see she wants to exploit my skill. All right, I'll contact you as soon as I'm done. He calculated internally. Do I look like some love-starved fool to her? You hypocrite. I'll steal your destiny the moment you lose focus. Suddenly, the system alerted. The room of dissecting skeletons is watching silently. The system issued a quest. Find your token and escape the demon realm within the time limit. Shinsuo raised her sword alert. You have equipped the item, Strap of the Dissecting Skeleton. The effect will be reactivated periodically. There are 7 floors to conquer. Seo Gangrim flinched as he read the glowing text familiar to any system manhwa fan. The Strap of the Dissecting Skeleton. A saw blade would materialize and grow larger after 24 hours. Once it reached the 7th floor, the straps binding specific parts of the body would be severed. The worse your karma, the more vital the strapped body part will be. He explained it to her with trembling lips. It says that whatever body part is wrapped by the strap will be sliced off. If we don't clear the demon realm within 7 days, she responded calmly. I guess we just have to find that token quickly then. She pointed down. Yours is right there on your pinky finger. He looked at his hand in shock. It was clear that the more negative karma you had accumulated, the more vital the target area would be. Shinsuo looked back at him. Karma. I guess the less dangerous the spot, the more your true good nature is revealed. He scoffed. I speak so rudely, how the hell could they measure that? She gave him a thumbs up. So it turns out you are a good person. His mood instantly softened. What are you smiling at? She turned away. I really want to become a good person like you. She smiled gently. No matter what my fate has in store for me. He stared at her intently. Seems a bit late to notice the straps. But anyway, I want to be kind from now on. Right? Seo Gangrim was still suspicious. Is she faking it? She doesn't look like she's just pretending to be nice, but does she actually believe in me? The scars of his past refused to let him go. Do you honestly believe that? Dark thoughts swarmed him like locusts. Who would ever want to be partners with you? Radiating murderous intent. He marched forward. All you do is bring death to everything around you. Seo Gangrim asked himself, are you going to be fooled again? Is there a single soul in this world who is truly honest with me? Shinsua's sharp senses picked up a drumming sound. Damn it. He clutched his head. Shinsua must have been panicked too. She screamed his name. Seo Gangrim. A group of swordsmen materialized right behind him, a classic ambush scene for an awakening manhwa. She lunged forward and pulled him away, ready to fight for his sake. That action finally snapped him back to reality. Shinsua. Her blade was drenched in blood. She stood firm, protecting him, clutching her injured shoulder. I should have run faster. I didn't know they wouldn't chase you into the other room. Seo Gangrim lowered his head. The window of destiny didn't warn me about this, she hurriedly explained. Do you think I'm blaming you? That's not what I meant at all. You telling me the names and skills of the monsters helped a lot, he shouted back. How can you call that help? His spirit crumbled. She got hurt again because of me. He drove his sword into the floor for support. In the forest of swords, she lost an eye just to protect me. Tears streamed down his face. You would be better off without me. Why do you keep dragging me along? Shinsua stared at him for a moment before smiling gently. I told you already. Snapping back to the present, pain shot through his hand. Gang Cheori bit him. Because of me. He jolted awake from his spiral of thoughts. He noticed the two beasts staring at him intently. Seo Gangrim was consumed by anxiety. Do I go save Shinsua? But then he thought, no. He reminded himself sternly. Have you forgotten why you are here? He buried his face in his hands. Going there will only put her in more danger. Gang Cheori and Kirin nuzzled him in comfort. My destiny is a curse that pushes everyone else into the grave. Perhaps I should have stayed behind, he whispered to the shadows. He tried to convince himself that Shinsua was strong enough, but the ghosts of his past life clawed at his resolve. She always wore that smile, battling against her cruel fate with grace. He bit his lip, tasting iron, forcing the tears back. Next time, I swear, I will be the one to save you. A mechanical chime shattered the silence. Entering the chamber of skeletal hills. This feels like the start of a system manhwa. The constellations buzzed with excitement. Seo Gangrim is here. Is this the chosen one we've been waiting for? Finally, I've breached the perimeter. A voice sneered from the void. What took you so long? Lose your way? Seo Gangrim ignored the taunt, his voice cold as ice. You know where Shinsua is, don't you? The entity fell silent, demanding answers already. Why should I aid a mortal? The presence laid out a divine ultimatum. Kneel. Pledge your soul to one of us, and perhaps we shall speak. His eyes narrowed, darkness swirling within. You should worry about your own existence first. Seo Gangrim checked his reflection in the blade. The cursed shackles on his neck, wrists, and ankles hummed with malice. Click. Blades extended from the metal bands, digging into his flesh. He remains unfazed. A voice giggled. Dig deeper. If you fail to clear this dungeon in 7 days, you can say goodbye to your head. He popped his collar, hiding the lethal jewelry. His expression remained a frozen mask of indifference. I will ask one last time. Where is Shinsua? The voices erupted in chaotic mockery. Who knows? East-west, maybe north go? North Seo Gangrim liar go east? The constellations were enjoying this twisted game. Seo Gangrim unfurled a map. Useless. I'll have to carve my own path. The Chamber of Skeletal Hills had merged with the Demon Realm map. Exploration rate, 0%. He kicked open a heavy door. Kirin scanned the area with wide, curious eyes. Together with Gang Cheori and the little one, they wandered the labyrinth. Another door creaked open. This time, the metallic scent of blood hit him. Something glimmered on the floor amidst the gore. Evidence of a fierce clash. He picked it up. It belonged to Father Johann. His eyes dissected the scene. Scorch marks from bomb. Blade strikes from Jian. Was Shinsua with them? The unseen observers whispered. Look, he notices everything. What is he, a detective now? I thought he was looking for his weights. Who cares? It's entertaining. Another strange chamber revealed itself ahead. Detective Seo Gangrim is walking into a trap, they sneered. No signs of battle here. Seo Gangrim hesitated, confused. Doors everywhere. Logic dictates I must traverse them all. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. He brushed the dust off an X, etched into the stone. A sign. Are they leaving a trail? He signaled his beast companions to fan out. If X means a dead end, there should be a correct path marked elsewhere. Seo Gangrim frowned, frustration mounting. Nothing. Every door is marked with an X. Did I miscalculate? The whispers grew louder. Oh, the detective has a theory. He approached the dusty throne in the center. As he stepped onto the dais, the voices gasped in confusion. Is the fool sitting on the throne? He's standing on it. A magic circle glowed beneath his feet. Found it, Kirin grabbed Gang Chiori and soared up to join him. Seo Gangrim's eyes went wide. This place is a chaotic mess. Instantly, his pupils contracted. Combat mode engaged. Everyone prepare for battle. Shadows coalesced into a horde of demons. The roar of the abyss drew near. The trio moved as one. Gang Chiori unleashed a torrent of hellfire, while a swordsman lunged from the dark. Kirin manipulated the moisture in the air, summoning water currents. In a flash, the enemies were trapped within a suffocating hydrosphere. Seo Gangrim smirked. Training wasn't a waste of time. There are too many, but they're weak trash. Suddenly he froze. Yun Bom, the familiar silhouette of his teammate, emerged from the gloom. He parried a bullet, his instincts screaming that this wasn't right. That wasn't just a shadow demon. The entity's eyes glowed with sinister light. Seo Gangrim weaved through the gunfire, closing the distance. Skill activate. Perfect marksmanship. The bullet defied physics, curving in midair. He couldn't dodge. Pain exploded in his arm. A guaranteed hit. He stared at the figures. Yun Bom, Jian. Seeing their faces like this made his blood boil. He slashed through the air, testing them. In this chamber of skeletal hills, only one monster exists. The duo aimed their weapons. Shadow thieves. Level 11. Creatures that mirror human abilities. The system window flashed with the enemy's data. These abominations copy the appearance and powers of those who enter the demon realm. One released a bowstring, but they are hollow shells. They cannot replicate the soul or the faith of the original. Seo Gangrim grit his teeth, fury rising. Shooting arrows wildly like that. The real Jian would never disgrace his archery like this. He danced through the rain of projectiles, a shallow cut opening on his cheek. But the assault was relentless. A surprise attack caught him off guard. Arrows pierced his defenses. He glanced at them, knowing they would vanish on impact, but the pain was real. The fake Yun Bom raised her guns. Not one but dozens of muzzles materialized. Ultimate skill execution. The doppelganger grinned a twisted mockery of his friend. It seems the real Yun Bom learned a new trick. Seo Gangrim's mind raced. How do I counter a skill that doesn't miss? His sword hand trembled. My blade can't reach her. At this range, dodging is impossible. Even with defensive skills, I'll be turned into a honeycomb. The trigger was pulled. How many bullets can my body withstand? Bang. The shadow thief collapsed. A voice called out. Brother Taehan, grab him. Up here, Seo Gangrim, clutching Gang. Chiori looked up. Wait, he's hurt. The girl's face fell. Brother, are you okay? He clamped a hand over his bleeding arm. I'm fine. Just a scratch. Her eyes filled with worry. Do you need a potion? No, he lied. I brought my own supplies. He scanned their hideout. Yun Bom spoke softly. We think the room next door is a prison. Seo Gangrim's heart stopped. A prison. Shinsua's face flashed in his mind. Is Shinsua in there? The scene shifted to a dark cell. Seo Gangrim peered inside, his expression darkening. Sua lay there broken and alone. Miss Shinsua. Yun Bom hesitated. The thing is. Seo Gangrim didn't wait. He ripped the door off its hinges. Shinsua. The sight that greeted him froze the blood in his veins. Yun Bom finally found her voice. You know how these monsters copy our skills. She couldn't meet his eyes. Even when we escaped, they kept respawning with every drumbeat. Yun Bom looked at the floor, guilt weighing her down. But on the second day, we discovered a horrific truth. Flashback. Jian took a slash to the arm. Taehan shouted, Hold on. I'm almost done with them. Then he saw it. The real girl clutched her shoulder in agony. The damage received by the original host is mirrored on the illusions. Back in reality, Seo Gangrim uncorked a potion in silence. Those wounds weren't from the monsters. Shin Sua's body was a map of pain. Seo Gangrim understood instantly. She had done this to herself. Yun Bom nodded, tears streaming down her face. Yes, she said it was the only way. None of us were strong enough to defeat her shadow. This is the brutal tragedy of a leveling manhwa. She vowed that she would handle this nightmare alone once the others departed. Her voice, it was fading into silence. Please, you have to stop her. She is far too kind for this cruel world. Seo Gangrim remained silent as he administered the potion. Kind, no. He tossed the empty vial aside. She isn't kind. She has completely lost her mind. Yun buried her face in her hands. I knew we shouldn't have left her. We should have tried to stop her, Seo Gangrim scoffed internally. How could mere mortals restrain a warrior who had abandoned all reason? The heavy silence was broken only by Yun Bom's stifled sobs. Seo Gangrim placed a gentle hand on her trembling head to comfort her. Have you located the command tokens yet? Just a few, she whispered through tears. Sister Jeon and Father Johan found nothing. Suddenly, Sua stirred. Sister Sua, ignoring the commotion, Seo Gangrim continued pouring the healing elixir. Yunbom, give us a moment. His expression darkened like a gathering storm. I need a word with her. As the medicine took effect, Sua's lashes fluttered. Her eyes widened in shock upon seeing him. She frantically pushed his hand away to stop the treatment. Seo Gangrim, what do you think you're doing? Ignoring her protest, he sat back calmly. We need to talk. Now. I understand, Sua rasped. But put that potion away. Her hand scrambled for her blade. If you heal me, I will drive this steel through my own leg right before your eyes. She trembled violently from the pain. The others. They'll be slaughtered if I heal. She drew the blade. The potion vial shattered against the wall. But Seo Gangrim caught the naked steel with his bare hand. I said, we talk first. Sua stared at his bleeding hand in horror, her face draining of all color. What are you doing? Let go. His voice remained terrifyingly calm. You first. Drop the sword. We still have time before the next death drum sounds. Defeated by his resolve, she lowered her head. The sword clattered against the stone floor as he tossed it aside. Brows furrowed, she cradled his wounded hand. You said you wouldn't come back. I never said that, he retorted. I only said I'd be late. His gaze sharpened. Why are you doing this, Sua? He continued. You could defeat your doppelganger if you actually fought. She denied it instantly. No. Victory is impossible. And surely, you know the reason why. Look at my status window with your eyes, she challenged. His irises glowed, activating the authority of destiny. Seo Gangrim's eyes widened as the data materialized. This was a classic moment in any leveling manhwa. He bit his lip hard enough to draw blood. Why is her destiny shifting like this? Without a word, he focused his spiritual energy diving deeper into the system's analysis. What he saw froze his blood. Bloodlust, a Tier 3 ghost rank ability. A passive skill that amplified power the more it bathed in human blood. The more you use it, the more the addiction grows. And if a rival falls to this skill, your karma points will take a catastrophic hit. He ground his teeth. Why is this skill appearing now? Then he saw it, Weight of Karma. A Tier 3 deity rank skill. The higher the karma, the more her base stats exploded. These were legendary skills Sua shouldn't have acquired until the far future. It reminded him of his own Destiny Steel and Nam Yujun's serial killer trait. These abilities scaled infinitely with mastery. He glanced at Sua. In this timeline, she possessed far fewer attributes of the Frost Hill than she did in her previous life. She let out a weary, ragged sigh, looking physically drained. Her exhaustion was proof she hadn't succumbed to using those cursed skills yet. However, Seo Gangrim realized the terrifying truth. Her illusion, her doppelganger, would have no reason not to use them. He leaned in, his voice grave. I'm certain your illusion grows stronger every time it manifests. He covered his mouth, realizing the severity of this awakening manhwa scenario. A monster-wielding bloodlust was a nightmare. Sua noticed his hesitation. She waved him away desperately. That's why. You have to leave me. Just go with the others. And leave you to die, Sua stammered. I'll find my own way. But Seo Gangrim grabbed her shoulders, his grip like iron. Sua, look at me. Her eyes remained shut, consciousness fading. Sua, panic rose in his voice as he shook her. Are you planning to just rot away in this dungeon? Her eyes fluttered open. Her hand weakly grazed his arm. Brother Seo Gangrim, I just need a little rest. She sank back to the cold ground, whispering, I'll leave soon too. He grit his teeth, unable to bear the sight. Moments later, the rest of the party returned, their faces bright with relief. Seo Gangrim Johann Richter called out, rushing toward him with genuine joy. It is truly a blessing to see you again. Likewise, I was able to track you thanks to this. He pulled a silver cross necklace from his pocket. Johann's face lit up. My rosary, thank you. I feared it was lost to the void. The party had finally regrouped. In a manhwa recap like this, reuniting the squad is usually the calm before the storm. Suddenly, Seo Gangrim narrowed his eyes. Johann continued, I was terrified when we got separated, but it's a miracle we found each other across these dimensional rifts. Seo Gangrim's gaze turned icy. Wait, weren't you traveling with Doc Gojun? Caught off guard, Johann stammered. No, I couldn't find a single soul. We should have synchronized our entry, Seo Gangrim mused. The spatial coordinates shift if we don't enter the dungeon gates simultaneously. Johann quickly pivoted, sweat forming on his brow. Ah, right, I must attend to Miss Sua's wounds. As the priest stepped forward, Seo Gangrim blocked his path. She's resting. I've already administered a high-grade potion. Oh, so you found her a while ago? The atmosphere grew heavy again. Yunbom tried to lift the gloom. I'm sure we'll clear this zone in no time. Yun Jian nodded. Right, we have Seo Gangrim with us. But Jiang Taehan held his head in despair. Great, but if we run into Seo Gangrim's doppelganger, we're absolutely cooked. Yunbom shivered. Let's hope it's weaker than the original. But if it's a monster like Sister Sua's clone, we won't know until we face it. Seo Gangrim stood apart deep in thought. Does the illusion's power level depend on the specific skills we possess? Meanwhile, Jiang Taehan was circling Seo Gangrim, eyeing him with suspicious curiosity. Suddenly, the fighter pointed, his face flushing red. Hey, that necklace looks super edgy and cool. Embarrassed, Seo Gangrim hastily tucked the artifact away and shot him a death glare. The Yun sisters whispered loudly. A necklace, brother Seo Gangrim, does that mean you're going to die? Seo Gangrim waved them off. I just need to exit this subspace before the timer hits 0. It had only been a day since he entered the system Manhwa dungeon. He was still analyzing the rules. Suddenly, Yunbom grabbed Taehan's arm. Come on, let's scout the area. Johann Richter nodded eagerly. Yes, let's go. But Seo Gangrim's voice cut through the air. Stop. Hold it. Fresh returnees stand down and recover. The rest of us are moving out. Damn it, man. You're in critical condition. Yun ruthlessly jabbed a finger into his open wound, making his face go pale with agony. You stay here and stand guard. If enemies from other zones breach, Shin Sua will need a protector. Seo Gangrim trembled, clutching his bleeding side. I think we should leave 2 guards like last time. Doc Gojun, you stay with Gangrim. With that command, the main force vanished into the shadows. All right, Doc Gojun, hold the fort. Wait, they slammed the door shut, ignoring his desperate plea. Damn it. We didn't even synchronize the map data. Defeated, Seo Gangrim slumped to the cold ground, his stamina drained. Hey Doc Gojun, since we're stuck in this hellhole together, care to answer a few questions? The man stood calmly, arms crossed, radiating an eerie chill. Oh, what is it? Curious why I chose this room as our base. Seo Gangrim narrowed his eyes, his gaze turning sharp. There was no need to lock Shin Sua in a literal dungeon. Doc Gojun finally offered an explanation. She chose this spot herself. She believed her illusions would be weaker here, since there is no vegetation. Hearing this, Seo Gangrim analyzed the logic. He's right. This environment suppresses her. Since her element is earth, this stone prison renders her powers unstable. Still, leaving someone in that state on a freezing stone floor, that's harsh. Gangrim bowed his head, lost in worry. Doc Gojun watched him, a sly smile creeping onto his face. Run out of questions already, he slowly advanced towards Seo Gangrim, his presence overwhelming. Because you are the protagonist. Doc Gojun's expression shifted instantly from playful to deadly serious. I thought you'd ask something with more gravity. Seo Gangrim scowled, sensing the tension in the air. He looked up, locking eyes with him. Why did you send me that message? Now, that is the right question. Doc Gojun smirked with satisfaction. So you realized I was the sender. Go on, tell me. He looked almost giddy, like a child with a secret. Because the main character wasn't here. I was genuinely worried when you vanished for 4 days. Doc Gojun casually took a seat next to him, his demeanor shifting again. Are you angry that I locked her up? Seo Gangrim looked away, dodging the question, then awkwardly scratched his head. It's fine. In the end, Shin Sua is safe because of you. I knew you'd thank me. Suddenly, Seo Gangrim's curiosity piqued. By the way, how in the world did you get your hands on a trans-dimensional message? The price was pretty steep for a mere trainee. Doc Gojun instantly put a finger to his lips, a sign of absolute secrecy. The playful gesture sent a chill down Gangrim's spine. Well, if you really want to know, it's not that hard. Forget it. I don't want to know. Doc Gojun ignored the refusal, teasing him further. But it's such a fascinating story. Are you sure? I said I'm good. Gangrim leaned back against the cold stone bench, exhausted. I guess you already figured it out. Since you are a regressor after all. But it seems even you couldn't predict this situation. Too many variables have changed. Or maybe, your power isn't high enough to see everything yet. Seo Gangrim's annoyance was written all over his face. If you're going to spout nonsense, save it. But Doc Gojun just laughed, clearly enjoying the chaos. Just a hypothesis of mine. Then, out of nowhere, he dropped the bomb. So how many karma points have you stacked up? The air in the room froze instantly. Seo Gangrim shot him a glare. What are you talking about? You know exactly what I mean. June began to lecture him like a teacher. The skeleton's bindings change based on the sins we've committed in the past. The more evil the deed, the tighter the curse. Doc Gojun held up his hands, inspecting them. I've done some terrible things. Enough to end my career as a writer, if they ever got out. Gangrim lowered his head, his voice low and threatening. The higher the karma, the stronger the shadow. So what is your endgame here? Unexpectedly, the man looked thrilled, ecstatic even. Doc Gojun mimicked, strangling himself with his own hands. The sins you've committed are always hidden, even if you pretend to be a saint on the outside. He chuckled, a sound bordering on madness. I wonder. What happened? Seo Gangrim's face went rigid with shock. What exactly did you do in your past life? Doc Gojun suddenly bolted upright. Seo Gangrim. His eyes bulged, staring maniacally at him. I am dying to know. What kind of human being are you really? Seo Gangrim met his gaze and confessed coldly. I was a criminal. Doc Gojun clutched his stomach and burst into hysterical laughter. What? No way. You expect me to believe that? Gangrim turned away, avoiding the gaze. Believe what you want. It might be true. Doc Gojun leaned in, his voice dripping with anticipation. I really want to meet your shadow now. It must be a monster. You're hiding so many things. Maybe you should just shut up. I'll shut my mouth if you tell me one interesting story. Doc Gojun's eyes sparkled with intensity. Tell me, a story from your past life or a prophecy of the future? Seo Gangrim sighed, a heavy sound of resignation. I told you I'm not a regressor or whatever you think I am. He tried to deflect, but Doc Gojun was relentless. Then, let me guess. Tell me if I'm right. Let's start with your childhood. Meanwhile, in the control room, Anavisha spoke to Gongdu as they monitored the screens. Thank God we have clearance to observe this final Demon Realm stage. It's like watching a live Manhwa recap. She turned to him. You're worried about Seo Gangrim the most, aren't you? Exactly. Just then, a subordinate rushed in. Team leader, I brought the files you requested. Seeing Du Sungtae arrive, the two turned around. The more we investigate Seo Gangrim, the more mysterious he becomes. What did you find? The agent scratched his head, looking down at the file, before handing it to Gongdu. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. No criminal record. He's completely normal. The only notable thing is he lost his parents young and was adopted by a mage. He refused to let any deity possess him. Since then, just a mundane life. Du Sungtae couldn't hide his shock. Then how does he have so many karma points? Anavisha chimed, in her voice trembling. Could he be a murderer? If a case was never solved, there would be no record, right? Gongdu's face hardened. I don't think so. 1 or 2 lives wouldn't generate that much karma. At minimum. He must have slaughtered over 100 people. The other two turned pale, horror dawning on their faces. Gongdu crossed his arms, his voice grim. I can't even imagine what he did. But in this leveling Manhwa world, stats don't lie. It wasn't anything good. Du Sungtae stammered, pointing at the screen. And you still want to recruit a monster like that to our side? Gongdu calmly explained the dark truth. Why do you think the director sends their karma into the demon realm as shadows? To test their morality, to fix their personality flaws? He replied nonchalantly. If we wanted saints, we would have filtered them out from the start. The two agents looked away, uneasy with the reality. We recruit murderers as trainees, because we don't care about their hearts. The Fate Protection Agency risks their lives, for one reason only, to forge them into weapons of absolute power. The system doesn't care about morality or justice. We are gambling with our lives in this hellhole. The final room was a judgment of karma, proving they were more than mere sinners. But chaos suddenly erupted in Seo Gangrim and Doc Gojun's chamber. Invaders from another region appeared. Their power radiated like a storm as they charged with murderous intent. Slaughter the elites, unless you want to face those shadow clones for eternity. But they severely underestimated the duo's combat prowess. 6 days into the hellish trial, the sealing ring on Yunbom's ear constricted violently, slicing into her flesh. She screamed in pure agony. Kang Taehan gritted his teeth as his own restraints dug in. Damn it, the pain is unbearable. Hold on. Seo Gangrim instantly produced 2 syringes. The blood loss is critical. Use this coagulant and painkiller. Save the healing potions. Rely on natural recovery for now. Evacuate and recover somewhere safe. But despite his care, Yunbom pushed the needle away with stubborn resolve. We haven't found Sister Shin Sua or your token yet. I won't leave. Then rest until the drugs kick in. Seo Gangrim gripped his blade, turning to leave with a final command. I'll scout the next sector. You stay put. No way, brother, we stick together. Ignoring them, he summoned his mythical beast. Little Karen, guard them with your life. I will return before the next signal drum sounds. He stepped over the scattered papers on the floor. His gaze swept the room. If the timeline remains unchanged, the token should be right here. Suddenly, his senses spiked. 3 armed shadows materialized from the darkness. The difficulty of this awakening Manhwa trial was ramping up significantly. They lunged at him with lethal precision. They'll just respawn anyway. No point wasting stamina in a cleared room. Steel clashed against steel. He channeled mana into a blazing counterattack. With a single flash, the shadow was severed in 2. A terrifying display of mastery. Another assassin descended from above. Menacing aura. He intercepted the strike mid-air. I don't know the limits of these clones, and that is the real danger. The enemies lay defeated. Still no sign of my own doppelganger. Then a realization struck him like lightning. A hidden box nestled among the dusty tomes. Could it be? His eyes widened. It was identical to the artifact from his previous life. He reached out. A protective ward shimmered, rejecting all but the true owner. The token solidified in his grasp. System alert. You have acquired Seo Gangrim's command token. A shiver ran down his spine. He stared at the object caught between triumph and a dark nostalgia. He secured it in his coat. Luck is still on my side, it seems, even if this hellish reality tries to crush me. Clear conditions met. Exit to conclude the trial. Snap. A noise broke his concentration. He amplified his hearing with mana. Get up, someone's coming. Damn it, you're supposed to be my meat shield. Where are you going? Recognizing the voices, he dashed towards the source. Hey! The group let out a collective sigh of relief. Mr. Gangrim. The girl rushed forward. We missed you at the entrance. Did you enter late? Something like that? Join our party. Hope reignited in the survivor's eyes. With a rancor like you, we might actually survive. Actually, I'm searching for Shin Sua's token. He deflected the praise. Has anyone seen it? A man perched on some crates spoke up, voice trembling. Is she still alive? Wait, didn't someone mention spotting it? He turned to his companion. That guy already bailed. Hey Suwon, he was in your squad, right? Do you know his location? The man named Suwon hesitated, then tossed an object through the air. I only know where they found this. Nice work. Seo Gangrim inspected the item. The abyss sync rate has fluctuated. He tossed it back. By the way, those wounds are nasty. Did you clash with hunters from another zone? The man's face darkened. No, it was a single shadow, but a monster among monsters. Terror drained the color from his face. It evolves. Every time it kills, it changes form. The panic spread like a virus. It's a nightmare. It twists into a demonic beast. A beast would be merciful. It steals the skills of its victims, mimicking their abilities perfectly. Seo Gangrim absorbed the intel in silence. Suwon stepped forward, eyes narrowing. It wasn't there on day 1. It spawned recently. On the 4th night, it bears distinct red markings on its torso and neck. Impossible to miss. Suddenly the atmosphere shifted. Suwon's voice quivered with accusation. Seo Gangrim, when exactly did you enter this dungeon? Gangrim's gaze turned icy. I noticed those restraints on your ankles. Suwon reached out, attempting to grab him. Let me see your wrists. A murderous glare stopped him cold. He recoiled instinctively. Cold sweat dripped down Suwon's face. He pointed a trembling finger. Show us your neck. Now, hysteria took over. Are you deaf? I said, show us. The crowd murmured in confusion. Suwon, have you lost it? Are you implying the monster is him? That's insane. Impossible. What proof do you have? Suwon screamed back, veins bulging. The timing matches perfectly, and the power level is identical. He's covered in those sealing rings. Just like the shadow monster, Seo Gangrim remained an unmoving statue watching the accusation unfold. If he has the red mark on his neck, then it's confirmed. Suspicion poisoned the air. A survivor stepped up nervously. Mr. Gangrim, could you just show us? To clear up this mess, calm as a still lake, he lowered his collar. Even if the mark exists, it doesn't prove the shadow is mine. Shut your mouth. Suwon was frothing with madness. Stop stalling. We'll be the judges of that. The mob mentality took over fear, turning them into enemies. Just show us the damn mark. Is the truth that hard to swallow? Ha. That isn't your ghost, is it? Why do you hesitate? You possess that forbidden skill, don't you? Seeing Seo Gangrim stand there without a flinch, the man seized the chance to provoke him further. Why the silence? Answer me. Seo Gangrim gritted his teeth, realizing they had mistaken his ability for a shadow monster. So they think that is the source of my overwhelming strength. His face remained an icy mask staring them down. Did he murder others to steal their skills? The accuser screamed, inciting the crowd. Everyone stay calm. But how could he defend himself when the mob had already decided he was guilty? The man trembled, forcing a smile through his fear. Mr. Seo Gangrim is fine, everyone. You are all just letting the terror get to your heads. If you could just show us your neck to prove the loner skill is active. But in a blink, Seo Gangrim vanished into thin air. The crowd froze in shock. Huh? Where did he go? Help us. Panic erupted as they stared at the open door. A few seconds of heavy silence passed before the mob mentality took over and they scrambled after him. Chase him down. We must capture that shadow's main body. Sengu led the charge, shouting that the target could not have gone far. Only when the room was completely empty did Seo Gangrim decloak and reveal himself. He lowered his head, sighing with the weight of the world. I knew it. I knew this day would come. This was the curse of a leveling manhwa protagonist. The moment they witnessed his true power from the previous life, fear replaced admiration. He walked away heavy-hearted. I just didn't expect the betrayal to happen this soon. Perhaps they feel cheated because they truly believed I was a righteous hero. Seo Gangrim could not stop the spiral of dark thoughts. If this is how they react now, what will they do when they see the real darkness? Seo Gangrim quickened his pace. Will they accept reality without hesitation like in my past life? Or will they feel the sting of betrayal and rage because I hid my true nature? His mind drifted to the image of Shinsuo. I always admired her unyielding spirit, how she refused to bow down no matter how tragic the situation became. Seo Gangrim lowered his head in depression. What will the Shinsuo of this timeline think when she learns I used the Fate Stealer ability? Back at the safe room, Yun Bom and Jing Taehan were waiting anxiously. Master, we were so worried. What took you so long? Seo Gangrim hesitated, simply holding up a scroll. I ran into some survivors and located the storage point for Shinsuo's token. The duo cheered in relief. That is great news. Let's move out immediately. After escaping the demon realm's influence, he led the party outside. Yun Bom and Jiang Taehan looked up, their eyes widening in awe. What is this place? Are we actually outside? It looked like a massive indoor botanical garden. Despite the grandeur, Seo Gangrim frowned with urgency. We have no time for sightseeing. Find it now. Without a word, they scrambled to search every nook and cranny, from the bushes to the high branches. This place is enormous. Finding a single item will burn valuable time. It would be quite entertaining if they ran into the player from the second sector here. A disembodied voice echoed, making Seo Gangrim's face darken. I wonder how Yun Bom and Jang Taehan will react when Seo Gangrim's dirty little secret is exposed. Oh, I agree. That twist will be delicious to watch. Seo Gangrim gritted his teeth in fury, but Yun Bom's voice cut through the tension. Don't you dare tell them anything. Spoilers ruin the fun. Let them find out the hard way. I found it, Shinsuo's token. The girl raised her hand triumphantly, and the team let out a collective sigh of relief. It was hidden in this hollow. Good work. Now we just need to transport it back. But suddenly, the atmosphere warped, freezing Yun Bom in place. Before they could celebrate, Jiang Taehan spoke with dread. The pause interval is getting shorter. Simultaneously, dark doppelgangers of Yun Bom and Jiang Taehan materialized nearby. He observed cautiously. The numbers are manageable. Let's eliminate them quickly and extract. But Seo Gangrim flinched, sensing a far more dangerous presence emerging. That bracelet on the left hand. Seo Gangrim instantly recognized the new entity. It was the shadow of Shinsuo. But the sight made the blood drain from his face. What is it doing? Seo Gangrim stared in confusion. Why is her shadow collapsing on its own? He stood frozen, unable to comprehend the scene. It wasn't just collapsing. The shadow raised a sword and impaled itself repeatedly. Is she still inflicting self-harm, even after the drum sound ended? Seo Gangrim snapped out of it. I have to get to the real Shinsuo immediately. He raised his sword high, aiming at the shadow, and activated the healing hand skill. Wait, that aura. It's Father Johan's shadow. Seo Gangrim's eyes widened. The area is saturated with earth elements. The environment is buffing the skill's potency. Field effect woodleaf arts activated. Unexpectedly massive roots burst from behind Shinsuo's shadow, lashing out at the party like vipers. With the earth element density so high, the skill effects are amplified beyond normal limits. Seo Gangrim screamed a desperate command. Run, dodge it. He slashed through the vines and skidded across the dirt. But the giant roots kept coming in endless barrage of nature's wrath. Seo Gangrim struggled to hold the line, but a vine smashed into him, knocking the sword from his grip. Master but Seo Gangrim ignored the loss, focused only on their survival. What are you standing there for? Run. But before he could recover, a sharp root pierced straight through Seo Gangrim's leg. To make matters worse, Shinsuo's shadow began to approach him. It moved with terrifying slowness, Just as it reached out to touch him, Seo Gangrim looked up glaring, with intense killing intent. He summoned a blade, and severed the roots in a single motion. But the shadow of Shinsuo backflipped away, with supernatural agility. Seo Gangrim gritted his teeth, as he watched the monster calmly lick the blood from its hand. Skill Bloodlust activated. The Shadow Assassin's stats just skyrocketed. Jiang Taehan and Yunbom rushed to his side. "Bro, are you okay?" "I'm fine. I can still move." But the nightmare wasn't over. Behind Shinsuo, more shadows emerged, and their wounds were visibly closing up. The girl gasped in horror. The illusions can heal themselves. It seems so. If they possess the priest skills. Jiang Taehan prepared to engage. "We have to take out Father Johan's shadow first." "No, stop." The shadows launched a coordinated assault, and it was already too late to counter. Seo Gangrim swung his sword wildly and shouted, "I have a plan. Do not engage them. Just run for your lives." Realizing the power gap, the trio turned tail and sprinted. "We cannot win this fight." Meanwhile, in a bunker deep underground, the other survivors had escaped and were being treated. A man sat there panting, overwhelmed with gratitude. "It is finally over. Thank you, Father." Johann let out a heavy sigh, burdened by guilt. "Because of my illusions. What is our move?" The priest is confused. "Should I harm myself like Sua did?" A pause. "No." Kang Rim's voice cut through the tension, calm but commanding. "The best strategy right now is to escape this place immediately. Those illusions only mimic the living present here." As Yunbom spoke in panic, the shadows suddenly snapped their heads toward the group. A chilling gaze from the abyss. "But what about Sua's token? Are you planning to leave her to fend for herself?" Sua slumped in the corner, whispering weakly, "You made the right choice." "Impossible." But Kangrim stepped forward, his presence towering over the doubt. "I will shatter Sua's illusion myself." Sua's eyes widened in sheer shock as he added, "And you are coming with me." She hesitated, looking up at him before gripping her sword with trembling hands. "I don't doubt your skills," but Kangrim caught her wrist, firmly stopping her. "Stop. You don't need to bleed for this." He gently took the blade from her hand. "I have a plan. Let's move." Sua looked confused. "A plan?" But his confident smile silenced her fears. Outside, the shadows waited like vultures. Suddenly, one of the silhouettes dissolved into nothingness. Sua's shadow panicked as its allies vanished one by one. Left alone, it turned to see the real threat approaching Kang Rim. "Looks like the others made it out. Their ghosts are gone." He scratched his head, addressing Sua. "We need to report this to Doc Gojun before we leave. I don't know where he is. If I become a burden, I'll end it myself." But Kang Rim crushed that thought, gripping her hand tight. "No." He summoned his sword with a thought. "Don't ever do that." He stepped between her and the danger, a human shield. "I know you think I can't handle it." She grabbed his coat, anxiety fading into resolve. "I trust you." A radiant smile broke through her pain. "We leave together." Kang Rim was momentarily stunned by her faith. They shared a nod, and then he launched into action. "I'll end this in a heartbeat." Skill activated loner. He blitzed toward the shadow, vanishing from its sight instantly. The shadow frantically scanned the area. Kang Rim struck from the void, disappearing and reappearing like a phantom assassin. A devastating slash to the back. The shadow roared in fury, commanding the forest roots to rise and crush him. He sliced through the nature magic with ease. A cold smirk played on his lips. Total domination. "I knew she'd use a shield." He feinted, changing direction instantly. The shadow took the bait, charging blindly. He vaulted onto a tree. Like a pro in a leveling manhwa, he had poured all his achievement points into speed level 30 reached. The roots swarmed. They snapped at his heels, growing massive and deadly. He used the very roots meant to trap him as stepping stones to close the gap. Face to face with his enemy, the shadow gnashed its teeth in rage. Kang Rim taunted, "You actually had me worried for a second." Summon Divine Beast Firebird activated. Flame Bomb skill unleashed. A massive fireball erupted from the beast's maw. The shadow panicked, defenseless at point-blank range. Flames consumed it as Kang Rim severed its last line of defense. The illusion screamed in agony, collapsing onto the burning roots. Silence fell. Kang Rim glanced back, satisfied. Illusion neutralized. But just as victory seemed certain, a light flashed behind him. Just need to wait for it to vanish and grab the token. He let his guard down too soon. He dodged instinctively. "Is that the Zone 2 crew?" A mob emerged from the brush. Found him. It's Kang Rim. They cheered like they had won the lottery. "Attack, don't let him run. 500 million credits if we catch him. 500 million. Kang Rim sighed, annoyed. "Bounty hunters." From Zone 1, the leader sneered. "Come quietly, kid. You don't want to die here." Weapons raised, arrogance overflowing. "This won't be easy like last time." Kang Rim grit his teeth, bloodlust leaking out. Zone 1 has trash with skills like this. Suddenly, a heavy pressure descended. Gangrim froze. It was Doc Gojun, his blade pointed straight at Gangrim's throat. Long time no see. Gangrim stammered. No, I don't understand. Why are you doing this? Betrayal burned in his eyes. Why switch to Zone 1? Doc Gojun just laughed, a chilling sound. Oh man, I wish you looked more surprised. He glanced at the burning shadow. Though I enjoyed watching you kill that thing. Sua's copyright. You always choose the hard way. Acting like the hero of a manhwa recap. Doc Gojun lunged. I like that about you. Gangrim stood paralyzed as the blade came down. But you act differently than I would. Gangrim flinched, but the blade sailed past him, slicing toward the bounty hunters instead. Doc Gojun. Why? The swordsman laughed at the confused mob. This is exactly why I dropped the two main characters idea. He rested his sword on his shoulder, grinning. I decided to play the supporting role instead. Think of it as being a double agent. The time messenger was part of the plan all along. Gangrim realized that day. I felt the bloodlust from the hallway. Doc Gojun's eyes turned cold as he faced the mob. Oh, you noticed that? He stepped in front of Gangrim, shielding him. You scumbags made Sua hurt herself for this mission. For that you face judgment. Gangrim asked. Now what? The mob charged. Traitor, but Doc Gojun was in his element. Gangrim watched in awe. Doc Gojun crushed an enemy with one hand. Skill-activated decomposition. Pure destruction. The man thrashed for a moment, before going limp. With a ruthless swing, Seo Gangrim slammed him into the earth. Both he and the survivor could only stare frozen in sheer disbelief at the brutality. Doc Gojun, however, watched with a twisted, euphoric grin. If you want to survive this hellscape, kid, you'd better stop holding back and unleash that ability of yours right now. Seo Gangrim's eyes widened in suspicion. Where did you hear about that? The maniac merely stepped closer, dismissing the question with a wave. Why sweat the small stuff when death is knocking? The power to plunder destiny itself. Doc Gojun taunted, his eyes gleaming with madness. Show me. I'm dying to see it. Panic and rage boiled over within Seo Gangrim. Shut your mouth. I will never use that power here. Not ever. But his defiance was cut short by a bone-chilling noise. Suddenly, the darkness itself began to writhe surrounding them. From the void, a silhouette emerged. What's this? The party's just getting started. But this was no mere parlor trick. In a heartbeat, the entity bypassed Seo Gangrim and decimated the man behind him from a distance. I'll purge the weak first, it seemed to say. Even then, Doc Gojun remained disturbingly calm. Oh, that's your shadow, isn't it? Faster than the eye could follow, the dark figure launched itself straight at the crazed fighter. A single swing of its blade sent Doc Gojun flying like a ragdoll. He crashed down, coughing up mouthfuls of blood, barely managing to keep himself upright on the trembling ground. Seo Gangrim stood paralyzed, his mind unable to process the devastation. That monster! It took down Doc Gojun in a single strike. He stared into the abyss of his own reflection. The dust obscured the details, but his survival instincts were screaming. The killing intent radiating from that thing was suffocating, an absolute predator. Glowing crimson eyes pierced through the gloom, locking onto him. That is my shadow. As terror took hold, a sharp voice cut through the fog. Seo Gangrim. Snap out of it. Both turned toward the voice. Steal its destiny. Who else? But you can defeat a nightmare born from your own soul. It was Doc Gojun, battered, but still shouting from the corner. He was right. Seo Gangrim clenched his jaw, realizing fear had paralyzed him. That illusion. It terrified me. It feeds on death like a beast, growing stronger with every kill. He forced his breathing to steady, channeling his energy. I have to use my awakening manhwa ability. I must steal its fate before it becomes unstoppable. Seo Gangrim raised his blade, facing his dark mirror. Activate Destiny Plunder. He reached out to seize every strand of fate in the vicinity. I will end this monstrosity right here, right now. He dumped all his achievement points into his stats: mana level 30, stamina level 30, agility level 30, senses level 30, strength level 29, max power. The shadow stalked closer, a grim reaper closing in. I can do this. Seo Gangrim steeled his nerves, triggering his combat instincts. It's just a copy. It can't kill the original. His eyes flared crimson as the system screamed warnings. Red alert notifications flooded his vision, signaling imminent doom. Enemy strength. Immeasurable. Weakness. None. Seo Gangrim froze his heart, skipping a beat. No weakness. How is that even possible? My senses are heightened, yet I see no opening. The shadow slowly raised its blade, pointing it directly at his heart. Seo Gangrim's body betrayed him. He couldn't move a muscle. Desperate, he threw his sword up in a clumsy block. The impact was cataclysmic. A crushing weight buckled his knees as a terrifying shockwave pulverized the ground around them. Entity Doppelganger. Ability Skill Mimicry. The shadow raised a hand, a sinister smile carved across its face. It wasn't just fighting him, it was copying him. Its cold fingers clamped over Seo Gangrim's face. It triggered the absorption skill, attempting to devour his very existence. A low, malicious laugh echoed from the monster's throat. Is this truly who I am? As his consciousness faded, fragments of a buried past clawed their way to the surface. He saw his younger self frail and sickly clinging to his mother. A man's voice roared with frustration. You call yourself a doctor, and you can't even tell me what's killing my son. Please calm down, someone pleaded. But the scene shifted. Little Seo Gangrim was carried into a car, the vehicle speeding away into the gray distance. Then came the shaman's ultimatum. I told you. The boy is a vessel. He will only survive if he accepts the deity waiting to enter his body. His parents cried out in anguish. There has to be another way. The shaman shook his head grimly. The spirit is too powerful. Just accept it, little one, he whispered to the dying boy. Mom, what is he saying? The woman held back tears, her voice trembling. It is your destiny, my love. It means you must become a messenger for the gods. Then I'll do it. But his mother's face broke with sorrow. If you do, you cease to be yourself. You must live only as the god commands. No dreams, no freedom. You cannot breathe without the god's permission. Do you still accept? The boy shook his head violently. No, his parents wept, pulling him into a desperate embrace. It's okay. We'll find another way. But fate was cruel. Tires screeched, metal screamed, and the car flipped into oblivion. They never made it home from the shrine. The wreckage was gruesome, a mangle of steel and blood. Yet the boy walked away without a scratch. All because he had rejected the divine spirit. The deity was enraged. Seo Gangrim stood before his parents' memorial photos hollow. The massive shadow loomed over him. Look closely. They were the first sacrifices on your altar. The voice dripped with poison. You've piled up a mountain of sins since then. The vision shifted, showing the faces of his fallen comrades. Behold the fruit of your selfishness. Seo Gangrim buried his face in his hands, agony tearing him apart. Your parents died for you. The entire Flying Tiger Guild was slaughtered because of you. Everyone who stepped into this hell realm perished. The shadow pressed its advantage, crushing his will. This tragedy is your creation. All because you dared to say no to a god. The entity gripped his shoulders. Poor child. It embraced him with a mocking tenderness. Do you still refuse to let me in? It whispered the devil's bargain into his ear. There is a way to save your friends without accepting my soul. Seo Gangrim's eyes snapped open. Suddenly the shadow shoved him hard. Just die here. Seo Gangrim tumbled backward, sinking into a deep, dark ocean of despair. He drifted into the abyss, staring up at the fading light. You can finally make the right choice, the voice echoed. Embrace eternal sleep. The surface seemed miles away, and his limbs felt like lead. Escape the pain. Avoid the karma waiting in your future. Karma. He squeezed his eyes shut, surrendering. If I end it now, the guild won't have to face massacre. The shadow stood at the water's edge, watching him drown. Wise decision. It's so much more peaceful down there than in the cruel world above. The monster watched with sadistic glee. Yes, rest now. Seo Gangrim hugged his knees in the void. It is peaceful, but do I have the right to this comfort? Despite his resignation, the shadow kept whispering, twisting the knife. Forget the past. Let it all fade. But the memories refused to die. Forget impossible. The faces of the fallen still haunt my waking nightmares. I have a debt of blood to pay. He gripped the necklace until his knuckles turned white. Was the debt truly paid? Then what about Shinhwa? The image of her collapsing burned in his mind. Gangrim's eyes snapped open. He had to know if she was safe. His hand clawed toward the surface, fueled by pure rage. Gangrim erupted from the abyss, determined to drag Shinhwa out of this hellish awakening Manhwa dimension. The shadow looked down at him with utter disgust. Its eyes burned with malice. You've made the wrong choice again. Instantly, 1,000 phantom hands clawed at Gangrim's back. Just die already. It's all you're good for. But Gangrim didn't flinch. He roared back, fighting the spectral grip. Even if it kills me, I'm taking her with me. The shadow flexed its dark power, blocking his path. Saving her. Don't lie to yourself. It's just an excuse. Gangrim froze the words, piercing his resolve. She doesn't even want you alive. His grip on the sword tightened until the steel groaned. She regrets ever dragging you into this system Manhwa nightmare. Gangrim ground his teeth, fury building. She wishes she never met you. The shadow stepped closer, its voice a poisonous whisper. She wishes you had died. but Gangrim's expression shifted to an eerie calm. Even so, I'm leaving. He drove his blade into the earth. I know only suffering awaits outside. With a savage swing, he sliced through the shadow. I don't care. You're the one who will regret this. The shadow recoiled, hissing. Never. Why do you cling to hope so foolishly? Gangrim delivered a devastating strike. Because I made a promise. Raising his sword high for Shinhwa's sake, he screamed his defiance. We are leaving this place together. Back in reality, Shinhwa was frantic, shaking his unconscious body. Gangrim, wake up please. As she pulled him up, Gangrim's eyes focused. He was back. Thank God, she cried, tears welling up. Eerie whispers lingered in the air. We thought you were a goner. You owe Shinhwa your life. She fought like a demon to keep the darkness at bay. A faint smile touched Gangrim's lips. See? You were wrong. She gripped his hand tightly, trembling. I knew you'd come back. Can you stand? I'm fine. But then Gangrim went rigid. Shinhwa, still relieved, sighed. Geez, you nearly gave me a heart attack. An ominous drumbeat echoed as the shadow manifested in the doorway. Gangrim raised a hand toward her. The illusion swallowed me whole. Doc Gojun dove in to pull me out. He grabbed her shoulder, his voice rough. Why didn't you run? Shinhwa winced, clutching her wounded arm. Gangrim's eyes widened in horror. You're hurt. He hung his head, guilt washing over him. Why are you still here? She managed a weak smile. I told you, the darkness took you. Dako tried to hold it back. Gangrim rubbed his temples. So where is he now? Shinhwa averted her gaze. He left before the timer ran out. Said he needed his hands intact to finish his novel. Gangrim exploded. You should have gone with him. Why be so stupid? You were being consumed by the void. How could I just leave you? Shinhwa's face flushed with indignation. Leaving would have been the rational choice. She screamed back. How can you say that? It's too late now, anyway. Before she could finish, blood trickled from her nose, and she collapsed like a puppet with cut strings. Gangrim caught her, panic rising. Shinhwa. But a cold voice cut through the air. You pathetic piece of trash, Gangrim. How dare you yell at the woman who saved your life? The voice mocked him. She held the line with one arm. She's tougher than you'll ever be. She fought, fainted, woke up, and fought again. An endless cycle of pain. Gangrim cradled her, his fingers brushing her scarred hand. Guilt crushed his heart. You idiot, Gangrim. Why did you take it out on her? But he shook his head. There was no time for self-pity. He secured Shinhwa against his chest and exhaled. At least the worst is over. He stood up, ready to move. Let's get out of here. But a command froze him. Come back. Gangrim glared back, his eyes like ice. I don't want to hurt you, but I will. He glanced over his shoulder. The shadow was convulsing with madness. If you won't return to the void, the shadow shrieked, commanding a pack of spirit wolves to attack. System alert, beast summoning skill activated. Gangrim stood his ground. Fine. Then die. He gritted his teeth, killing intent, flooding his aura. He had to end this now. Lan John. To me. He gently laid Shinhwa down. Guard her with your lives. Without hesitation, he unleashed a shockwave of sword energy. As the demonic beasts bared their fangs and charged, the Manhwa recap system interface flashed red. Warning, beast summoning skill activated. Multiple hostiles detected. The pack circled him, closing in for the kill. Skill activated. Gangrim gripped his iron rod, facing down the darkest version of himself. If you attack me, the shadow sneered, you hurt yourself. Suddenly, green light enveloped the clone. System notification regeneration skill activated. Gangrim stared in disbelief as his doppelganger spread his arms triumphantly. He even stole my regeneration abilities. This is a cheat. The clone summoned a vortex of black mana. Tell me, kid, why do you choose the hard path? Why suffer like this? Why pile more bad karma on your soul? The entity hissed through gritted teeth. Why struggle when you can just give up? He commanded the beast to tear Gangrim apart. No one is coming to save you. No one will even pray for you. Gangrim's brow furrowed, his focus sharpening. The dark storm slammed into Gangrim, forcing him to brace against the gale. Suddenly, a weak voice pierced the noise. Gangrim, don't die. That voice was all the motivation he needed. Roaring like a beast, Gangrim swung his weapon with earth-shattering force. His strike cleaved the dark fog into system alert. All attributes have reached level 30. Hidden condition met. Gangrim looked up, stunned by the sudden power surge. Unlocking second trait. While he stood dazed by the golden light, the shadow raised its hand for a final spell. Skill unlocked, Zodiac. Magnificent golden scrolls unfurled from the heavens. Hope surged through Gangrim's veins. The Zodiac skill. With this, I can destroy him. But a sinister voice echoed in his mind, shattering his optimism. Still clinging to false hope, little boy. Gangrim realized the nightmare wasn't over. The shadow laughed, pointing at the golden light. Look closely, your so-called zodiac is pathetic. The holographic interface flickered to life. Your designated zodiac is the rat. The system chimed, announcing a new ability linked to his celestial sign. His doppelganger sneered at the glowing icon of the rodent. The rat, that's the weakest link in the entire zodiac. He scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. A trash skill like that won't save you. But Seo Gangrim stood his ground, his eyes burning with defiance. My constellation was carved in stone from the very beginning. As his fingers brushed the hologram, he muttered, I'm done running from this cursed fate. The system Manhwa interface flashed, skill acquired, the desperate cry of the cornered rat. A magnificent golden aura erupted behind him, taking the form of a massive rat. Seo Gangrim smirked, his confidence returning. Being cornered, that is exactly where I thrive. The shadow clone loomed over him, arrogance radiating from his posture. You cannot escape death with such a pathetic ability. On his command, a pack of vicious spirit wolves lunged. One sank its fangs deep into Seo Gangrim's shoulder. The rest of the pack closed in for the kill, but instead of screaming, a chilling smile crept across Seo Gangrim's face. The clone froze, confused by this reaction. Why are you grinning? Warning, HP has dropped below 10%. The system roared. Condition met. Activating skill, the desperate cry of the cornered rat. An explosion of golden energy blasted outward from Seo Gangrim, vaporizing the spirit wolves in an instant. The status window materialized. Skill effect, the desperate cry of the cornered rat. For a first-class human, mortal danger is the ultimate catalyst for power even if the backlash is severe. Seo Gangrim explained, as he launched himself into the air. The rat might be the lowest of the zodiacs, he shouted, his aura flaring. But there is nothing in this world more terrifying than a rat with nowhere left to run. Predicting the trajectory, the clone effortlessly sidestepped the attack. He thought smugly, foolish child. No matter how much you struggle, your death is inevitable. I already told you, Seo Gangrim roared. System alert battle instinct activated. His eyes glowed with resolve. Even if I perish here, I swear I will get Su'a out of this hell. The blade connected. The clone howled in agony as the steel bit into him. Enraged monstrous claws erupted from the clone's hands as he lunged at Seo Gangrim with blinding speed. No matter how hard a filthy rat tries, your efforts are meaningless trash. The clone's form twisted and expanded, morphing into a majestic, terrifying dragon. System alert, dragon transformation initiated. Status effect, predatory fear active. The rat trembles before the dragon. Seo Gangrim froze, paralyzed by the overwhelming pressure. The dragon clone opened its massive maw. A mere human stands no chance against the might of a dragon. You can only despair and await your end. What made you delusional enough to believe a rodent could slay a god? The psychological pressure mounted, but Seo Gangrim simply covered his eyes with one hand, his voice eerily calm. I just grabbed the coolest looking thing in the inventory. As the dragon loomed, the item description flashed. Weapon, the Sword of Domination. A legendary blade, etched with a dragon's skull, forging the nightmare of the draconian race. Seo Gangrim smiled. The Sword of Domination. A weapon that receives a massive buff when facing a dragon-type enemy. Honestly, he taunted, gripping the hilt, you would have stood a better chance if you stayed a rat. System alert, dragon entity detected. The Sword of Domination's power has been amplified exponentially. Because this is, Seo Gangrim shouted, his voice thundering, a dragon slayer sword. He drove the blade deep into the dragon's throat with catastrophic force. Moments later, gravity took hold and he plummeted. System notification. The desperate cry of the cornered rat has been deactivated. The massive dragon pierced by the anti-dragon blade disintegrated into light. As Seo Gangrim lay exhausted on the ground, the notifications chimed like music. Victory. You have received a massive experience bonus for defeating an opponent surpassing your level. Rank up evolution, from second-class human to first-class human complete. Evolution from first-class human to third-class demon complete. Suddenly, the fading voice of the clone echoed. Hey kid. Hearing that voice, Seo Gangrim grit his teeth in frustration. Damn it, he's still here, the shadow whispered seductively. Do you want to live? Accept me and I will grant you true survival. It's just a hallucination, Seo Gangrim told himself, fighting to stay conscious. I killed my dark self, yet I still hear him. His vision began to swim in darkness. So this is how it ends. A bitter thought crossed his mind. If I knew the path was this tortured only to end in death, I might have ended it myself long ago. Sua. She won't have to worry about me anymore. She'll be safe. In the distance, a battered Sua dragged herself toward him, accompanied by her two spirit beasts. Suddenly, an old woman materialized, placing a gentle hand on his forehead. It is time to return, she whispered. Seo Gangrim's eyes snapped open, gasping for air as he bolted upright in a hospital bed. He spotted a figure with brown hair walking past the window. It looked just like Sua. Ripping the IV drip from his arm, he scrambled after her. Sua, wait. He rushed into the hall, but collapsed face first onto the cold floor. He looked up, a smile of relief breaking through. Sua, thank God you're... His voice died in his throat. The face staring back at him was twisted and grotesque. Horror washed over him. His expression darkened with dread. Why am I seeing these nightmares again? The system flashed an ominous red warning. You are approaching the boundary once more due to your accumulated karma. Does this mean I'm slipping back into the other side? The scene shifted to a memory. A harsh hand grabbing a young boy's wrist. A woman threw the child out the door, screaming in rage. We can't keep him anymore. Ever since we took him in, our lives have been cursed with misfortune. The venomous words rained down on the boy. Why did we even bother? My own children are in the hospital because of this jinx. The inner voice taunted him. How long do you intend to run? Accept me, the voice hissed. This is all your fault. Look at what happens because you refuse to accept the deity. So, what a defiant voice echoed. Even as the boy covered his ears with trembling hands, the voice bore into his mind. They suffer because you are stubborn. But then another presence cut through. Is that so? The scene shifted to an ancient temple. A woman and two men dragged the reluctant boy inside. The moment his foot crossed the threshold, a sinister black and purple aura flared to life. The boy looked up in wonder, ignoring the adults dragging him. It's so quiet here, he thought. The voices had stopped. A figure emerged from the shadows. Are you the child named Seo Gangrim? The shaman introduced herself. I am Madame Hua. Young Seo Gangrim stared at her wide-eyed. Madame Hua frowned, examining the boy's features. She glared at the adults cowering behind him. What is wrong with this child's face? He looks miserable. They brought you here for an exorcism ritual to force a deity upon you, she observed, but it seems you have no desire for that. Hearing someone finally acknowledge his will, Seo Gangrim turned his head, hiding his emotion. Madame Hua knelt down, bringing herself to his eye level. Her voice was gentle but firm. If you do not wish to accept it, then you shall not. The boy's eyes widened in shock. However, the god that covets you is too powerful for me to drive away completely. Madame Hua extended a hand. So, become my disciple. Train under me until you are strong enough to protect yourself. Seo Gangrim frantically swatted her hand away, terror flashing in his eyes. No, if you get involved, you'll get hurt too. Wagon let out a soft knowing sigh. Child, you underestimate my power far too much. She firmly grasped Seo Gangrim's trembling hands within her own. I have my own guardian deity protecting me, so do not fear. Seo Gangrim fell silent, absorbing her strength. This ritual will be painful, but I promise everything will be all right. A warm maternal smile graced Wagon's face. One day, good people will surround you and you will find true happiness. Back in the cold reality, Seo Gangrim stared up at the ceiling, his eyes void of life. Memories flooded back of Wagon's hand upon his head. She had performed a forbidden ritual to seal his overwhelming divine power. As long as he lived with her, the tormenting visions of ghosts had finally ceased. But then the faces of those he had lost flashed before him, haunting his thoughts. As Seo Gangrim lay there, lost in a daze, a chilling voice echoed deep inside his mind. However, as you accumulate points and inch closer to the boundary, the seal weakens. You begin to see and hear things that should remain unseen. Seo Gangrim reached out instinctively. As he crossed that invisible line, his fingertips brushed against a blood-red barrier. Behind the glass, a figure stood, watching, arms crossed in judgment. The entity spoke with absolute certainty. You will die. The entity reached out, its thoughts piercing Seo Gangrim's mind. Closer. It pressed against the glass, urging him relentlessly. Come closer to me. The vision shifted to young Seo Gangrim, lying helpless on the freezing ground. His eyes snapped open. He stared at the two spirit beasts perched on his chest. Seo Gangrim gasped. Was it a dream? A calm voice shattered that hope. That was no dream, Mr. Seo Gangrim. The nurse beside him continued, her tone professional yet stern. You finally awakened after a full month, and honestly, you'd be dead if you moved recklessly in your condition. Seo Gangrim sat up, his first thought for only one person. Shinsua. Is Shinsuwa alright? The caregiver turned, offering a reassuring nod. She is stable. Seo Gangrim exhaled the tension leaving his body. Thank God. The nurse checked his vitals. Please wait a moment. I'll call someone to assist you. She smiled politely. Oh, and congratulations on your recovery. But looming behind her were grotesque shadows of the dead. Seo Gangrim ignored them, focusing inward. The physical exam results are fine. Awakened ones recover far faster than civilians, anyway, basic logic for an awakening manhwa. But what truly concerned him was the system interface. I need to check my destiny window. The holographic blue screen materialized. Seo Gangrim. Class grade 3 mage. Attribute fire. Shock rippled through him. Would I jump 2 whole grades at once? He recalled the moment he lay beside Shinsuwa in the forest. Is this because I altered both my destiny and hers? He stared at the glowing text, deep in thought. But the real question is, how on earth did we escape the demon realm? Suddenly, the door swung open. 2 men in suits stepped in the air, growing heavy. Gongdu wasted no time. Why didn't you report your ability to steal the destiny of others? Seo Gangrim sighed internally. Here it comes. Gongdu pushed up his glasses, his gaze piercing. Give us a reason. Seo Gangrim smirked, letting out a weary breath. Because Seo Gangrim replied coolly, I knew you'd make a face exactly like that. Gongdu adjusted his frames, composing himself. Fine. I will remain calm. He probed further, his voice dropping an octave. Have you ever intentionally killed a human to steal their destiny? No, came the immediate reply. Gongdu pressed on. Then what about? Unintentionally. Self-defense perhaps. But remember, we signed a waiver before entering. Seo Gangrim's expression darkened, his eyes turning cold as he glared at the man. He turned his head, voice flat. Casualties arising from conflicts between trainees and monsters are an expected risk. I never intended to kill anyone. Seo Gangrim noticed Sung Tae's face twisting in disgust. Murder is still murder. That's exactly what he's thinking right now. Seo Gangrim mused silently. Well, that's a normal human reaction. Seo Gangrim broke the silence. So what happens to me now? He locked eyes with Gongdu. Am I going to be punished? Gongdu ignored the question entirely. Congratulations, Mr. Seo Gangrim. You've achieved the highest evaluation score among all trainees in this sector. Sung Tae gasped, unable to hold back. Team leader. Are you seriously planning to recruit a dangerous element like him? Silence, do Sung Tae, Gongdu commanded sharply. He turned back to the bed. I have a proposal for you, Seo Gangrim. Seo Gangrim raised an eyebrow. What is it? We are offering you an official position in Team 2 of the Destiny Protection Agency. The weight of those words hung in the air, catching Seo Gangrim off guard. Seo Gangrim withdrew his hand, his expression bored. Sorry, but I have zero interest in that. Du Sung Tae exploded in rage. You ungrateful brat, do you have any idea what kind of golden opportunity this is? Du Sung Tae, Gongdu warned, his aura darkening. He placed a hand over his heart, feigning sincerity. We understand. We may have been too hasty offering this to a recovering patient. Gongdu slid a sleek business card onto the table. Please take a few days to rest, then contact us. You'll surely want to see your family and breathe some fresh air first. Seo Gangrim opened his mouth to reject them again. I don't want to work for, but Gongdu cut him off smoothly. Just drop by the training room when you're discharged. There are things you need to know before leaving the center. He gave a playful wink. See you soon, Mr. Seo Gangrim. As soon as the door clicked shut, Seo Gangrim sank into deep thought. Working for the Destiny Protection Agency. It seemed they had done their research, but their knowledge had limits. They definitely don't know about my destiny discovery skill. He glanced at the lingering data from Du Sung Tae class grade 3 dragon. Seo Gangrim swiped the window away. If I don't join, they'll use every dirty trick in the book to force me under their banner. He quickly changed out of his patient gown. First things first, I need to find Shinsuwa. Seo Gangrim navigated the halls to her room and whispered her name softly. Shinsuwa. There, she lay, eyes closed in a deep slumber. But Seo Gangrim's gaze fell to her side, where her arm used to be. The empty space screamed at him. Horror washed over him as he gripped the bed rail until his knuckles turned white. He couldn't bear the sight. He turned his face away, guilt gnawing at his gut. Suddenly, a crimson system alert flashed, warning murderous chi detected. Seo Gangrim stared at Shinsuwa in disbelief. The system was screaming a warning about her destiny. He was thunderstruck. Murderous intent. How? In her past life, Shinsuwa never carried such dark, deathly energy. Suddenly, the compass of destiny flew from his pocket, hovering in midair. System item, Compass of Destiny activated. The needle spun wildly. System compass of destiny, empowered by external force. Flashbacks of his time with Seo assaulted his mind, ending with the image of Seo Gangrim looking up in despair. The image of Seo began to distort and blur within Seo Gangrim's memories. He clutched his head agony, splitting his skull. My head, a high-pitched resonance filled the room. In the vision, a dark version of Seo stood with lifeless eyes. A voice taunted her, Seo Gangrim isn't coming for you. With a savage snarl, Seo ripped the image of the woman before her to shreds. The woman continued her mockery. Seo Gangrim doesn't even know you exist here. She crouched down in front of Seo, who was shackled and broken, feigning confusion. I really don't get you. Seo Gangrim abandoned you the moment he left the center. Why are you so willing to die for a man like that? Seo Gangrim watched the nightmare unfold in his mind, his blood running cold. Is this the future? The voice in the vision continued. No matter what you do, Seo Gangrim is destined to die. Fury blazed in Shinsua's eyes. She gritted her teeth, her voice a low, dangerous growl. Don't you dare. Don't you dare lay a single finger on Seo Gangrim. The mysterious woman just smirked. My, what a pity. Why is this happening? The question faded into the void. Goodbye. As those final words pierced his mind, Seo Gangrim's eyes flew open in sheer terror. Powerless, Seo Gangrim collapsed to the floor. Above him in this unknown dimension, the compass pulsed with an eerie turquoise light. His gaze went hollow, losing all focus. A terrifying thought seized him. Will Seo die for me again? He clenched his jaw, desperation flooding his eyes. No. Seo Gangrim snatched the compass back, his resolve hardening like steel. I can't change fate with just this. I need to uncover the absolute truth behind that tragedy. The needle spun wildly. Suddenly the scenery shifted. He was grounded amidst twisted metal and shattered glass. A frantic voice screamed, Seo Gangrim, run away. But a childish voice replied with stubborn resolve. No, I'm not leaving you. Hearing that familiar sound, the adult Seo Gangrim spun around in shock. He watched his younger self sobbing uncontrollably yell, I'm going to get you out. Trapped inside the overturned vehicle, his mother whispered softly, Seo Gangrim, you can't save us alone, my sweet boy. Go find an adult nearby. Please. She smiled through the pain. Can you be brave for me? The boy nodded and turned to sprint. I'll be right back, just wait. As his younger self rushed past him, the adult Seo Gangrim reached out desperate to stop the cycle. Don't go. But his hand grasped only air. The boy vanished into the distance, his cries echoing. Is anyone there? Please, someone help my parents. The echoes faded. Seo Gangrim stared at his empty hand, rage building in his chest. Inside the wreckage, his trapped parents shared a final moment, leaving him alone like that. What if something happens to him? Flames began to lick the metal. His mother's eyes filled with tears. Now he really is all alone in this world. Our son is strong, his father whispered. He will survive. Boom, the car erupted in a massive fireball. In the present, Seo Gangrim gripped the compass, tears streaming down his face. They knew, he realized with a sinking heart. They knew it would explode. Suddenly his eyes widened. Amidst the roaring flames and scrap metal, a silhouette stood tall, pointing a sword directly at him. It was Big Yang. He stood silent, blade raised in cold judgment. The system chimed, connection to destiny compass severed. Seo Gangrim snapped back to reality, standing by Shinsua's hospital bed. He stared at the compass, trembling. Big Yang. His mind raced. What the hell was that vision? That wasn't an ordinary accident. His hands shook uncontrollably as the horrifying truth dawned on him. Did Big Yang? Did he actually attack the car? Dark thoughts consumed him. Is he even human? Remembering Big Yang's arrogant smirk, a new fear took root. The future I saw. Is he the one who kills Shinsuo? Terror washed over Seo Gangrim's face. Suddenly, a soft rustle from the hospital bed broke his trance, drawing his attention to Shinsuo. She was breathing steadily. Relieved, Seo Gangrim stepped out and closed the door. But the moment he turned, a voice smirked. I knew I'd find you here. Seo Gangrim quickly stashed the compass. Standing there with a bouquet was Ion Yo, flashing a dazzling smile. Hello, Seo Gangrim. He took the flowers mechanically. It was Ion Yo, the charismatic leader of the Moon Guild. Seeing his recognition, she chuckled. My, you remember me. I stopped by earlier, but you were out. Her gaze drifted meaningfully towards Shinsua's room. You really care for Miss Sua, don't you? Rushing to her side the moment you woke up? Her eyes gleamed. It seems the feeling is mutual. She covered her mouth in mock surprise. I was shocked. You two escaped the demon realm. She lost an arm covered in wounds. Yet she carried you out. A legendary feat for a Manhwa recap. Her cheerful mask didn't slip. I won't disturb the lovebirds. I'll just say my piece and be on my way. This is an official offer from the Destiny Protection Bureau's 1st Division. Seo Gangrim cut her off cold. I have no intention of joining your organization. Ion Yo's eyes narrowed slightly. What if I told you? I can restore Shin Sua's missing arm. That sentence froze Seo Gangrim in his tracks. What? I can't reveal the secret technique yet, she teased. But I can make it happen the moment you sign the contract with us. Seo Gangrim didn't even notice her taking his hand. His mind was reeling. Can she really do it? Can she simply regenerate a lost limb? He calculated rapidly. In this leveling Manhwa world, divine healers appear years later. But right now, those gods don't exist yet. I know a method using a specific artifact, but obtaining it would take far too much time. Joining the Bureau would ruin my personal plans. But for her. He looked up, conflict warring in his eyes. How long is the contract? 1 year, though we prefer longer. Ion Yo beamed, sensing victory. Normally you'd start immediately, but for you, we'll grant a few months of paid vacation first. That is, if you say yes, right now. Seo Gangrim stood there, the weight of the decision crushing him. He slowly nodded. Suddenly the hospital door flew open. He refuses, a voice commanded. Shin Sua stood there, pale but fierce. Seo Gangrim will not be a pawn for the Destiny Protection Bureau. Seo Gangrim gaped at her. She turned her glare on Ion Yo. How dare you, Sua spat. Using my injury to manipulate him? You didn't even have the decency to run this by me first. Ion Yo snatched the flowers back from Seo Gangrim, unfazed. Feisty. Will you join us then? She winked playfully. I'd love to have you too. Sua scoffed. Hard pass. Our morals are on different planets. Ion Yo sighed theatrically. What a pity. She flicked 2 business cards toward them. Call me when reality hits. As her heels clicked down the hallway, Seo Gangrim and Sua stood in the silence, exhausted. Shin Sua turned her sharp gaze to Seo Gangrim. If you were about to sell your soul for my arm, forget it. This injury is my burden, not yours. Seo Gangrim remained silent, then spoke low. I was going to accept regardless of the condition. Sua grabbed his shoulders, forcing him to look at her. Seo Gangrim, she sighed. You are a terrible liar. Don't even try. Seo Gangrim seized her wrist, his expression darkening with intensity. Why? His voice trembled with suppressed emotion. Why? Sacrifice your arm for me. We aren't family. We aren't lovers. We've only known each other a few months, Sua flinched, stammering. Well, you looked like you were about to die, and that doesn't matter, he roared, cutting her off. Why did you do it? Shin Sua averted, her eyes whispering, I don't know. Seo Gangrim gripped her shoulders tighter, desperate for an answer. Does this seem ridiculous to you? She cut him off again, looking up at him with unwavering eyes. I just care about you, Seo Gangrim. That is all. Memories of the times he protected her flooded back. At first, I thought it was just gratitude. You pretended not to care. Yet you watched over us, shouldering every burden alone. Sinua pressed a hand to her chest. Even inside that nightmare dungeon, my heart ached more, seeing you in danger than it did, fearing for my own life. Her voice turned solemn. But honestly, that isn't the only reason. It sounds crazy, but I feel like I have known you for a lifetime. Her words struck him like lightning. Seo Gangrim closed his eyes, his mind racing. A lifetime, Sinua continued. Whenever you are in danger, my body moves on its own to save you. She laughed nervously. Strange, right? In this timeline, we have only known each other for a few months. Seo Gangrim's thoughts darkened. Is the regression affecting her subconscious? Do fragments of the past life remain? He recalled her plea from their previous existence. Brother Seo Gangrim, let's form a new guild. Will you fight by our side? Back in reality, Sinua's voice pulled him out. I hope we can keep working together in the future. She nervously tugged at the edge of his sleeve. Can't we stay in touch? Can't we just continue as friends? Looking at her trembling hand, gripping his sleeve, Seo Gangrim wrestled with a dilemma. What is the right way to save her? He remembered how she died protecting him in the past. The image of the seraphim back, piercing her with a sword, amidst the flames haunted him. She could be slaughtered by that monster again, just like my parents were. Seeing the worry etched on her face, he hesitated. But if I leave? The memory of Sinua imprisoned and broken flashed through his mind. What if abandoning her leads to the dark future the system Manhwa destiny showed me? A future where I cannot reach her. A chill ran down his spine. If Sinua dies because of me again, I would not be able to survive it. He gritted his teeth, resolving to defy fate. Fine. Sinua's face lit up at his words. I heard a rumor while I was getting processed for entry. Hunters with similar goals are forming guilds. I heard they call the awakened hunters. Now, like in an awakening manhwa. What if we join the same guild? Seo Gangrim avoided her gaze. His reply, cool and detached. If I feel like it. Oblivious to his distance, she beamed. Great, even if you refuse, I will keep inviting you. And once you join, you cannot just leave whenever you want, okay? Hearing that a faint smile touched his lips. This reminds me of the old days. He recalled the past life where Harang nagged him constantly. He tried to quit the guild, claiming lack of ability, but Sinua refused to accept it. She would pace left and right, lecturing him endlessly. He tried to quit citing health reasons, but Sinua still refused to accept it. He tried to quit for personal growth, but she shut him down. He silenced Harang's nagging in his memory. Even if I said I was leaving out of guilt, she never let me go. He sighed, resigned to her stubbornness. I am certain I won't be able to escape you. Suddenly, a shout echoed. Brother Gang Johan ran over tears, streaming down his face. He yelled, "You are finally awake." The reunion was emotional. It has been too long. I am so glad you are back. Johan rubbed his hands together, grinning from ear to ear. I came alone because I wasn't sure, but I know the others are dying to see you. Sinua realized her state. Ah, right, they must be waiting. Suddenly, her image shattered before Seo Gangrim's eyes as the scene transitioned. Sinua spoke up, I will go change and come down. She turned to Johan. Please take Seo Gangrim to the meeting spot. Johan nodded immediately. Will do. Seo Gangrim's expression darkened. I need to figure out a solution fast. Johan led the way. This way. There is a training facility downstairs from our old quarters. Everyone is waiting for you. We were terrified, you know. Johan sighed deeply. It felt just like that time you were hovering between life and death. And when the issue of your unique attribute came out, we were so worried. He rubbed his chin awkwardly. Ah, sorry. Is that an uncomfortable topic? Seo Gangrim replied softly. Not really. He remembered the disgusted looks of the others. Thinking about it now, the whole world knows about my dark powers. Gang probed him. More importantly, are you okay with it? I hid the truth about my strength and my nature from you. The question surprised Johan. He smiled warmly. Of course. I know exactly what kind of good person you are. Seo Gangrim was stunned by his blind faith. The scene shifted to Gang sitting with the twins. He declared, first we will storm the demon realm. Suddenly, Tae-han looked up beaming. Big brother, seeing Johan bring Gang and Yoon Bomb, and Yoon Gyeon shouted Master, Master Gyeon tackled him in a hug. She cried out, we were so scared you might have died, Tae-han added. Thank the heavens you are awake. Gang looked around. Why are you guys still here? It has been a month. Yoon Bomb and Tae-han replied in unison. Obviously, we were waiting for our master. Seo Gangrim thought, they treat me the same even knowing my power. You should have left with the others. Yoon Gyeon screamed, no, I won't even look at those traitors. She hissed, they are scum. Even after they saw everything. Gang asked Tae-han, did something happen? Tae-han hesitated. Well, Yoon Bomb exploded with rage. Those bastards. 2 weeks ago, the second team started spreading rumors. They hoped everyone else would recover. But for Seo Gangrim, they said it is better if he never wakes up. Choi Sang had sneered. Good riddance. It makes no sense. Releasing a murderer like him into society. He should just die. Yoon Bomb had roared. Hey, Sang Woo. What did you say? The arrogant man replied. So what Seo Gangrim is a killer? She grabbed his collar, but he kept provoking her. I bet he only kept us alive to steal our stats. Yoon Bomb slammed him into the floor, the impact silencing him and drawing blood. Her expression was pure darkness. She growled, don't you dare speak Master's name with that filth mouth. Tae-han and Yoon Gyeon had to rush in. Yoon Bomb demanded answers, but Sang just wouldn't shut up. I don't care what he is, she spat. I'll call him a killer to his face. You all heard the rumors right. The demonic power he tried to bury. Jang Tae-hun's blood boiled. He stepped forward, his presence looming. Listen here, trash. If Brother Seo Gangrim were actually a murderer, you would have been a corpse long ago. Sang flinched, shock written all over his face. What? Jang Tae-hun seized him by the collar, his voice low and dangerous. You know exactly how terrifying his power is. For a bug like you, all he has to do is make a decision, and you're erased from existence. Yoon Gyeon stepped in, addressing the gathering crowd. If Master really wanted us dead, we would have perished back in that karma room in the demon realm. Hell poisoning our food would have been cleaner and faster. Her words struck a chord, leaving the onlookers stunned. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the crowd to speak, but he did use his power. The man draped his arm over Seng's shoulder, his own body covered in bandages. I don't think he's a villain, but I won't lie. His presence sends shivers down my spine. Emboldened, Seng pointed an accusing finger. Exactly. Use your heads for once. You have no idea what goes on in that monster's mind. Staying near him is a death sentence. Johan rushed onto the scene. What's going on? Is everyone all right? As Team 2 departed, Choi Sang sighed. Hey, stop picking fights with the kids. I'm the real victim here, you know. Yunbom recounted the event's frustration visible on her face despite the help she had received from him. Seo Gangrim internalized the chaos. So it's come to this. Yoon Jeon stood firm before him. Master, ignore them. No matter what they say, we follow you. I am your disciple for life. Seo Gangrim tilted his head puzzled. Jang Tae-hun grinned. It's better if you stick with us, right? Yunbom chimed in eagerly. We'll train together for the Genesis. Seo Gangrim's mind raced. Right. The Genesis. A massive rune manifested in his mind, the hallmark of a true leveling manhwa. He reflected. Since the Day of Awakening, humanity was granted the chance to unlock the 4 pillars and 8 characters. The system notification flashed. Your stats are being calculated based on your fate, and after the Genesis, the Awakened will evolve beyond limits. A dimensional gate ripped open the sky. The Genesis marked the invasion of the perilous demon realm. These dungeons are deadlier than any standard demon realm. Seo Gangrim analyzed. Yet countless Awakened throw their lives away, blinded by the allure of fame and fortune. Yunbom pumped her fist, bursting with energy. We're going to raid a standard dungeon and wipe out some magical beasts. She looked at him with puppy dog eyes. Master, you're going to train with us, aren't you? Seo Gangrim looked at the 4 of them and offered a rare faint smile. But his inner voice was cold. My goal is to raid the supreme demon realm before anyone else. He shook his head. No, I have no plans to train with you. I have to find that person first, he thought. His next words dropped like a bomb, stunning the group. I have other business to attend to. Tears welled up in Yunbom's eyes. Is this how you cut us off? Are you abandoning us? Johan joined the interrogation. Is that it? Master Seo Gangrim, tell me it isn't so. Seo Gangrim hesitated. No, I really do have a mission. Yunbom stared at her phone, her demeanor suddenly shifting to calm acceptance. Then, we'll wait until you're done. Seo Gangrim turned away, unable to meet their gaze. I don't know when that will be. But Yunbom had already created a group chat. This is our sanctuary. Don't you dare leave the chat, Master. Seo Gangrim checked the notification. Yoon Jeon has invited you. I added you, Master Bomb chirped. Johan sent emojis. Sang messaged, I meant to add you when I woke up but forgot. My bad. Seo Gangrim sighed, a small smile playing on his lips. All right. Are you sure you'll be okay? And Navi asked. Back at her office, worry etched her features. You don't even have an oracle. Joining the Destiny Protection Agency would be safer. I refuse. His blunt rejection shocked the clay doll familiar. Seo Gangrim reflected, visualizing a massive clay figure holding a manuscript. An oracle is essentially a quest given by the divine. Divine protection. Priests borrow power, but in reality, they are awakened vessels possessed by gods. They cannot ignore the oracle. It is an absolute command. Increase all stats to level 30. Clear at least 3 demon realms. Raise the deity's renown above a certain threshold. The gods are attention seekers. Their goal is fame. The more famous the priest, the further the holy name spreads. That's why gods offer quests and rewards to groom their avatars. Seo Gangrim stepped out, glancing back at the towering building. Since I don't have a god's protection, I have to rely on myself. I need to prepare. Fast. His status window materialized in the air. Warning: 7-star Thunder Sword is damaged. Repair required. Dragon Map Level 3. A blade forged from a divine tree, struck by lightning. Seo Gangrim clenched his fist. First things first. I need a real weapon. Twilight descended, casting long shadows over a solitary hut at the foot of the mountain. Clang clang, a blacksmith hammered away with rhythmic precision. Seo Gangrim called out, Is anyone here? The blacksmith didn't stop immediately. Hold on a second. She wiped the soot and sweat from her brow. It's been ages since we had a guest in this backwater, and a young man at that. Seo Gangrim got straight to the point. I'm here to see Henroya. Good, he thought. She hasn't been recruited by the Destiny Protection Agency yet. The girl blinked. Excuse me, you mean me? Seo Gangrim analyzed her. So this is the blacksmith Henroya. He recalled the image of Han Chun, the granddaughter of a master craftsman, a living national treasure. The voice of the late Han Chun echoed in his memories. Hurry up, You came here to unlock my granddaughter's window of destiny, didn't you? Seo Gangrim bowed respectfully. That is correct. I heard Master Han Chun left a successor. The ghost of Han Chun hovered beside him, frowning. My poor girl. Her talent is blooming, yet she's penniless, slaving away in front of a furnace every day. It breaks my heart. Han Roya laughed awkwardly, unaware of the spirit. Oh please, I'm nowhere near my grandfather's level. That's not true. Seo Gangrim's eyes burned with intensity. I need your power, Han Roya. Her status window popped up. Han Roya level 3 demon class. Fire attribute. Ability Blacksmith's Flame. Dragon map level 3. Crafting flame imbues items with mana. Metal processing stat adjustment enabled. Grants usage rights for items equivalent to the user's level. Han Roya stared, her jaw dropping in disbelief. Staring at the contract in her trembling hands, she couldn't believe her eyes. Was this truly the only condition to serve Seo Gangrim directly and sever all ties with the Fate Protection Bureau? She eyed the black bags on the table, hesitation clouding her face. He had already sponsored her awakening and granted her a legendary legacy. To receive such a fortune every month on top of that, it was overwhelming. Gangrim scratched his cheek, looking uncharacteristically sheepish. Well, I merely guided your awakening. The true legacy comes from the divine craftsman Han Chun, who ascended to godhood. With a heavy thud, he placed the legendary 7-branch sword onto the table. Your mission is to smelt and restore this broken artifact. Heed the deity's oracle and temper your skills until the day I return for you. I understand, Roya replied, her voice filled with determination. Then she softened. Actually, the family burial grounds are just up the mountain. May I pay my respects to my grandfather before I begin this task? Gangrim rubbed his chin, calculating the risks. A graveyard visit at this hour. The spectral energy around the tombs would be surging a beacon for night terrors. It is deep into the night, he warned. Monsters will likely be prowling. I will accompany you. Hearing this, Han Roya turned pale. Monsters, she stammered. Gangrim offered a reassuring smile. Nothing too powerful. And if they dare to show their faces, I'll slaughter them all, Roya exclaimed. Oh, okay, it's not far. They arrived at a plot of land behind her house. We're here, she whispered. Gangrim noted the proximity. She wasn't lying, it really is close. Memories of the past resurfaced. Han Chun's voice echoed in his mind. Who are you lurking around my shop like a thief? Wait, you're an awakened perfect. Take my granddaughter to the Fate Protection Bureau so she can find her path. In this awakening Manhwa timeline, Gangrim realized the old man's voice was crystal clear. He had assumed it was just his karma stats. He sighed, dismissing the thought. It must be, because we are standing near Han Chun's remains. Standing before the burial mound, he checked his status window. Wireless communication with the gods is usually terrible in this world, but graves and shrines act as spiritual amplifiers. As Roya poured rice wine onto the earth, she smiled warmly. Grandfather, thank you for always being by my side. Gangrim tilted his head. Can you not communicate with him without these rituals? His divine spirit resides within you now. Han Roya shook her head. Only when I am here do I truly feel his presence. She continued, since it's so close, I come here to gossip often. Though luckily I've only ever visited during the day until now. Gangrim suddenly recalled a crucial detail. Come to think of it, he passed away not long ago, correct? Roya nodded, in confirmation. Yes, less than 6 months ago. Gangrim's mind raced with the logic of this leveling Manhwa. When a human dies, the soul departs, but the divine spirit remains. To steal a fate, one must extract information from that spirit. Doing so from an unstable vessel consumes massive amounts of mana. He rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Has it been 4 months? I might have enough mana to extract it now. He remembered the time he had excavated this very grave in the past. But obviously I can't dig up her ancestor's corpse right in front of her. Shall we head back? Roya's voice broke his trance. Suddenly, Gangrim stepped in front of her, his presence like a steel wall. Han Roya, stay behind me. From the encroaching darkness, a blood-red eye snapped open, followed by a sea of glowing gazes fixing upon them. Wait, actual monsters? Roya gasped. This location is too compromised, Gangrim muttered. I'll need to procure a beast-repelling artifact so you can focus solely on your crafting. Before he could finish, the shadows lunged the beasts charging toward them. Gangrim surged forward, blade ready, when a mysterious hand cut through the air, launching 2 talismans. Slap! The paper charms adhered to the charging demon rabbits, paralyzing them instantly. Gangrim's eyes narrowed. He recognized that technique. The creatures squealed in panic. A brass bell chimed in the darkness, and with a sickening pop, the rabbit spontaneously combusted. A figure emerged from the smoke. "Were you not taught that graveyard soil is treacherous?" the stranger scolded. "To think you'd drag a miner into such a place," the masked man added. Han Roya opened her mouth to argue, but Gangrim cut her off. "Miss Han, return to the house and wait for me." Now, Gangrim's muscles coiled tight as he stared down the intruder. "What are you doing here?" The stranger reached up slowly, peeling off his mask. You still recognize my voice. It has been 5 years since our paths crossed." Kang Do-hyun's face was revealed. "It's been a while, Seo Gangrim." Images of their shared past flashed before Gangrim's eyes. "It hasn't been that long," he countered. "We crossed paths once during training." Do-hyun rattled his brass bell mockingly. "If you recognized me, you should have greeted me." "The situation didn't call for pleasantries," Gangrim retorted. "Much like tonight. Are you stalking me on agency orders?" Gangrim demanded. "Or is this your own vendetta?" Do-hyun scoffed. "Is that really the first thing out of your mouth?" His fist clenched, trembling with suppressed emotion. "I assumed you would ask about Mother." The color drained from Gangrim's face. "Master. Is she well?" Do-hyun's expression darkened. "She passed away," he stated coldly, 2 years ago. The world seemed to stop. Gangrim stood frozen. Do-hyun's voice rose, cracking with grief. "She died 2 years ago," Gangrim staggered, unable to process this twist in his Manhwa recap. "Master is dead." "It's the same as my previous life," Gangrim realized with horror. "She died just days before the awakening began." He looked down, guilt gnawing at him. "Why? Why didn't you call me for the funeral?" In a flash, Do-hyun seized him by the collar. "The funeral? You were the one who abandoned us," Do-hyun roared. The scene dissolved into a memory, a happier time. A woman with a kind smile spoke. "This is my biological son, Kang Do-hyun." She placed a gentle hand on young Gangrim's shoulder. "And this is Seo Gangrim. Do-hyun, you are the older brother now. Look after him, well, do you understand? Because starting today," she announced, "beaming Gangrim is my adopted son." Young Do-hyun looked thunderstruck. Adopted hatred bubbled in his chest. "How could you do this to me, mother?" He shot to his feet. "You promised you wouldn't pass down the shamanic lineage." Master Wagon nodded solemnly. "That is correct. I will not pass it to you. To live as a puppet of the gods is a life of suffering." She shook her head. "I could never condemn my own son to such a fate." Do-hyun's expression twisted. "Then what is he? Some sacrificial lamb?" Her voice softened. "A formidable deity has set its sights on this child, but he refuses to be a vessel for the divine. I intend to help him fight that destiny." Do-hyun froze, the anger momentarily replaced by confusion. He doesn't want to be possessed. He stared at the boy. "But why does he despise the priesthood just like everyone else?" "If he insists I will let that deity take my body," he declared, his devotion absolute. "I revere you, mother." Do-hyun's eyes swam with unshed tears. "I just want to be like you." Meanwhile, outside, Gangrim sat, curled up, his head buried in his knees, drowning in guilt. Inside, the intense discussion raged on, but the core issue remained unsolved. Later, desperate for connection, Gangrim tried to bridge the gap with Do-hyun. "Hyung, would you like to share some snacks?" But his kindness was met with ice. Do-hyun slapped the food away without a second thought. Undeterred, Gangrim returned with his notebook. "Hyung, could you help me with my homework? Can't you see I'm busy?" Do-hyun snapped, his irritation flaring. "Do it yourself." Yet Gangrim kept smiling, chirping Do-hyun Hyung, until finally he got a response. But the reply was a cold command. "If we're outside, act like you don't know me." The words pierced Gangrim's heart. Crushed, he walked down the street alone, a solitary figure in a bustling world. Suddenly, a commotion caught his ear. "Hey, you shaman's lackey." A gang of delinquents had cornered Do-hyun. "I told you I'm haunted by a ghost," Do-hyun warned, his voice trembling. "Stay back." Gangrim stepped in, trying to diffuse the tension. "I'm just passing through." But the bullies saw an opportunity. "Perfect. Then pay the toll if you want to pass, loser." Do-hyun stood his ground, demanding. "Why should I?" The leader swung a heavy fist at him. "Why? Because I said so, that's why." In a flash, Gangrim intervened, catching the fist mid-air. Though his body shook with fear, his voice was firm. "Don't you dare touch my brother." The thugs only laughed, amused by his defiance. "What's up with this pipsqueak?" Do-hyun glanced at Gangrim, anxiety replacing his anger. But courage wasn't enough. The encounter ended in violence. Both boys were beaten black and blue, their schoolbooks scattered in the dirt. Do-hyun sprang up, rage exploding. "I told you I hate this. Why do you keep clinging to me?" Gangrim wiped his tears, sniffling. "I have no one else." Do-hyun's frustration peaked, his voice cracking. The only people who don't get cursed around me are you and Mom. The confession hung in the air. Do-hyun fell silent, the weight of those words sinking in as he wiped the blood from his cheek. He reached out, pulling Gangrim up from the dust. You can't call her Mom anymore, he said, tears streaming down his face. She's my mother. Call her Master instead. Do-hyun proposed a condition. If you do that, I'll be your brother. Gangrim's tears vanished instantly, his eyes wide with hope. Hand in hand, the two battered brothers walked home together. Just as Master promised, life began to improve. This manhwa recap reveals how after several suppression rituals, a semblance of peace returned. Then Hwagi called out, "Hey kid." Sinister whispers echoed from the shadows. Do you think distancing yourself from me changes your destiny? Even without me, you are a calamity to everyone around you. But Gangrim was no longer that scared child. He smiled softly. No, things will be different now. And miraculously, the dark deity's voice faded into silence. He lived a normal life, free from wandering spirits and nightmares. Their small family found joy, and for a fleeting moment, Gangrim dared to believe that he too deserved happiness. But peace is fragile. One day, Lee Hyun grabbed him by the collar, confronting the shaman. Senior Hwagi, why do you still keep this cursed boy here? You've performed the suppression ritual countless times. His words struck Gangrim's deepest insecurity. Yet, he still brings misfortune to everyone near him. The man threatened. If you don't cast him out, even you will. Whoosh. Hwagi hurled her fan, cutting him off. Lee Hyun, say one more word, and I'll cut out your tongue. She roared with the fury of a tigress. Never speak to my son that way. Later, as Gangrim supported a drunk, Do-hyun, the older brother muttered, why does she love you more than her own flesh and blood? Why did the god choose your body, and not mine? Do-hyun's jealousy spilled over. Gangrim could only sigh helplessly. Hyung, you're wasted. Let's just go inside. But Do-hyun wasn't finished. Why didn't you just let the god possess you? Instead of striking out in anger, he broke down weeping. I wish that God had chosen me instead. Gangrim froze, stunned by the confession. Not Seo Gangrim, but me. Do-hyun collapsed, and in his shock, Gangrim let him fall to the ground. He couldn't understand. How could anyone wish for that curse? Do-hyun knew exactly how much suffering that deity had caused. Tears welled up in Gangrim's eyes too. Yet deep down, he wasn't surprised. After tucking Do-hyun into bed, he realized the truth. Do-hyun's hunger for power was as strong as Gangrim's desperate wish to be free of it. Sitting alone in the hallway, the weight of it all crushed him. It's too much, he thought. My very existence brings him nothing but pain. He made a choice. The source of misfortune must leave. It seemed so simple back then. If he vanished, his brother and master would find peace. Back in the present, Gangrim stood dazed, haunted by the memory. Reality snapped back. Do-hyun still had him by the collar. Why aren't you fighting back, he demanded. You could push me away with a single finger, couldn't you? You're the top-ranked trainee, aren't you? Are you pitying me? Gangrim turned his gaze away, his voice low. I have no desire to fight you, Hyung. Do-hyun released him, his pride stinging. Don't look down on me. I'm not the same as before. He turned, grinding his teeth in fury. The gods have blessed me too. Gangrim watched his brothers retreating back with heavy eyes. Adjusting his collar, Gangrim sighed. Just like in the past, the only reason they ever coexisted, the memory of their previous life, resurfaced, the feeling of Do-hyun's hand on his collar still lingering. It was because I was weak back then. But now, I can't stand seeing you this fragile. How do you think a jealous wretch like me feels seeing you pity me? Gangrim steeled himself. There is something I must tell him. Meanwhile, in a desolate hallway, Kang Do-hyun knocked on a door. As he entered, a silky, dangerous voice greeted him. Did you meet with Seo Gangrim? The woman asked. I did, Do-hyun replied curtly. And will he be joining our cause? No. He has other plans, though he wouldn't specify what. Moon-hyun pointed a sharp finger at him. I expected better results since you claim to know him. Do-hyun scoffed. We aren't as close as you think. She smirked, her eyes glinting. Not close. Yet you used that high-grade consumable on him as if it were trash. Do you have any idea how much that potion costs? She laughed, a chilling sound. Go meet him again. Do-hyun shook his head. Seeing him again won't change his mind. He's stubborn. Her long fingers danced across a holographic keyboard. One tree does not make a forest, but 3 make a mountain. Keep pressing him. Eventually, he will lower his guard. I'm counting on you, Messenger Kang Do-hyun. After all, I truly desire Seo Gangrim for my collection. Suddenly, a system alert chimed, requesting a demon world subjugation. Seo Gangrim smiled with satisfaction. Messenger Kang Do-hyun will support Moon-yeon's team. It was the perfect opportunity. At an abandoned skyscraper, Seo Gangrim stood silently waiting for the pieces to fall into place. The broken city. I don't recognize this demon world, he thought. The system panel glowed blue, requesting subjugation. Target low-rank demon world, the broken city. Despite being ranked low, this leveling Manhwa scenario was brutal. Months had passed without a clear, and not a single hunter had ever returned alive. Therefore, we offer assistance. Messenger Kang Do-hyun will be your support. The message was signed, Sung Mission Protection Agency Team 1 Leader Moon Yeon. Even with the advantage of a second life, a classic trope in this manhwa recap, I can't possibly know every detail. My memory only holds the coordinates of the legendary gates and the catastrophic anomalies that made the news. This dungeon, it's barely a blip on the radar. It must have been cleared without fanfare in my previous timeline, leaving no trace in history. But aside from the dungeon, I have business with him. A vibrant voice cut through his thoughts. Hunter say Seo Gangrim. You're here earlier than I expected. Anavicia stepped out, radiating energy. I'll be joining the raid today. Seo Gangrim blinked in surprise as the apostle Anavicia grabbed his hand for a shake. It's been a while, he replied. I didn't expect to see a high ranker like you here. She flashed a disarming smile. Wait, does she know Goen? Now that I think about it, her mother was a famous shaman too. The connections are getting interesting. We can't let the First Division hog all the talent. Kang Do-hyun sighed, looking weary. I assume you're here to evaluate him personally. Anavicia waved her hands frantically. Well, yes, but Seo Gangrim cut in sharply. Can we save the politics for later? Still having backup calms the nerves. As the trio entered the building, Seo Gangrim glanced at her. By the way, is it wise for an apostle to walk around without a mask? Consider this a private commission, she winked. We're technically off the clock. Suddenly, Do-hyun pointed ahead. We've got company. What the more hunters? Anavicia beamed. Hello, are you looking for a party? A rough voice interrupted her. You rookies know the unwritten rule, right? We were here first. Take a number and wait your turn. We're not letting anyone steal our loot. Do-hyun crossed his arms, unimpressed. Excuse me. What kind of nonsense logic is that? You lot don't even look like proper interns. Go farm some F-rank insect dungeons. The disrespect was palpable. Do-hyun's eyes narrowed. Say that again. Our captain is a first-class phantom rank. This dungeon is child's play for us. What's your rank, huh? Before Do-hyun could snap, Anavicia stepped in. In this line of work, experience counts more than titles, she said calmly. The thug stepped forward. I asked for your rank, little girl. Second-class dragon, first-class phantom, first-class human, and an insect. He sneered. Pathetic. Lower than our boss. Seo Gangrim sighed. Ignore them. Let's enter. As they walked past, Anavicia whispered, why do people invent such stupid rules? Should we actually wait? Are you joking? Do-hyun scoffed. Seo Gangrim shrugged. If they try anything, we'll just flash our badges. That usually shuts people up. Let's move. A mechanical voice echoed in their minds. System alert. You have entered the dungeon, the ruined city. The landscape was apocalyptic. Buildings crumbled into dust. The objective, destroy the guardian statue to break the barrier. Seo Gangrim scanned the area. So the only way out is through destruction. Is there a time limit? It didn't matter. They were trapped until the boss fell. A classic scenario, kill or be killed. This place is massive, Anavicia noted. And we don't even know what the statue looks like. Do-hyun frowned. It's the core of the barrier. It'll stand out. We should be able to track its mana signature. It won't stay hidden for long. Suddenly, their heads snapped to the right. A man stumbled out of the fog, collapsing on the pavement. Behind him, voices screamed in panic. Run, move it, the man shrieked, help me. Agonizing screams filled the air. Captain, what are you doing? Help us, damn it, we're trapped, it's a dead end. A grotesque slimy abomination lunged. A sickening crunch echoed. No, Anavicia didn't hesitate. She flashed forward, shielding the survivor. Are you unhurt? He sobbed uncontrollably. Thank you. Oh God, thank you. Seo Gangrim drew his weapon, tearing through the monsters like paper. Do-hyun's talismans exploded, incinerating the rest. The survivors stared, trembling. How? How are they slaughtering them so easily? Are all interns this strong? Anavicia dusted off her hands. Few clear. But Seo Gangrim looked disturbed. Wait, we've only been in here for a few minutes. She tilted her head. Yes, and didn't those guys say they'd been waiting for hours? Seo Gangrim and Anavicia exchanged a horrified look. We entered right behind them. That's impossible. Unless. Seo Gangrim's eyes darkened. Time dilation. The flow of time inside this dungeon is completely out of sync with the outside world. The first team went missing months ago. Reinforcements weeks later. Seo Gangrim did the math. If anyone is still alive, they've been surviving on stockpiled rations. I doubt monster meat is edible here. And Avisha shivered. Just how long have they been trapped? Seo Gangrim turned. Hunter Kang Do-hyun report. Do-hyun shrugged. Just analyzing the enemy. For the record, my kill count is higher than yours, Do-hyun smirked. Guess the top intern isn't all that. And Avisha sighed at their pettiness. Can we focus on the mission, boys? Seo Gangrim checked the interface. Map exploration 0.03%. This place is endless, Do-hyun grumbled. Do we seriously have to comb through every single alley? No, Seo Gangrim said, summoning a small figure. I'm deploying Lini for reconnaissance. A cute doll-like entity materialized. I'll sweep the interiors, and Avisha added. Skill-activated clay doll controller. Seo Gangrim issued his command. Search every structure. Report any survivors, the guardian statue, or anomalies immediately. An army of clay dolls marched out with military precision. The survivor watched in awe. Incredible. These guys are in a league of their own. Seo Gangrim winced. Too loud. 100 marching dolls make too much racket. I need to dampen their sound. It's fine. Dungeons are chaotic anyway. But then, a thought struck him. The constellations, the gods watching him. Why were they so silent? Seo Gangrim checked his status window. His blood ran cold. System error, connection lost. Shop unavailable. We're cut off, he realized. No reinforcements. No supplies. Avisha covered her mouth. The horror setting in. Then, the hunters who never came back? They didn't just die. They starved. A hand landed on her shoulder. Hey, Anavi. She jumped. What is it? But Seo Gangrim's mind was racing elsewhere. Wait. If the connection is severed, that means the constellations aren't watching. He turned sharply toward Kang Do-hyun. This is it. No prying eyes, no divine surveillance. I need to talk to you. Now. Seo Gangrim took point, leading them deeper into the ruins. The survivor trailed behind, terrified. Where are we going? The destruction worsened, and the ground became littered with bleached bones. Lini returned, tugging at Seo Gangrim's sleeve. He scanned the perimeter. There, amidst the rubble, stood a pristine gate. Fresh flowers bloomed in window boxes, defying the death around them. Seo Gangrim touched the iron bars. What on earth? Avisha looked up, her eyes wide with confusion. Why is this one house perfectly preserved? Do-hyun sniffed the air, his expression shifting from suspicion to hunger. You smell that? He grinned wildly. Food. He lunged forward, but Seo Gangrim grabbed him. Wait, you idiot. It's a trap. He pushed the heavy door open, revealing a banquet fit for kings. The aroma was intoxicating, too intoxicating. But my gut twisted with suspicion. While the others cheered, blinded by hunger, I sensed a trap. The food was warm, as if the chef had just vanished into thin air. Seo Gangrim snatched a greedy hand away before it could touch the feast. Don't touch that. The hunter bristled, his ego bruised. Who do you think you are? But Kang Do-hyun stepped in, his voice dripping with venom. You gluttons plan to stuff your faces while we do all the work. You fools have a death wish, Do-hyun sneered. A feast in a dungeon, and you call yourselves awakened. You're practically begging to be poisoned. His words cut deep, but he wasn't wrong. This whole setup reeked of a setup. The mana signature here is wrong, Do-hyun commanded. Drop the food. We split up and scout the perimeter. He pointed to the looming archways. 3 paths. I'll take the center. Move out. Rendezvous at the entrance in 10, someone called out. If I get lost, I'll just follow the scent of roast beef. We decided to backtrack, checking the shadows for anything we missed on the way in. For Seo Gangrim, this silence was an opportunity. But before he could slip away, Cha Anabi's gaze locked onto him. Hold on. He paused, sensing the weight of her question. You have something to say. Are you still refusing the Fate Protection Agency? Her voice was soft but urgent. Hunters without a patron deity are walking corpses in these dungeons. Sure, guilds offer money, but we offer the one thing that keeps you alive. Information? I appreciate the concern, Seo Gangrim replied, his expression unreadable. But I walk my own path. He looked away. Besides, there are plenty of S-rank monsters out there better suited for your elite squad. Find someone else. But she shook her head, her eyes burning with conviction. You're wrong. In all my years, I've never seen a potential like yours. Your stats might say F rank, but your spirit is transcendent. You fight harder than the prodigies. You see people when others see stats. You step in when others step back. You don't abandon your comrades to the abyss. That is the heart of a true hunter. Seo Gangrim blinked, completely caught off guard. A rare flush of embarrassment crept up his neck at the honest praise. She smiled, sensing a crack in his armor. I've already cleared a desk for you. Planned the welcome party. I even mapped out the best lunch spots near HQ. Her expression softened. But I won't force your hand. The choice must be yours. A faint smile touched his lips. She definitely suspects something, he thought. She knows I'm not just some average protagonist in a leveling manhwa. Let's finish the sweep, she said, turning back to the mission. We'll talk later. Seo Gangrim nodded, ascending the stone steps into the darkness. But at the top, a shadow waited. He had walked right into the lion's den. Kang Do-hyun loomed over him, eyes cold and calculating. Seo Gangrim's stomach dropped. Damn it. This wasn't a friendly reunion. The air crackled with hostility. Why? The death stare. Seo Gangrim asked, bracing himself. Planning to interrogate me. Do-hyun didn't blink. I saw it. The karmic bones woven into your very existence. Seo Gangrim froze. The temperature in the room seemed to plummet. You know the lore. Do-hyun growled, stepping closer. The heavier the sin, the darker the bones. Suddenly he lunged, closing the distance in a heartbeat. What the hell is wrong with you, Do-hyun? Roared, grabbing him. You're just a runaway. How does a kid accumulate enough karma to rival a demon lord? Seo Gangrim shoved him back, eyes flashing. You don't know anything about my life, Seo Gangrim shouted. Who do you think I am? Before the brawl could escalate, the shadows moved. A groaning, lurching figure emerged from the gloom. Both hunters spun around. A statue? No, it was moving. It froze for a second, then its stone jaw unhinged, and it charged with a blood-curdling shriek. Smash first, ask questions later, Do-hyun yelled, summoning his aura. He dashed forward, weapon raised to deliver a killing blow. But Seo Gangrim stood, rooted to the spot, his eyes widening in horror. The clash was imminent. Steel met air as Do-hyun swung, but he halted mid-strike. Seo Gangrim had thrown himself in the way. Stop, don't kill it. Do-hyun's face twisted in fury. He slammed Seo Gangrim against the wall, dragging him away from the beast. You suicidal maniac, have you lost your mind? Are you trying to get us killed? Do-hyun screamed, spit flying. Why defend a monster? Seo Gangrim trembled, his face pale as a sheet. That thing. His eyes stared past Do-hyun into the abyss. It's a human being. Do-hyun recoiled as if slapped. What human? He scoffed, his anger returning. You've officially cracked. Look at it, that's a monster. Suddenly a massive impact shook the heavy doors. Do-hyun raised his blade again, adrenaline spiking. Open your eyes. Look at that twisted abomination trying to break in. Does that look like a person to you? Seo Gangrim narrowed his eyes. To the naked eye, it was a beast. But through his system interface, the truth was clear. Target human. Status cursed. Earth attribute. Polymorph curse active. Do-hyun paused, his weapon wavering. Wait. Why isn't it attacking? It's just standing there. Seo Gangrim analyzed the situation. It's tethered to the room. Monsters have territory limits. Humans don't usually act like this unless. He couldn't reveal he was a player in an awakening manhwa scenario. He needed a cover. He summoned his divine beast. Do-hyun, remember my Kirin? Yeah, the weird goat dog thing. What about it? Just watch. Seo Gangrim commanded the spirit. Go, purification technique. The mythical beast leaped forward, its hoof glowing with holy light. It tapped the stone creature. Instantly, the rock shell began to crack, dissolving into particles of light. The stone prison shattered, revealing a young woman collapsing to the floor. Seo Gangrim sprinted forward to catch her. The curse is broken. Do-hyun stood frozen, his worldview crumbling. It really was a human. Seo Gangrim checked her pulse. Hey, can you hear me? Behind him, Do-hyun's hands trembled, a storm of guilt and confusion raging in his eyes. He saw it, Do-hyun thought, staring at his own hands in horror. He saw a victim where I saw a target. I was the first to awaken. I'm the elite. But I can't catch up to him. Do-hyun felt the crushing weight of inferiority. Seo Gangrim interrupted his spiral. We need to move her. It's not safe here. Seo Gangrim looked back, concerned by the silence. Do-hyun, you all right? The elite hunter snapped out of it, masking his pain with aggression. None of your business. But he moved to help carry the survivor. We have to regroup, Do-hyun said, his voice grim. We need to warn Cha Anabi and the raid team. If they start slaughtering these monsters, they'll be committing murder. Seo Gangrim nodded solemnly. They rushed back to the rendezvous point. Cha Anabi's face lit up when she saw them. You're back. Did you find the perimeter? Then she saw the unconscious woman. A survivor. Seo Gangrim's expression was dark. There's likely more. Many more. Cha Anabi gasped. What do you mean? The dungeon curse transforms people into stone golems, he explained. Suddenly, his divine beast tugged at his sleeve. It sensed something. It darted down the hallway, leading them to the banquet room. Wait, Seo Gangrim chased after it, scooping the creature up. Don't eat that trash. But when he looked up, his blood ran cold. The pristine table was now a mess. The food had been devoured. Shadows detached themselves from the walls. Dozens of those stone monstrosities lunged at him. Seo Gangrim clutched his pet tight, diving into a combat roll to escape the ambush. His eyes glowed with the power of the system. Where others saw demons, he saw innocent souls trapped in a living nightmare. He slid under the heavy oak table debris raining down. Damn it, Kirin, he whispered desperately. Can you purify them all at once? The beast shook its head. There were too many. They were trapped. With 0 options left on the table, Seo Gangrim realized there was only one path forward: domination. He clenched his fist, preparing to crush the opposition before they could even blink. If these creatures possess enough raw power to shatter the environment, a simple physical strike might crumble their bodies, but it wouldn't be enough to extinguish their life force. Moments later, Anna Vicha shook her head in sheer frustration. I explicitly warned them to avoid consuming anything in this hellhole. The survivors could only hang their heads in shame, awaiting their fate. Kang Do-hyun glanced over his voice, dripping with annoyance. So the moment you take a bite, you transform into a ghoul, that savory aroma. It's nothing but a cursed lure, designed to entrap weak-willed humans. It was a cruel trap. Starving souls had no choice but to eat. Meanwhile, the silver-haired girl clutched her head, her body trembling as waves of terror and sorrow crashed over her. Above us. Keep moving. Seo Gangrim crossed his arms, his gaze piercing, as he addressed Anna. Did you manage to extract any useful intel from her? I know you asked a few questions. Anna recalled the girl's trembling words. All she could stammer out was that something unnatural lurks on the 5th floor. Kang Do-hyun shot a sharp look at the civilians. You lot stay put and guard the woman. Don't move. With that command, the main trio ascended. As they breached the 5th floor, a chilling sight froze them in their tracks, a gallery of horrors filled with petrified human statues. The 4th floor. Are these actual people, Kang Do? Hyun's face went pale. Can't we just wipe them out? We already played hero enough on the lower floors. This feels different. Envoy Do-hyun, this isn't the time for jokes. Do-hyun's expression hardened into a scowl. I'm deadly serious. Our mission isn't rescue. It's a dungeon raid. We're here to conquer this leveling Manhwa nightmare, not babysit. But Seo Gangrim gripped Do-hyun's shoulder, halting his bloodlust. We don't need to capture everyone. But look closely. Only a few act like humans. The rest have completely succumbed to the monsterization. Hearing this, Do-hyun scoffed, clearly irritated at being lectured. Fine, paint me as the villain. If you're so smart, tell me which ones are actually still human. Kang Do-hyun whipped out a talisman, his eyes gleaming. I've got a plan. Just give me the coordinates. He stepped forward, scanning the horde. There's too many. Insect class tier 3. I'll tag every single hostile target with this spell. Before the others could even react, Seo Gangrim launched himself into the fray. He moved with such explosive speed that his teammates were left staring at his afterimage. Seo Gangrim smashed a specialized artifact into the skulls of the advancing stone puppets. Do-hyun screamed in panic. Are you insane? That's too reckless. Seo Gangrim glanced back smirking. Is now really the time for a lecture? Realizing there was no stopping him, Do-hyun cursed under his breath. Damn it. Let's go. He and Anna charged in a storm of talismans and brute force, shattering the stone enemies into dust. Moments later, the battlefield was a ruin of crumbled stone. The only survivors were those suspended eerily from the ceiling, cocooned like prey. Seo Gangrim analyzed the situation. Now, we need to purify them. Hold on, Do-hyun interjected. We should clear the dungeon boss first. If we stop for a ritual now, we'll be sitting ducks. As Anna turned to question the envoy, a foul miasma began to seep from the shadows. Ugh. The stench Anna gagged, covering her nose. It reeks of stale blood. Before them, a dark abyss-like corridor beckoned them deeper. It's the scent of death itself. Seo Gangrim walked forward cautiously. A terrifying killing intent radiated from the darkness heavy enough to crush a normal man. Suddenly, his gaze snapped to the ground. To his horror, the floor was paved with countless human bones. Summoning a flame in his palm, Seo Gangrim illuminated the grim path. The sight broke Anna's composure. These hunters. She gently picked up a skull, her voice trembling. They died while retaining their humanity. We might have actually been able to save them. Unlike those who consumed the cursed food below, even the brash Kang Do-hyun felt a heavy weight in his chest. but grief was cut short by a rustling sound echoing from the darkness. Instantly, the team shifted into combat stance. A silhouette emerged from the gloom, shuffling toward them. Anna's eyes widened as she tried to make out the features of the figure slowly closing the distance. It's a survivor. Overcome with relief, she bolted forward. But Seo Gangrim caught her wrist in a vice grip. "Hold it," he barked, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. "Anna, when was the last recorded raid on this dungeon? Why are you asking that now? Just answer me," Anna stammered, searching her memory. "According to the logs, I think it was a week ago." Seo Gangrim finally released her arm, his expression grim. "Time flows differently here. That means it's been at least 400 days inside the system Manhwa dungeon. If he came before the last team, he's been trapped for over a year." Seo Gangrim's voice dropped to a whisper. "Tell me, what could he possibly have eaten to survive down here for that long? Unless he's no longer human." As if on cue, the figure stepped into the light. A grotesque mockery of a man with glowing crimson eyes. He unleashed a bone-chilling roar. Kang Do-hyun gripped a talisman, sweat forming on his brow. Technically, he's still a human, right? Without waiting for an answer, he hurled the spell. "Doesn't matter. Neutralize first, questions later." Shockingly, the feral hunter leaped, dodging the projectile with supernatural agility. He incinerated the talisman with his own flames and blitzed forward, sinking his teeth deep into Kang Do-hyun's forearm. "Do-hyun," Anna shrieked. She delivered a devastating blow, sending the creature flying back. The madman dug his claws into the stone floor, carving deep gouges to skid to a halt. Anna spun around, panic in her eyes. "Are you all right?" Do-hyun gritted his teeth, clutching his bleeding arm. "I'm fine. Just a scratch." From the rear, Seo Gangrim analyzed the enemy's stats on his interface. His power level exceeds his physical appearance. Suddenly, a realization struck Seo Gangrim like lightning. Even as the feral hunter growled, ready for round two, the beast lunged again. The duo had no choice but to brace themselves against the relentless assault of the fallen hunter. Anna tried to intercept, but the enemy kicked off the wall, bypassing her to target Do-hyun again. How does a mere human possess such demonic energy? Do-hyun struggled to block the heavy blows. "Damn it, am I seriously weaker than Anna now?" Fortunately, Anna looped back, creating an opening. But the slippery opponent dodged their pincer attack and vanished into the shadows. Anna screamed a warning. "Seo Gangrim, watch out." It was too late. The feral hunter was already descending upon him with murderous intent. System alert, target identified. Class holy attribute. As their eyes met, a torrent of someone else's memories flooded Seo Gangrim's mind. "We must be the first to clear this abyss. Do we have any rations left? We're out of food. What do we do, Hyun-soo? He's turned into a monster. It's over. Everyone is dying." In the vision, the man cradled a dying girl. "Stay with me, rescue is coming, I promise." But her voice was a fading whisper. "It's no use. I have nothing left." Reality snapped back into focus as his teammates screamed his name. "Seo Gangrim, what are you doing?" The feral hunter was inches away from ripping Seo Gangrim's throat out when Do-hyun slammed into him, knocking Seo Gangrim to safety. "Snap out of it. Summon the seven-branched sword now. You didn't go to the legendary forge for nothing." Do-hyun's shout pierced the haze. Seo Gangrim's eyes sharpened. "Right. It's finished." He grasped the hilt. He unsheathed the seven-branched sword, a dragon-grade artifact forged from a lightning-struck holy tree. Pure yang energy erupted from the blade. As Seo Gangrim charged, the blinding holy light struck terror into the corrupted hunter's heart. Cha and Abisha froze, watching the man's retreating figure with total confusion. "Is he fleeing? Hold your fire. Do not pursue." Do-hyun's expression darkened with grim realization. "I have to report this." Seo Gangrim narrowed his eyes. Did he wander too close to the barrier's edge? Even she looked rattled by the implication. "Are you saying his karma points are so high that the system is punishing him?" Seo Gangrim nodded, breaking down the cruel mechanics for Cha and Abisha. That's why he reacted to the seven-branched sword, like a monster recoiling from holy light. Research confirms that approaching the barrier invites madness. But is there a way to reverse this transformation? You want to capture a beast like that alive. It risks the entire raid, but Seo Gangrim held firm. His karma spiked due to a catastrophe, not evil intent. "I won't execute him without cause." A heavy silence fell over Seo Gangrim. His mind raced with numbers. Just how many karma points does it cost to breach the barrier seal? I accumulated points because of a skill penalty. But normally the system awards them for true atrocities. Theft, slaughter, torture. In a typical leveling manhwa, the darker the sin, the heavier the karmic burden becomes. Seo Gangrim muttered, eyes wide. If that vision was his past, he survived after committing the ultimate taboo. He covered his mouth, trembling. Just what is his count? Millions. And what about my own score? Cold sweat trickled down his spine. In this twisted world, was this his future? Will I become a monster too? Hey, Seo Gangrim, the shout shattered his trance. Kang Do-hyun glared at him, fury in his eyes. Why are you spacing out in a dungeon? Seo Gangrim blinked. I'm fine. Do-hyun barked orders. Then support the formation, we need to clear this quest. Seo Gangrim stiffened, and the infected man Do-hyun scoffed. He won't come near us as long as you wield that sword. You'd abandon him to that fate. Seo Gangrim grabbed Do-hyun's collar, desperation in his voice. We can't just walk away. We can purify him, just like we did with Gang Chiori. Once we clear this, the commander can help, but Do-hyun slapped his hand away, his face twisted in annoyance. He's a walking calamity. Do you want a party wipe for one stranger? Seo Gangrim gritted his teeth, playing his final card. Listen, I have a strategy. The sheer confidence in his voice stunned them. Seo Gangrim's eyes burned with the resolve of a true hunter. We can pull this off. Kang Do-hyun began plastering ceiling talismans along the wall, grumbling. I hate this. I hate everything about this. His mind drifted to the past. Back then, and even now, we danced to Seo Gangrim's tune. He frowned, placing another charm. Why? Because deep down I know his plan is the only one with a 100% survival rate. He rested his head against the cold stone, defeated. It's not him, it's me. I'm just not on his level. Suddenly, Seo Gangrim stepped up. Envoy and Navi is set. I'm ready to engage. Seo Gangrim offered a faint, confident smile. I'll be the bait. But Do-hyun cut in, his voice sharp with skepticism. Hey Seo Gangrim, is this flimsy setup really enough? He shot a doubtful glance sideways. If my aggro isn't high enough to pull him, we're dead. Do you really trust me that much? Seo Gangrim didn't answer, his silence speaking volumes. He simply walked toward danger, tossing words over his shoulder. You carved the runes. I trust your craftsmanship. Do-hyun froze, his hand clenching into a fist against the wall. A shadow fell over Kang Do-hyun's face. He trusts my skill. He lowered his head, a storm of emotions brewing within. Since our last raid, you've evolved. You're sharper, deadlier. But intrusive thoughts crept in. Or is he just pitying a second-rate hunter? In this era, becoming an avatar for the gods is the new normal. It makes sense a high-rank deity would choose him. He smirked, a mix of respect and jealousy. I really hate you. Night fell, the moon hanging like a pale eye in the sky. Seo Gangrim walked into the clearing until a twisted silhouette emerged from the darkness. Seo Gangrim stood his ground, aura calm as a still lake. Easy now. No need for bloodlust. He raised his empty hands slowly. I'm unarmed. See, the creature's crimson eyes scanned him. Then, with a roar that shook the air, it unhinged its jaw and lunged. Razor-sharp claws sliced through the air, but hit nothing but afterimages. The beast panicked. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupted from behind. Seo Gangrim materialized, driving his blade down. Terror seized the creature. It scrambled away, desperate to escape the hunter's overwhelming pressure. Panic made it careless. It glanced back, smash. It slammed face first into an invisible wall. The trap activated a massive barrier circle glowing beneath its feet. The talismans flared, burning with suppression energy. Yet the beast pushed back. Do-hyun grit his teeth, channeling mana into the paper charms. I can't believe the containment held on the first try. Do-hyun stepped forward, commanding his legion. Go! A swarm of paper soldiers charged like a tsunami. The two forces collided. His clay constructs, enhanced by the fire element, glowed with molten heat. In a flash, the dolls expanded into towering golems. The mutated man roared in fury, straining against the binding chains until they groaned under the pressure. Do-hyun saw the chains cracking. No effect, damn it. He raised his mystic bell high. Monoseal, activate, nullify skills. Cha Anabisha cheered. We got him, but her smile vanished. A massive shadow loomed. The stone statue behind the target raised its blade and swung down. The ground shook. The friendship monument, a dungeon guardian, had awakened, absorbing the fire buff meant for the dolls. A low-rank Spectre-class entity protecting its zone. Eliminate intruders. That is its sole directive. You cannot exit the zone until this boss falls. Worse, its stats scale with the number of enemies present. The statue turned its stony gaze downward. Seo Gangrim and Do-hyun paled. It wasn't aiming for them. Target obstacle. It sought to destroy the trapped man. The stone sword descended like a guillotine, cleaving through the giant dolls as if they were paper. The impact shattered the formation, and the target slipped away. Do Hyun screamed. Damn it, the seal broke. Don't let him breach the perimeter. Seo Gangrim dashed forward to intercept the runner. Cha Anabisha unleashed her mana. I'll draw the boss's aggro go. She erected a defensive wall, but the guardian shattered it with a single casual swing. She trembled mana draining fast, while behind her, the hunters clashed with the desperate fugitive. Seo Gangrim's brow furrowed in sharp concern. No, this wasn't the way to handle this. Without a second thought, he gripped Anavicasia's shoulder and surged past her. This isn't my battlefield. Envoy Anavi handled the survivor. Before she could protest, Seo Gangrim vaulted onto the wall, staring down the massive stone golem. I'll draw its aggro away from you. We need to secure the survivor alive. She had no choice but to trust him. Understood. Mana flared as she activated her technique, clay doll manipulation. Anavicasia unleashed a swarm of constructs to back up Kang Do-hyun. Suppress him formation, a swarm tactics. Small ones take the high ground. The dolls sprang into action, a chaotic tide of artificial limbs. The constructs engulfed the target instantly. But that wasn't all. Kang Do-hyun's spiritual talismans adhered to their bodies, amplifying their binding power tenfold. The shaman swung his ritual bell, invoking the binding arts. A glowing seal materialized beneath the man, erupting into crimson chains that shackled his limbs, and a heavy yoke that crushed his neck. A final talisman slapped onto the man's forehead with a sharp thwack. Sleep. The target's consciousness faded instantly under the spiritual pressure. As the possessed man collapsed motionless, Kang Do-hyun exhaled a breath he'd been holding. It is finished. But suddenly the wall near Seo Gangrim began to fracture and crumble. Do-hyun's face drained of color. Anavicasia froze in horror. A cataclysmic explosion rocked the chamber, burying the area in thick dust and debris. Seo Gangrim. A terrified shriek pierced the air. Seo Gangrim, Anavicasia's heart hammered against her ribs. Answer me. Are you alive? She prepared to rush in. Hold on, we're coming. Through the smoke, a silhouette emerged. Seo Gangrim, eyes glowing a demonic crimson, rained down frantic blows with his weapon. The cold mechanical voice of the system chimed, "You have defeated the Statue of Friendship. Bonus experience awarded, opponent level exceeded player rank." Watching this display of raw violence, Kang Do-hyun trembled, forcing himself to deactivate his combat instincts before fear consumed him. Anavicasia scrambled over the debris. "Say gang, are you hurt?" Seo Gangrim casually wiped a streak of blood from his forehead, his demeanor shifting instantly. "I'm fine. How are the survivors?" She flashed a bright thumbs up, masking her relief. "Mission accomplished. Everyone is safe." Just then the system announced, "The demonic barrier is collapsing. An exit gate has been generated." "That's our way out," she beamed at him. "Seriously, we would have died in this awakening Manhwa scenario without you." Seo Gangrim shook his head humbly. "No, I just got lucky." But she wasn't listening to his modesty. "It was your strategy that broke the curse. You're the reason these people get to go home." Kang Do-hyun's expression darkened. "If I approach the barrier now, the karma will backlash." He recalled Seo Gangrim's berserk state. That power. Could I ever reach that level? Seo Gangrim's gaze fell on the shaman. He silently triggered purification. The system flashed a warning. Target has succumbed to the obstacle. Purification is impossible. Seo Gangrim gritted his teeth in frustration. "Is something wrong?" Anavicasia asked. He gestured to the unconscious man. "It's too late. That man. He's already crossed the threshold. What's left is just an empty shell. His soul is gone. There is no way to return him to normal." Kang Do-hyun's eyes widened in horror. Soulless Do-hyun couldn't believe his ears, his pupils trembling violently. "You mean, he's gone forever?" "Is that true?" Anavicasia whispered. Kang Do-hyun stared at them, a terrifying realization taking root. "Wait, if that is the price of accumulated karma, then what about you?" Seo Gangrim. The image of Seo Gangrim's glowing red eyes flashed in his mind. He's walking the same path. Suddenly, Seo Gangrim turned to the girl. "I'll take Lini and head up to the 4th floor." "Hold on," Anavicasia interjected. "You don't look well. Let me take the lead." Seo Gangrim waved her off. "I'm fine. Don't worry. Take a moment to catch your breath. I'll escort the survivors out." He turned to the shaman. "I need Lini with me. But please, protect the others. Envoy Kang Do-hyun. Envoy Anavi, go ahead." As she left, Seo Gangrim's internal monologue turned dark. "Damn it. Being alone with this guy puts me on edge. Standing next to him forces me to confront the karma I've accumulated. A spectral hallucination, a demonic visage flickered in his vision before dissolving into nothingness. Hey kid, we need to talk. A heavy hand landed on Seo Gangrim's shoulder. For a long, tense moment, the two hunters just stared at one another. I really don't want to have this conversation, Seo Gangrim thought, but I can't avoid it forever. Kang Do-hyun broke the silence. Seo Gangrim brushed the hand off his shoulder coldly. What is it? What do you want now? Suddenly Do-hyun's voice erupted into a roar. You need to quit being a hunter right now. If you keep doing this, Manhwa, recap-worthy violence, who knows how much karma will rot your soul. You saw that man. You don't want to end up a hollow husk like him. Seo Gangrim let out a weary sigh. Since when do you care? You've always treated me worse than a stranger. And now suddenly, you're worried. Don't lie, you hate my guts. Kang Do-hyun seized him by the collar, rage blazing in his eyes. Yes, I despise you. How could I not? You have everything I don't. You took my mother away from me. Even now, I hate you so much it hurts. His grip loosened, his hands trembling. But just because I hate you doesn't mean I want to watch you become a monster like that. He gritted his teeth, tears streaming down his face in jagged lines. Seo Gangrim looked away, unable to meet the man's raw gaze. What kind of person do you think I am? So what you're saying is, you don't want me to die. Exactly. Do-hyun wiped his face. So listen to me carefully. You said you could see the future, didn't you? The question hung in the air, sobering him instantly. Before he could answer, Anavachasia radioed an update. We have secured 24 survivors. Kang Do-hyun frowned, pivoting the conversation. Segang, how did you get here? Did you drive? Actually, hold that thought. Let's hand these people over to the Guild Protection Bureau first. We need to talk in private. Later, as they entered a safe house, Seo Gangrim paused to gaze at the dying light of the sunset. What are you doing? Come on. Do-hyun strode inside. Seo Gangrim lingered, lost in a fleeting memory of the past, realizing only a second later that he was being left behind. In here, Do-hyun's voice was somber. I assume you never asked about Mother because you already saw it in your visions. Do you know how she actually passed? Seo Gangrim's voice was hollow. Self-immolation. Kang Do-hyun's eyes burned with unshed tears. And do you know why she did it? No. Do-hyun slapped a barrier talisman onto the doorframe. A shimmering barrier instantly enveloped the entire house, cutting them off from the world. Seo Gangrim watched in surprise as Kang Do-hyun turned to him, his voice barely a whisper. She told me she had seen the end, just like you. She was a gifted priestess who could perceive the past, present, and future. She said it was her destiny to choose the absolute best outcome for her child. She believed there was a specific fate hidden among the myriad of possibilities. In the flashback, a young Kang Do-hyun clutched a crumpled note, watching in paralyzed horror as flames consumed his home. He collapsed to his knees, his soul shattering along with the burning timber. How could burning yourself alive possibly be the best option? I refused to accept the dark truths hidden within my mother's final letter. I knew nothing, and in my ignorance I was powerless to save her. But I swore an oath. Never again would I let such tragedy strike. So stop hesitating and tell me. What did you see? I know you've glimpsed the threads of destiny. The future. Which future are we talking about? The one where I'm brutally murdered 5 years from now. Wait, I thought your sight was gone. Didn't your mother seal away your divine powers with a ritual? She did. But as I drifted closer to the boundary, the seal weakened. Fate began to force its way in showing me phantom visions of the past and the future. Kang Do-hyun gripped his shoulder, his voice tense. You were that close to the boundary. Just how deep did you go? Even I don't know the full extent of it. To be honest, I don't think I can rewrite this catastrophic future on my own. That's why I need you, Kang Do-hyun stammered, overwhelmed. But what can a guy like me even do? I know less about the boundary karma and these time streams than you do. Wouldn't it be better to consult your God? I have never accepted a deity. You haven't. Why not? Have you forgotten already? One of those so-called gods slaughtered my parents. Why would any of the others be different? I do not and will never place my faith in them. But if we talk freely, won't your God overhear us? He replied. Exactly. That's why I use this talisman. It completely isolates this space from divine surveillance. Seo Gangrim continued. Now, I will tell you everything. He began to unravel the timeline of his previous life, summarizing the tragic events starting from his hellish childhood to his relentless days as a disciple. He recounted their glory days together in the Flying Tiger Guild, and finally the nightmare that unfolded with the woman named Ba Yang in the demon realm. Seo Gangrim bowed his head, his voice trembling. That was where everyone died. Kang Do-hyun's eyes widened in horror. What, you mean, the entire raid team? Wiped out? This wasn't just a failed raid. Seo Gangrim whispered, the memory burning. She told me she would spare everyone else. But only if I died. So, don't worry. Even in the worst-case scenario, if I die, the calamity ends there. Hearing this, Kang Do-hyun felt a surge of righteous fury. But do you even know why she wants you dead? No. That is exactly why I need to find her. How do you plan to do that? You only know her face and name. She possesses a nascent god rank. Her fate level is actually that of a minor deity. Doesn't that strike you as odd? Her fate rank is incredibly rare and overwhelmingly powerful, yet she has zero reputation in our world. Do you have any leads on who she might be? I have a few theories. One of them points to the director of the Fate Protection Bureau. At least, that's my deduction. Kang Do-hyun racked his brain, but the director's face and name were a total mystery. That's true. Only team leaders are authorized to meet the director. Wait, are you asking me to investigate the director's true identity? Hey, look, I'm not some high-ranking executive. How am I supposed to have the clearance to dig into the director's background? Seo Gangrim let out a heavy sigh. I guess that's beyond your capabilities then. Fine, if you can't handle it, I'll investigate it myself. What? What are you planning to do? Are you scared now? If you can't do that, then at least memorize Bai Yang's face. I printed this earlier using a memory projection device. You really have some nerve, you know, that I'll take that as a compliment. I'm only doing this out of pity for you. Kang Do-hyun glanced at the photo and froze. Huh, he muttered. I've seen this woman before. Seo Gangrim's eyes snapped open. You have. He explained, struggling to recall. I don't know the details, but she had this bizarre, chilling aura. That's why I remember her passing by me once. Seo Gangrim pressed him urgently. When was this? Where was it? At the Fate Protection Bureau? Wait. As the memory clicked, Kang Do-hyun gasped. A few days before your mother passed away, I saw her lurking near your house. What? Ice-cold terror gripped Seo Gangrim's heart. Wait. The anomalies surrounding his mother's death. The cryptic suicide note. The fire that consumed their home. A violent tremor seized Seo Gangrim's body, shaking him uncontrollably as the pieces of the puzzle slammed together. It's possible. No, it's certain. Bai Yang killed her. My friends, my family, my parents. The woman who hunted me down and stole everything. While I lay helpless. It was all her doing. Blood dripped from his clenched fist as rage consumed him. He vowed with chilling determination, I will find you, and I will make you pay. Suddenly a voice broke the tension. All right, everyone, let's head inside. The group looked up in awe. Is this really our guild building? Having a physical headquarters finally makes it feel like we're a real guild. Seo Gangrim sighed watching them. Things are much more stable now. Right? Will you be staying here too? Why do you always keep such a distance from us, Hyung? He scratched the back of his neck, awkward guilt surfacing. Ah, that's because you only bring misery to those around you. It was true in the past, and it will be true now. So just accept me. How long do you plan to drag the people around you toward their graves? No, not me. Do you think they'd agree if they knew? Brother, how could you do this to me? It's all your fault. Look at them. They are screaming that you are to blame. No, they wouldn't. I see you as a good person. No matter what happens, we will always stand by your side. Seo Gangrim felt a surge of anger at the hallucinations. Don't you dare speak those words with their voices. I won't be fooled by your tricks. Just like these visions. Do you honestly think this is merely an illusion? The provocative voice echoed. This is your inescapable destiny. Accept your divinity. Submit to the divine possession, Seo Gangrim. Accept your fate. With blood masking his face, he whispered with cold fury. I have already rewritten destiny once, and I will shatter it again. At 4:40 a.m. Seo Gangrim bolted awake gasping. Later, a feast of delicious food was spread out before him. Seo Gangrim looked at the table groaning. It looks like the legs are about to snap. Don't you feel sorry for the table? Kang Do-hyun shrugged. What do you mean? I barely cooked anything. Anyway, what's your plan for the guild? Are you going to join the Flying Tiger Guild, like in the future you saw? I don't know yet. A hunter of your caliber is going to get flooded with offers. Just don't sign any contract without showing me first. Don't get dragged into some weird cult-like guild. Seo Gangrim looked helpless. I'm not a child, you know. Kang Do-hyun continued. Yeah. But don't you think I'd know more about the politics of this world since I specialize in this field? And I doubt you can constantly see the future. For example, the future of the Asura Guild. The Asura Guild. That's where Yeonbeom joined in the past timeline. Seo Gangrim thought to himself. Is he trying to recommend that guild to me? But they are enemies of the Flying Tiger Guild. Actually, that might not be a bad idea. It would keep the people I care about out of the crossfire. Then Kang Do-hyun crossed his arms, his expression serious. That guild is extremely suspicious. Don't get involved with them. Wait, you thought I was going to join them? Regardless, there are several guilds that sound shady, so don't rush into joining anyone without thinking it through. Standing in a high-rise building, Seo Gangrim wondered, what was Insua's apartment number again? He scrolled through his phone when the blue interface materialized classic system Manhwa style. Seo Gangrim. Excellent performance yesterday. Thanks to you, the survivor count is significant. I sent this gift to express my desire to keep our connection alive. Consider it a token of my sincerity regarding the offer. I'll be waiting for a positive response. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what kind of bribe she had sent. He reached into his inventory and pulled out a mysterious fragment. It looked like a legendary item straight out of a system manhwa. Seo Gangrim smirked, impressed. She really knows how to give a gift. A new skill is the best present for someone hungry for power. But he still had no intention of joining her. Though deep down he wished Captain Gongdu and the other factions would send tribute like this. Just then Yunbom bounced into the room. Master, welcome back. Seo Gangrim looked at her. Sorry for leaving you behind. What have you been up to, kid? I've been gathering intel on the guilds. Most factions have solidified their positions in the months since the awakening. Curious, he mused. Which guild do you want to join? I'm not sure yet, she replied instantly. But if you or Sua establish a guild, I'm joining immediately. No questions asked. Hold your horses. I'm sure Shin Sua is already plotting something like that. Suddenly, Sua walked in beaming. Hey, idol. The whole community is buzzing about you. Me? Really? There's an article about the Demon Realm conquest, the girl chirped happily. Want to see? I saved it. She shoved her phone into his face. Breaking news. A mass rescue of survivors trapped in the Demon Realm conquest has been confirmed. Due to time dilation, they had been stranded in that hell for years. Third point. A mysterious false awakener broke the curse and vanished. Yunbom sighed. I'm a bit sad you left without us, but I'll forgive you since you were out there being a hero. The public was in a frenzy. That Seo Gangrim guy, isn't he the one Doc Gojun was talking about? What did he say? Read this article. What did Doc Gojun mention me? The screen showed episode 13, featuring a special guest. I used to be a millionaire webtoon author, but now I'm a god-tier priest after my awakening. The two stared at the screen intently. The priest we're meeting today is the author famous for his regression novels. That's him. Web novel author Doc Gojun. He took the world by storm with his regression series racking up millions of views. Then he awakened as a god-rank powerhouse and started his own guild. His stats are undeniably impressive. But today, he's here in his capacity as a priest, so let's focus on that. If you don't mind, we'll be giving away 10 copies of his novel in the comments. Now, first question. Do you need a high rank to join the Wonders Guild? Doc Gojun flashed a charismatic smile. I'm looking for something beyond mere stats. Simply put, I want someone who has the aura of a main character. Shin Sua's expression darkened with worry. He hasn't changed a bit, she muttered. I wonder what kind of person he considers a protagonist. Take Seo Gangrim, for example. Rank doesn't matter to me. This must be the part where he talks about you, Sua noted. On the screen, an image appeared. Is that the trainee who took first place this year, correct? He fits the protagonist archetype perfectly, yet he is classified as insect grade. Insect grade, you say? Doc Gojun waved at the camera cheerfully. Ah, maybe he's watching right now, Seo Gangrim. My dear friend Seo Gangrim. I'll be coming to see you very soon. My dearest friend Seo Gangrim. The duo in the room froze, thunderstruck by the sudden public declaration. I've heard the news. I'm coming for you. Shin Sua leaned in close, her face shadowed with suspicion. Yunbom fumed. Are you seriously joining the Wonders Guild? You never mentioned this? Was that call earlier from him too? No way, Seo Gangrim frowned. Then who was it? I don't know. It wasn't a saved number. Shin Sua's face went pale as she stared at him. She reached out, stopping his hand. Don't pick up. Do not answer that call. Seo Gangrim looked at her puzzled. Do you know this number? She's here, Sua whispered. Sua, are you okay? The aura of death surrounding Shin Sua suddenly thickened, turning pitch black. Why now? Their eyes widened in shock as the door clicked open. Who is it? A sweet voice floated in. Thanks for opening the door. I am the Guildmaster of Asura, Shin A-Ra. Yunbom blinked. Asura Guild. Why are you here, Shin? Sua stepped in front of them, blocking her path. Why did you come here? How did you get my address? I never told you where I live. And how did you get Seo Gangrim's number? Suwa was unraveling, her composure shattering. Answer me, sister. Shin Ra stepped slowly towards Suwa, looking helpless. Suwa, I'm sorry for showing up unannounced. But Suwa's voice was ice cold. Answer my question first. The woman sighed. Fine. After tracking Seo Gangrim, I found your location. I got his number from the Fate Protection Agency. But Suwa, I did all this because I was worried about you. I heard the news from the agency. Why haven't you contacted us all this time? She buried her face in Suwa's shoulder, sobbing. To lose your arm like this. Come home, Suwa. Everyone is worried sick. We'll find a way to restore your arm, okay? Shin Suwa shoved her away violently. Don't touch me. Ara crumbled to the floor. She looked up, genuinely confused by the hostility. Yun Bom gasped. Are you okay? The girl helped Shin Ra up. Are you hurt anywhere? The woman continued to plead. I know you hate me, but please just this once. Listen to me. Father is in critical condition. Yanbom looked anxiously at Suwa, but her voice remained frozen. Is that all you have to say? Ra hesitated, then confessed. Honestly, I also intended to recruit Seo Gangrim. Suwa cut her off instantly. No. Seo Gangrim has already agreed to join my guild. With that, she turned her back on her sister. Yanbom whispered Suwa. Shin Suwa took a breath. Bom, I'm sorry, but could you escort my sister to the lobby? Someone is surely waiting for her. Don't go outside the hotel. And Seo Gangrim. Can we talk? Seo Gangrim watched her, trembling back with a heavy heart. They sat down, the air thick with tension. Is this about the Asura Guild? Shin Suwa looked down, ashamed. Sorry for making up that story about us being in the same guild. Do you want to join Asura? Seo Gangrim hesitated. The Asura Guild. They certainly seem like a promising faction. I know they have the funding, and they seem to share a strong bond of trust. However, back at the hospital, I heard you were planning to build a guild with only the hunters you trust. Oh, so out there they call us hunters. Why don't we just make a guild together? If I feel like it, sure. I'll keep asking, even if you reject the idea. Seo Gangrim waved his hand dismissively. I have no intention of joining Asura. Sua's face lit up with pure relief. That's a weight off my chest. Is that it? Anything else? Oh, actually, I have a favor to ask. Seo Gangrim basement, level 1 karaoke. Seo Gangrim raised an eyebrow. Is this where you plan to meet your sister? They walked toward the room. Yes, this is the location she sent. Inside, music blasted as men drank and laughed. Shin Ra held the microphone. Oh, you both made it. Welcome. She waved her hand dismissively at the men. You can all leave now. Yes, Guildmaster. She extended the mic toward him with a sly smile. Seo Gangrim, care to sing a song? He waved his hand dismissively, his guard instantly up. I do not believe this is the best location for a chat. What? Why not? Isn't this place magnificent? Completely secluded, hidden from prying eyes. Shin Sua's temper flared. What exactly are you planning? Just show me where my father's hospital room is right now. Oh, the hospital. That was a little white lie. I figured it was the only way to drag you here. Sua demanded. Where are you taking me? Look, I apologize, okay? I genuinely just wanted to have a heart-to-heart with you. Her voice dripped with honeyed manipulation. Come on, Segang, join the Asura faction. Sua, everything you could ever desire is right here within Asura. You mean the Asura Guild. Seo Gangrim turned on his heel, striding toward the exit. I have no intention of becoming a common thug. Shin Ra called out. Wait, the Asura skill has already been activated. Since that is the case, mind if I borrow Seo Gangrim for a moment? What Seo Gangrim, you are Sua's friend? Are you not? Then I assume you would not dare harm your friend's precious older sister, right? With those words, she slammed the heavy door shut. Can everyone help me calm my little sister down? Let go. Unhand me this instant. Shin Sua, do not worry. They know you are my sister. They will not dare lay a finger on you. Seo Gangrim's anger spiked as he shouted, do not use your ability. Those are just ordinary civilians. Shin Ra's voice floated through the air, light as a breeze. Excuse me. How did you figure it out I plan to blackmail Sua into joining our faction after forcing her to attack these civilians with her powers? But I suppose I will have to intervene now. Just wait and see. She scoffed. Do you truly believe you can just walk away like that? Segang felt a wave of helplessness. Do not tell me you are planning to force me into the guild as well. Her face flushed with twisted excitement. Oh, precisely. I even brought a special tribute just for you. She pulled out a key, her eyes gleaming. I guarantee you will love it. You will love it so much, you will be begging to join the Asura faction Seo Gangrim. If I refuse to join, am I free to leave? Certainly. Although that scenario will simply never happen. Fine. Where is it? She grinned cunningly. It is right inside the chair you were sitting on. A profound sense of dread washed over Seo Gangrim. It was definitely because of Shin Ara, the woman whose energy was the exact antithesis of Shin Sua. I need to get out of here fast. Suddenly, his expression froze in shock, his hands trembling slightly as he threw the box open. He demanded, "What is the meaning of this?" Shin Ara wore a triumphant look. "I heard about your unique powers, so I brought you something specifically for a leveling manhwa protagonist like yourself. That man inside, he possesses quite a useful ability." She gently placed a hand on his shoulder, her voice a seductive provocation. "So what do you think?" Seo Gangrim smirked, a dark glint in his eyes. "Are you suggesting I kill this person and harvest their ability?" Shin Ara beamed with excitement. "Exactly. That ability is part of the 4 pillars and 8 characters of destiny. You are just like us, aren't you? Isn't it exhausting pretending to be normal? Rumor has it, Seo Gangrim already killed someone and plundered their skill. Doesn't everyone fear you? But here in the Asura faction, no one will ever point fingers at you again. If you become one of us, you will have endless opportunities to unleash your power. So, accept my offering and take your rightful place among us." Seo Gangrim. Seo Gangrim swatted her hand away. "You are repulsive. Is this the kind of filth you spewed at Shin Sua Shin?" Ara looked puzzled. "What? You do not like my gift," he snapped back, his voice cold. "I do not consider a human life to be a gift. I have nothing left to say to you." Sin Sua called out worriedly. "Seo Gangrim, are you all right?" "Sorry, we are leaving." Shin Ara's voice echoed from the intercom. "Oh my, and here, I went to such trouble to procure that gift. I guess I will just have to dispose of it." She slammed her hand down on the control box. Just having Sua is enough anyway. She tore a talisman in half, and a blinding blue light erupted. Shin Sua thought, "A teleportation artifact. Damn it. Sua, you cannot leave." "Did you really think I would let you two just walk out of here?" Seo Gangrim observed the crowd. "These are all regular people. They are being used as bait. That is right, which means you cannot use your powers or any weapons against them. Defeat them with your bare hands. Do not hold back. Kill them if you must." Shin Sua cried out. "Be careful, Seo Gangrim," he replied calmly. "Do not worry. I promise I will not kill them." With that, he charged into the fray. She stood there helplessly. "Huh, that is not what I meant." Seo Gangrim took them down effortlessly with just a few precise strikes. One of the thugs shouted in frustration, "Damn it! Ignore him. Focus on capturing Sua." Shin Sua screamed in fury. "To you people, I am not just Sua, and I am certainly not weak enough to be defeated by the likes of you." A voice rang out from above. "That is not it, Sua." Shin Sua glared upward. "Are you still watching us?" Shinara replied cheerfully. "Of course, Sua. Your big sister is always watching. So go ahead, show us your true self. You possess the destiny of a wild beast. You are someone who loves to fight and kill, aren't you? I am certain that as you continue to fight, your true instincts will awaken." Inside her mind, panic set in. "No, I do not want this. I do not want to fight. But is that true? Is there not a spark of excitement deep down?" Bloodlust activated. Seo Gangrim rushed over and pulled her back. Sin Sua, her eyes glowing crimson with rage, hissed, "Let me go, it is all over." But Seo Gangrim's voice cut through the madness, waking her up. "You do not actually want to kill anyone, right? What? What was I doing?" "Don't worry, nobody died." Shin Ara's voice boomed. "What the hell are you doing? Do not interrupt my sister. Her fate is..." Seo Gangrim muttered to himself. "The fate of Shin Sua. It is a destiny that makes it easy for her to harm others. She also has a natural affinity for metallic tools." Shinara continued. "That is right, you see it too. Sua's destiny is to become a criminal. That is simply her lot in life." Shin Sua choked back a sob, tears streaming down her face. Seo Gangrim countered firmly. "No. Many surgeons possess that same fate. Every coin has 2 sides. Which path she takes is entirely up to Shin Sua to decide. So stop trying to force her down the path you want her to walk. Let's get out of here." Shin Ara screamed in rage. "Stop right there, Sua Sua Shin Sua," whispered amazed. "That is the first time anyone has ever said something like that about me." Seo Gangrim shrugged. "I just stated the obvious. But still, no one has ever said it before. Everyone told me I was born to be a warrior, that I would inherit the Asura faction, that I had to accept my fate. However, I never wanted to live like that. And you do not want to live like that either," he continued. I also have no intention of living according to some pre-written destiny. She smiled, sweet and genuinely happy. Thank you. I am really glad you were by my side today. Seo Gangrim blushed, looking away. It was not a big deal. Suddenly, the phone in Sin Sua's hand vibrated. Seo Gangrim Sua. The great demon realm will open in 1 week. Sin Ara smiled, a chillingly cheerful expression on her face. The bodyguards bowed respectfully and shouted, "Welcome back, Guildmaster. Welcome back, Guildmaster." She walked past them warmly. "Thank you." She patted one on the shoulder. "You are new here, aren't you? I have high expectations for you. I will do my best. You made the right choice joining Asura. Yeah, the Guildmaster seems like a good person too." She walked briskly in her high heels, then suddenly her face darkened into a mask of cruelty. "Managers, follow me to my office. You all understand the implication of me returning alone today, correct?" The guards were pinned to the ground, groaning in pain. "Yes, ma'am." "Who was the genius who suggested we surround them with civilians and blackmail them?" One man stammered, "It was me, ma'am." "Who was the one responsible for investigating Seo Gangrim's background?" "It was me, ma'am." The heel of a stiletto slammed ruthlessly into the subordinate's skull. "It is because of you that I failed." Shin Ara's composure cracked her sanity, fraying at the edges, as she failed to retrieve Sua. She tore at her own hair in a fit of rage. Certainty dictates that those fake awakeners, the former academy cadets, possess far greater potential, especially since he graduated at the pinnacle of his class. "Tell me, the Fate Protection Agency operates 5 training centers in total, correct?" "Yes, ma'am." "There is the headquarters in Seoul, along with branches in Gangwon, Hoseo Honam, and Yongnam. Logic dictates each location houses a top-tier ace, does it not? Rise, all of you. We need a weapon capable of crushing Seo Gangrim. Bring those elite aces into the fold of our Asura Guild immediately." "Yes, ma'am." Meanwhile, high above the city, a voice buzzed with excitement. "That is exactly it. Seo Gangrim proposed a brilliant strategy. If we execute this, purging the demon realm will be child's play." Yubu narrowed his eyes. "How could you possibly discern the mechanics of this entire Manhwa recap world?" Seo Gangrim rubbed his neck awkwardly. "Let's just say, I glimpsed the future through the guidance of destiny. You possess the devil's own luck. Since we hold the key to the solution, we shall be the vanguard." "Correct." "No. We must be the first. The divine revelation stated that once the demon realm is cleared, it vanishes. However, after a set interval, a new hellscape will manifest in that exact coordinate." Yubu looked puzzled. "So if we fail to claim the first clear, Shinsua finished the thought, we lose our chance forever. Entry is limited, but the rewards for the pioneers are legendary, greater than anything seen before." Down on floor B6, the gates stood open. Yubu scanned the area. "It is going to be a crowded house, isn't it?" Whispers erupted from the gathering hunters. "It is a shame Cha Yo-han could not join us. He has other duties." From within, the throng voices buzzed. Then Seo Gangrim stepped into the light, stunning the crowd into silence. A murmur rippled through the masses. "Is that not Seo Gangrim? The top graduate from Seoul? Does his strength match the rumors? I heard he is only insect rank, but didn't he save those trapped in the dungeon alongside the messengers?" A teammate nudged him. "You have become quite the celebrity." "Is that so? I heard he is a cold-blooded murderer." Rage flared in his companion's eyes at the slander. "Who said that? Show your face." Seo Gangrim raised a hand. "Let it go. Do not waste your energy on fodder. We need absolute focus for the raid ahead." Shin spoke up. "Does everyone have the gear I mentioned yesterday?" Suddenly, a voice cut in. Seo Gangrim." It was Doc Gojun, acting far too familiar. "Seo Gangrim, long time no see. How have you been?" Sua stepped between them like a shield. "He will never join the Wonders Guild." Doc Gojun ignored her. "Did you see my broadcast? Instead of rejecting me outright, why not hear about the gift I prepared?" Seo Gangrim tensed up. "Gift? What kind of scheme is this? Surely it is not as shady as that woman's offer." Doc Gojun beamed. "I bought a building in Gangnam just for you, my dear protagonist. It is a mere 5-minute walk from the station. Prime access to public transit. Join my guild and the deed is yours." Seo Gangrim blushed involuntarily. "Whoa, a whole building." He shook his head. "I will not join. And I have no intention of teaming up with you for this raid either." Doc Gojun laughed undeterred. "Great minds think alike. I have my own agenda." "Agenda? What agenda?" "Relax. I won't interfere with the Regressor's raid. I plan to do something far more useful than fighting. I trust you can handle the combat," Seo Gangrim thought. "There he goes with the Regressor nonsense again." Doc Gojun turned to leave. "I will be watching you. I have high expectations, Seo Gangrim. What was that about? Just more gibberish. As Doc Gojun walked away, a shadow of worry crossed Seo Gangrim's face. I am slightly concerned about his next move, but logic suggests he won't be an obstacle during the actual raid. Attention all personnel at the entrance. The gate to the Grand Demon Realm is opening. Do not fear. We can conquer any hellscape as long as we stand together. Right, stick to the formation. Wait, can you fly now? The gate activated, space warped, and a massive void opened beneath their feet, swallowing them whole. You have entered the Grand Demon Realm Gate. Seo Gangrim landed with cat-like grace. Okay, time to regroup and start the mission. He looked around. A grumpy hunter cursed nearby. Is this the Grand Demon Realm? The air is suffocating. Wait, why are there only 2 of us? What? Where did the others go? Seo? Gangrim sighed, his expression helpless. Of course, Lady Luck has never been my companion. I have fallen in alone, separated and alone. Only 2 people here. I better vanish before that guy notices me. I need to move. The system window flashed. Skill activated, absolute solitude. I didn't expect to be solo, but I know the raid party is split into 3 distinct zones. Seo Gangrim recalled the strategy. To clear this awakening Manhwa dungeon, we must destroy the spirit artifacts in each zone. I briefed the team on this yesterday. Instead of panicking, they should be searching for each other. Where is the captain? Why are we the only ones left? Seo Gangrim observed from the shadow's eyes, scanning the perimeter. He tapped his ear, activating the comms. He whispered into the channel. Can everyone hear me? Report your status. Who are you with? Shin Sua's voice crackled through. This is Sua. I am with Jang Taehan and Rinne. Then Yoon Gyeon reported in. I am with Bom and Johan. Yoon Bom groaned. Stuck with you again, Gyeon snapped back. You think I want to be here with you, Seo Gangrim cut in. Keep it down. This item isn't high-tech enough to adjust volume. An item card materialized. Private communication earring. Low-rank item allows users to converse with other holders within the demon realm. The twins spoke in unison. Sorry, my bad. Seo Gangrim sighed in relief. Thinking about it, the team balance isn't terrible. Should I summon one of my spirit beasts here? Jang Taehan interrupted the thought. Wait, does that mean you are currently alone? Sua's voice rose in panic. Yeah, isn't that too dangerous? You aren't used to fighting barehanded yet. Yoon Gyeon chimed in. Master, can't you recalibrate a spirit beast to your location? Yoon Bom agreed. Yeah, you should have Johan. Being solo is suicide. It is safer for the twins to have Johan, since you are both ranged squishies. I will be fine. Sua still sounded anxious. But, are you absolutely sure you can handle this solo? Seo Gangrim replied, his voice calm and icy. If the situation goes south, I'll just summon a spirit beast to back me up. The group nodded in agreement. All right then, watch your back. Seo Gangrim stepped toward the massive palace alone, pushing the heavy doors open as he muttered, I'll stick to the plan. I'll contact you all later. Gripping the hilt of his blade, Seo Gangrim's mind raced. The man he was today was leagues apart from the weakling he had been in his previous incarnation. As he heaved the colossal gates open, the blue glow of a status screen materialized. The first Grand Demon Realm was initializing. He smirked internally, knowing he had already cleared this dungeon 1,000 times in his memories. The system interface flashed a new quest: defeat the Demon Lord of the Realm. Time limit infinite. He mused to himself, we were bound to cross paths eventually. A faint, confident smile played on Seo Gangrim's lips. Even alone, this is child's play. He strode inside with the swagger of a conqueror, completely ignoring the burning gaze of Song Yul, who was watching from the shadows with a calculating look. Luck is on my side. He's isolated. Song Yul stared at the protagonist, with eyes full of cunning malice, whispering, I will personally deliver divine judgment upon you. Stepping deeper into the dungeon, Seo Gangrim instantly encountered a pack of stone dragon kings. A stat card popped up. Human rank low-tier giant lizards that evolved based on their environment. These beasts hunted in packs and possessed a ferocious temperament. Immediately, a few of the stone dragon kings roared in fury, charging straight for him like living battering rams. Seo Gangrim watched them with dead calm eyes, slowly unsheathing his blade. His grip tightened. He launched himself forward, slashing into the fray, while thinking, the starting difficulty shouldn't spawn monsters this tanky. In a flash of steel, he dispatched the mob and landed gracefully. His thoughts racing, I need to speedrun this section as fast as humanly possible. Seo Gangrim touched down safely next to the pile of lizard corpses. He casually popped a spirit pill into his mouth. his mind already calculating the next move in this complex system Manhwa. This isn't good. He recalled the mechanics of the dungeon key. To activate the formation, he first needed to locate the key and shatter the seal binding it. Glancing at the monsters he had just slaughtered, he worried. At this rate, the others are going to figure out exactly where I disappeared to. The blood path started right at the entrance. He wasn't confident he could trigger the formation before his party caught up to his solo act. Seo Gangrim rubbed his chin, calculating, do I really have to use that method? Watching from a distance, Song Yeol narrowed his eyes in confusion, thinking, what method is he talking about? The antagonist watched as the Stone Dragon King corpses were dragged away, puzzled. What in the world is he planning to do with those monster carcasses? Song Yeol spotted another wave of Stone Dragon Kings rushing towards Seo Gangrim's position. The horde is closing in on him. Then realization hit him like a truck. He's creating a trap. He's using the monsters to kill anyone who gets close. Song Yeol's mind flashed back to the past darkening. A murderer who steals the destiny of his victims. I thought he was just grinding levels, but clearly in this manhwa recap of his life, his intentions are far more sinister. Grinding his teeth in self-righteous fury, Song Yeol drew his own blade and marched towards Seo Gangrim. I'm going to put an end to your villainy right here and now. Meanwhile, Seo Gangrim ripped a leg off a Stone Dragon King, thinking I just need one specific body part. He inspected it with a monocle, frowning. The condition is pretty trash. He looked up. A massive swarm of Stone Dragon Kings was thundering toward him, shaking the ground. Ripping a piece of skin from the beast, he thought, I gotta be quick. The system chimed, activate Thief's Art. His eyes began to glow with an eerie light. Seo Gangrim looked down at his hands as his flesh began to warp and shift. He had successfully morphed into a Stone Dragon King. Perfect, it worked. Transforming his voice, he communicated with the herd. I am one of you. I am friend. The confused monsters paused, grunting back. Friend. He smirked internally. Nice aggro dropped. He thought to himself, Captain Moon's gift is proving to be insanely broken. It was a consumable item that allowed the user to copy a desired skill, a classic trope in any top-tier awakening manhwa. The system prompt appeared. Use secret skill shard to acquire ability. Select your desired skill. You have acquired Thief's Art. The skill card flashed human rank low tier. Ability polymorph into the target by consuming a part of their body. Duration scales with the quality of the part consumed. Seo Gangrim stood there, assessing his new form. Thanks to this, I've got a solid infiltration disguise. But he knew the clock was ticking. He had to clear the objective before the buff wore off. Suddenly Song Yeol stepped out from the shadows, shouting, What the hell is that? Seo Gangrim bolted, thinking, Damn it, the others got here way faster than I calculated. Where did he go? I have to hurry. Song Yeol scanned the area. Meanwhile, Seo Gangrim reached a high cliff, looking down to see the Stone Dragon Chieftain commanding its army. Target located. He locked his gaze on the tribal leader. There's the key holder. A boss tier info card materialized in his vision. Stone Dragon Chieftain. Rank Spectre class tier 3. A lizard man, blessed by the spirits, ruling the tribe and amplifying its power through sorcery. The mob below roared in a deafening cacophony. Seo Gangrim, still in disguise, sneaked into the crowd and let out a loud roar, causing the entire army to turn and look. The chieftain glared at Seo Gangrim with suspicion, its reptilian eyes suddenly glowing with a piercing light. The chieftain screeched, ordering the minions to attack the imposter. Seo Gangrim shed his disguise, reverting to human form as he drew his sword. Saw right through me, I guess you really are the boss. The chieftain raised its magical staff high, signaling a total assault. Instantly, Seo Gangrim was surrounded by a sea of scales and claws. Calmly holding his ground, he noted, a wide-range buff skill. He gripped his sword and charged straight into the horde. That's actually a pretty decent ability. The status screen updated Stone Dragon King human rank. Status Poison Claw enchantment. Seo Gangrim scoffed. A poison attribute, how quaint. He dashed forward, blade, ready, thinking, that's actually perfect for me. The monsters lunged their claws, dripping with venom. With a single fluid motion, he slashed through the front line. If it's just poison, this won't even be a challenge. He was completely encircled now. Seo Gangrim danced through the mob, cutting down monster after monster, but the beasts continued to throw themselves at him in a frenzy. He deliberately blocked a strike, letting the venom splash against his blade and cheek. He smirked as the system chimed, Poison Resistance, activated. He charged forward, his plan falling perfectly into place. Their venom was nothing but water to Seo Gangrim. He carved a path of blood through the monsters single-handedly. Witnessing the slaughter, the stone dragon chieftain turned its massive body, attempting to flee in terror. Seo Gangrim surged forward, like a lightning bolt, his blade hungry for blood. He scoffed. What is the matter? You were not planning on running away without permission, were you? A sneer of pure contempt curled his lips as he prepared the final strike. You call yourself a chieftain with that cowardly back. He drove his cold steel deep into the stone dragon chieftain's heart. Seo Gangrim slumped to the ground, the exhaustion of the battle finally catching up to him. He glanced back at the mountain of monster corpses and thought, at least the hell I went through at the training center was not a waste. In my past life, this place became my grave. Seo Gangrim ripped the key from the chieftain's neck. As he placed it around his own, his eyes hardened. I will never fall behind the others again. Seo Gangrim examined the key, tapping his comms device. Target neutralized. The key has been secured. He asked coldly. What is your status? A voice crackled back. You got it already. We have located the chieftain on our side, but we are still in pursuit. Yunbom asked in disbelief. How did you clear it solo so fast? Yoongion cut in. I told you we should have just left them behind. How can you be so soft? The girl struggled to her feet, gripping her gun and screaming. We cannot just leave them to die. Say, Gangrim flinched, his eyes widening. That voice, it sounded exactly like something Sina would say. Seo Gangrim sat amidst the carnage and muttered, damn it. Why are they so pathetic? No, it is not that they are weak. It is just that I have become a monster. Yunbom shouted through the static. Say again, I cannot hear you. Get away from there, Yoongion interrupted. Just focus. We will signal as soon as we secure the key. Seo Gangrim sighed, realizing this was going to take a while. It seems they will be slower than I calculated. He began to wade through the pools of monster blood. As he moved forward, his mind raced. If I have to wait, I might as well make the most of this downtime. Time to move. A young man peered into the dark cavern and whispered, this cave is like a labyrinth. Thank God we have a graduate from the training center to guide us. His companion replied, I just happened to find a decent item, that is all. Finding a useful artifact in that trash heap of a shop is a skill in itself, you know? The girl added, I cannot even tell the difference between trash and treasure. Actually, Seo Gangrim was the one who pointed this item out to me. The man laughed nervously. It was back at that devil's playground, the blood serpent dungeon. Wait, Seo Gangrim, you mean the butcher? The boy turned around, eyes wide. You actually know that guy? The girl demanded. Why did you not tell us? The man stammered. We are not close. We just happen to be in the same training cohort, that is all. He continued, besides, I do not think the rumors are true. He pulled out a crumpled paper. Look, he even saved people trapped in the demon realm recently. Even back at the training center, he was different. The man looked behind him, his face paling. A monster. He screamed, defensive formation healers get to the back line. The group looked up in horror as a towering beast loomed over them. What in the world is that? What is that thing doing here? Panic erupted as they scrambled. Run. We are going to get crushed. Move. Seo Gangrim stood at the edge of a cliff, sword in hand. This must be the final fork in the road. He analyzed the paths. Both lead to the exit, but one of them is guarding the clay golem. If I fight that thing, now my blade will shatter. I need the path free of that stone monstrosity. A blue holographic window appeared. Sense enhancement activated. This scene is straight out of a system manhwa. Seo Gangrim peered forward, stunned. He let out a breath. This way, he shouted. Where are the healers? A voice echoed back. The healers have been wiped out. Seo Gangrim whipped his head around his instincts, screaming danger. He turned back, muttering, not my problem. I just need to survive. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Help me, please, say. Seo Gangrim froze, a headache splitting his skull as traumatic memories of the past flooded back. He gritted his teeth and dashed toward the scream. The young man huddled in a corner, sobbing. My hand. Where are the healers? The monster lunged, and he closed his eyes. Is this it? Am I going to die? He cried out helplessly. Somebody help, I should never have come here. Suddenly, a shadow leaped from the darkness, slashing through the beasts. The young man looked up, gasping. Seo Gangrim. Seo Gangrim glanced back, his eyes cold, before launching himself at the massive beast, knocking it off balance. Seo Gangrim leaped into the air aura, exploding around his blade as he drove a wave of energy into the monster. The beast was obliterated in an instant. The young man stared, trembling. Did Seo Gangrim just save us? Seo Gangrim stared down at them with an icy gaze. He stepped out of the shadows. I told you to watch your necks, did I not? The man lowered his head, ashamed. I never thought he was a villain, but I still had my doubts. As he got lost in thought, A voice called out from behind. Seo Gangrim. Wait, hold on. Seo Gangrim. The man shouted. Thank you for saving our lives. Seo Gangrim paused, his back turned. The gratitude echoed in the silent cave. And I am sorry for what happened at the training center, Seo Gangrim thought. Do not thank me. Thank Sina. He whispered. I could not let you die. Not this time. As Seo Gangrim walked away, a system window popped up like a classic awakening manhwa moment. The constellation Proletarian Hero of Life has used a divine title trace. A priority message will be active for 10 minutes. The system continued. The constellation Proletarian Hero of Life is proposing an incarnation contract with you. Seo Gangrim waved his hand dismissively. Damn it, I thought I blocked these constellation notifications before entering the dungeon. Open communication settings. Not enough spiritual power to block the priority message. Insufficient spiritual power. The messages kept flashing. The Proletarian Hero of Life admires your raw power and teamwork potential. The Proletarian Hero of Life praises you for seeking no reward for your good deeds. The blue windows multiplied. Will you accept this deity? Seo Gangrim answered coldly. No. The system persisted. The Proletarian Hero of Life reminds you that your teammate serves his brother. The Proletarian Hero of Life is trying desperately to persuade you. Seo Gangrim snapped. This annoying god. The system flashed again. The Proletarian Hero of Life once again begs you to accept him. Seo Gangrim growled. I said I do not want it. The system paused. The Proletarian Hero of Life is stunned by the unexpected rejection. The Proletarian Hero of Life is leaving in a hurry. The Proletarian Hero of Life has disconnected. Seo Gangrim thought. What was that all about? He tapped the screen. Communication settings. Do the other gods know about this? The system window materialized once more, forcibly severing the connection. Seo Gangrim muttered to himself in this strange manhwa recap moment. Strange. What in the world just happened? Perhaps that deity is behind this. But hasn't that entity collected enough vessels already? Why cut the comms now? And who exactly is this god they keep whispering about? What does Seo Gangrim not realize a divine being has marked him as prey? Shut your trap, you fool. I am out of here. The system interface flashed a warning. An anonymous deity had severed the link. His mind raced. Is a god truly hunting him down? Seo Gangrim's eyes narrowed. Could it be the same one from back then? Accept me, brat. You have been fighting this since childhood. It is your destiny. His fists clenched until his knuckles turned white. Rage boiled within him as he remembered the friends and family stolen by that cursed fate. Is that wretch still obsessed with me? After everything that went down, Seo Gangrim let out a heavy sigh, forcing his weary body to stand and regain composure. Calm yourself, he whispered. A god cannot interfere directly in the mortal realm. At least, it wasn't some supernatural phenomenon that killed them. Seo Gangrim began to walk, memories flooding back. That deity would surely dispatch Bai Yin to hunt him down again. This time he vowed, I only need enough power to crush her. Then I will rewrite my own destiny. He raised a hand to shield his eyes from the blinding light cascading from the heavens, his mind still churning. Even if I refuse to become a divine vessel, Seo Gangrim stepped into the sunlight. I must focus on the raid at hand. I need to secure a new skill within this greater demon realm first. Seo Gangrim gazed up at the azure sky, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Honestly, that priority outweighs even the floor boss right now. He swiped open the system interface. They're not coming back, are they? I might as well mute the notifications again. I never thought I would miss the days when silence felt frustrating. Now the quiet is unnerving. As if following a system manhwa script, the boss area unlocked notification pinged, and a massive tower before him began to rumble and shift. Seo Gangrim thought, right, it is time. There are some formidable hunters gathered in this demon realm. He visualized the battle ahead. But no matter how powerful they are, they cannot defeat the boss without dismantling the suppression devices first. That is an absolute certainty. I will hunt down those devices myself. Standing before a dense thicket, he unsheathed his blade, the steel humming. I can feel its energy resonating nearby. Branches were sliced into confetti with a single stroke. Seo Gangrim crouched, catching his breath. Clearing this manually is exhausting. He straightened up and headed toward the looming tower. This place reminds me of the Blade Mountain Warlord's domain. Then, it hit him. Come to think of it, this is actually my first time stepping foot in here. He extended his hand, and a golden aura flared around his fingers. Found you. As if on command, A shimmering golden key materialized and fell from the air. Suddenly, the path ahead erupted in light. Debris rained down from the sky like meteors. Seo Gangrim leaped back, his senses on high alert. The falling debris pulsed with an eerie blue energy fusing together in midair, like a scene from an awakening manhwa. The system announced the primal soul of the blue chain demon has descended. The fragments coalesced into the form of an armored sentinel. A stat card materialized in the air. Blue chain demon. Rank primal soul class. A martial artist who fulfills his duty even beyond the grave, transcending the limits of extreme heat and frost. Seo Gangrim studied the guardian, gripping his hilt. Strange. Rumors said it wielded blue flames. I was actually excited to face a humanoid monster for once. Seo Gangrim roared, "Show me what you have got." Golden flames erupted as his blade crashed against the sentinel's steel in a violent shockwave. He chuckled lightly. "You almost scared me there." Sparks flew as they exchanged a flurry of strikes. Seo Gangrim pressed the attack. "Do I look like an easy target to you? Come on, unleash those blue flames." Seo Gangrim smirked with arrogance. "Before I accumulate more bad karma killing you, prove that you actually possess the skill I need." He launched himself into the air, bringing his weapon down on the sentinel's helm with a thunderous impact. Suddenly, Seo Gangrim froze. Azure embers ignited within the sentinel's armor. A blinding blast of blue energy erupted, hurling Seo Gangrim backward. The system warned frost fire skill activated. He raised his sword to deflect the friction, but the pressure forced him to one knee. "You are stronger than I anticipated," he grunted. A feral grin spread across his face. "All right then." He dashed forward again, eyes blazing. "This just makes things a hell of a lot more interesting." The sentinel readied its blade, meeting his charge. Seo Gangrim did not hesitate, swinging his sword with absolute confidence. As he blurred toward the enemy, his mind raced. "My stats are far superior." They collided, steel screaming against steel in a dance of life and death. Blue mist poured from the sentinel's helm. Seo Gangrim's golden flames entangled with the azure smoke, but something was wrong. He faltered for a split second before resuming the clash. The suffocating blue aura began to suppress his golden fire, overwhelming his defenses. Is my flame too weak? Is his proficiency higher? In this intense leveling manhwa moment, he opened the system use achievement points to upgrade flame mastery. Flame control skill human grade intermediate. Not enough. Upgraded to human grade advanced. More. Keep going. Flame control skill demon grade low. Seo Gangrim stared at his status, stunned. The system blared insufficient points for further upgrades. The enemy's skill card flashed Frostfire demon grade medium. The sentinel lunged, striking with the weight of a collapsing mountain. Blocking the blow, Seo Gangrim's mind sharpened. I need a different strategy. My flame control is a full tier below his Frostfire. His eyes scanned the sentinel for cracks. If I cannot overpower him, I must concentrate my fire on a single weak point. A critical hit is my only path to victory. He gritted his teeth, channeling his energy. If I can just compress the flames, shrink them down for absolute precision. My control isn't perfect yet, but it has to work. He caught the sentinel's blade with one hand, his other hand coiling with explosive energy. To surpass the limit, Seo Gangrim leveled his sword at the beast, a satisfied smile returning. This is the only way. Golden inferno burst from his core. Tiny embers danced around him like fireflies as his body and blade became one with the radiant golden aura. The battle had ended. He slumped atop the mountain of corpses, exhausted, while azure energy swirled around the fallen guard's armor like a storm. A holographic window flashed, a classic system manhwa moment. You have defeated the S-rank blue-red demon. Seo Gangrim gasped for air, collapsing. I thought the cold would claim me forever. System calculation complete. You have received bonus rewards for overcoming a power gap and defeating a superior opponent. Seo Gangrim stared at the screen, his mind racing. Stronger than me, my raw power is superior, but his fate level, that was the real threat. However, a glint returned to his eyes. This is the true jackpot. System skill. Fate Steel activated. Proficiency reached. Skill level upgraded. You may now plunder a maximum of 2 skills from the target. He bolted upright, eyes widening. What? 2 abilities at once. A wicked calculating grin spread across Seo Gangrim's face. This means I pay the karma price for 1 but receive double the power. System stealing skill Frost Flame. Karma accumulated. Mana siphon complete. The fatigue hit him like a truck, forcing his head down. Or maybe, I celebrated too soon. He summoned his golden flame, inspecting it. Regardless, it is a massive upgrade. The mightier the prey, the sweeter the loot in this leveling manhwa. System Flame skill activated. System Frost Flame activated. Seo Gangrim analyzed the flow. With this, I finally possess the duality of fire and ice. The skill card materialized. Frost Flame, an intermediate demon tier art. A paradoxical fire that burns at absolute zero, inflicting frostbite and incineration simultaneously. Resting before the fallen guardian, he absorbed the essence. I now wield 2 offensive skills with opposing elemental natures. No longer will I be cornered by elemental disadvantages. I am now the counter to everything. Seo Gangrim gazed at the corpse. Now, on to the real objective, neutralizing the boss room's defenses. 3 hidden artifacts sustained this hellish domain. Amplification devices, he muttered. 1 grants regeneration, 1 mitigates damage, and the last buffs the boss's attack power to godlike levels. Memories of the previous timeline surfaced. That boss. With the damage buffs active, it was an unkillable nightmare. Call us when you have a strategy. In the past life, this dungeon remained uncleared for months. Why? Because no one discovered the artifacts. Driving through the rain, he recalled the bitterness of the past. Another failed raid. Sinsua had shaken her head. I don't think teamwork was the flaw. She had continued. Perhaps we are simply too weak. Why do the High Messengers ignore these great dungeons? Seo Gangrim steered the car, dropping a hint. Doesn't it bother you? Why is the great dungeon split into 3 sectors only to converge at the boss? Could the map layout itself be a puzzle? Shinsua paused the gears, finally turning in her mind. Days later, the system announced first great dungeon cleared. MVP player, Seo Gangrim. Hunter Zin Sua's fame skyrocketed. She rallied the survivors. We owe this victory to Seo Gangrim, she declared, sparking whispers among the crowd. Who is this Seo Gangrim? I heard he cracked the dungeon's code single-handedly. Are they lovers? The rumor mill churned. That fame became the foundation of the legendary Flying Tiger Guild. Shinsua recalled the path that led her to this moment. The Flying Tiger Guild. Seo Gangrim sat back analyzing the timeline. The true prize of this raid wasn't the loot, it was the birth of her guild. I have secured what I need. Now I must set the perfect stage for Sinsua's confrontation with the boss. His internal monologue continued. History must flow correctly. The Flying Tiger Guild must rise, even if I remain in the shadows. This is Jong Taehan, the radio crackled. Blue Demon down artifact located status report, so Gangrim replied coolly, sector cleared on my end. Bomby reporting. We're delayed escorting civilians to the midpoint exit. John is currently holding back the thorn traps. Take your time, Seo Gangrim said, sprinting through the corridor. Just as we got the boss room alert, the system will notify us when all artifacts are disabled. He grabbed his gear. Priority 1, ensure all non-combatants have evacuated the kill zone before we engage. Jin Sua's voice cut in. Eliminate the sub-bosses, regroup at the Whitestone Tower, then we breach the boss room together. Copy that. Rendezvous at the tower. Meanwhile, Doc Gojun adjusted his earpiece. Whitestone Tower. Excellent spot. But why did he discard his coat? Perched high above the spy smirked. I've heard enough. Doc Gojun tapped away on his holographic interface, perfectly composed. 3 sectors, 3 artifacts. Those thorns. Seo Gangrim must have severed them earlier to clear the path. He peered through his binoculars. Bingo. Watching the team move, he congratulated himself. Planting a bug on Seo Gangrim was a stroke of genius. A chilling voice spoke from behind him. Is that the boss chamber? Doc Gojun turned a smile playing on his lips. Ah, I know you. Top student of the Hoseo branch. The self-proclaimed apostle of justice Seon Uion. He's impressive. Doc Gojun looked down from the skyscraper. Will you join Seo Gangrim's party, or try to become the protagonist of this story yourself? A lone figure stood dwarfed by a colossal statue, the air heavy with ancient malice. Seon Uion smirked arrogantly. I thought Seo Gangrim beat me here, but I'm the first arrival. He uncorked a potion. Even better. But as he checked his data, his face froze. Wait. The energy signature is completely different from the records. Panic flooded his eyes as the guardian dragon roared, shaking the cavern to its core. For a brief second he looked triumphant, blinded by hubris. Then the guardian dragon howled a sound of pure, unadulterated rage. Seo Gangrim walked through the chaos unfazed. The weak have fled. Just a few more sacrifices to pave the way. Massive boulders crashed down as the dungeon walls collapsed. Seo Gangrim's expression darkened instantly. What the hell? Why is the dungeon collapsing? Suddenly, a crimson warning flashed before his eyes. The level 3 Guardian Dragon King had locked onto him as its primary target. What was that noise? Why is the boss focusing solely on me? Panic flickered in his chest. I don't know the mechanics yet. I need to create distance and reset its aggro immediately. Hold your positions. Can you secure the emergency suppression devices? Roger that. We'll annihilate this blue-red demon faster than you can blink. The Guardian Dragon King's blood-red eyes scanned the area hunting for its prey. Damn it, Seo Gangrim cursed internally. The beast, charged with explosive fury, hurling a massive spear that sliced through the air, barely missing his throat. Seo Gangrim grit his teeth. Shit, he thought. The entrance is sealed tight. The original plan is garbage now. There's no running away. We have to slay the Guardian Dragon King right here, right now. Understood. We're disabling the suppression devices. As the monster's colossal hand reached for him, Seo Gangrim's gaze turned cold and deadly. Killing intent flooded his aura. Fine. I'll buy you the time you need. Steel sang through the air as he unleashed a vicious slash against the beast's scales. System alert. The ruler's enhancement is nullified. Damage reduction buff has vanished. Seo Gangrim first target down. Thanks, he grunted. But damn it, that wasn't the regeneration buff we needed gone. Bomb Yoon. What's your status? Just a little longer, master. We're tearing through the blue-red demon. This was the Guardian Dragon King, a level 3 draconic tyrant that commanded the territory and drew all nearby monsters to its aid. System analysis. Attack enhancement. Nullified. Defense enhancement. Nullified. Warning, HP regeneration is still active. The twins must be dismantling the regeneration node next, Seo Gangrim calculated. Suddenly, the Dragon King lunged, its massive spear thrust forward with earth-shattering force, aiming straight for his heart. He barely dodged by a hair's breadth. If that had hit my gear, it would have been game over. System alert. The ruler's enhancement is fully nullified. HP regeneration buff has vanished. Master, it's done. Excellent work. Seo Gangrim shifted his stance. Attribute conversion water. Now I hold the elemental advantage. He drove a devastating strike straight into the beast's eye. The monster roared in agony, staggering back as blood sprayed from the wound. Seo Gangrim paused, confused. Wait, mud is an earth attribute, isn't it? Shouldn't metal be the counter? And why is the potency of my frost fire art so weak? I poured everything I had into that strike. The Dragon King charged again in a blind rage. This makes no sense, he thought. Why is this attack weaker than when the blue-red demon used it? Is my frostfire really this ineffective? Logically, my elemental advantage should be crushing it. Hold on. Is this skill not counting as a water attribute? His mind raced. If it's not fire, and it's not water, then just what the hell is it? I can't inspect the hidden attributes. Suddenly, a realization struck him like lightning. System command, dual attribute conversion. Fire and water initiated. His eyes snapped open, one burning with crimson flame, the other deep with azure frost. That's it. The skill demands perfect synergy. With his power finally unlocked, he launched himself into the fray. System Frostfire Art. Maximum amplification. Seo Gangrim landed softly, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. Behind him, the mighty Guardian Dragon King stood frozen solid, an expression of pure rage and disbelief trapped in ice. Cleanup complete, he murmured. I guess I'll just wait for the others to catch up while this popsicle melts. But then, a voice cut through the silence. You really are as dangerous as the rumors say. Seo Uyan stepped from the shadows, blade drawn. I see now why I was hired for this job. It is time for your judgment. Seo Gangrim sighed, looking at the man labeling him a murderer. Did you set this trap? I don't know what lies you've been fed to act this foolishly. Do you even know who I am? Uyan asked calmly. Yeah, I know, Seo Gangrim replied coldly. You're the hypocrite. The hunter of killers, Seo Uyan, a man infamous for his twisted sense of justice. In his past life, this guy was always a thorn in his side. They had clashed endlessly. What can you even do with such low karma stats? Why should I have to prove my innocence to you? Seo Gangrim asked. Seo Uyan roared in anger. Don't play dumb with me. Is your guilty conscience finally weighing you down? Is your karma calculation skill active? Seo Gangrim asked sharply. The man smirked with arrogance. Oh, are you really pretending you don't use that dirty ability? Fine, keep playing your games. Seo Uyan possessed the Eye of Karma, a unique power to see the sins of others, allowing him to hunt down those stained with evil. Once they called him the Apostle of Justice. But killing evil men still stains your soul. His own karma grew darker with every execution. Eventually, his sins outweighed those he hunted. The world turned on him, branding him the hypocrite. Seo Uyan shrugged. If my hands get dirty for the sake of justice, so be it. He didn't give a damn about public opinion. Back in the present, Yuan played dumb. I have no idea what you're babbling about. It seems you don't know much about me, Yuan sneered. But I know everything about you, Seo Gangrim. The former top trainee, just like me. Now, a monster who gains power through slaughter. Rumor has it, you're just a trash, level 3 insect clan user. But seeing this power, you must have murdered hundreds. It's like watching a villain in a leveling manhwa ascend to godhood. I bet you were a killer even before you awakened. Seo Gangrim's brow furrowed as dark memories from the past surfaced. He closed his eyes, taking a breath. We had a terrible destiny in my past life too. But hearing Yuan rely on rumors meant there was still a chance. This idiot hasn't unlocked his karma calculation yet. Seo Gangrim sighed deeply. So you orchestrated this entire ambush based on some gossip? No, Seo, Yuan barked. I heard the truth directly from the victims. Victims, the man's fury exploded. Don't act innocent. Have you forgotten the innocent members of the guild you slaughtered? Seo Gangrim shot back. Which guild? I've never massacred anyone. Yuan pointed a trembling finger. The Asura Guild, the Guildmaster herself, told me everything. Seo Gangrim froze. Asura. That's right, you barged into their celebration and butchered them. Flashbacks of a happy banquet turned into a bloodbath played in Yuan's mind. A joyous gathering, silenced by your blade. Yuan clenched his fist until his knuckles turned white. I can never forget her shaking hands, her tears. What crime did the Asura Guild commit to deserve that? They hunted monsters, they protected civilians, they even rebuilt, destroyed cities with their own funds. Why did such a saintess have to suffer such hell? Seo Gangrim blinked, dumbfounded. Saintess? That woman isn't a saintess, he thought. She's a manipulative witch. He massaged his temples. So, Shin Ara spun a fairy tale for you. Do you have any idea what the Asura Guild actually does? They're in bed with criminal syndicates. You've been played. Seo Yuan looked like his world was shattering. Impossible. How dare you slander the Guildmaster of Asura? Rage blazed in Seo Gangrim's eyes like wildfire. You are the one lying through your teeth. But the stranger's expression cooled into an arrogant calm. Fine then. I'll grant you a single chance to prove your innocence. Behold my ability, the scales of sin. With a simple handshake, I can weigh the darkness in your soul against my own. The main character froze his heart, skipping a beat. Does he seriously possess a skill like that? This was turning into a dangerous scene from a manhwa recap. The man extended his hand, and the air hummed as his fate-sensing skill roared to life. This was Seo Yuan, a wielder of the beginner ice dragon attributes, and his weapon, the terrifying mid-tier dragon skill, the Scales of Sin. Once linked, the system compares the karmic weight of both souls. Judgment is absolute. A divine penalty crashes down on whoever holds the heavier burden of sin, scaled directly to the magnitude of their guilt. The duration is 1 agonizing hour. Panic seized Seo Gangrim's chest. This wasn't just a simple morality test found in a typical leveling manhwa. It was a death sentence waiting to happen. Seo Yuan smirked coldly. I am not a saint. I have my own stains. So if you are truly innocent, our scales should balance perfectly, shouldn't they? Cold sweat dripped down the protagonist's back. He couldn't do this. He carried the heavy karma of 421 lives from his past existence. Instinct took over, and he scrambled backward to create distance. Why the hell should I trust you? Seo Gangrim spat. You already tried to kill me once. Who knows what dirty trick you are pulling now? Yuan shrugged his face, a mask of holy arrogance. I may look rough, but the world calls me the disciple of justice. Refusing my test is your choice, Yuan continued smoothly. But realize this running away only paints a larger target on your back. A bitter laugh escaped Seo Gangrim's throat. A guy like you, a disciple of justice, don't make me laugh until I puke. In a flash, he lunged. A desperate lethal strike aimed right for the throat. Using his Icefire skill, Yuan didn't even flinch. You are not even interested in explaining yourself, are you? Tell me. Yuan taunted. How did you butcher the original owner to steal that power? But the attack fizzled out into sparks. Damn it. The system screamed a warning. Mana depletion. The skill had failed. If you have no mana, then use your truth. Yuan grabbed the protagonist's hand before he could pull away. The Scales of Sin ignited instantly. The system began the judgment, comparing the soul weight of Seo Gangrim and Seo Yuan. A spectral, golden scale materialized above them. Seo Yuan's voice boomed like a preacher. O Divine One, I beseech you, strike down the wicked soul standing before me. The scale slammed down on Seo Gangrim's side. The verdict was guilty. As the crushing weight of the penalty system took hold, Yuan sneered. Just as I thought. You are a monster. Seo Gangrim let out a heavy sigh as his strength evaporated. Yuan hoisted him up by the collar. Your acting almost fooled me. Just how many people have you slaughtered to tip the scales this violently? What are you whispering? Yuan mocked, finally repenting for your sins. Suddenly, Seo Gangrim shoved him back with a burst of adrenaline. Shut your mouth and come at me. Yuan threw a punch that cracked the air, but the main character wove past it. Where is that arrogance coming from? Rim countered with a hook, but Yuan swatted it away like a fly. Still fighting even when powerless. You are out of mana and out of options. Why did you use your gifts for murder instead of salvation? Answer me, Seo Gangrim. Fire burned in Seo Gangrim's eyes. I never killed innocents, he roared. Liar, Yuan screamed back. The scales of sin do not make mistakes. Your soul is pitch black. This is the worst possible matchup, Seo Gangrim thought bitterly. I cannot win this head on. The self-proclaimed hero raised his blade, his eyes cold and merciless. It is over. You can tell your sob story to the devil. But Seo Gangrim wasn't finished. He slowly rose malice, dripping from his glare. System alert, Lord's enhancement activated. Defense buffs surged through his body. Regeneration kicked into overdrive like an awakening Manhwa boss. And looming in the shadows behind Yuan, the massive Guardian King Dragon materialized. Seo Gangrim smirked. You can wait 100 days for my death, but I will not be joining you. The Guardian King Dragon's eyes glowed crimson with rage, locking onto the closest target, Sion Yuan. A claw the size of a building descended. Yuan's composure shattered. Damn it, I thought you killed the boss already, Yuan cursed. Seeing the protagonist's twisted grin, realization hit him. You summoned it here. You truly are a villain to the core. Seo Gangrim's voice was ice cold. Sorry, but I needed a distraction. Did you really think I would come back here without a plan to reactivate the dungeon traps? Yuan gritted his teeth. Fine, this might be better. The dragon will crush him and I will not have to dirty my hands. But the golden eyes of the great demon realm's lord didn't look at Seo Gangrim. It sought the strongest prey. The dragon charged straight for Yuan. What, me? He screamed. Attack him, you stupid beast, Yuan yelled. But the dragon roared and unleashed a breath attack right at him. This is bad. The stat difference is too high. Desperate, Yuan activated his ultimate again. Scales of sin? Oh Lord, judge this beast. Punish the one with the darker soul. The system began comparing the Guardian King Dragon and Sion Yuan. The results were instant. The dragon had 0 karma. A beast acts on instinct, not malice. Yuan's eyes bulged. Impossible. The verdict slammed down. Sion Yuan was the sinner. No, the backlash was catastrophic. He took the penalty for his own sins, multiplied by the penalty for falsely accusing an innocent soul. Seo Gangrim watched in awe. Did he just take himself out? I didn't want him dead, just distracted. Yuan collapsed, completely useless. The dragon finished, with the fly turned its berserk rage toward Seo Gangrim. The protagonist steeled himself and slammed a critical hit, right between the beast's eyes. The monster flinched as its aggro shifted. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from the tunnel entrance. Seo Gangrim, did we keep you waiting? It was the raid team. Seo Gangrim let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Perfect timing. Shin Sua stepped forward, her aura flaring. Leaf arts bind. Let's wrap this up, boys, she commanded. Massive vines erupted from the ground, locking the dragon in place. Now, disable the reinforcement devices. On it, the team worked like a well-oiled machine found in any top-tier system. Manhwa. System alert, Lord's enhancement neutralized. Defensive barriers shattered. Regeneration deactivated. The dragon roared in pain as attacks rained down. Seo Gangrim shouted over the noise. Shin Sua, keep it alive until the tank gets here. Roger that. One of the archers winced. Sorry, master, my finger slipped. Just focus, Seo Gangrim yelled. The battle became a symphony of destruction, until finally the beast crashed to the ground. The duo shared a triumphant high five. It is practically over, Shin Sua grinned. Once the heavy hitters arrive, we finish it. Seo Gangrim looked at his team. Everyone get in position. 1, 2. Strike. The Guardian King Dragon, ruler of the demon realm, disintegrated into light. System message raid complete. Cheers erupted through the cavern. The exit portal swirled open. We made it, someone cheered. Man, talk about a lucky run. Everything went perfectly. But Seo Gangrim's face remained grim. Not everything. He walked over to the unconscious body of Seo Yuan and grabbed him by the shirt. It is over for you. A teammate blinked. Who is the stiff? Did you fight him? Wait, look at that crest, another whispered. He tried to assassinate me, Seo Gangrim explained calmly. But we can settle this later. Let's move out. Shin Sua's eyes darkened. No. That man is my sister's lackey. Murderous intent flooded the room. There is no talking to a dog like him. I will slit his throat right here, then we leave. Seo Gangrim's brow furrowed in confusion. What is that supposed to mean? Shina stood her ground. That man wears the insignia of the Asura Guild. It seems my sister is still blind to the reality of this world. Hunter conflicts are lawless zones, she declared, her voice trembling with conviction. I must teach her that these foolish antics will only result in her own destruction. I won't let you stain your soul with that kind of karma, he interjected, stepping in front of her. You swore to rewrite your destiny, remember? His aura turned frosty. Leave this trash to me. Tears of frustration welled in her eyes. Why must you always act the martyr? Do you plan to wage a one-man war and return to me broken and bloody again? You chose to defy the heavens, he reminded her softly. That is why I only unleash my violence upon monsters wearing human skin. Seo Gangrim gripped her hand, a silent vow of protection. He hunts me, Shina. Logic dictates I be the one to end him. She lowered her gaze, guilt weighing her down. But I am the cause. Nonsense, his voice cracked like a whip. Why would you think that? You are merely an innocent caught in the storm of my misfortune. Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed from the rooftops. Yosei Seo Gangrim, you look like a damsel in distress down there. Doc Gojun descended like a falling star, landing with a casual grin. Greetings, mortals. Seo Gangrim's expression darkened instantly. Stay out of my business. The intruder smirked, closing the distance. So cold. Come on, we're besties. Show me a smile. We are nothing of the sort. Sheesh. Fine then. Consider me a devoted fanboy. I'm quite addicted to the saga of your life. But observing today's episode, I detect a massive plot hole. His eyes narrowed playfully. This tragic romance subplot is dragging on way too long. It's frustrating to watch. I detest slow pacing. How about I delete this villain and the entire Asura Guild for you? Shina bristled at his arrogance. Why would you go to such lengths? He chuckled, a dangerous glint in his eye. I told you, I'm a subscriber to the Seo Gangrim channel. Besides, as a fellow Guildmaster, I can crush the Asura faction on equal footing. It's mere politics. He sneered at her. What can a D-rank extra like you possibly achieve? In your current state, you're just dead weight dragging our hero down. Just make sure to owe me one Segang silence. Seo Gangrim. Cut him off, his pressure spiking. Drop the act and focus on the mission. I will erase your foolishness from my memory. The party murmured in confusion. Ignorance is bliss, Seo Gangrim muttered. What? Doc Gojun beamed, clapping his hands. Aha, he figured it out, truly worthy of the protagonist title. Back at the safe house, the atmosphere shifted from tension to triumph. We made it out alive. Is it finally time for the unboxing ceremony? I wonder what tier the loot is. Forget the items. Did you see our reputation stats skyrocketing? We were practically celebrities walking down the street. Rumor has it we're just rookies, yet we cleared it. We're legends in the making, Seo Gangrim elbowed the excited youth, grounding him. Hubris comes before the fall. Keep your true power hidden. Never reveal your trump cards. I know, boss, but the hype is contagious. My heart is racing. Please RNG gods, no trash items today. The system pinged. Elite loot box assigned to player Shina. Elite loot box assigned to player Seo Gangrim. Shina clapped her hands. Luckily, we have our human cheat code. Master, use your insight skill to appraise the gear. Right, Seo Gangrim nodded, activating his interface. I'll identify the hidden stats. If it's trash, we auction it. My draw was mediocre. What about yours? Phantom grade, silent field. It suppresses all sound within a 30-meter radius. He tossed it. Bomb, this fits your stealth build perfectly. Let's trade. Bomb's eyes lit up. Deal, and I pulled something meant for a vanguard. She revealed the item. Dragon grade tier 3 claws of the Beast King, forged from the bones of a mountain god. Retractable adamantium blades. That screams my name. Jackpot. Another box opened. Phantom grade hive quiver. It generates infinite venomous arrows. Shina beamed, holding up a radiant blade. Seo Gangrim appraised this beauty. The peach blossom blade. Dragon grade tier 3. It's carved from a spirit tree blessed by ancient immortals. A holy weapon with high exorcism properties, Seo Gangrim analyzed. It resonates with your nature energy. It's the ultimate catalyst for your leaf spirit technique. And you, she asked. He held up a simple band. Ring of Absolution. It nullifies curses and tracks the caster. Useful though, I'm not currently cursed. Actually, it's Dragon grade tier 3. It can shatter any hex below its rank and hunt down the mage who cast it. A powerful countermeasure. Now for the S-Class clear bonus. Say Seo Gangrim, calculated internally. According to the walkthrough, the best loot should go to Shina. I hope it's a class-specific item I can't use. The item materialized. God Grade Tier 3, Shroud of the Immortal. Imbued with divinity, it auto-deploys a barrier blocking 99% of damage when the user faces fatal trauma. This is her signature armor from the original timeline. The design has evolved, but the power is unmistakable. She needs this to survive. He handed it over. It's an ultimate defense mechanism. It will save your life when you least expect it. Take it. No. She pushed it back, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. I have plenty of HP. Tell me, Mr. Hero who face-tanked the Demon King, who always ends up in the ICU. The party nodded in agreement. Facts, the archer chimed in. Boss, you're OP, but you bleed the most. Shina grabbed the coat. It's decided. She draped it over his shoulders. Look, it fits like it was tailored for you. Dashing, she swooned. A true protagonist's cape. This wasn't part of the plan. Seo Gangrim sighed internally. But the looting phase is over. Listen up, everyone. Shina's voice turned serious. I have an official announcement. We are founding a guild today. Seo Gangrim mentally cheered. Finally, this is a classic awakening manhwa development. I was worried since she didn't get the MVP title this raid she might hesitate, but it seems the timeline is correcting itself. Excellent initiative, Shina. Should we address you as Guildmaster Shina now? Oh no, she replied casually. Her next words froze the blood in his veins. I'm registering you as the Guildmaster. Seo Gangrim blinked. Me lead the guild, he paused. Well, I did vow to smash the original plot. Perhaps taking the reins is the fastest way. With my future knowledge, I can power level them. I can save them from the massacre that wiped them out in the original story. Then, dread washed over him. He shook his head violently. No, I cannot bear the weight of their souls. How can I lead them when I can't even warn them about the impending calamity? I am a liar leading lambs to slaughter. His face went pale. You are making a mistake, he rasped, fear visible in his eyes. If I lead, this guild will burn. You're wrong. Shina stepped closer, her gaze unwavering. The incident with Sion Uion. That was my burden, my karma. She placed a hand on his chest. In the demon realm, I almost succumbed to my cursed lineage. I was weak, but you showed me a new path. You refused to let me be a slave to destiny. Without you, Seo Gangrim, I would still be a lost child raging at the world. At the bitter end of my hellish tribulation, there was only war. Yet you were the one who pulled me from the abyss. You are the absolute core of this party. Seo Gangrim felt powerless, haunted by the fact that he was hardly a hero worth following. Who cares about reputation? Shina's cheeks flushed a soft pink. We will protect you. You are our guildmaster after all. The sentiment echoed through the group like a vow. That's right. We'll be your shield. Just trust in us. He tried to embrace that positivity. Suddenly, a sharp ringtone cut through the air. He flipped his phone open and a familiar voice spoke on the other end. Did you find it? The nod on the other end felt heavy. Yeah. The person you mentioned is even more critical than Baek Young. Kang Do-hyun crushed the paper in his hand, the report on his mother's death crumpling under his rage. There are too many inconsistencies. The letter she left behind. The arsonist who burned the building to ash. Gangrim's voice dropped. Are you saying Baek Young is the one who silenced her? My friends? My family? My parents? That woman took everything from me. She forced me to watch my world burn. Seo Gangrim felt a chill run down his spine. Back when he was ignorant, he had only worried about Shina's tragic fate in this manhwa recap. But what if Shina isn't the only target? What if Baek Young is hunting down everyone close to me while I'm blind to it? Kang Do-hyun's voice brought him back. I need to find her. We'll exact our vengeance together. Seo Gangrim's expression turned icy. I have to find everyone. Seeing his intensity, Do-hyun asked, Hey, hold on. Are you okay? Gangrim held up a hand to stop him. Yuha Rang. We need to secure Yuha Rang first. Ignoring the tension, Kang Do-hyun laid out a massive spread of food. He looked back with a casual grin, but Seo Gangrim rushed in panic, flaring in his aura. Did you locate Yuha Rang? Do-hyun nodded. Yeah. Though to be precise, the info is about her adoptive father, Yu Sun Min. Sit down. Eat first. Gangrim slammed his hand down. I didn't come here to feast. Whoa, are you apologizing? It's not like Baek Young is going to execute Harang this second. Why the rush? He slammed the table and stood up, his patience snapping. Even so, I need to find them now. I refuse to let the people I care about suffer in the shadows. While I do nothing, he let out a heavy sigh, the weight of the timeline pressing on him. Fine. I'll get the dossier. I couldn't find a trace of Yu Rang directly, so I investigated her circle. It seems she's been homeschooled her whole life. Yu Sun-min is her only family. He adopted her 10 years ago. He's the head of the benevolent saint sect. He maintains a saintly image both inside and outside the organization. It's a rising religion gaining massive popularity by claiming that even the lowest-ranked awakened can find true happiness. If that person descends to our realm, the world will become a paradise where even F-rank hunters can live in bliss. Yu Rang. She is being treated as a high priestess there. Seo Gangrim's mind raced. Thinking back, she was being groomed to become a living vessel for a god. Is that it? But to ascend to godhood, one needs massive fame. It's strange that information about her is so suppressed. Is she not in the awakening phase yet? Kang Do-hyun interjected. You said she doesn't become your ally for another year. Maybe it's better to let her stay put. Gangrim clenched his fist. No, I still need to see her. To get an audience with the saintess, you must become an elite believer. Just like this guy, elite believer Kim Jae-nong. Gangrim's eyes blazed as he stared at the profile. He works part-time at Destiny Cafe. I met them, but not a single soul would spill a word about the priestess. No problem. I know this face. Is this the benevolent saint sect? The crowd greeted each other warmly. Hello, Jae-nong. Hi. Even though he arrived early, the place was packed. I probably won't find Ha Rang until the ceremony ends, Gangrim thought. If I make a move now, I'll blow my cover. Skill-activated stealth of the thieving rat. A familiar silhouette emerged on the stage. The audience sat up straight, their reverence palpable. A gentle voice echoed through the hall. Good morning. Seo Gangrim, currently disguised as a woman, analyzed the situation. That man is the cult leader. Yu Sun-min introduced himself with a warm smile. Thank you all for coming to the Benevolent Saint Sect. Name Yu Sun-min. Rank beginner. Gangrim's eyes narrowed. Attribute golden sect. His fate is partially shielded. It makes sense he's happy. He's the king of his own castle. I hope today brings peace to all of your hearts. The influence of your destiny. It has grown stronger since the day of awakening, hasn't it? It pressures you. Gangrim scoffed internally. Boring. But I suppose we must act enthusiastic about finding this so-called happiness. These words are empty. My misfortune has nothing to do with the awakening. Of course, we were miserable long before the monsters came. We live in resentment and prejudice because of the misfortune we were born into. The leader continued, his voice hypnotic. We had no choice. How long will you run? Accept me. It is all your fault. Those around us were swept up in tragedy and suffered because of us. Destiny suffocated us, and we had no choice but to surrender so many things. Seo Gangrim's fists clenched. Every word the man spoke. It described the hell he had lived through. It sounds like he's talking about me. The pain of being abandoned by the world, because of something we could never control. Now even the gods have forsaken us. The crowd below trembled with emotion. But we will reclaim the opportunities that were stolen. The God of the benevolent saint sect shall be our ally. Even if our destiny is cursed, we will defy fate and seize the life we desire. Yes, let us seek true happiness. Gangrim realized something terrifying. If I hadn't met Shin'a in my past life, I might have become a fanatic of this religion myself. I think I finally understand why people fall for this system Manhwa trap. On the day the priestess ascends, we will stand above those with god-rank fates. Skill-activated brainwashing voice. The entire hall fell under the spell instantly. Alert, the curse has been nullified by the hidden seal of truth. The seal was tracking the caster. The leader's face twisted into something grotesque. Believe in the benevolent saint sect. The crowd roared in a frenzy. I believe. Long live leader Sun-min. Gangrim whipped his head around. He's brainwashing the believers. This isn't a normal religion. I didn't expect a dungeon-like danger here. I can't leave Yu Rang in this snake pit. I need to get to her now. Did she know about this in the previous timeline? Kim Jae-nong confirmed the location. Gangrim paced back and forth, anxiety gnawing at him. Or has she already been brainwashed like the rest of them? Suddenly, a weak, trembling voice drifted from the stairway. Help, please, take me home. Seo Gangrim's blood ran cold. In the shadows, two wardens were tormenting a helpless prisoner. A voice sliced through the air, not to save him, but to twist the knife. Stop, the voice commanded before adding with cruel malice, do it again. Harder this time, the guard sneered. You think you'll survive this unscathed? Yu Sun-min's voice was like ice. This is exactly why I despise those born with silver spoons, breaking a mind. True brainwashing isn't achieved overnight. Put your faith in the saintess of the mercy gate. Our words are absolute truth. The lower one's status, the purer their soul. We must ascend the priestess. We must forge her into a living god. Long live the saintess. The crowd roared, but Yusan Min let out a weary sigh. I'm not the man I used to be in my prime, he muttered. Even molding Yu Hareng wasn't this exhausting. Seo Gangrim paused. What did he just say? All hail leader Yusan Min, the chant echoed. Even Yu Hareng wasn't this difficult, so Gangrim's mind raced. What part of her wasn't difficult? But there was no time to think. The executive meeting was about to begin. Move out. Yes, leader. The subordinate trembled, anxiety radiating off him. Did he really brainwash Yu Hareng just like that? But suddenly, a sharp sound snapped Yusan Min's attention to the side. His hand hovered over the door handle. He froze, turning his head sharply. Hold it. The subordinate blinked, confused. Is something wrong, Sir Yusan Min? Raised a hand for silence, his ears twitching at a faint noise nearby. A sinister smirk played on his lips as he pinpointed the sound. It seems we have a little rat scurrying around. Meanwhile, the intruder had already picked the lock of his cage. He grabbed a walkie-talkie, moving with the silent grace of an assassin. This is 3-1. Seal the stairwell and commence the sweep. The command crackled over the radio. 3-2 engaging search. Seo Gangrim, currently disguised as Kim Janong, analyzed the situation. Yu Hareng isn't on this floor. She, or rather he, glanced at the sealed stairwell. Escape was cut off. Kim Janong looked up at the ceiling, closing his eyes to sense the flow of the building. I need to ascend. The answers are on the upper floors. His eyes snapped open. Above him, a single window pane glowed with faint mana. Kim Janong scaled the wall and slipped through the curtains. Inside, darkness swallowed him. Why is this the only room shrouded in shadows? He moved blindly through the gloom, senses on high alert. Should I risk a light? No, too dangerous. Ahead, the outline of a door loomed in the darkness. He pushed the door open. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from behind him. Who goes there? Yu Hareng sat, huddled in the corner, her aura radiating hostility. Identify yourself. Who dares intrude upon my sanctuary without permission? Her eyes were cold as steel. Leave. Immediately. This place was suffocating. Kim Janong placed a hand over his heart, feigning loyalty. Forgive the intrusion. I am Kim Janong. His gaze shifted to the eerie wooden dolls that crowded the room, a silent, creepy audience. Yu Hareng's expression didn't waver. You claim to be Kim Janong? Yes, he replied smoothly. I know this is discourteous, but silence. Yu Hareng's fury exploded like a bomb. How dare you lie to a god? A holographic interface flashed. System alert skill. Forced truth activated. She extended a hand, mana crackling at her fingertips. Did you really think your petty disguise could deceive my eyes of clairvoyance? The disguise melted away. Seo Gangrim stood, revealed, his thoughts racing. It's really her, no doubt about it. He steeled himself. Let me ask one more time. But the system interrupted. Warning skill, puppet god, activated. The wooden dolls surged forward, blocking his path with supernatural speed. Who are you really? She demanded. Easy now, Seo Gangrim said, raising his hands. This isn't the Yu Hareng I knew in my past life. She's different. My deepest apologies. He dropped to his knees, bowing his head in a perfect display of submission. I am a new initiate. My name is Seo Gangrim. I was so moved by the legend of your divinity. I was desperate to gaze upon your glory, even if I had to use underhanded means to do it. Yu Hareng's lips curled into a sly, arrogant smile. She waved a hand dismissively, looking down at him like a bug. Attempting to deceive me, a being on the verge of godhood, is a capital sin. However, I shall display my divine benevolence and spare you. Begone. He remained bowed. Under normal circumstances, you'd be flayed alive, she mused. Seo Gangrim raised his head slightly. Great saintess, could you grant me just a moment of your time? Oh, you poor lost lamb, Yu Hareng sighed, her eyes narrowing. Know your place, mortal. Her voice dripped with superiority. I am the saintess of the mercy gate. You are dirt beneath my feet. You have no right to breathe the same air, let alone speak to me. Seo Gangrim sighed internally. She's not listening to a word I say. Seo Gangrim stood up, dusting off his knees. I apologize, saintess. He gently pulled the mystical beast Kirin from his inventory. If words won't work, I'll have to shatter that brainwashing by force. Yu Hareng flinched. A monster. She snapped her fingers. Seize it. Don't let that beast near me. The wooden dolls sprang into action, aiming to crush the intruder. You will pay for this insolence with your life, she screamed. Seo Gangrim effortlessly deflected the dolls with a wave of mana. It's not a monster. Look closely. In a flash, the Kirin bypassed the defenses and appeared right in front of Yu Harong. Before she could react, it gently touched its forehead to hers. Seo Gangrim commanded, "Lini cast purification." The system window popped up with a glaring error. Target invalid. No status effects found. Seo Gangrim froze. What? There's nothing to purify. She isn't brainwashed. He frantically checked his internal database. Yu Sun-min definitely said brainwashing takes time. This was a classic twist in a manhwa recap like this. He said it wasn't an overnight process. Seo Gangrim let out a frustrated sigh. He recalled the lore. Yu Harong is a third-rank deity class. Minds that powerful aren't easily broken. The realization hit him. Yu Sun-min didn't brainwash her. He groomed her from birth. But why wouldn't it be more beneficial for a narcissist like him to become the god of this system manhwa himself? Hey, you kid you. Harang's voice broke his concentration. But Seo Gangrim was deep in thought. He has a brainwashing skill. Why go through the trouble of adopting and raising a child? She was clutching the Kirin tightly to her chest, her eyes sparkling. Do you have any more of these? Seo Gangrim blinked, completely thrown off guard. Huh. She held out an expectant hand. If you have more, show me, just for a second. Her cold mask had completely shattered. I suppose. Talking to you isn't the worst thing in the world. Yu Harong nuzzled the baby dragon, a genuine smile lighting up her face. A baby dragon. It's adorable. She seemed to drift into a happy memory. Aren't they just the cutest things on earth? I have plenty. I'll even give you one. Seo Gangrim dragged a chair over the friction, scraping against the floor. He sat down directly in front of her. But first, we need to talk. Sure, she beamed at him, distracted by the dragon. What do you want to talk about? Seo Gangrim's expression darkened. He looked her dead in the eye. Tell me, what kind of life have you been living up until now? Have you been locked in this room your whole life? Do you have any idea who Yu Sun-min really is? Do you know what this hellhole actually represents? We need to get you out of here. Immediately. This is no place for you. He paused, scanning her frail frame. But before that, have you been eating properly? Yu Harong tilted her head, confused. Why does that matter? Seo Gangrim frowned, looking at her thin arms. You're wasting away. Did you eat anything today? Her expression cooled. Your concern is unnecessary. I follow a strict dietary plan. She shrugged. Today was herbal porridge. Just like yesterday. Just like every day. Seo Gangrim was stunned. That's it. That's all you eat. Yu Harong nodded, as if it were obvious. Of course. I must prevent impure energy from accumulating in my vessel. It is the only way to ascend and become a god. Seo Gangrim stared at her horrified. Is that what the leader told you? She nodded innocently. Yes. He is wise. He knows the secrets of the world. Yu Harong gently stroked Kirin's head, her voice soft with conviction. Thanks to him, I finally realized the purpose of my existence in this world. Seo Gangrim scoffed in disbelief. And what exactly is this grand purpose of yours? She gazed deeply at the suffering people in her mind's eye. Don't you know I must become the salvation for the weak? And to achieve that, I will ascend to godhood through my own death. Seo Gangrim's fists clenched, white-knuckled with rage. Become a god through death. He lowered his head, his shadow hiding his eyes. Listen to me. There are only two ways a human can reach divinity. He stared into the void, visualizing the path to power. Either you accumulate legendary achievements and fame, grinding your way to the top, or you die a wretched death, consumed by despair and boundless resentment. He roared, his voice cracking. If you plan to become a god through death, you are choosing that second cursed path. Do you realize the agony you will face? Seo Gangrim seized Yu Harong's wrist, desperate to get through to her, but she only looked back with eyes full of gentle sorrow. Memories flooded Yu Harong's mind. By the time I understood what mother and father meant, they were already gone. So, she whispered, I grew up among children who were just as broken as I was. The ghosts of her past haunted her as she spoke. You loser, they had sneered. In the end, trash like you gets exactly what it deserves. She continued, her voice trembling. Why do you look at us like you know everything? It drives us crazy. A friend had screamed that at her long ago. But I guess you wouldn't know about that. They hated me, treating me like a coward. The memory shifted to the sting of the whip. Look at you, the voice spat. You've ruined your clothes again. Can't you be obedient for even a single day? Battered and bruised in the corner, she heard the curse. What can you even do? No one wants to adopt a useless child like you. Go inside and reflect on your sins. She whispered the truth to Seo Gangrim. There was no one to protect me. Her voice broke. Every single day was a living hell. That was Until Yu Sun Min found me. He had appeared like a savior before her. I have finally found you, he had declared with reverence. My precious goddess. He had wrapped her in a warm embrace. You must have suffered so much, Yu Sun Min had soothed her. But worry no more. I will protect you until the day you ascend. She looked up, her eyes misty. He gave me a shelter. He taught me the reason for my life. Yu Harong stood tall before Seo Gangrim. My fate is to become a god. That is why I must endure these endless trials. She recalled those years of salvation. If not for him, I would never have made it this far. I decided that I must repay him for everything he has done. Yu Harong gently stroked Kirin, her expression softening. After all, he is my father. She smiled, a radiant mask over her pain. So Seo Gangrim, you don't need to worry about me. She looked at him tenderly. Seo Gangrim. Panic flickered in her eyes as she reached for his face. What is it? Are you in pain? Lift your head. She gently wiped a tear from his eye. Are you pitying me? She shook her head. My suffering is in the past. I am living a life I am satisfied with now. Seo Gangrim's mind raced. Her clairvoyance sees through the hearts of men. She must have seen Yu Sun Min's hypocrisy. It's the debt of gratitude that blinds her. That's why she ignores the truth. He gritted his teeth. Damn it. How do I break through to her? Yu Harong suddenly shattered the tension. I will give you this. Seo Gangrim blinked, confused. What are you doing? She turned with a genuinely happy smile. This is a treasure I have kept hidden from everyone. But I want to give it to you. You give me a familiar feeling. In the past, she had sat before him asking Seo Gangrim, what are you doing all alone? As the memory washed over him, she beamed, revealing her prize. Look here, this is my treasure chest. She held it up proudly. I ate these cookies whenever I felt sad. They brought me joy. She picked one out. I'll give you a big one. Just for you. He looked down at the box. Stale cookies, a broken keychain, and gum wrappers. His heart clenched. These scraps. These are her precious treasures. Here, try it. She gently fed him the stale treat, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Well, how is it? Feel better. He looked at her, his heart aching with a mix of affection and sorrow. You want to eat real food from the outside world too, don't you? You don't want to die and you don't want to suffer, right? Yu Harong turned away, her voice hollow. No, I am serious about my path. You know, Seo Gangrim began since I was a child. A powerful god has always watched me trying to claim my body. I always refused him. So, out of spite, he made everyone around me suffer in my place. But I refuse to be controlled. I will never accept a god that ruined my life. I'm fighting back, just like the protagonist of an awakening manhwa. Yu Harong clutched her wrapper, fear in her eyes. Only greater misfortune will crush you if you try to run from your destiny. Fate is not something humans can change. But Seo Gangrim took her hand, his voice steady. But what if? You aren't alone. He stepped closer. I thought I was alone in my war too. But when I kept fighting, my fate allies appeared to help me. He looked at her, stunned by his words. So, you just need to make a decision. His face softened into a gentle, inviting smile. I want to help you too. He extended his hand. What do you say? As Yu Harong stared at him, Seo Gangrim thought, maybe that was too intense for a first meeting. He quickly switched to a cool, indifferent tone. You don't have to decide right now. If you don't mind, I can. He turned, but she grabbed his shirt. Wait. She sat on the floor, clinging to his sleeve. Wait. Seo Gangrim. She blushed, stammering. If I. Suddenly, her eyes widened in horror. She looked toward the door. Leader. Yu Sun Min stepped in his presence, ominous. Excuse me. Harong scrambled onto the bed. Father. What brings you here at this hour? I had a thought. Yu Sun Min touched his chin, his cold gaze sweeping the room. I wondered if our Saintess Yu Harong might be having. Under Seo Gangrim's terrified gaze, the tyrant continued his interrogation. Who was the stranger? Yu Sun Min asked, his voice chillingly casual. Did he enter your room? He stared at her, his expression twisted with obsession. He stepped closer, invading her space. A stranger. Impossible, she replied, sitting on the floor. Only Father and the believers bringing food are allowed in this sanctuary. Yu Sun Min smirked. I'm glad to hear that. But suspicion still clouded his eyes. He sat down right in front of her, closing the distance. It's surprising anyone other than me would dare sit so close to you. He settled onto the chair, testing Yu Harong. Oh no, she stammered. We didn't move the chair at all. A cruel smile played on Yu Sun Min's lips. There is one absolute rule I give my believers. He leaned in. Do you know what that is? She trembled. What is it, Father? His face morphed into a demonic mask as he whispered in her ear. Never get too close. 2. The Saintess. With a cold motion, he dragged something out from behind him. Yu Harang's limbs went numb. She clutched the floor mat in terror. Her body shook uncontrollably as a battered old woman was thrown to the ground before her eyes. Yu Sunmin's eyes blazed with fury. I'm not done yet. Get up. The old woman struggled to her knees, begging, Please, master, forgive me. He lunged forward, grabbing her collar like a rag doll. How dare you betray me, he roared, shaking her violently. Did you really think there would be any forgiveness for a traitor? He hauled the old woman up, shouting, Stand up, look at this mess. The elderly believer wept at Yu Harang's feet. Please, have mercy on me. Harang's mind raced in panic. Oh God, this is my fault. It's because I lied. She reached out desperately. I told you, only father and the food bearers entered. Her internal monologue screamed as she reached toward the old woman. Even if I could reach her, this rule was supposed to protect the weak. Looking at the frail woman crumpled on the floor, Harang's thoughts swirled. Punishing someone like this, it doesn't make sense. Doubts began to surface like black ink. No, I've known this all along. Harang shouted. Stop it, staring at Yu Sunmin's mask of false benevolence. I always knew leader Yu Sunmin had a twisted agenda. I've seen it with my all-seeing eyes countless times. It's all a lie. Even if I become a god in this awakening Manhwa world, I can't save a single soul. Yu Harang tried to suppress her rage, but the dam was breaking. A torrent of dark realizations flooded her mind. Because I knew the truth, but chose to ignore it. An innocent person is suffering right now. She snapped, screaming. I said, Stop, Yu Sunmin, kicked the old woman aside. He glared at Harang with burning anger. Saintess Yu Harang, if you spare the rod because of personal feelings, the organization will collapse. She shot back, her voice trembling with conviction. Then, let it collapse. What use is an organization that abuses the weak? Hand over her heart, she declared, I don't want to be a saintess anymore. Yu Sunmin froze. What did you say? She wiped her tears. Everything about this is wrong. Memories of the past flooded back. I only endured until now to repay the debt of you saving my life, for taking me out of that hell long ago. Tears streamed down her face as she confessed. But I was wrong. This so-called Gate of Mercy is just another hell. It saves no one. Yu Sunmin stood motionless, staring at her. Since when? He murmured. Since when did you think that? She wiped her face defiantly. Did you really think I didn't know, father? I knew even before I awakened. Yu Sunmin slowly knelt, reaching out to wipe a tear from her cheek. He whispered softly, sending chills down her spine. If you knew for so long, why stop pretending now? She looked him in the eye. Because of him. Because Seo Gangrim said he would help me, she thought. So I could finally fight against this cursed fate. She sobbed, her voice breaking. So I can live as a human, instead of dying as a god. Suddenly, Yu Sunmin pulled her into a suffocating embrace. Because he told me I could. Finally. The day has come. He hugged her tighter, whispering into her ear. I have waited so long for this. The day you would try to escape me. Leader, she gasped, confused. He looked at her with a gentle yet horrifying expression. Let it grow. His face instantly flipped like a switch. Cultivate that deep resentment in your soul. Become a stronger god through hatred. Yu Sunmin raised his hand. A system window appeared. Skill activated. Prison sphere. A barrier of light trapped her. From the distance, Seo Gangrim roared. I won't let you touch her. Harang's heart skipped a beat. Seo Gangrim. He dashed in like a bolt of lightning, his blade shattering the cage in a single strike. Yu Sunmin shielded his face from the exploding debris, shocked. Harang smiled amidst the sparks, seeing her savior. Seo Gangrim glared at the villain with pure fury. Are you okay? Seo Gangrim asked, his voice shifting to gentle concern. Are you hurt? Harang whispered back. No, I'm fine. She looked at the tyrant, then back to her hero. More importantly, I know. Seo Gangrim cut in, sorry for crashing the party so late. But the pleasantries ended there. Seo Gangrim stood up, gripping his sword, and walked toward Yu Sunmin. I can't just stand by and watch this garbage anymore. The villain laughed a sinister sound. I thought a rat had sneaked in. And turns out it's just you, the false hope of these leveling Manhwa insects. Well, then I must treat you with the hospitality you deserve. He picked up a radio, his voice booming over the speakers. Believers, his command echoed through the building. Come to me at once, footsteps thundered as everyone rushed toward Yu Sunmin. He grinned maniacally. And destroy my enemy. Their eyes glazed over with brainwashed madness, the crowd charged. Even the old woman lunged at Seo Gangrim with killing intent. Harang screamed from behind, no stop. She rushed forward. Don't listen to him. Seo Gangrim caught her mid-stride. You harang. He scooped her up into his arms. Hold on tight. He sprinted toward the window, thousands of hands clawing at them like zombies. Crash. He shattered the glass, shocking the mob, and leaped into the void with her in his arms. Harang looked back at the cultists, then raised her hand toward the blinding sun. In the outside world, Seo Gangrim landed safely shielding Harang. From the broken window above, screams erupted. Seo Gangrim has kidnapped the Saintess. A fanatic grabbed the radio and shrieked. The intruder took the Saintess. Kill him, bring the Saintess back at all costs. Seo Gangrim spun around facing the tidal wave of humanity surging toward him. The air filled with the roar of the mob returned the Saintess to us, as hundreds of hands clawed desperately to snatch Yu Harang away. Bring her back, the crowd screamed. Seo Gangrim unsheathed his blade, the steel singing a sharp note. Listen to me, you are all victims here. He struck out, weaving his blade through the chaos, without drawing blood. I have no desire to harm a single soul. With one burst of energy, a shockwave swept the entire mob aside. Seo Gangrim sheathed his sword with a click. That should hold you. The aura he released had locked their bodies in place, freezing them like statues in a garden of madness. Even paralyzed, their eyes burned with a fanatical hunger to capture the girl. Yu Harang finally grasped the true horror of this awakening Manhwa reality. The screaming never stopped echoing like a nightmare. Kill Seo Gangrim, a voice shrieked. Yet a frozen man wept, pleading, don't leave us, we beg for salvation, please come back. Don't forsake us. The cries continued to pierce the air. Seo Gangrim hoisted Yu Harang into his arms, walking stoically through the forest of frozen pleading bodies. She gripped his shoulder, her voice trembling. Seo Gangrim, we can't just leave them. His expression remained as cold as ice. You aren't abandoning anyone. Escaping to the outside world and exposing this compassionate saint sect for the sham it is that is the only path to true salvation for these people. He marched forward, voice steady. Don't you want to shatter the leader's brainwashing and give them true freedom? Her eyes dimmed with sorrow. Suddenly, Yu Sun-min stepped from the shadows. I cannot allow that. Seo Gangrim whipped around, sensing danger. Crack! A loud shot rang out, and the frozen follower beside him collapsed, head blown open in a fountain of crimson. A severed head rolled to Seo Gangrim's feet. Yu Sun-min clasped his hands in mock prayer, his voice dripping with false piety. Forgive me, my faithful child. The old monster sighed theatrically. I shall never forget your noble sacrifice. Yu Harang stared at the corpse, paralyzed by horror, while Seo Gangrim's rage flared, his hand flying to his hilt. The cult leader approached, his voice soft like a poisonous snake. Please, return to our embrace. Yu Sun-min continued his twisted sermon. At least honor this believer's death. Seo Gangrim leveled his blade at the tyrant's throat. You think I'll let your madness continue? Yu Sun-min roared, his mask slipping. This does not concern an outsider. Cries for the saintess erupted from the distance. Terrified, Yu Harang buried herself in Seo Gangrim's shadow. The leader extended a claw-like hand, bellowing, how can you turn a blind eye to your own flock, my child? He grabbed a frozen statue of a man. Do you not feel their desperate thirst for happiness? Yu Sun-min invoked the past. You have watched over their suffering for 10 long years. He recounted their misery, a litany of woe. Born into a hellish destiny, they placed their faith in you. They have waited an eternity for your light to save them. His voice rose to a fever pitch. You must rewrite their tragic stars. Do not forsake your divine duty. Seo Gangrim held her tighter, whispering, no, do not listen to his poison. Yu Harang, Yu Sun-min's voice boomed like thunder. It is time to ascend as God. The monster closed the distance between them. Grant them a life of peace, he crooned, stepping closer. Rewrite the cruel script of their existence. Come to me, scream for their salvation. Slash Seo Gangrim's blade, cut the air, pressing against the leader's neck. You are deluded, old man. Seo Gangrim's voice was cold steel. Stealing lives to extend your own opportunities. You will never escape the cycle of agony and misfortune with that path, especially when the sacrifice is a child. His teeth ground together in fury. A path paved with the blood of innocence leads to hell, not salvation. Yu Harang stood stunned, witnessing the sheer intensity of Seo Gangrim's righteous anger. She gently touched his shoulder, a silent anchor in the storm. Yu Sun-min sneered with arrogance. Sin guilt, my children feel no such things. Seo Gangrim spat back, because you've hollowed out their souls with your brainwashing. Precisely. The leader spread his arms, basking in his own twisted glory. Under my system, no believer bears the burden of conscience. He spewed mockery at the lives wasted for his sect, spitting on the graves of those who died and those yet to be sacrificed on his altar. He raised a hand to the heavens. However, even if the sheep forget the wolves that fed them, I, their shepherd, shall bear it all. Yu Sunmin's mouth hinged open in a maniacal laugh. I will remember and repent for them. With a flick of his wrist, the puppet master commanded his dolls. The mob surged toward Seo Gangrim, screaming in unison, "Return her to us." They charged like a horde of zombies, eyes rolling back. "Release the vessel, give us back our god." A forest of hands clawed at Seo Gangrim, thousands of fingers piercing his defense. "Save us," they chanted. Seo Gangrim's mind raced. "If I use my frostfire arts now, these fragile bodies will shatter." "Seo Gangrim, what do we do?" Yu Harang cried. With a precise swing, he blew the crowd back with wind pressure alone. "Trust me," he roared, his resolve ironclad. "No matter what, I will get you out of this hell." But from the chaotic mass, a blade glinted in the light. Shake-cold steel buried itself in his back. Hot blood sprayed across Yu Harang's porcelain face. A violet poison dagger protruded from Seo Gangrim's spine. The hero collapsed, knees hitting the dirt. The attacker eyes, swirling with madness, loomed over him. "Give her back." Yu Harang shielded his fallen body, screaming, "Stop it." The fanatic dropped to his knees, the blade hovering inches from the saintess's scalp. Defeated, she raised her hands in surrender. Seo Gangrim's trembling hand grasped her hem, his voice weak. "No, Yu Harang, don't." She met Yu Sunmin's gaze, her spirit finally breaking. I will become your god." The crowd erupted, hands raised in fanatical worship. "The saintess accepts. Hurry, saintess." Their cheers were sickeningly bright. But beneath the joy lay a darker chant, faces twisted in ecstasy. "Please die." The chant grew deafening. "Please die, hurry up, and die for our sins." Yu Harang slumped onto the ceremonial throne, a queen of ashes surrounded by vultures. She bowed her head, accepting her doom as the voices washed over her. "Ascend, become God, die for us." From a distance, the pyre was lit, flames licking at the firewood surrounding her. From inside a cage, Seo Gangrim watched the tragedy of this manhwa recap unfold, screaming Yu Harang's name into the fire. Blood-soaked, Yu Harang's face as she clung desperately to Seo Gangrim. "I will become a god," she whispered, her voice trembling. But back in the cold reality, Seo Gangrim stared at the ground, while Yu Harang sat bound, her hands clasped in a desperate prayer. Was this the end? To die without ever tasting true freedom? Seo Gangrim rushed forward, gripping her trembling hands tight. "What the hell are you talking about?" His voice cracked with desperation as he screamed at her. "You told me you wanted a life of your own, not as a deity, but as a human being. Are you really going to give up and die here?" "I'm fine, so don't you dare surrender," he insisted. Slowly, Yu Harang's hand reached out, her fingers grazing his cheek with gentle warmth. "It's okay," she whispered softly. "You've done enough." She pulled him into a weak embrace. "I'm sorry for placing such a heavy burden on your shoulders." Her grip tightened slightly as she made her resolve. "From now on, I will handle this myself." Seo Gangrim pulled back, stunned. "What?" But the fear in Yu Harang's eyes was gone, replaced by a steel-like resolve. "Just trust me." Snap back to reality. He was trapped behind bars. Clutching his chest, he realized he had no other play left in this manhwa recap. He had to bet everything on Yu Harang. Yu Sunmin strolled over from the distance, his presence oozing arrogance. "Truly, a magnificent sight, isn't it?" A twisted smirk played on the villain's lips. "Don't you think the fanatical desires of those believers will burn your little saintess to ash at any moment?" Seo Gangrim glared back, his eyes burning with murderous intent. The cult leader tapped the cage bars lightly. Now, don't look so angry." He glanced at the hero with disdain. "You'll be saved soon enough as well." Suddenly, his hand clamped around Seo Gangrim's throat, choking him. "Every single one of your skills will become fodder for my insect-level followers." A system window popped up. Skill Primary Soul Physiognomy. It allowed the user to read an opponent's abilities just by looking at their face. Yu Sunmin squeezed tighter, analyzing his prey. The leader can see skill windows. The villain chuckled darkly, mocking him. "Unbelievable. To think you were mere trashed here all along." Another notification flashed. Target Seo Gangrim. Possess skills Life Taker Flame Mastery. Open Blade Battle Sense Solitude. He released his grip, dusting off his hands as he turned away. "But before we deal with you, we must conclude the God creation ritual." "You bastard," Seo Gangrim roared. "Are you going to ruin her plan?" Ignoring him, Yu Sunmin marched toward the girl, a burning torch in his hand. He laughed coldly, confident that their little rebellion was over. "In the end, Seo Gangrim, you were powerless to save her. Yu Haring looked up, fury blazing in her eyes. Oh, what a beautiful expression, he mocked, tapping her forehead with a condescending finger. This was inevitable. Wearing the face of a victor, he whispered. Even if his words moved your heart, he would only lead you down a path of greater misery. That is the fate of the weak. Suddenly, Yu Haring slapped his hand away with force. Is that so? Then I suppose that applies to you as well. Her voice was steady and cold. Because I am about to make that misery your reality. Yu Sanmin remained calm, unbothered by her threat. What can a girl who has relied on others her whole life possibly do? Yu Haring's hand shot out, gripping the shaft of his torch. You're right. I always waited for a savior. Memories flashed the hellish orphanage, this prison-like cult. She snapped back to the present. But things have changed. She shoved him back with unexpected force, screaming, I will save myself, and I will save everyone else too. System alert. Force dispel activated. Restriction lifted. Latent brainwashing cleared. Yu Haring rose to her feet, her aura flaring. You will no longer enslave these people. She brandished the torch defiantly. So just give up. But suddenly, her expression darkened as a shadow loomed. Yu Sanmin let out a cunning laugh. You are so painfully predictable. Dark energy gathered in his hand. I was well aware you possessed that ability. He spread his arms wide for the crowd to see. And I also know that your little trick is far too weak to undo years of my conditioning. Yu Haring's face fell in despair. No, it can't be. Power surged from his body. My latent brainwashing has been layered every single day for years. He swung the torch violently toward her. So, what can a mere girl do? Yu Haring froze. Did I fail? Is it impossible to save the believers? To save Seo Gangrim? A voice pierced the darkness. Don't you dare give up, Yu Haring. She snapped out of her trance, locking eyes with him. Skill activated hydro control. The mythical beast Kirin swooped in, placing itself between her and the villain. Yu Haring reached out. But my power isn't enough to stop him. As she extended her hand, Kirin pressed its forehead against hers. System alert skill, 5 elements harmony activated. A legendary card materialized, a classic trope of this awakening manhwa. 5 elements harmony. Grade Dragon Tier 3. Effect amplifies all attribute skills for 15 minutes and negates attribute penalties. Seo Gangrim downed a blue potion and collapsed to his knees, exhausted. Even if you fail, it's all right. Wiping the elixir from his lip, he smiled. We've got your back. Just keep fighting. Tears welled in Yu Haring's eyes, a look of pure relief washing over her. She stood tall. I haven't failed yet. Yu Sanmin, recovering from the shock, charged forward like a madman. You cannot do this. You must become a god. She placed a hand over her heart, and a massive wave of energy erupted from her core. I have to keep moving forward. She screamed, let's end this nightmare. System enhanced force dispel activated. Latent brainwashing partially cleared. The system pinged rapidly. The shockwave blasted Yu Sanmin off his feet, sending him hurtling off the platform and into the abyss below. Latent brainwashing completely cleared. 3,428 of 3,428. The crowd blinked, waking from a long dream. Where am I? Weak voices filled the air. What have I been doing? Meanwhile, Yu Sanmin lay broken in agony. On the stage, small trembling legs could barely hold their weight. Thousands of eyes looked up. Yu Haring stood there gasping for air, her eyes wide. Her lips parted slightly to whisper one word. Us. Then her body gave out, tipping backward. They had succeeded. Before she hit the ground, a strong arm wrapped around her. Seo Gangrim looked down, panic in his voice. Yu Haring. Her hands slowly rose to touch him. Seo Gangrim. The fear was gone, replaced by a gentle smile. Thank you. Her hand dropped limp as Kirin watched on silently. Seo Gangrim spoke in a low, reassuring voice. Don't worry, she's just completely drained of mana. Placing a hand gently on her forehead, he added, a little sleep is all she needs to recover. A gentle smile softened his features as he whispered, You did well, Yu Haring. Draping his coat over her trembling form, Seo Gangrim turned and walked forward, fear nowhere to be found in his stride. Yu Sanmin looked up in sheer panic. How is this possible? You're trash. A bug level awakened just like me. Seo Gangrim closed his eyes, ignoring the noise as a stream of thoughts flowed through his mind. Originally, I hadn't planned on killing him. He recalled Yu Haring's words. He gave me a roof over my head and taught me my purpose in life. If not for him, I wouldn't have made it this far. I decided I would repay him for everything he's done. Seo Gangrim mused. I knew Yu Haring would be heartbroken if I ended him. Suddenly, Yu Sanmin clawed at him, desperate. Did Yu Haring put you up to this? Did that ungrateful wretch tell you to kill the father who raised her? Seo Gangrim's voice turned ice cold. You're the ungrateful one here. Yu Harong saw you as her real father. The old man's veiny hand slipped away in shock. Father Yu Sunmin suddenly screamed like a madman. Then she should have just died for me. Seo Gangrim grit his teeth, his blade erupting in scorching flames. That's it. Rage blazed in Seo Gangrim's eyes like wildfire. I can't let a monster like you live. Yu Sunmin's voice cracked weakly. Stop. I only wanted to save. Witnesses stared eyes wide with horror at the scene unfolding before them. The flames roared as the life faded from the old man's eyes. He killed him. It's a murder. Panic took over, and the crowd scattered. Help, run for your lives. Seo Gangrim watched them flee, his gaze heavy with killing intent. Suddenly, the interface typical of a system Manhwa chimed. Skill-activated brainwashing sonic wave. 2 weeks passed, in the blink of an eye. Yu Harong burst in, beaming with excitement. I'm home. Sina immediately turned to welcome the group, smiling warmly. Did you have fun at the aquarium? Yu Harong nodded vigorously. It was amazing. There were tanks full of fish everywhere. I could walk underwater without even using a skill. It felt just like the underwater palace from the legends. You really should have come with us. Sina chuckled softly. I'll definitely join you next time. You must be starving, right? Go wash up. I made some snacks. At the mention of snacks, Yu Harong's face lit up. Her eyes sparkled as she dug into the spicy rice cakes. Wow, this tteokbokki is absolutely delicious. Yoon Bom chimed in. Try this one too. Yoon Gyum added enthusiastically. It tastes way better if you dip it in the sauce. Sina rested her chin on her hand, watching them with a content smile. You drop some. She tilted her head, speaking softly. Eat slowly, there's plenty. When she first met Harang, the girl was in a terrible state, but thanks to Father Johan's care, she had recovered at a miraculous speed. Harang held out a piece. Try this, Sina. There's cheese inside. Sina thought to herself, I'm so relieved she's adjusting this well. It really is good. But internally, anxiety lingered regarding Seo Gangrim's words from that day. He had said, I made sure Yu Harang's incident won't hit the media. Sina paused. What Harang had endured was already too much for one person. Seo Gangrim had warned, if word gets out, all sorts of dangerous people will come looking for her. Her former followers might still remember her face. Can we really keep this hidden forever? At the time, he had slowly picked up a letter. I've already handled that part personally, so don't worry. Sina frowned at the memory. I feel like he's hiding something again. He claimed he didn't know this would happen, but it annoyed her that he always shouldered the burden alone. I told him specifically that we should solve things together next time. But this wasn't what she had hoped for. Suddenly, Yu Harang's voice broke her train of thought. By the way, where are Seo Gangrim and Jang Tae-hoon? Should we save some leftovers for them? Bam! A hand slammed down on the table in sudden anger. Sina's expression darkened with a menacing aura. Eat it all, Harang. Those two don't deserve a single bite. Meanwhile, in a quiet, dimly lit room, Jang Tae-hoon broke the silence. Gangrim, I'm honestly really happy you finally decided to ask us for help. Seo Gangrim lowered his head. I know this looks suspicious, but I'm confident. I saw the future through the guidance of fate. Jang Tae-hoon cut him off immediately. Of course I trust you, man. Seo Gangrim let out a sigh of relief. Thanks. Jang Tae-hoon added nervously, but Sina looked furious. Gangrim rubbed his head. That's exactly why I wanted to handle it alone. But I agree we need to tackle the cult matters as a team. Just then, the door creaked open, the sound barely a whisper in the quiet room. Seo Gangrim explained, more people means better results, right, even if I do most of the heavy lifting. Suddenly, Jang Tae-hoon's face went pale. So, about today. Kang Do-hun was already standing behind them, arms crossed. Hey, Seo Gangrim. Have you lost your damn mind? You put your house and your ancestors' graves up as collateral just to buy coins. Coins. Kang Do-hun's voice was dangerously calm. Please tell me it's not the crypto coin I'm thinking of. Seo Gangrim, nursing a freshly swollen cheek, muttered, I just intend to use the system for the upcoming Great Demon World event. He lowered his head again. Did you see the future again? Seo Gangrim continued. The second Great Demon World isn't dangerous. In fact, it's basically a festival for the gods. The participants will act as representatives for the 12 zodiac gods and compete in a race. Jang Tae-hoon's jaw dropped. The 12 zodiac gods. Can we choose which god we represent? Seo Gangrim shook his head. No. It's assigned based on your birth year. So, except for the twins, we'll all be on different teams. Seo Gangrim nodded. Exactly. This won't be a team game for us this time. Awakened ones who aren't participating can buy coins, specifically coins betting on which zodiac god they think will win. You're free to choose anyone. The system interface flashed. Will you purchase this god's coin? Seo Gangrim explained. After the race ends, the value of the coins will skyrocket or plummet, depending on the god's final rankings. Kang Do-hun massaged his temples. So, you want me to buy these coins? Who's going to win? Seo Gangrim pointed confidently at himself. Me. Obviously. It's not that I saw a future where I win, but I know exactly what this race entails so I can manipulate the outcome. Kang Do-hun grabbed his cheek, agitated. You crazy bastard. So it really is gambling. What if you don't win? Seo Gangrim mumbled weakly. Can't you trust me? Just a little. Kang Do-hun shoved an envelope forward. If you don't win, don't ever call yourself my brother again. You'll have to pay back every single cent. Seo Gangrim and Jang Tae-hun looked down at the table, eyes widening in excitement. It was the deed to the ancestral burial grounds and his registered seal. Seo Gangrim looked up hopefully. Do I get any VIP perks? Smack. Kang Do-hun's hand came down on his head instantly. Just then, the Game Master's voice boomed from the sky. Greetings everyone, today marks the opening of the second Great Demon World. Welcome to the Zodiac race. Let's have a round of applause, the participants murmured in confusion. A race we aren't fighting monsters, the voice boomed again. I will display the basic rules and map first. Please review them before I explain. Seo Gangrim's eyes locked onto the holographic screen as the skill asset seizure flashed ominously. Suddenly his intuition screamed, the compass of fate had awakened. A system alert shattered the silence. An anomaly detected in the second Great Demon Realm. The 10 Gods Asset Seizure Protocol was live signaling inevitable chaos and betrayal in this intense system Manhwa scenario. Yu Hong glanced up, confused by the muttered warning. What are you rambling about? He asked. Nothing. Seo Gangrim replied, his voice dropping to a grave whisper. The compass of fate pulsed again, a harbinger of doom. Something terrible is approaching. Stay sharp, he warned. But Johan cut through the tension. Can't your skill pinpoint the victim? He pressed. Seo Gangrim hesitated. It could be a foe, or one of us. His brow furrowed in deep concentration. Let's pray for peace. I'll heal anyone who gets hurt, the healer declared, clutching her chest. I refuse to believe we'll turn on each other. Rival teams or not, our bond is unbreakable. Easy to say until you're staring at defeat, the major investor scoffed. Trust me, she countered. The future is uncertain, but I know we'll survive this together. We must watch each other's backs. Just knowing I have allies in this hellscape gives me the strength to carry on. The Game Master's voice boomed, cutting the sentiment short. All right, players, did you memorize the regulations? The system interface materialized, displaying the laws of the Zodiac race. Participants are grouped by their birth year. Within this demon realm, any abilities or artifacts linked to your Zodiac sign will receive a massive amplification buff. Unleash your skills and items freely, but heed this warning. Violence and murder are strictly prohibited. Furthermore, all communication devices are jammed in this zone. Violate these restrictions at your own peril. A single forbidden act results in immediate disqualification and erasure from the game. The Game Master grinned. Now for the part you crave. The quest rewards flashed in gold. First to third place would receive legendary tier treasures and ranking bonuses. Ranks 4 through 12 aren't left empty-handed either, and the winning team gets a massive bonus. He slammed the button. Let the games begin. Now that the objective is clear, surely you're wondering, why this specific challenge? What is the meaning behind this twisted race? Behold the ancient myth. The screen shifted. Eons ago, the Jade Emperor issued a decree to all beasts. Arrive before me by the break of dawn. The first 12 shall be immortalized as the guardians of time. And so the great beast stampede began a race for eternal glory. Their arrival order defined our calendar. But was the result truly just? If they raced again, on equal ground, who would claim the throne? We recreate history to find that answer. Pour your soul into this run. The system chimed main quest. Updated. Achieve the high score in the Zodiac race. Time limit, 3 hours. The Game Master waved the checkered flag. The countdown begins now. Take your stances behind the starting line. As the timer ticked down, tension saturated the air. Seo Gangrim grit his teeth, his resolve hardening like steel. I will conquer this demon realm and emerge victorious, no matter the cost. The clock hit 0 start. The Game Master roared. Instantly, the system interface flooded with notifications. Passive skill, super speed activated. Doc Gojun kept his eyes glued to the display. With the race underway, the Zodiac coin betting market is officially closed. Sit back and witness the chaos. Current coin the rat. The players surged forward like a tidal wave. This was no mere run. It was a festival of the gods, a true awakening Manhwa spectacle. The competition was suffocating. Skill Hydro Step activated. Shin Yuha grinned, bursting with confidence as the frontrunners tore through the first zone at breakneck speeds. Gasps echoed as players looked up. Dominating the lead was a majestic third-rank dragonkin, its massive 2-meter form weaving through obstacles with terrifying grace. Seo Gangrim smirked. Solid start. Just need to maintain this rhythm. But the Game Master's voice spiked with malicious glee. Seo Gangrim has reached a checkpoint. Let's see what destiny holds. Without warning, a crimson warning screen materialized directly in Seo Gangrim's path, blinding him with its ominous glow. System Fate card activated. He froze, eyes widening in shock. In the blink of an eye, the top contender was teleported away, dumped unceremoniously onto a desolate, uninhabited island. He landed hard, stamina drained. Meanwhile, back at the race, ethereal wings sprouted from Yuhong's back as the main pack charged toward the first checkpoint. Item, Wings of Velocity obtained. Flight enabled for 10 minutes. Johan raised his hand, desperation fueling his movements. Sister, he cried. System cheer buff received. All stats amplified. Flexibility, passive acquired. Jump height increased for 10 minutes. Penalty, remain on desert island. Escape condition, roll a 6 on the dice. Timer, 9 minutes and 42 seconds remaining. Seo Gangrim scowled at the unfairness. My luck is absolute trash today. Ignoring the timer, he launched himself into the air. System warning. Return to the designated area immediately. He ignored it, his feet skimming across the azure water. System alert, target has escaped confinement. Initiating penalty protocol. The air grew heavy with killing intent. A massive crimson aura exploded in front of Seo Gangrim. The island guardian materialized its giant palm, clenching into a fist as it rocketed toward him in a blind rage. Seo Gangrim's hand snapped to his hilt. His eyes were cold as ice. Penalty, don't make me laugh. He drew his blade, unleashing a slash of pure destructive force. Move. A glacial blue energy surged instantly, encasing the guardian's arm in magical frost. The ice spread rapidly. Seo Gangrim's eyes burned with predatory focus. I will win this. System player, Seo Gangrim, penalized for jailbreak. High above Doc Gojun, watched the notification with an amused smirk. Seo Gangrim. He actually soloed the guardian to escape early. He chuckled, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. I expected nothing less from a monster like him. Doc Gojun descended his feet, touching the ground softly. Seo Gangrim sprinted, the wind howling in his ears. I escaped the trap, but the penalty cost me precious time. He glanced sideways, calculating. The second stage won't be a walk in the park. Doc Gojun pulled up beside him. Hey Seo Gangrim, how do you plan to bridge the gap to first place? Seo Gangrim flashed a knowing smile. Curious, Seo Gangrim extended his hand invitingly. Then stick with me. Doc Gojun looked up, realizing the implication. Are you proposing a party alliance? You were born in the year of the rat, weren't you? Seo Gangrim replied. Let's call it a temporary truce. Doc Gojun accepted the hand. I was waiting for you to say that. However, the moment their hands met, Doc Gojun's grip tightened like a vice around Seo Gangrim's wrist. A dark smile played on his lips. But tell me, doesn't something feel wrong about this setup? There is no way you would agree to team up so easily. You are plotting something, aren't you, Doc? Gojun's voice rose with excitement. Aha, so that is your game. The slot machine system flashed a notification. For the third stage, a mount is required. Your vehicle will be determined by the slots. He gasped in surprise. Wait, we are not running on foot. Do not mess up what I am about to do, Seo Gangrim warned, arms crossed coolly. How can I ruin it when I do not even know what it is? Doc Gojun shot back. And why are you hesitating? You are the one who can regress after all. He sighed, looking down. Fine, have it your way. I know the truth. In his past life, he dumped all his points into luck, while I got stuck with a pathetic tricycle. Even as an insect class, I clawed my way up to demon level 5, but my luck? It was absolutely trash. I need to cling to this guy's golden thigh instead of gambling blindly. It is all on you, buddy Doc. Gojun locked his eyes on the slot machine. Come on, Daddy needs a big win. In the blink of an eye, the first digit locked in. Then the number 7 slammed into the second slot. The machine screamed. Congratulations, jackpot Doc. Gojun roared with joy. Magnificent. Well, is it everything you hoped for? Suddenly he froze. Huh, where did he vanish to? Slowly, Doc Gojun pulled back the curtain for the big reveal. Blinding headlights pierced the darkness, the system announced. You have received the Red Bull Underbaron. Doc Gojun's eyes went wide. It is beautiful. What are you doing there? Seo Gangrim turned sharply. If you do not get in right now, I am leaving you behind. He grinned shamelessly. You have gotten much bolder since we first met. Gangrim replied coldly, suit yourself. Doc Gojun struck a pose, wagging a finger. A main character has to have some charm after all. The wheels began to spin with power. Better buckle up. Here I go. The two of them tore off in the luxury machine. The Five Rats Alliance had truly hit the jackpot this time. They started late, but thanks to their legendary speed, they had already breached the second zone. Ahead of them, a chaotic battle was raging. Beams of energy rained down at breakneck speeds. Minho shouted urgently, push past them. We need to support the main force against the new hunters of the Asura Guild. Kang Jang Taehun gripped his sword, handle knuckles white. Do not let a single one of them near Sua. Suddenly, Johan whipped his head around, spotting the vehicle roaring up behind them. Doc Gojun threw his hands up in excitement, screaming, make way. The car screeched to a halt right in the middle of the crowd. What the hell is this? Move it, get out of the way. Seo Gangrim tightened his grip on the steering wheel, glancing sideways. Are you injured? Yu Harong nodded quickly. I am fine. Hurry, the Asura Guild is trying to abduct Sua. His eyes widened in shock. What? She rode up beside him on horseback. We have to stop them right here. Seo Gangrim gritted his teeth. The aura of death is spiking. Activate skill Heavenly Eye. Damn it. Is Shin Ara the danger that fate warned me about? A high-speed chase erupted between the vehicles. Shin Ara suddenly stood up, shouting with manic excitement. Dark, ominous energy swirled around the rope, clutched in her hand. She lashed it out toward them. How long do you think you can run from me, little girl? The system flashed a warning skill. Activated Force Dispel. Weapon enhancement neutralized. Yu Harang's face went pale. She could not hold out much longer in this leveling Manhwa scenario. Sua gripped the wheel, screaming, Harang is Shin Ara, right on us. She realized the truth. It is just me now. She has gone berserk. We just need to buy a little more time. Yu Harang suddenly snapped, emotionally unstable. Private time together. You are not alone. I am right here. And listen well. Sua belongs to Seo Gangrim's faction now. She ground her teeth in fury. She is not yours. We cannot let this go on. Shin Ara roared back. What did you say? Seo Gangrim is establishing his own guild. I sacrificed an arm for him. And now you intend to abandon your family for him too, she screamed, in pure rage. Just what the hell is that bastard thinking? Before she could finish, a blinding blue light exploded from behind. A curtain of frost, cold as death, rushed toward Shin Ara. What is this? A massive hand made of energy reached out. Seo Gangrim Yu Harang recognized the signature move and cried out his name. Seo Gangrim. Doc Gojun piped up, hey, I am right here too, or am I invisible to you people? The Guildmaster announced, the leader is changing right at the end of the second zone. The Five Rats Alliance was closing in on Sua and Shin Ara. Seo Gangrim turned sharply. Are you all right? She responded quickly. Harang is the one who took the damage. This is nothing to me. Sua's skills are protecting me. Seo Gangrim exhaled relief, washing over him. Thank God. The Guildmaster's voice boomed. The second zone has concluded, with the Five Rats Alliance in the lead. But the third zone is where the real race begins. The leaders remained in their vehicles, neck and neck. It meant a tie for first place. Would this race end in tragedy, just like the ancient myths? Suddenly, a grotesque hand slowly emerged from a tear in space. In a split second, the Guildmaster was obliterated. The cars were still tearing down the track, but panic spread instantly. This cursed race was over. Seo Gangrim clenched his jaw, thinking, damn it, what is going on? Was this the warning from fate? His gaze sharpened like a blade. It was not about Shin Ara. The system screamed, warning, the energy of death has multiplied. Seo Gangrim slammed on the brakes. Strange orbs floated ominously in the air before them, and that monstrous hand continued to crawl through the spatial rift. From this moment on, the clown's face twisted into a terrifying grin. Let the games begin. Instantly, a swarm of figures poured out of the portal. Welcome to the Carnival of Clowns. Seo Gangrim froze, staring into the abyss. Doc Gojun glanced at him in sheer panic. Seo Gangrim, Harang, and Sua screamed his name in horror. Gangrim, the system window flashed red. Skill activated, forced return. Sua's eyes went wide as she shouted, Gangrim. They were completely surrounded in this awakening Manhwa nightmare. We are the clown troupe. Yu Harang gritted her teeth, watching from the car. We are here to bring. Terrifying auras erupted around them. A new order to this world. Sua's eyes burned with fury. What have you done with Gangrim Lananos? Mawar paused at the sound of that name. She immediately pointed her blade. That is none of your concern. She leaped from the vehicle. He is going to become one of us. A swirling blue aura instantly enveloped Sua's body. Don't be ridiculous. A massive spectral beast materialized a roaring tiger. The system announced, skill activated soul of the mountain, god white tiger. Zodiac-related skills receive a massive amplification in the demon realm. Sua furrowed her brows, her voice dropping to a deadly growl. Tell me, where is he? Lanano's Maor flew forward, sword in hand. They are all attacking the Union watchout. Kang Jang Tae Hun whipped around. Is everyone all right? Yunbom shouted. Focus on what is in front of us. The enemies were already upon them. A protective barrier snapped into place. Who the hell are these guys? Johan scowled. I think this is the conflict he predicted before the starting gun fired. I pray they survive. Seo Gangrim scanned his surroundings with hawk-like precision. Even off track, the suffocating pressure of the demon realm remained. His gaze turned icy. What is your business here? His eyes locked onto Lanano's Maor hovering above like a predator. She broke the silence with a chilling offer. Listen closely. This is a special directive from our supreme leader. Join the clown troupe. Or else. Seo Gang's mind raced. This syndicate existed in my past life too. A shadow organization of masked criminals raining terror upon the Bureau of Fate Protection and its allies. But in the original timeline, they didn't surface for another year. I had no idea they were already active in the shadows. Baekhyang might be among their ranks. I plan to hunt them down eventually, but is this the moment fate has chosen? Lanano's descended with predatory grace. It may seem sudden, but this is a golden opportunity. I know you harbor doubts about the Bureau. Seo Gang stiffened. Seeing her mark land, Lanano's leaned in her voice, a poisonous whisper. Did you think only we saw through you? The Bureau isn't blind either. In a flash, Seo Gang's hand snapped around her wrist like a vice. Lanano's merely leaned back unfazed by his aggression. My, so aggressive. Let's work together, she purred. We share a common enemy. Seo Gang calculated rapidly. Unlike the Bureau, this group is a complete variable. Infiltrating them would yield priceless intel. Lanano's pressed on. Let us crush the Bureau and forge a new world order. His grip tightened, knuckles turning white. Decision made. That sounds tempting, he said icily. And that mask, it suits a two-faced rat like you. Bam. His fist connected with the force of a wrecking ball. Her mask shattered into dust. Clutching her face, she hissed. How utterly ruthless. Why would I trust a syndicate of murderers? Seo Gang growled. Suddenly, the system Manhwa interface flashed, skill, activated, fate perception. Lanano's looked up, a twisted smile playing on her lips. Drop the righteous act. Target Lanano's Maor. Rank 2nd tier. Attribute metal. Zodiac rabbit. She's the same tier, but elementally I dominate. Victory was assured. Berna warned me not to reveal my face, she sighed. His mind churned. To infiltrate, I need a bigger fish. Was this Berna the mastermind behind the curtains? If your boss wants me, tell him to come himself. I don't follow weaklings. Lananos' eyes flared with sudden, unbridled rage. Excuse me. Auras exploded around her. You dare look down on me. Razor-sharp claws extended from her fingertips. I'll tear you to shreds. System alert beast claw activated. She lunged. You little rat, Seo Gang. Parried effortlessly. You're nothing but a harmless bunny. Her eyes went wide. Harmless. I am a beast of vengeance. He scoffed, parrying another blow. Vengeance. Over a single punch, how petty. Veins bulged as he gripped his blade. What a shame. With a surge of power, he forced her back. Lanano stumbled, losing her footing. Did you know, she sneered, regaining her balance? Even the Zodiac has natural predators. The rat has many enemies, especially after tricking the ox. Blinding light engulfed her silhouette. But the one who hates the rat most. Her eyes turned pitch black, oozing killing intent. Is the cat you betrayed? System warning skill. Cat's grudge activated. Effect. Maximum stat amplification when engaging a rat attribute target. Seo Gang grit his teeth, sensing the shift. A cat. The system window updated Lanano's Maor. Zodiac attributes rabbit and cat. She must be from a region where the cat replaces the rabbit in the Zodiac. Before he could react, she vanished, reappearing instantly to carve a bloody line across his chest. Damn it, her claws were razor-sharp, matched only by her arrogant smirk. She didn't let up, slamming a palm strike toward his vitals. Seo Gang was forced on the defensive. The demon realm buff is stronger than I calculated. Do you understand your position now? She taunted. In this realm, my Zodiac power is absolute. You cannot win. She hovered above him. This is your final warning. Submit or die. Is that it? Seo Gang muttered, a dangerous glint in his eye. If zodiac powers are amplified here, then just how monstrous have the beasts become? Energy swirled around his palm as he began a summoning ritual. Lananos flinched instinctively, recoiling in terror. What? What are you doing? System summoning spirit beast John. Status growth accelerated by zodiac blessing. A massive shadow loomed behind him. This was the peak of a leveling manhwa spectacle. Seo Gang tilted his head, his voice cold as the grave. John. The beast roared, lunging at his command. Devour. Lananos went pale. Is that a dragon? You coward, she screamed. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the realm, flashes of light erupted as Zinswa danced with her blade. The clown clenched his fist. Damn it, if only I could unleash my full power. Yu Harong intercepted him instantly. You think I'll let you escape so easily? System power ceiling activated. The air grew heavy with dread as the corrosion ability began to rot the surroundings. Doc Gojun stomped the ground, ending the chaos. It seems the show is over, he stated flatly. High above the Game Master's voice boomed. Apologies for the interruption. Contestant safety is paramount. The race resumes now. The Game Master returned to his perch. Current manhwa. Recap rankings. First Tiger Shinsua. Second Pig Yu Harang. Third Rat Doc Gojun. The race is far from over, the GM declared. Shinsua froze her eyes, scanning the scoreboard. Seo Gang's name was missing. Panic flared in her chest. She spun around to leave, but Doc Gojun grabbed her arm. Where do you think you're going? I have to find Seo Gangrim, she shouted, desperation in her voice. We are in the middle of a race, he snapped. Do you want to destabilize the entire demon realm? She bit her lip, trembling. Then she turned, her resolve hardening like steel. Finding him matters more than this game. Her intensity caught him off guard. Doc Gojun frowned. Why are you being so irrational? You're usually the smart one, Shinsua. But when it involves Seo Gangrim, you lose your mind. Shinsua paused, her gaze piercing. What did you just say? Doc Gojun sighed, releasing her. This may be a solo race, but aren't you two on the same team? With both teams finishing high, the benefits were mutual. Shinsua grabbed him by the collar, her voice trembling with intensity. It doesn't matter where Gang is. You call yourself his teammate, but you're useless without him. I'm only doing this because I worry about Gang too. He cut her off, his voice rising. Don't you trust him? Even if we don't run around searching, Gang will find his own way to us. Shinsua scowled, ready to argue. How can you be so sure? Doc Gojun tilted his head, his voice dropping to a mysterious whisper. Do you truly not realize? At that very second, a golden aura flooded the heavens. Seo Gangrim was hovering in the sky like a deity. The main character had arrived. Shinsua looked up, her eyes widening in shock. What on earth is that? Yu Harong waved his hand at the sky. In pure excitement, the Game Master announced the shocking truth. While the leading group hesitated, Seo Gangrim was riding a literal dragon. Confidence radiated from his face like the sun. The Game Master continued. Crossing the finish line, the winner of this awakening manhwa arc was none other than Team Rat. As the vehicle moved, the tigers, rats, and rabbits all embraced Seo Gangrim, celebrating their tied second-place victory. But then, the system displayed the current coin count for the Rat Zodiac, excluding the fifth-place finisher. Doc Gojun slammed his hands on the table. What? His eyes went wide with joy as the numbers skyrocketed, climbing endlessly. The system estimated the value at a staggering 120 billion. Time flew by like an arrow, and 2 weeks passed in a flash. Welcome, everyone. Yunbom's eyes widened in surprise. Is everyone already packed and ready? Shinsua nodded firmly. We've already moved into the sect building, Kang Chal added casually. You should move in too while you're at it. Doc Gojun shouted excitedly. The guild headquarters looks absolutely epic. Kang Chiel froze, his brow furrowing. Wait, who allowed that guy here? Yu Harong smirked. I invited him. We fought side by side, so doesn't that make us brothers in arms? Doc Gojun nodded eagerly. Exactly. Yunbom laughed nervously, interrupting the tension. Come on. Today is a joyful day. Let's let the small stuff slide. At that moment, everyone raised their glasses high. Yu Harang chuckled, sneaking a photo of Kiran stuffing her face with cake in the corner. The others applauded Kang Cheol, while Seo Gangrim and Shinsua soaked in the happiness of the moment. But in the end, the hero was the one cleaning up. Kang Cheol lay passed out cold on the floor. Seo Gangrim slowly tapped the holographic screen to check his divinity status. A system notification popped up regarding his completed race and conquest. The system flashed red. Seo Gangrim's recognition level had broken through the limit. Divine process initiated. You have been granted the divine name, the cowardly winner. Your abilities are now scaling with your recognition level. You can access demigod tier skills, though some system functions remain locked due to insufficient fame. Seo Gangrim thought to himself, it seems I need to gather more recognition to unlock my full divine power. He couldn't help but keep checking. Why had his stats skyrocketed so suddenly? Compared to yesterday, his fingers slowly tapped the phone screen. Was there any new news? He checked the comment section. Wait, are these stories about Seo Gangrim treated as real facts? Look at this apocalyptic destiny soul possesses Doc Gojun in a world where powers depend on fate. It read exactly like a classic leveling manhwa plot. Seo Gangrim was born with the worst fate, destined to be the weakest hunter forever. Until one day, he suddenly awakened to destiny-stealing skill and triggered a possession ability. Reading Chapter 1, Shinsuo pushed Seo Gangrim down aggressively. He resisted, begging Shinsuo please stop, but her eyes were burning with determination, and she coldly replied, no. Her lips crashed onto his in an instant. I will never let you go. Seo Gangrim ground his teeth in fury, muttering Doc Gojun. That lunatic is dead meat. The author suddenly collapsed to the floor. Hold on, what's wrong with you this early in the morning? Seo Gangrim's voice was darker than the abyss. I read your novel. Doc Gojun's eyes sparkled with hope. Really? I'm so glad you read it. You know, I really admire you. I wanted the whole world to know your true self, so I tweaked the regression trope into a possession story. Don't worry about your secrets leaking. Gods are born from human imagination, right? If I turn you into a fictional hero, you'll become cooler and way more famous. Seo Gangrim cut him off. Enough. He held up the phone, his aura threatening. Delete it. Immediately. Doc Gojun gasped. Huh, why shouldn't you be happy? You said yourself that you were always misunderstood and feared growing up. But thanks to me, people will finally understand your burden. They'll empathize with your emotions. Seo Gangrim didn't say a word, just staring at him with a piercing gaze. Doc Gojun continued, and then Seo Gangrim, you'll be loved by tens of thousands. Seo Gangrim sighed, lowering his head, as he realized his recognition points increased because of this trashy novel. Suddenly, a file folder landed gently on his shoulder. Shinsuo spoke up from beside him. It's done, gang. We reviewed it and agreed. You can give him permission now. Doc Gojun's jaw dropped. What, Shinsuo read it too? She frowned slightly. Not just me, everyone read it. I won't make you delete it, but there are a lot of parts that need editing. He looked ecstatic. Does that mean you officially approve? Suddenly, Seo Gangrim's deep voice cut through. But, on one condition. Doc Gojun's face turned pale as he read the text on the paper. He panicked. This isn't just one condition, Seo Gangrim interrupted coldly. It counts as one. Sign the contract. The system manifested a magical item, the binding deed. Doc Gojun cried out. This is stifling my creativity. But the system chimed, contract established. Seo Gangrim nodded. Good, it works exactly as expected. Doc Gojun, strangely resilient, shouted, fine, then I'll go write more. Seo Gangrim pointed. That corner is your new office from now on. Doc Gojun screamed. Wait a minute. Are you guys seriously leaving me behind? Time skipped forward to the next day. At the housewarming party, Yu Harang smiled. We depart soon. The system displayed a holographic notification special reward for the top 3 rankers of the race. An invitation to the 3rd divine realm, the reward for the 12 zodiacs race. These invitations from the gods would activate automatically when torn at the destined time. Shinsuo spoke up quickly. We are all going to the same location. Doc Gojun held up his letter. Since it's based on the 12 zodiacs, we might each be sent to a different god's domain. Seo Gangrim hesitated for a moment, but the probability of meeting the god of my specific zodiac is higher. The more believers a god has, the stronger and more recognized they are. And the 12 zodiac gods are known by the entire world. If they are that powerful, surely they hold the answers I've been searching for. The seconds ticked away. Seo Gangrim shouted, it's time. Tear them now. Everyone ripped their letters in perfect unison. Suddenly, Seo Gangrim looked forward. Is this the divine realm? His eyes shined with a mix of anticipation and thrill. A massive spiritual hand slowly pressed against the gate. Before Seo Gangrim, a mysterious light shimmered within the doorway. The system announced, entering the divine realm of the rat god. Received buffs from the 12 zodiacs. The rat deity spoke, his voice booming with authority. Welcome to my divine realm. You, the human who has accepted our power, the Western conqueror. Seo Gangrim tilted his head, forcing an awkward smile. Meeting a god in the flesh was terrifying. Even with the friendly tone, the sheer spiritual pressure was suffocating. The deity continued, his voice echoing. I summoned you to honor your achievements in the race. I shall grant you a reward personally. In the name of the gods, ask me any one question. Seo Gangrim's veiny hands clenched tight instinctively. He lowered his head, eyes shadowing over. When I was a child, a god tried to steal my body. And it still hasn't let go. I want to know the true identity and the real name of that entity. The rat deity paused, intrigued. A god trying to possess you, you say? Instantly divine energy surged before his eyes. Let me see. Which god are you curious about? It seems there are quite a few eyes fixed on you. Dozens of spectral arms materialized around him, likely the strongest among them. A system notification popped up. The hero of life and death was requesting possession again. In this system Manhwa world, even spirits were persistent. Seo Gangrim muttered. I once scared Liu Bei into fleeing just by threatening him. The notification for the hero of life and death vanished instantly, retreating in sheer panic. Seo Gangrim thought to himself. Many mages said it was an incredibly powerful god. Even my best exorcists failed to drive it out. Suddenly a voice thundered from within him. A lowly deity like you dares to peek at my sacred body, the rat. Deity immediately clutched his face, screaming in agony. Seo Gangrim gritted his teeth, stumbling back. What the hell? What is happening? A terrifying crimson aura erupted, swallowing the space. The rat deity's voice trembled low and fearful. Chaos. Absolute chaos. That is a god even I dare not look directly at. Seo Gangrim looked up, trembling. Is that god stronger than the Western Conqueror? What do you mean you can't see through it? You can't identify him. He reached out, desperate. You're a god too. You should know exactly who it is. Gods are not omniscient, and you know that well. I apologize, but I cannot answer. The rat deity composed himself. To make amends, I will grant you 2 additional questions. Seo Gangrim looked down. But if I ask about that god again, I won't get an answer right. The deity nodded. Correct. Seo Gangrim realized if a zodiac god couldn't face it, he had no hope of identifying it yet. Then what about the humans connected to him? The image of Baekhyun flashed in his mind. Where's Baekhyun right now? Why does Baekhyun want to harm me? The rat deity replied. It seems you seek to understand your enemy. Your existence has the potential to deeply alter the fate of this world. Seo Gangrim was stunned. My existence, the deity cut him off sharply. But I cannot say anything more on that matter. The rat deity continued. What is your final question? Seo Gangrim's voice dropped, determined. I want to go to the Western Sky Flower Garden. Right now. Instantly a dimensional rift opened beneath his feet. Seo Gangrim looked around at the weapon racks. So, this is the Western Sky Flower Garden. I didn't get the answers I wanted most, but getting teleported here by the Western Conqueror is a huge win. It saved me years of travel. Now I need to get those flowers as fast as possible. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted behind him. A gigantic foot slammed into the ground, shaking the earth. What the? Looming before Seo Gangrim was a colossal dinosaur. He gritted his teeth, stepping back. I didn't hear anything about this, the beast roared, charging madly. Since when does the flower garden have monsters? Suddenly a voice shouted out. Damn it, why is there a human here? You get down. A blinding beam of light slammed into the monster, followed by a relentless barrage of artillery fire. Seo Gangrim stood his ground, watching the chaos. That bastard. Cannon barrels slowly lowered through the thick smoke. A goblin appeared in front of Seo Gangrim, furious. You scumbag, how did you get in here? Get out immediately. Seo Gangrim raised his hands, realizing these were the garden's guards. Wait, I came here on the recommendation of the Western Conqueror. The goblin's eyes went wide. The Western Conqueror? You mean the winner of the 12 Zodiac race? The goblin's attitude flipped. Follow me. It's dangerous here. I'll take you to the Flower Guardian. The outer garden lies on the border between the divine realm and the demon realm, so powerful monsters spawn often. Seo Gangrim looked up. Ah, so that's why it's total chaos out there. The goblin continued. The inside is safe. No monsters there, don't worry. He bowed. Flower Guardian, I have brought the guest sent by the Western Conqueror. Saradorian tilted his head. Yes, I was notified. This was Saradorian, the Flower Guardian of the Western Sky. Traveler, which flower do you seek? Seo Gangrim hesitated for a split second. The flowers I need are the blood flower, the bone flower, and the flesh flower. These were rare ingredients that not even the gem stores sold. If I combine all 3, I can regenerate any injury. Even though it had been years with these, he could finally restore Shin Wu's lost arm. Can I obtain those 3 flowers? Saradorian pressed a button on his console. You've done your research. But it's better if you see for yourself. See that A-glass partition open to reveal the garden. Seo Gangrim's eyes widened in shock. The lake. It's completely dry. Don't tell me there are no flowers left. Saradorian nodded solemnly. Correct. Due to an incident, we can no longer cultivate them. Seo Gangrim clenched his jaw in fury. I came all this way just to fail again. Seo Gangrim muttered, trembling with agitation. Damn it all. The goblin suddenly spoke up. Hey human. Saradorian glanced down. Of course, we still have a few blooms harvested from before the incident. The goblin added, wait, we still have stock. Seo Gangrim's eyes lit up with hope. Perfect. I can still save Shinwoo's arm. Suddenly, Saradorian smirked. However, if you want those flowers, you must resolve a little problem for us first. Seo Gangrim froze, then gave a strained smile. What problem? Saradorian's gaze darkened as he tilted his head. Make the flowers of the Western Sky Garden bloom once more. We need a special water called the Divine Spring. The source is located in a separate facility behind the hill, not here. One day the water was cut off completely. At the same time, all communication with that outpost went silent. Seo Gangrim interrupted. Sounds like something bad happened. Saradorian looked up. We suspect an intruder. But with the constant beast attacks lately, we haven't been able to confirm anything. I have no one left to send. So I want you to go there, retake the facility, and restore the Divine Spring. Seo Gangrim nodded slowly. Makes sense. Nothing in this world is free. The goblin panicked, trying to stop him. No, Guardian, how can you ask a human to do that? Saradorian smiled slyly. I heard this man is a very powerful awakener. Perfect for an awakening manhwa scenario like this. The elf screamed, panic, lacing her voice. Are you insane? Going in there is a death sentence. You're walking straight into your grave. Seo Gangrim calculated the odds silently. I know the risks are high, but her reaction is too extreme. He stared into the abyss ahead, suspecting she knew a hidden truth. Then the spirit Sarian spoke up. Well, human, what is your move? A smirk played on his lips, as if I would refuse a challenge like this. Veins bulged on his hand as he placed it against the heavy door, stepping into the darkness with the confidence of a protagonist in a leveling manhwa. You can't do this. If you knew what abomination lives in there, you'd never take another step. Seo Gangrim shot back. So you do know exactly what nightmare is waiting for us. The elf stammered, caught in her own lie. It doesn't matter. No flower is worth more than your life, you idiot. His gaze darkened, voice dropping to a serious whisper. Life is precious, yes. But someone once threw that precious life away from me. She didn't just save me once. She traded her own arm for my survival. He spread his arms wide. Risking this much is the least I can do to repay that debt. A system interface materialized the realm of the Tiger God. Shinsua spoke with unwavering resolve. I don't want power. I want information on every enemy that could threaten Seo Gangrim. The Tiger God blinked in shock. You would waste your one divine wish on someone else. Do you truly not understand the value of an audience with a god? I could grant you the power to regenerate your arm strength to rival legends or infinite wealth. She cut him off instantly. No, I understand the value perfectly, and that is exactly why I choose this. My companion Seo Gangrim treats pain and misfortune like old friends. He has this twisted belief that everyone around him is destined to suffer. I am genuinely terrified for him. Shinsua's fist clenched at her side. The Tiger God tilted his massive head, intrigued by a human who thought so differently from the usual awakening manhwa greedy hunters. Are you certain you won't regret this? Her eyes burned with steel-like determination. Absolutely not. At that very moment, beams of energy bombarded the monster in the real world. The elf's voice trembled with urgency. The zone with the Divine Spring is just a short distance ahead. Seo Gangrim nodded. Thanks to you, we bypassed the worst of the traps. The elf continued. Our weapons are crafted specifically to hunt beasts, but I don't understand how this outpost was conquered so easily. Seo Gangrim's eyes widened. Just what kind of monster is guarding the Divine Spring? The elf lowered her head, grinding her teeth in silence. Suddenly, her aura spiked with agitation. I don't know. Seo Gangrim narrowed his eyes. Is it that she can't say, or she doesn't want to? She had insisted on coming with him if he went. He glanced sideways at her, realizing she had followed him into this hellhole, purely out of worry. She seems like a decent deity, he thought. I've never liked gods, but looking at her, maybe, just maybe, there are some good ones left in this wretched world. Suddenly, the elf sidestepped. She spun around, shouting, Actually, the truth is electricity crackled violently around the gun in her hand. Seo Gangrim shouted, Drop the weapon now. Before the words even landed, an explosion ripped through the air. He extended his hand, commanding his summons. Jong Rini, protect her. A fan-headed robot stood opposite them, but its aura was nothing like a wild beast. In a blur of motion, its mechanical arm slammed into the ground. Seo Gangrim's eyes tracked the energy gathering above. Instantly, a glowing orb manifested in front of the machine. He widened his eyes, glancing back just as a wall of fire erupted with devastating force. The machine stood motionless, locking onto the intruder. Sharp beams of light materialized, crisscrossing the air in a deadly formation. Seo Gangrim's blade flashed, delivering a single precise strike. The puppet master controlling this thing must be nearby. He advanced slowly into the facility but stopped dead, his gaze shifting to the side. The elf lay face down in the murky green water. "You pile of scrap metal, you took your sweet time capturing a minor deity." Suddenly, Zun froze and looked up. "You are." Seo Gangrim's eyes overflowed with murderous intent. "The theater troupe." He launched himself forward. "So this mess is your handiwork too?" Zun looked flustered. "Wait, this is a misunderstanding. We have no intention of fighting you, Seo Gangrim." Gritting his teeth in fury, he thrust his sword forward, the tip smashing into the ground with a thunderous crack. Zun lowered her head. "We only seek to dismantle the tyranny of the gods." Her hand trembled. "You've felt it too, haven't you? The agony of humans being manipulated by divine beings. Ever since the awakening, the gods have only grown stronger. And eventually, they will use that power to enslave humanity. Destroying the Western Garden is necessary to remove the tool that lets gods decide who lives and who dies. Whatever Sarian promised you, we will double it." Zun's eyes narrowed pleadingly. "So please just turn a blind eye this once." Seo Gangrim remained silent, staring her down. Finally, he spoke. "After you destroy the Western Garden, do you plan to take the remaining flowers?" Zun's face lit up. "Yes, we will take them to where they are truly needed." Seo Gangrim leveled his sword at her. "Then how are you any different from the gods you hate?" His words struck a nerve, visibly shaking her. Zun's voice dropped. "We thought someone like you would understand. But it seems we have no choice." The air grew heavy and dark, freezing Seo Gangrim in place. Zun summoned her full power. "I really didn't want it to come to this." The system flashed a warning: Flower of Destruction. Rank 1 divine item. A single touch from a petal meant instant death. Seo Gangrim's eyes bulged. "If those petals touch you, it's game over." Zun spoke grimly. "If you came for the Western Garden, you must have heard of the Flower of Destruction." Her eyes filled with killing intent as she ordered him to back down. He gritted his teeth. "A divine flower that kills on contact. How did a bunch of clowns get their hands on a weapon of mass destruction?" Seo Gangrim spoke slowly. "Fine." The system announced skill-activated artificial entity. Massive bolts of lightning crashed into the ground. In the blink of an eye, an army of fan-headed robots materialized. Zun shouted, "As I said, I don't want to hurt you, Gang. Humans killing humans is just a tragic farce." He gripped his sword hilt tighter. "Then why don't you back off? Because I have no intention of yielding either." Zun's gaze turned ice cold. "Do not let him near the divine spring." System alert command skill activated. Immediately, the machines charged at the wall of lightning. Seo Gangrim moved with supernatural speed. "Damn it." He glanced back, assessing the battlefield. "Fighting here is suicide. I need to drag them to the gate and pick them off one by one." The machines were on him in a heartbeat. Seo Gangrim spun his blade, slicing through the nearest robot's chassis like butter. An explosion erupted in his face, engulfing him in flames. He fell to one knee, surrounded by thick smoke. Suddenly, his vision was completely obscured by the haze. As the smoke cleared, a wall of machines stood between him and his goal. Seo Gangrim stepped back, whispering to himself, "Of course, there's never an easy path in this world." "It begins," he thought, sensing the shift in the atmosphere. Elsewhere, Joan Chun fought her own silent war. Her fan-shaped automatons primed for the kill, a move that might just play right into his hands. Seo Gangrim's fists tightened unconsciously, knuckles turning white. His eyes burned with raw, murderous intent. "I end this now. One strike is all I need." Energy surged between his palms, summoning a terrifying vortex. Jun Chun faced the blast head-on, but then a glitch. System error, target not found. Her command over the machines shattered instantly. She gritted her teeth in disbelief. Wiped out. All of them. The system screamed a warning. Divine Spring corruption critical. Pollution level, 91%. 91.1002%. Pollution level, 91.1006%. Desperation clawed at Jun Chun's mind. "I cannot fail here. Not after everything." As an ominous mist carpeted the floor, Seo Gangrim stood his ground, staring her down with cold eyes. "Move aside. I won't fall for that." Flower of destruction, you're hesitating to use. Instinct took over. His hands crushed the hilt of his blade. Bursting forward with godlike speed, he roared, "Stop this madness!" Jong Chun's eyes widened, blazing with fury. But on Seo Gangrim's face, a single cut. A drop of his blood fell. System alert. Human blood integrating with the divine spring. The corruption accelerated wildly. Pollution level 92%. Jong Chun raised her blade high. "This is your fault." As his blood tainted the azure waters, the counter spiked. Pollution level 94%. Her voice dropped to a chilling whisper. "If you hadn't stood in my way, I wouldn't have been pushed to this edge." She vanished, flashing past him like a phantom. Without hesitation, she let herself fall backward, sinking into the tainted depths. Seo Gangrim looked down, teeth clenched in frustration. Why go this far? What is worth this level of insanity? System alert, pollution level has reached 100%. Jong Chun slapped his hand away, coldly surrendering her body to the abyss. A twisted smile revealed itself as she sank. It's for the sake of humanity. System warning. Divine spring critically corrupted. The killing intent in the air became suffocatingly heavy. Suddenly, a blood-red curtain descended over the world. What have you done? Seo Gangrim looked up, horror dawning in his eyes. System notification. A nameless egg is absorbing the corrupted spring essence. Blinding light pierced the darkness. The egg that was hatching. Seo Gangrim froze, his pupils trembling. This power, he thought. I can't face this alone. It's a catastrophe. Veins bulged on his hands as the bright red blood turned pitch black. Slowly, the palms of the entity opened, revealing a small, fragile form. The infant opened its mouth, exhaling a cloud of pure, chaotic darkness. Seo Gangrim stood transfixed, staring at the creature. A strange smile crept onto his face. "Hey, baby." Slowly, he raised his arms in a trance. "Let's go home." Suddenly, a desperate scream shattered the illusion. "Wake up, Seo Gangrim." He turned his head mechanically, eyes void of life. It was Xinhua. She was sprinting toward him, reaching out with every ounce of her strength. Xinhua. The dark tendrils around him began to writhe. Xinhua crashed into his personal space, her voice booming to pierce the fog in his mind. Seo Gangrim. His eyes snapped wide open, clarity returning. "Miss Xinhua, why are you here?" She grabbed his collar, urgency in every movement. "Explanations later. Get up, we need to run now." System analysis. The blood-killing spirit is dormant. Rank Dragon Class 1. Formed from pure spiritual energy and resentment. This is a classic Manhwa recap boss scenario. The infant giggled a sound that curdled the blood and began devouring all life essence nearby. Seo Gangrim spoke grimly. "This situation is critical." Xinhua frowned. "My attacks are useless against this monster. And just seconds ago, it had you completely under its spell." Seo Gangrim cut in, eyes sharp. "There is a way. If we coordinate perfectly, we can take it down." He gently placed his hand over hers, his gaze intense and unwavering. "Do you trust me?" Xinhua paused, surprised, looking down at their joined hands. "This," Seo Gangrim explained, revealing an item, "is the communication earring from the first demon world. Can you keep talking to me through the stay in the safe zone?" She hesitated. "Why is that necessary?" Seo Gangrim smirked slightly, whispering to himself. The memory of that tiny form in his palm still haunted his mind. Back then, his mind had been totally enslaved, his body going limp. Seo Gangrim, brother Seo Gangrim. Seo Gangrim. His eyes had lost their light as he merged with the polluted water. It was Xinhua's voice that dragged him back from the brink. Seo Gangrim. System notification. Fates of Xinhua and Seo Gangrim are intertwined. Confirmed, Xinhua is a noble benefactor. Effect massive attribute boost when near the benefactor. A staple of any system manhwa. He smiled, the realization grounding him. Only your voice, Miss Xinhua, has the power to shield me from that creature's cries. Xinhua felt a flush of emotion at his words. He leaned in, whispering into her ear, "So I'm entrusting my life to you, Miss Xinhua." Flustered, she stammered, I can really just say anything." Seo Gangrim nodded. "Yes, anything works." Suddenly, her demeanor shifted. Seo Gangrim. Her hand formed a determined fist before his eyes. Her gaze burned with absolute conviction. "I believe in you." He didn't speak. A simple, confident smile was his only answer. Without wasting a heartbeat, he dove straight into the blood-red abyss. The infant spirit remained cradled in the giant palm above. Seo Gangrim cloaked his presence, merging with the turbulent currents. Xinhua raised her hand, screaming to draw aggro. "Over here, your enemy is right here." Twisted vines lashed out at her instantly, while Seo Gangrim moved like a shadow beneath the surface. "Catch me if you can, you monster," she taunted. Then through the earring, brother Seo Gangrim, the tiger god, opened an escape gate near the base, he thought. So my request to the tiger god actually worked. She continued yelling, "If things go south, we retreat." He said the gate holds for 1 day. Do not push yourself too hard, understood? Seo Gangrim's mind raced, even as he swam. She's facing a blood-killing spirit and still worrying about me. We're holding on, but Xinhua is only a 3rd-rank deity. If that thing evolves, she's dead. I have to slaughter it before it fully awakens. System check blood-killing, spirit awakening status. Awakening progress 57 out of 100. Is time the trigger? He wondered. No, I need to find the bodies of the theater troupe immediately. Suddenly, he skidded to a halt on the riverbed. What? His eyes widened in realization. The water level. That thing is drinking the entire spring dry. Xinhua's voice cut through the comms, panicked. Seo Gangrim, I can feel its power spiking. He frowned, focusing ahead. Just hold on a little longer, please. Then he saw it. Floating above him, bound tightly in magical restraints, unable to move. It was Jun Chun, her eyes sealed shut. Found you. He placed his hand gently on her form. Thank God, she hasn't been consumed yet. Instantly, Jun Chun's eyes snapped open, glowing with a renewed light. Jun Wuqi let out a roar that sent Seo Gangrim flying back. Don't touch it, Shin Sua cried out in panic. Seo Gangrim, are you alright? He gritted his teeth, stabilizing his stance. I found the artifact. Seo Gangrim's gaze locked onto the prize below, but it was just out of reach. Suddenly, Jun Wuqi screamed, "Get away, you all must die." A massive branch lashed out, aiming straight for Seo Gangrim's heart. Damn these gods, he cursed. Has he already merged with the blood evil spirit? Seo Gangrim realized the horror. Not only was the divine spring corrupted, but Jun Wuqi had completely lost control. Die. Every single one of you gods must perish. As the attack came, Seo Gangrim launched himself into the air. I am no god. In a flash, his hand clamped firmly over Jun Wuqi's face. I am a human being. Jun Wuqi's voice dropped to a gravelly growl. Sacrifice. Only a sacrifice can save humanity. Seo Gangrim scoffed, his eyes cold. Sacrificing humans to save humans, that's rich coming from someone who just preached about the tragedy and meaninglessness of war. Seo Gangrim leaned in his voice, dropping to a whisper. Wake up, troop leader. Jun Wuqi grimaced, his hand trembling as he stammered, I am. Seo Gangrim pressed on. Hey, troop leader. You said you awakened the blood evil spirit for the sake of humanity, didn't you? Jun Wuqi snapped, hysteria taking over. Yes, it's all for them. Once the blood evil spirit awakens, it becomes a god-rank demonic beast that will devour every living soul. The gods of the West Heaven Garden will be obliterated. Do you honestly think those arrogant deities will just sit back and let themselves be eaten? Seo Gangrim cut him off sharply. Wrong. They'll just open the dimensional gates and dump that monster onto the human world. Those gates have already started opening. The realization struck Jung Wuqi like lightning. Seo Gangrim roared. You know exactly how selfish those gods are. That beast will threaten humanity sooner or later. Hand over the flower of destruction now. Suddenly, a chilling, childlike voice echoed through the air. So hungry. Hurry up and eat. Both warriors froze their eyes, darting upward to the source of the sound. The entity smiled, a sinister, twisted grin, reaching out its hand. Found you. Seo Gangrim grimaced, sensing the danger. Shin Sua, hold on. Are you okay? She hesitated. Her voice trembled. I'm sorry. I don't think I can hold out much longer. Seo Gangrim grit his teeth. Just a little longer. We're almost there. Jun Wuqi watched in shock. He has a teammate here. His hand rested heavily on his pouch. I've dragged innocent people into my mess. If there are more of them, no, I must take responsibility and end this nightmare myself. System alert. The blood evil spirit is reacting. Suddenly, the containment box ripped itself from Jun Wuqi's grasp. A classic twist in this system manhwa. Jun Wuqi looked up in horror as a dark, suffocating aura exploded outwards. Even Seo Gangrim seemed powerless for a split second, but then with lightning reflexes, he drove his blade straight through the heart of the blood evil spirit. Waves of ominous energy shattered across the battlefield. As the blade pierced through the childlike entity, shrieked in agony. No, I want to eat EAT. The world around them seemed to shatter like glass. System notification. You have defeated the awakened dragon rank blood evil spirit, calculating achievement points. Seo Gangrim exhaled, his shoulders slumping. Thank God. It ended well. He turned back, wiping sweat from his brow. That was close. But his expression hardened as he looked at Jung Wuqi, whose face was pale with horror. I almost committed an unforgivable sin, the mage whispered. Jun Wuqi lowered his gaze, shame washing over him. I'm sorry. He dropped the pouch at Seo Gangrim's feet. Take this. It will aid you on your journey. Seo Gangrim remained silent, his eyes widening as the blue windows popped up again. System achievement points calculated. You have achieved a miraculous victory. Your destiny rank has increased. Soul level 2, soul level 1. Shin Sua, sensing the massive shift in power, looked up weak but hopeful. Seo Gangrim. She collapsed to the ground, legs giving out. We did it. Seo Gangrim rushed over. Shinsua, are you all right? Did you pass out? She let out a weak, tired laugh. I'm fine, really. But Seo Gangrim was already kneeling beside her. Sua, please stop pushing yourself past your limits. You completely drained your mana reserves today. She gently grasped his hand, her eyes soft but firm. I could say the exact same thing to you, Seo Gangrim. What were you planning to do if I hadn't arrived, searching this place alone? You could have died. Seriously? She continued, her voice trembling slightly. Why do you always dive into these hellish places? Why do you always gamble with your life like it's nothing? Seo Gangrim cut her off softly. Sua, did you come here knowing how deadly the West Heaven Garden is? She paused. Is there something special here? I didn't care about that. I only came because I was terrified for you, Seo Gangrim. I heard you went somewhere suicidal. Guilt pricked at his heart as he listened to her. I'm sorry. He reached into his inventory and pulled out the pouch Jong Wuqi had dropped. I came to this forbidden garden to find this. Shin Sua's eyes went wide as she looked at the glittering flora. What? Is that Seo? Gangrim's voice turned serious. 3 divine flowers perfectly intertwined. She lifted them to her lips. You want me to consume all 3 at once? As she took a bite, a blinding radiant light erupted from her body, enveloping her in a cocoon of pure energy. The light faded, and she stared at her glowing palm in awe. Seo Gangrim smiled relief, washing over him. Thank goodness it worked. This mess started because of me, yet once again, I had to rely on someone else's strength to survive. He tilted his head, his gaze tender. I wanted to be the one to heal you personally. Suddenly, Shin Sua trembled, staying silent. Seo Gangrim whispered, panic returning to his face. Is something wrong? Are you in pain? Is it a side effect? She shook her head violently. No. Then she looked up, tears in her eyes. Don't you ever do that again. It was just one arm, I could have lived without it. But you almost died trying to fix it, Seo Gangrim, answer me. Promise you won't pull a stunt like this again. He turned away, unable to meet her gaze. From now on, I'll share my plans with the team beforehand. A gentle smile spread across her face as she let out a breath she'd been holding. She threw herself into his arms, burying her face in his chest. Thank you, she whispered. Thank you for going this far for me. And for that promise. She closed her eyes, savoring the heartbeat against her ear. But most importantly, Seo Gangrim smiled, looking down at her. Thank you for staying alive. Their moment was shattered by a piercing shriek. Seo Gangrim spun around, his eyes narrowing. The spirit of the spring. You arrived earlier than I calculated. A fairy fluttered forward, furious. You insolent human, what have you done? Why is the divine spring polluted? Seo Gangrim cut her off coldly. It wasn't me. The enemy who was here before did that. The fairy seethed. Then you should have stopped them. He looked at her with icy indifference. And you expected me to handle that alone. You know exactly what we were up against. The enemy possessed the flower of destruction. Now do you understand why I said this place was a death trap? The fairy clamped her mouth shut, unable to refute him. He walked past her without a second glance. Truly, you gods are a joke. This is exactly why I can never trust a single word from your kind. As Seo Gangrim and Shin Sua headed deeper inside, the fairy buzzed after them. Silence. Stop spouting nonsense. Seo Gangrim ignored her, focused on the path ahead. There must be a reason for everything. The fairy mocked. Oh, so now terrorism is justified because there's a reason. I really wonder what kind of karma you've accumulated to suffer like this. Seo Gangrim. Is it the bad blood from you? And your mother? Kang Do-hoon's expression twisted into a mask of pure fury. Hey you. In a blur of motion, Seo Gangrim lunged, aiming a blow straight at Doc Gojun's face. Kang Do-hoon looked up, panic flooding his eyes as he shouted. Seo Gangrim grit his teeth, his aura flaring dangerously. Don't you dare spout such garbage, you bastard. How dare you bring up my late master? But then Yu Harang's voice cut through the tension like a blade. She isn't dead. Seo Gangrim, your foster mother? She walks among the living. His head snapped up, shock, shattering his composure. What did you say? His eyes went wide, locking onto her in disbelief. Repeat that. Yu Harang continued, her tone grave. I needed to uncover the identity of the troop's leader. Her voice dropped an octave. If the entities we faced in the demon world share the condition of my former followers. She lowered her gaze, a shadow crossing her face. Then fighting them is an exercise in futility. That was when the Western conqueror finally broke his silence. The leader of the troop is a shaman of legendary power, one who walked with the gods long before the Great Awakening. Her name is Seo Gangrim, and she shares a bond of blood with you. Yu Harong gasped. What? Someone from my past? The man continued, dropping a bombshell that shook the room. Yes, I am the Holy Mother, the biological parent of your comrade. Seo Gangrim's mind raced. Could it be Master? His gaze froze, the realization hitting him like a truck. She's alive. Doc Gojun let out a sly chuckle. So, does this mean Seo Gangrim will be defecting to the troop? It sounds like a classic Manhwa recap plot twist. The protagonist infiltrates the enemy ranks to drag his straying family back to the righteous path. Seo Gangrim's voice turned grim. We encountered the troop in the open demon world. They didn't just meet us. They actively tried to recruit me. Doc Gojun's eyes lit up with excitement. Well, that makes things significantly easier. But Seo Gangrim cut him off. However, the faction we met in the West Heaven Garden. He recalled the image of Jang Gunnam. They wanted nothing to do with me. The man tilted his head. You've encountered the troop twice. Shinsua stepped forward. That second group was fundamentally different. They didn't preach about the Bureau of Heavenly Destiny Protection or any new order. The group in the demon world wouldn't shut up about those dogmas. Seo Gangrim finished the thought. But the others, they claimed they wanted to liberate humanity from the gods. They had no interest in civil war among humans. Kang Du-hoon crossed his arms, frowning deeply. There cannot be two separate troops. Shinsua interjected. Internal factions, perhaps. Doc Gojun smirked. Or maybe, one of them is a fraud. Yu Harong analyzed the situation. If that's the case, the group the Western conqueror spoke of must be the original. Kang Du-hoon lowered his head. But why keep us in the dark? Seo Gangrim's voice resonated with determination. There is definitely a hidden reason behind all of this. For now, I need to investigate the troop myself. I have to determine if these encounters were with the same organization or enemies in disguise. Yu Harong looked at him, a gentle smile gracing her lips. So, I have to ask, will you lend me your strength? Both Doc Gojun and Shinsua beamed back at him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Gongdu was in the middle of a heated argument. What the hell do you mean by that? Every drop of holy water has vanished from the Bureau's secure vault. The atmosphere in the meeting room was suffocating. The captain of the 2nd Division snapped. Are you telling me we can no longer harvest the flowers? Seomun Ryong, the imposing captain of the 1st Division, spoke with grave authority. Correct. But it is not merely the water. The flowers of destruction we spent years cultivating have also been stolen by those masked clowns. He slammed his hand on the table, cracking the surface. What? How could they possess such power? The defensive arrays of the West Heaven Garden shouldn't be breached so easily. A woman touched her cheek anxiously. The Tanabata festival is approaching rapidly. I heard the high-ranking gods have abandoned their posts. If only we had detected the clown's movements sooner. Ha Bei-kun, captain of the 4th Division, hung his head in shame. What do you have to say for yourself, Captain Ha? He looked up, his eyes swimming with guilt. I am so sorry. Ionio's gaze was an abyss, fixated on the threat of the clown organization. This failure falls squarely on your shoulders, Captain Ha. The man broke down, grit his teeth, and began to sob uncontrollably. I apologize, he hiccuped between tears. To make such a catastrophic error, I have committed a sin that cannot be forgiven. Suddenly, a chilling voice sliced through his sobbing. Enough. More importantly, we must decide our next move, before our stockpile of flowers is depleted. Yeok, the stoic captain of the 3rd Division, spoke with ice-cold calm. We must complete the vessel. The tension in the room spiked. Is that even feasible? Captain Yeok's expression tightened. It will be difficult if we continue to face these interruptions. The rhythmic tapping of a finger echoed in the silence. Ionio stood up, his presence dominating the room. Then we proceed. We will form a Black Ops unit by culling the elite agents from every division. Their sole directive will be to infiltrate and eradicate the terrorist organization of the Awakened. A few days later, in this typical leveling manhwa setting, chaos erupted in the city. Civilians scattered like ants, their screams tearing the sky apart. Yet, amidst the bedlam, he stood there dancing with twisted glee. What a magnificent day, the perfect weather for a clown's banquet. He blurred into motion, darting toward the civilians like a lightning bolt. The air filled with desperate pleas. Help me, someone please. The crowd stampeded in blind panic. Damn it. What the hell is going on? Terror was etched deep into every single face. In a flash, Lenano's Mauer landed on the hood of a car, crushing the metal. Greetings, good sir. The driver's face contorted in absolute horror. Just then, a voice buzzed from the phone on the dashboard. This is Agent Seo Gangrim from the Bureau of Heavenly Destiny Protection HQ. How may I assist you? The driver stammered, his mind blank. What? The operator pressed on. Hello, can you not speak? Are you under duress? Her voice sharpened with irritation. Sir, you are the one who called the Bureau. The voice on the line softened slightly. I am dispatching an agent to your coordinates immediately. Please trust in the Bureau and try to hold on just a little longer. Lenano's Mauer extended a sharp, claw-like finger, his expression darkening. I hate to break it to you, but the Bureau. He leaned in closer. Is not going to save you. No one is. A devastating punch shattered the windshield. Creepy clay dolls crawled up to the window frame, waving cheerfully. They grinned with malice, mocking the operator's words. The Bureau will protect you. The impact sent the victim flying back. Arg. A calm yet powerful voice cut through the chaos. Using your awakened abilities to torment civilians. Anavicha stepped into the fray, her aura radiating justice. That is unforgivable. Lenano's Mauer didn't even flinch. Oh, come on. You say that as if I actually want to do this. The messenger blinked, confused. What do you mean? But the villain's gaze remained ice cold. Oh my. In a split second, Lenano's Mauer lunged, catching Anavicha's staff with his bare hand. He sneered. You really don't know a damn thing, do you, Vice Captain Anavicha? The messenger gasped. Who are you, Lenanos? Mauer answered with chilling composure. The masked clowns. We are the architects of the new order. He launched himself like a rocket, leaving the messenger stunned in his wake. Damn it. Suddenly, a long glowing binding cord whipped out, wrapping tight around Lenanos' leg. Stop right there. The rope tightened, hoisting the villain into the air with incredible force. Anavicha shouted Shinsua. Now Shinsua turned her energy flaring. The messenger watched in awe. Agent Anna how? Shinsua smirked. Our base just happens to be right around the corner. Reinforcements charged into the fray. Let us handle this. But then, a voice dripping with venom echoed through the chaos. I have been hunting you for a very long time. The battle reached a fever pitch. Lan and Mauer struggled violently against his magical binds. Damn it. Why won't these chains break? Shin watched with cold eyes. It is useless. Just accept your fate. You are the one, aren't you? The clown mask, who abducted Seo Gangrim. But she denied it with a smirk. Abducted hardly. We merely invited him for a private little chat in the shadows. Her voice dropped to a chilling whisper. I have a blood-soaked history with that man. Let headquarters deal with his punishment. Anavia Chasaka froze in disbelief. Impossible. The Clown Mask organization is under the protection of the Heavenly Fate Protection Bureau. Lan Mauer, dangling in the air, let out a dark chuckle. No? Who said I ever intended to be captured? The messenger laid out the grim reality. Your allies are already in chains. They are being transported to the Bureau for interrogation. Yet Lenan's arrogance did not waver for a second. Do you truly believe I have no contingency plan? You fools have already lost. Suddenly, a blur of motion cut through the air, boss. Did you come to rescue me? You told me you had the situation under control. Look at this mess. She shook her head frantically in fear. If it were not for Seo Gang, Ram's friend, interfering, everything would have gone perfectly. Shinsua looked up, eyes widening in shock. Is that the leader of the clown masks? The leader stood tall, radiating an overwhelming aura. You are definitely going to the punishment room when we return. In an instant, the magical binds snapped like thread. Terrified screams were cut short by a wave of pressure. No, he is releasing his full power. These subordinates may be weak, but I will never let the likes of the Heavenly Fate Protection Bureau lay a hand on them. His voice was colder than ice. I am taking everyone home. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Holy Cross Guild, Seo Gangrim sat in silence, his gaze fixed on Priest Luho. Rumor had it that this priest held the key to the Clown Mask organization. A colleague had returned after days in the demon realm. Old memories resurfaced like a vivid Manhwa recap. Congratulations on your safe return, sister. We have exchanged all the intelligence we gathered. Nostalgia washed over them. Of course I will help. It seems the higher-ups are finally relying on our strength. Hey, brother. I heard some interesting news recently. We found a clue in the most unexpected of places. Disgust was written plainly on Cha Suho's face. He declared coldly, I cannot reveal any information about that individual. Johan R. blinked in confusion. What? Why not? He asked, his voice tinged with sadness. Instead, I must ask you, why do you associate with trash like him? Luho stood like a statue, judging everything with sharp eyes. The refusal hung heavy in the air. I cannot share that person's data. Johan R. grew agitated. But why? Luho's voice was soft but cutting. Let me answer your question with a question. Father Johan, a devout man of God like yourself, why do you consort with such wicked souls? Seo Gangrim kept his eyes shut, ignoring the tension. You are misunderstood. Wake up, Father Johan. If you get too close to the abyss, the darkness will stain you before you even realize it. Johan R. looked down, guilt weighing on his shoulders. I apologize, brother. He is not usually this biting. Seo Gangrim replied calmly. It is fine. I am used to it. Seo Gangrim rested a hand on his injured leg. The system Manhwa interface flashed before his eyes. Skill activated, eyes of judgment. The world shifted, revealing hidden truths. It seems he can see it too. He touched his face, feeling the weight of his soul. The karma I have accumulated. As long as I carry the sins of 400 lives from my past existence, I cannot avoid conflict with those who possess the sight. Just like Cha Suho and Seo Nuyon, they can see the blood on my hands. Seo Gangrim sank deep into thought. I do not mind making more enemies. That is my daily life in this leveling Manhwa world. But the Holy Cross Guild is different. Their awakened priests possess terrifying power. In my past life, their strength rivaled the 5 great sects. Worry gnawed at him. If they become enemies of the Baiham Moon Guild because of me, things will get complicated. A frown creased his forehead as cold sweat trickled down. Doc Gojun noticed the tension. So what is your plan now? Seo Gangrim leaned back, looking exhausted. What can I do? I have no choice but to retreat. Cha Suho has already left to conquer the demon realm. Johan R. gazed into the distance. It must be a large-scale dungeon raid. I heard every single awakened priest was mobilized for this conquest. Doc Gojun's eyes lit up with mischief. Wait, does that mean their headquarters is currently an empty house? Seo Gangrim snapped back. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Doc Gojun glanced sideways with a sly grin. Have you heard the saying, if someone hates you, give them a real reason to hate you? Johan R. looked horrified. Why do you constantly make enemies wherever you go? Was grabbing Cha Suho by the collar not enough for one day? Doc Gojun spoke with dangerous calm. Think about it. We want information, but we have no leverage. To get what we desire, we must threaten to take what they cherish. Seo Gangrim looked up. And what exactly do we have? Doc Gojun burst into maniacal laughter. Well, we could have something now. Let's seize the church and threaten to burn it to ash if they don't talk. The priest gasped in sheer terror. What in God's name are you saying? Doc Gojun turned his expression dead serious. Do you have a better strategy? Johan R. slumped against his chair, defeated. I do not have a clever plan. He gripped the armrest until his knuckles turned white. But if Suho knew the real you, if he saw the lives you have saved, the priest's face lit up with hope. I guarantee their attitude would change. They simply do not know enough about your heroism yet. Doc Gojun shot the idea down instantly. We cannot waste days trying to win their hearts. The chances of meeting Seo Gangrim again are next to 0. Johan R. screamed. But arson is not the answer either, Doc. Gojun smiled darkly. Who said we have to use actual fire? Seo Gangrim suddenly broke his silence. What if we joined their conquest of the demon realm? Do we know which dungeon they are targeting? Suddenly, Doc Gojun bolted forward like a madman. He shouted. All right, joint operation approved, Seo. Gangrim yelled after him. Hey, where do you think you were going? Doc Gojun replied casually while running. I don't know the location, but I predicted this might happen, so I planted a tracking device on that priest. They haven't gone far yet. Johan R. shouted in despair. That is a crime. You realize that. Meanwhile, Cha Suho stepped slowly out of his vehicle. He surveyed the area, sensing the heavy atmosphere. Could this be it? I heard it was high level, but a dimensional rift opening here. It is massive. Truly an awakening Manhwa spectacle. Suddenly, a cheerful voice called out. Hello, over there. The stranger smiled with eyes closed tight. You must be the Holy Cross Guild, right? I am from the Black Demon of Mugok. Cha Suho nodded solemnly. Correct. And you are? The boy raised a finger. The hunters arrived early. But the demonic energy here is suffocating. There was a risk of a dungeon break, so we decided to enter first. Lee Suho furrowed his brow, the weight of command heavy on his shoulders. This was a high-tier demon realm after all. Tackling Hujiman alone was suicide. Why hadn't he contacted them sooner? Dangerous, please. The newcomer scoffed with arrogant pride. Our Guildmaster isn't just anyone. She's a national-level mage, a powerhouse of destruction. but Lee Suho's expression remained grim. "We have business to discuss." The man chirped, his mood unbothered by the tension. "Follow me. I'll take you straight to the Guildmaster." "Are those stragglers with you too?" Lee Suho's eyes followed the pointing finger. Suddenly, a panicked shout tore through the air. "Look out! They've spotted us!" Lee Suho bristled with hostility. "What is your business here?" Seo Gangrim scratched his head, feigning innocence. "We heard a massive demon realm opened up. Mind if we lend a hand?" Lee Suho stepped forward, his aura cold. "We don't need your charity." But whispers erupted among the raid party. "Wait, isn't that Seo Gangrim? I've heard the rumors about his power. Having him on our side wouldn't be the worst thing, right?" Lee Suho turned his back, his refusal absolute. "I don't care how godlike your strength is. I will never accept help from a man like you." Gangrim stood his ground, voice calm. "Is this about the karma I've accumulated?" "That, and everything else." Lee Suho's lip curled into a sneer. "Your ability steals the very fate of the dead, doesn't it? Are you truly here to save lives? Or are you just here to harvest corpses for power?" Johann Richter stepped forward, outraged. "Watch your mouth." But Gangrim thought, "Just as I feared. My ability is the ultimate deal-breaker." Gangrim raised a hand to stop him. "It's fine, Johann." His mind raced. If that was their only objection. He looked Lee Suho in the eye. "Are you afraid of my power?" With the tension thick enough to cut, Gangrim reached into his inventory, pulling out a radiant artifact. "If trust is the issue, then let me swear a binding oath right now. My ability to plunder destiny. I swear upon my soul not to use it during this entire raid." The magical contract sealed his promise instantly. Lee Suho's eyes narrowed, still skeptical. Gangrim's voice turned steely. "If I break this vow, the system will forfeit my life. Is that enough for you?" He tossed the oath item to Lee Suho. "Now, apologies aside, can we start?" Lee Suho blinked, caught off guard. "We really are just here to ensure everyone survives. You know that." Gangrim smiled, masking his true intensity. "Besides, we're also here to farm points in this leveling Manhwa. If you still doubt me, speak up. I'll do whatever it takes to earn my place." Lee Suho hesitated, weighing the risks. "If you're just looking for glory, you should turn back. The only reason I'm sanctioning this is because the danger level is catastrophic. This outlying demon realm has been abandoned for ages. The mana density is so high that monsters are spawning spontaneously. So, if you value your life, this is your last chance to walk away." Johann grinned, clutching his weapon, and missed the chance to show off. Never. Lee Suho sighed, resigned. "Fine. Your party will stick with me as we move into the abyss." But Lee Suho's gaze remained sharp. "Make no mistake, I'll be watching your every move." He turned to the raid group. "Listen up. Briefing time." Gangrim mused, "Stubborn as a mule, isn't he?" Suddenly someone waved frantically. "Lord Seo Gangrim?" Over here. Gangrim paused. You're not with the Holy Cross Guild, are you?" The hunter grinned, eyes disappearing into crescents. Sharp eye. "I'm from the Dark Magic Guild. I've been assigned to Lee Suho's strike team starting today. Please look after me. Oh, and can we take a selfie for the gram? It's not every day I get to party with a living legend." Gangrim raised an eyebrow. "Did your guildmaster not mention our history?" The fanboy blinked. "Wait, you guys are close. He's usually a man of few words." "That sounds about right," Gangrim chuckled. As they snapped photos, Lee Suho's voice cut through the frivolity like a whip. "Quit clowning around and get in formation. One careless step in here and you'll be dead before you hit the ground." The young hunter scrambled away. "Sorry." Coming footsteps echoed as they breached the perimeter. But Gangrim felt a chill. This entrance. This isn't just a standard dungeon gate. The scale is impossible. Suddenly, the system window flashed. "You have entered the demon realm, abyssal ocean of tears. Mission: eradicate all hostile entities." The hunters gasped as the landscape revealed itself. "Is this for real? I heard rumors, but this scale is absolutely massive. Time limit none." Lee Suho noted the anomaly. "At least the system isn't locking us in. We can enter and retreat freely." "That's a relief," a hunter sighed. "It'll be a grind, but we can chip away at it." But Gangrim's eyes darkened. "No, you fools have no idea. You can't clear this place with a standard attrition strategy. This is the fourth great demon realm. In my past life, this place became a graveyard because no one found the hidden clear condition." He clenched his fist. "Has the future changed?" "Contact. The horde is incoming." Panic flared, but Gangrim's mind remained cold. The timeline, the location, everything is skewed. But if history repeats itself here? A desperate cry broke his focus. "Lord Seo Gangrim." Gangrim unleashed his aura, determination hardening like steel. "Not this time. I won't let a single soul perish. A grotesque beast lunged jaws, gaping wide to devour them whole. Terror gripped the squad. It's too fast. The beast moved like a blur of nightmare fuel. We're out of mana rounds. Reloading. A shimmering barrier flared to life as Johann gritted his teeth against the impact. Tighten the formation. I'm casting a wide area shield. Gangrim stepped in. Priest Johann, can you expand the radius to cover the entire platoon? Johann sweated. I can, but the density will drop. It might not hold. Just do it, Gangrim commanded. I've got the rest, Johann obeyed. So be it. As the barrier expanded, the beast recoiled screeching. Lee Suho watched baffled. What is he planning? Is he just burning mana for show? But then a devastating impact rocked the cavern. Attacks flew faster than the eye could follow. Seo Gangrim's eyes glowed with arcane power. He didn't just strike. He commanded the temperature itself. Absolute zero descended, freezing the monstrosity in midair. Lee Suho's jaw dropped. The horde was helpless, trapped between Johann's barrier and Gangrim's glacial prison. He watched from the sidelines stunned. He neutralized the entire wave. In a single breath, the frost settled. Seo Gangrim exhaled, his composure returning. Calculations complete. He tapped the frozen statue of the beast with a casual finger. Standing amidst the ice, Seo Gangrim looked less like a hunter and more like a monarch of frost. Lee Suho felt a pang of envy mixed with dread. He's definitely a variable I can't control. His power is undeniable, but that just makes the dark karma clinging to him even more terrifying. He flashed a confident smirk. How was that for efficiency? Not a single drop of mana wasted, right? He played it cool. I guess not. But listening to the whispers of awe around us, that synchronization was nothing short of legendary. As expected of a top-tier hunter, Lee Suho clenched his jaw, thinking such god-tier talent wasted on a man with such a dark reputation. Seo Gangrim rushed over, urgent and sharp. Apologies, Guildmaster Lee, but we need to discuss the raid strategy immediately. His eyes lit up with adrenaline. It is exactly as Seo Gangrim predicted. Scattering the party manipulated the mechanics like a glitch in a system, Manhwa forcing a hidden boss encounter. Lee Suho snapped them back to reality. Focus, the battle is not over. He rubbed his neck sheepish. Besides, our tank line is impenetrable. Honestly, I have not lifted a finger. Brother Daco is soloing the defense. Tell me, is every raid this much of a breeze with Seo Gangrim? We only just met, yet he commanded the battlefield like a veteran general who knew my entire skill tree. Johann chimed in as well. Come to think of it, he had that same terrifying instinct back in our rookie days. Seo Gangrim does not just adapt, he evolves. Fighting alongside him feels safer than with my own guild brothers. He must have charmed Johann's father with that same competence. But I won't be seduced by his skills. With the beasts annihilated, he signaled the next phase. Over there, the gatekeeper Jason on me, a grumbling voice echoed from the shadows. Why did he bring an entire army with him? A sharp gaze pierced the gloom. Lee Suho stepped forward with respect. Greetings, Master of the Black Gate. I have the delivery you requested. Lee Hyun's voice thundered with irritation. Your aura is terrifying the rookies. Suddenly, he froze. His eyes locked onto one man, Seo Gangrim. Seo Gangrim looked up, his expression unreadable. It has been a long time, Mage Lee Hyun. The old man's teeth ground together, fury exploding. You. How dare you show your face so shamelessly? You cursed wretch, you have the blood of your senior on your hands. He lunged, seizing Seo Gangrim by the collar, spitting vitriol. Why are you here? Are you not satisfied until you have devoured my life too? Seo Gangrim struggled to breathe. Please, let us discuss this rationally. Silence. You are a plague, a demon of misfortune. As Lee Hyun trembled with rage, his necklace snapped, beads scattering across the cold floor like broken promises. A blade interposed itself between them. Hey now, old-timer. Daco smiled, though his eyes were cold. Let us keep the private drama private, shall we? If you have a beef, explain it to the class. Lee Hyun growled. You ally yourself with this trash. Daco grinned. We are as close as brothers can be. Heed my warning. Associating with this cursed child will be your undoing. Everywhere he walks, death and tragedy follow like a shadow. Lee Hyun's words painted a grim picture of a past filled with corpses and overwhelming sorrow. The old mage had lived in hell since that day. Senior, Hua, Gui, the victim of your curse. Lee Hyun collapsed before the memorial stone broken. Everyone around you meets a terrible end. The stars warned of an abundance of death energy today. I thought it predicted our reunion, but the killing intent, I feel right now, it is not coming from me. The rumors I have heard are foul enough. Seo Gangrim tried to interject, pleading, "Please just listen to me for 1 second. You are the one who should have died." Lee Hyun wept openly. Lee Suho placed a firm hand on his shoulder, his voice low. "Seo Gangrim." The air was thick with unresolved hatred. Lee Suho announced he has already agreed to assist the Holy Cross Guild for this raid operation. Seo Gangrim stood silent, isolated in the vast chamber. Soho patted his arm. "In exchange, we will ensure you two do not cross paths again. We will handle the logistics." Lee Hyun turned his back. "Let us move. Follow me." Lee Suho nodded to his team. "All right, let us resume the hunt." But Seo Gangrim called out. "Guildmaster Suho, wait." His mind raced. "No. If we let them separate like this, Mage Lee Hyun is walking to his death. He may hate my guts, but he is my family's benefactor. I cannot let him fall." Seo Gangrim shouted desperation in his voice. "Lee Hyun will die in this demon realm if he goes alone. Splitting the party now is suicide." He roared. "The Clown Mask organization is targeting him." Elsewhere, Lananot Mauer beamed with sinister joy. "Boss, you came to save us." Xing Yue widened her eyes. "Boss, is this the ringleader of the clown masks?" The jester sighed heavily. "You let yourselves get captured. How pathetic. I suppose I have to clean up your mess again." The hunters tried to intercept, but he moved like a phantom, blurring past their defenses. A clash of titans erupted. Xing Yue gritted her teeth, unleashing her aura. "You are not going anywhere. We have a mountain of questions for you." She glared, her energy spiking. "Starting with your attempt to recruit Seo Gangrim inside the demon world." But the jester was too fast, a gale force wind rushing toward his minions. "Boss, it is too dangerous." Yet he dodged their attacks like a rabbit, leaving them stunned. "How does he move without making a sound?" Suddenly, a voice boomed from the darkness. "Do you really think you can escape my grasp? If I let a rat like you flee, I would never be able to look my brother in the eye again." A predatory smirk curled his lips. The jester froze. A holographic interface flashed, binding skill activated. Ethereal chains erupted from the void, locking him down. The trap was sprung. A commanding voice echoed. "You imposter, wearing the face of the clown masks. Tonight I strip away your disguise." The mask began to peel away. The jester panicked. "I cannot be taken here." A dark aura exploded from him. Xing Yue scoffed. "Impressive mana, but this is the end of the line." The jester's eyes bulged. "Cancel binding." The skill shattered. The mask fell from his face as he hit the floor, pulsating with a grotesque energy. Slowly, the creature lifted its head. The hunters recoiled in primal terror. Beneath the mask lay a visage that defied nature. That is not human." Yu Haram gasped, paralyzed by the sight. Panic swept through the group. "It is a monster." The creature let out a manic cackle, gripping a serrated dagger. It lunged with insane ferocity, a twist worthy of a dark awakening manhwa. The air filled with horrified whispers, "Not human." The clown's voice dripped with malice. "Do you take me for a loser too?" His face twisted into a grotesque nightmare. Gripping his dagger, killing intent exploded from him. "Do you have the guts?" From the shadows, the ambush began. A slow, rhythmic clapping echoed like a death knell. Suddenly, the talismans on his back ignited. The binding ropes expanded, swelling with overwhelming energy that forced everyone to their knees. Seola's mind raced. Who were these imposters? The clown's aura was skyrocketing. This wasn't a human. This was a monster in human skin. A voice cut through the tension. "Hey boss." A hand landed heavily on his shoulder. "No, it was squad leader Lananos Mauer," she hissed. "I knew something was off, but I didn't expect a monster." Her eyes narrowed dangerously. "Does the higher-up know about this? Answer me. Does the Fate Protection Bureau know?" The masked minions trembled in fear, their morale shattering instantly. "I quit. I can't take this insanity anymore. Why do we have to do this dirty work?" Masks hit the ground as the terrified agents broke formation. "Who are these guys? Are they all Squad 4 agents?" Lananos gritted her teeth in fury. "So that's how it is. I told you I hate working with amateurs." Suddenly, the clown's back convulsed. Massive razor-sharp spikes burst from his flesh like spider legs. The clown whispered, "Curious if there are more like me." Lananos trembled before his eldritch form. "Why does a monster like you care? Knowing the truth won't save you." As he flashed his jagged fangs at assistant manager Lanin, Seola realized the terrifying truth. Squad 4 and the mock clown troop, the bureau was compromised. "You told me to gather a special unit to hunt the clowns." The betrayal cut deeper than any blade. The pieces of the puzzle clicked together. "Isn't the bureau already hunting them?" a voice questioned. "Is Squad 4 sitting this out?" She laughed bitterly. "I heard those agents are busy elsewhere." Doubts swirled like a storm. Was the captain involved too? How deep did this conspiracy go? Lananos collapsed in sheer terror as the monster loomed over her. Kang Do-hyun screamed, "Wake up! You're an agent!" But he couldn't move. He thought, "We need him alive for intel." Suddenly, Kang Do-hyun stared in shock at the sludge beneath his feet. A vile, sticky substance flooded the floor. Panic erupted. What the hell is this? They struggled, but the trap was unbreakable. Damn it, my blade won't cut it. It was a scene straight out of a manhwa recap nightmare. It's climbing. Seola barked orders. Harang forced shut it down. Yu Harang grit her teeth, typing furiously. I'm trying. The corrosion skill is partially nullified. Yu Harang's eyes burned with determination. But he's stacking multiple skills at once. Red warning errors filled her vision like a system crash. Corrosion skill compromised. Harang was running on fumes, her mana depleted. She collapsed to the ground. Yu Harang. Yet fire still burned in her eyes. The clown raised his razor-sharp claw high into the air. Blood-splattered Lananos took the critical hit. Why? She gasped. I only wanted to protect everyone. That's why I became an agent. Seola and the team froze in horror. The clown stood there unmoved. Kang Do-hyun could only stare, paralyzed by the overwhelming gap in power. The clown turned his back indifferent. He walked away, slaughtering the fleeing cowards one by one. Save me, I'll do anything you say, please. A final wretched scream echoed. The losses are catastrophic. The clown vanished, and Seo Gangrim, the one we need, is nowhere to be found. Donning his mask, the clown left a chilling message. Tell him the clown brigade always welcomes him. Kang Do-hyun clenched his teeth. Why let us live? The monster replied calmly. Because he arranged for you to be here. You'll be useful later. Seola clenched her fists, rage burning in her veins. Protect us. What a joke. The memories of their vows returned to haunt them. Yes, we swore to protect you. Master Seo Gangrim, you are our leader. I swore to shield my master too. Trust me, despair washed over the team. In the end, I was useless. Guilt crushed them like a mountain. Since leaving the center, we got arrogant. Without you and Cha Yohan, look at us. We're just dead weight to you now. Harang wept. It's my fault. I hit a wall again. Seola stepped forward, her voice trembling but firm. It's not just you. It's all of us. She whispered, we are too weak. We can't go on like this. We must find a way to level up and protect Seo Gangrim. Meanwhile, Seo Gangrim was deep in thought. Damn it, I should have tracked them. Suddenly, chaos run survivors. Giant serpents roared, breaking their seals. They screamed in fury as a red magic circle blazed above their heads. Lee Hee-hoon raised his weapon. Suppress the great serpents. Nam Yoon wiped sweat from his brow. The demon beasts get stronger the deeper we go. He nodded grimly. What's waiting for us next? Lee Hee-hoon frowned. The mana here is twisted, unnatural. It feels like an artificial dungeon. The map is useless. There is definitely something hiding in that dark cave. As he moved toward the abyss, a trembling voice stopped him. I don't think we should enter. The recruit was shaking. We might face the clown brigade in there, another agent scoffed. Are you blind? There's no one here, but the recruit was sweating bullets. The clown brigade aren't just beasts. I feel death inside that cave. Lee Hee-hoon sighed. Your intuition is sharp, kid. I admit it. He turned away, his voice low. You might be right. The recruit beamed. So we turn back. Lee Hee-hoon. Cut him off. If we know the enemy is there, we fight. The recruit snapped. The pressure was too much. He screamed, why are you all so calm? Didn't you hear Seo Gangrim? The memory surfaced, the prophecy that Shaman Lee Hee-hoon would die in this demon realm by the clown brigade's hand. Lee Hee-hoon glared. What, I'm going to die? Are you cursing me? The recruit shook his head. No, I didn't mean that. Lee Hee-hoon froze. Die by that trash. The recruit looked defeated. I just saw a fragment of the future, just like when I was a child. Back in the cold, hard reality, Lee Hee-hoon stepped forward, placing a steady hand on the young man's trembling shoulder. We are fine now, he declared with conviction. Because we know what is coming. With preparation, these monsters are nothing compared to us. Prophecies only show a glimpse of the end, he explained, a satisfied smirk curling his lips. A future that can be easily rewritten. Let us seize this destiny and capture them all. The Bureau of Destiny Protection had officially marked them as public enemy number 1. As their eyes traced long crimson trails of blood stretching across the ground, a voice pierced the silence. There is no doubt. The blood of magic beasts flows here. The party stood frozen before a grotesque sight, a long, winding stream of thick blood. An underground spring was normal, but a river of vitality. Yet Lee Hee-hun remained unshakable. "Let us track its source," he commanded. Stepping onto the crimson current, he led them to the precipice of a dark abyss. There, the rivers of red vitality cascaded down, pooling into a massive, ominous chalice. Panic surged through the group. "What in the hell is that?" Even Lee Hee-hun felt a chill of anxiety. "It appears all the blood flowing through the demon realm is converging here," he muttered, "being devoured by that cursed artifact." Nam Yoo-jun voiced the group's hesitation. "Should we descend and investigate?" Hee-hun's voice hardened. "We must. We need to identify exactly what kind of abomination we are dealing with. It is impossible to tell from this distance." The group slid down the slope toward the colossal vessel. Suddenly, the familiar mechanical chime of the system interface echoed in the air. The blood chalice converts absorbed vitality into mana to refine items over time. Lee Hee-hun crossed his arms, calculating the threat. So it consumes blood to craft artifacts. It does not seem immediately life-threatening. Inside the chalice, the crimson fluid churned, merging into bubbling pools of concentrated power. But the silence was shattered by the rapid, thundering approach of footsteps. Lee Hee-hun's eyes widened in alarm as a new group materialized before them. "What is this?" he hissed, sensing the tension spike. "It seems we have uninvited guests crashing our party." Hee-hun's team whipped around terror, gripping them. "It's the Clown Brigade." Hee-hun drew his weapon with practiced precision, masking his inner turmoil. "Stay calm," he ordered. "Stick to the plan." The Clown Brigade, a notorious terrorist organization hunted by the Bureau. If we take them down, Hee-hun thought it could be the perfect chance to earn the Bureau's favor in this leveling manhwa world. The masked members of the brigade radiated malice. Their leader roared, "Prepare for slaughter." Without hesitation, they surged forward like a tidal wave to exterminate the intruders. Hee-hun's eyes blazed with fury. "You filthy insects!" The cavern erupted into chaos. Hee-hun moved like a blur, incapacitating enemies with just a few strikes, while Nam Yoo-jun fought back, screaming over the din of battle. "They have numbers, but no skill," Yoo-jun yelled, though the tension was clearly getting to him. Hee-hun rolled up his sleeves, revealing arms plastered with mystic talismans. With a roar, he slammed his palms into the earth. Massive pillars of stone erupted from the ground. The members of the Clown Brigade were launched into the air, swallowed by a choking cloud of dust and debris. As the dust settled, Nam Yoo-jun exhaled a long breath of relief, looking at the broken bodies of the enemy scattered across the floor. The team cheered. "That is our Guildmaster. Those cowardly terrorists were no match for your power." But Hee-hun remained on edge, scanning the area. "Is everyone all right? No injuries?" He nodded grimly. "Thank the heavens, everyone is safe." Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended. A bolt of raw energy grazed the boy's shoulder as razor-sharp projectiles rained down. A woman descended from the shadows, her voice dripping with venom. "Why have you rats scurried into my secret base?" "How troublesome," she scoffed. Lee Hee-hun gritted his teeth, cold sweat forming on his brow. "Impossible," he thought. "I could not sense her presence at all until she was right on top of us." She flared her aura, the air twisting around her. "Since you have seen what you should not, prepare to die." She unleashed a barrage of critical strikes. "Activate ability Firewheel." Terror paralyzed the group as the searing heat of her power washed over them. Hee-hun, masking his fear with rage, dove behind a boulder. "She is out of our league. I will hold her off. Go get reinforcements." But the woman laughed cruelly. "And where exactly do you think you are running to?" Suddenly, running footsteps echoed, causing her to pause. A desperate voice cried out, "Is there any team nearby? We need to find members of the Cross Guild immediately." But how long can the Guildmaster hold out? The young man stopped refusing to accept this fate. He spun around. "I am staying." Nam Yoo-jun's jaw dropped. "What? Are you insane?" Yoo-jun screamed. "Two is better than one," the boy retorted. The woman continued her barrage, sneering. "What good is all that power if you cannot even hit your target?" Lee Hee-hun was reaching his limit. The woman, drunk on battle lust, delivered a humiliating kick. Even an awakening manhwa hero, appointed as a national sorcerer, amounts to this much trash. Triumph gleamed in her eyes. But suddenly the boy intervened, catching the stumbling Hee-hun with a gaze sharp as steel. "Why did you return?" Hee-hun gasped. Clutching a talisman to rewrite the future, to cover for someone who refused to cooperate, the boy charged. He flung the mystic charm straight at Berna. She merely scoffed. "You waste your mana. How long do you think you can survive?" Although bleeding and battered, the boy pushed forward, his will of steel unbreaking. "I can do this," he told himself. "If I can just buy time, until the seniors call for backup." Berna's cold voice cut through his hope. "Stall all you want. Your little friends will never make it in time." And you, Guildmaster, she taunted. Aren't you going to fight back? A national sorcerer cowering miserably behind his own subordinate? Compared to all your arrogant boasting earlier, this pathetic display is actually quite entertaining. The boy screamed, "Shut your mouth. Trash like you has no right to speak of him that way." Berna laughed manically. Trash? Me? And what exactly are you supposed to be? Suddenly, massive stone spears shot up from the earth. Berna scrambled to dodge the lethal barrage. I thought you were cowering, but you were setting a trap. The boy stood firm, shielding the trembling Hee-hun. She regained her composure, her voice dripping with disdain. But now what? I am perfectly fine, but look at you. You are running on fumes. I see now. Creation-type abilities devour mana voraciously. That power is far too great for a mere human vessel to handle. The boy leveled his talisman at her. As if you are human yourself. But then the cold robotic voice of the system rang out. Insufficient mana. Mana shield skill failed. Status effect mana exhaustion applied. The boy collapsed, hitting the dirt hard. Berna stroked her chin, intrigued. Did you really take out all my minions by yourself? She descended, stalking toward him like a predator. Let's end this properly. Hee-hun screamed. You wretched witch. But despair filled his heart. Is this it? Is this really the end? Was I wrong? He recalled the words of Seo Gangrim from the past. Let me lend a hand. The boy had refused. I don't think you should get involved. I was too arrogant, Hee-hun realized. Suddenly, a powerful hand gripped his collar. Seo Gangrim materialized from the void standing between them and Berna. Hee-hun gasped. Seo Gangrim. His eyes locked onto Berna with lethal intensity. Why are you here? Hee-hun stammered. Gangrim replied coldly. If you die, I won't be able to face my master. Besides, I have some business to settle. Without another word, he dashed toward Berna and the imposter clown brigade. Realizing the danger, the sorceress turned and fled in a rage. Damn it, I have no business with you, a breathless voice called out from behind. Mage Lee Hee-hun, are you all right? Wait, is that Seo Gangrim? Every time I saw him, he was trembling in fear, pushing everyone away. A coward who only knew how to run. I never imagined he would dive into hell just to save me. To the shock of onlookers, Seo Gangrim charged. His gaze was sharp as a blade. The clash between him and Bona began, but she was clearly no match for his overwhelming power. He thought to himself in confusion. What is going on? Even if the situation was bad, a mage of Lee Hee-hun's level shouldn't be dominated like this. Bona sneered. Why are you here? The boss orchestrated this entire scene near your hideout. Seo Gangrim paused. What? Just because we can't kill you, don't think you're free. She raised a goblet filled with blood. In the end, all of you will be used according to his will. Seo Gangrim panicked. Damn, she's fast. Witnesses or not retrieving that item was now the absolute priority. A panicked shout rang out. She's heading this way. Lee Soo-ho reacted instantly, his gun roaring as he unleashed a barrage of bullets. But Bona clutched the cup and fled. She's escaping. Seo Gangrim roared with fury. No. He screamed at the group, we cannot let her get away. As Bona gripped the blood cup, a shadow silently materialized. He sighed softly, gathering his energy. Right. Dragging this out any longer would be overkill. Terror froze Bona in her tracks. She desperately scanned for a retreat. But from the other side, Seo Gangrim unleashed his frost weapon, sealing her in ice. Caught you. I have a mountain of questions for you clowns, but first. Why is it that you cannot kill me? Suddenly, a dark fluid seeped from behind her mask. Seo Gangrim flinched. What are you doing? He grabbed her collar. Bona laughed sinisterly. Careful what you wish for, because you're about to learn a hard lesson from me. She ripped off the mask, revealing a twisted, grotesque smile. Someone rushed in. Damn it, father, please save her. He placed a hand on Bona, then shook his head. It was beyond healing. Seo Gangrim sighed. Suicide by poison. I knew they were a secret organization, but I was too careless. We've lost the chance to learn about these clowns. Now, we can't prevent the coming casualties in the demon realm. Even trying to read the destiny from a corpse. All I see is the name Bona. No surname. He looked at them. You trusted and helped us, and I'm sorry. A trembling footstep approached. Lee Hee-hun's voice shook. If the name is Bona, I might be able to help. Seo Gangrim frowned. You know this clown mask organization? First, let me show you something. Give me the mask. What are you doing? Lee Hee-hun placed a talisman on the mask. The transformation ability has been activated. He placed the mask back onto Bona's face. Seo Gangrim was puzzled. Why does the special agent's mask? Lee Hee-hun spoke softly. This person is an agent of the Bureau of Heavenly Fate Protection. The room fell silent. For Seo Gangrim, the words struck like a lightning bolt. His pupils trembled violently. An agent. I am certain. Among the agents who once visited my sect, there was one named Bona. A voice from the past echoed in his mind. Bona, bring this donation to our sect leader. Lee Hyun had looked at the gold stunned. Is this a bribe? She bowed her head. We wouldn't dare. It is all for the greater good. We only wish to contribute with our advanced pharmaceutical technology. That is all. Lee Hyun had scoffed. Smugglers of the divine flowers acting like saints, I didn't expect you to know about that. Captain, if I told you we can no longer obtain those flowers, would you believe me? The Western Heaven Flower Garden will remain barren, unable to grow flowers for the next several hundred years. Seo Gangrim felt a chill of horror. Impossible. Did the future change because I visited the Western Heaven Garden? This never happened in my past life. The Bureau is seeking cooperation from outside clans, Lee Hyun continued. Currently, the Bureau is the most influential organization. I thought making a deal with them was wise. Seo Gangrim demanded angrily, so you shook hands with them. The old man denied it. No, I put it on hold. They were urgent, so I wanted to test the waters. A voice echoed, you will regret losing this opportunity. Sect leader of the Black Demon Gate. At least now you aren't as arrogant as when you called yourself the national teacher. The way he spoke, he definitely knew me. Seo Gangrim analyzed. Is that fake organization backed by the Bureau? Then, what is the true purpose of the special unit he joined? This is getting deeper than a typical manhwa recap. Seeing the intense stare, Lee Hyun grew tense. Should we be knowing this? While we can, let's handle the rest of the business. He bowed his head, his voice desperate. I understand why you don't trust me. Seo Gangrim waved his hand. Ah, no, it's not that. I was the one who wronged you. He placed a hand on the old man's shoulder. National Teacher Lee Hyun. I apologize for everything. He looked stunned by those words, unsure what caused this change of heart. Lee Hyun replied, it is because you have changed. Your actions today, they can't be explained just by a power-up. The weakness of the past is gone. He took Seo Gangrim's hand. If your senior could see you now, he would be incredibly proud. Seo Gangrim smiled with satisfaction. He'd probably scold me instead. With the Tier 1 Karma Dragon, the weight of accumulated karma felt heavier. He clenched the talisman thinking of his master's pride. Then why hide the fact that master is still alive? Suddenly, the system Manhwa interface chimed. You have defeated the demon beast of the demon realm white stone armored fish. All beasts that swallowed the white stone have been destroyed. All demon beasts in the realm have been wiped out. Subjugation, successful. Contributors Bona Lee, Suho Dojun, Johan Richter. Top contributor Bona has fallen. Rewards transferred to Seo Gangrim. You have defeated the demon beast Bona. Demon beast? Seo Gangrim gasped. Bona's exit triggered that fake organization. They were demon beasts. Knowing the Bureau was behind it was shocking enough. What are they plotting? Lee Suho climbed out of a pit. Mr. Seo Gangrim. Thank goodness you haven't left yet. I have something to tell you. We're in the demon realm, so no one can eavesdrop. What is it? The answer to the question you asked me. I trust you. He sighed with relief. I think I've seen enough. Enough to know exactly what kind of man you are. I must ask Overseer Lee Hyun to step aside. Lee Hyun nodded solemnly. Understood. Once the rites for the sect members are complete, I will depart immediately. Father, wait. Can't we move as one? Why do you hesitate? Seo Gangrim's voice boomed with desperation. The Black Demon Sect is a vital piece on this chessboard. We need them. Lee Suho let out a heavy sigh disgusted. Have you no shame, Seo Gangrim? After the way he treated you, that man does not deserve to know the truth. I cannot trust a soul as twisted as his. Seo Gangrim's eyes were cold as ice. Nevertheless, he must hear this. And I want everyone present to bear witness. In your heart when it comes to the master, Overseer Lee Hyun is the only one you truly trust. Realization dawned on Lee Suho. Is that how it is? Then take it. This is the legacy Master Seo Gangrim entrusted to me. As he spoke, flames devoured the paper in his hand. From the myriad paths of destiny, I have chosen the only way to salvation. Seo Gangrim and Lee Hyun froze their eyes widening in shock. That voice, echoing in their minds. I have always watched over you, pondering the weight of my own fate. My destiny held only two endings. To be slaughtered by the Destiny Bureau. Or to embrace the title of a villainous sinner and shatter the Bureau with my own hands. I feigned death and forged the clown mask order from the shadows. If you are hearing this, you have passed the test of the one I trust most in this world. On the coming 7th night, come to Yongchu Falls. I require your strength. Seo Gangrim stepped forward, but anxiety gnawed at his heart. I never expected another interference. Meanwhile, rumors spread like wildfire. That fake clown mask group, they say their base has become a nest of demonic beasts. Chaos in the heart of the city. It's like a scene from a nightmare, not the human world. Just as predicted, this timeline has diverged completely from his past life. Lost in thought, he barely noticed where his feet were taking him. You've crossed the barrier. I was worried, but it seems you arrived safely. This is a hidden sanctuary. Without the seal, it remains invisible to the naked eye. Master is as brilliant as ever. She said she needs my help. But thinking of what lies ahead, the uncertainty weighed heavy on his soul. At Yongchu Falls, Seo Gangrim called out into the mist. Master, a figure emerged swiftly from the shadows. You have grown so much. Seo Gangrim. His eyes went wide as he beheld Seo Huayan. She smiled a warmth that defied the cold spray. Have you been well, my child? The waterfall crashed down, soaking him to the bone. She gently tilted an umbrella over him. Overwhelmed, Seo Gangrim collapsed into her embrace. Her voice was a soothing balm. Careful now, you're soaked through. Thick tears mingled with the rain on his cheeks. She spoke softly. I vanished because the future of the clown masks was painted in blood. Every path led to death. I could not drag you into that abyss. Hope sparked in his eyes. Then, has the future changed? Seo Huayan lowered her gaze. That is not why I summoned you. Seo Gangrim frowned. What do you mean? Her voice began to tremble. I called you here because I can no longer read the threads of your future. Your past and future have collided. A mysterious karma weighs upon your soul. I prayed, I was not the cause. But seeing you now, my fears are confirmed. What happened to you, my child? Seo Gangrim hesitated. Would she believe him? Would she believe he traveled back from a ruined future? She smiled gently. Seo Gangrim, no matter what, we are family. If it hurts to speak, stay silent. But if you are in danger, tell me. Let me protect you. He took a deep breath, steeling his resolve. The truth is, I have returned from the future. For the first time, he laid bare the secrets of his soul without hesitation. He told her of the previous timeline, of the life he lived, and the hell he endured. By the time his tale ended, twilight had consumed the sky. She held his hand, her touch grounding him. You have endured so much suffering, but I am relieved. You found comrades who stood by you until the bitter end. Despite the heavy atmosphere, Seo Gangrim scratched his head sheepishly. Actually, most of the sect members don't know the truth. Seo Huayan's expression hardened. The Destiny Bureau is no ordinary foe. Do you intend to carry the weight of their survival alone? That is not noble. It is foolish and arrogant. You said they protected you in the past life. Did you not? Is that why you shield them now? Do you think watching you fight alone brings them peace? He lowered his head, silenced by the truth of her words. She scolded him with the fierce love of a mother. Why would you force your partners to feel that helplessness again? Fight together with eyes open to the enemy. Or, let them leave. Give them the choice. Seo Gangrim looked up, clarity returning to his eyes. Yes, master. Later in the Great Hall, a voice cut the silence. What did she say to you, gathering us all like this? Seo Gangrim sat at the head of the table, his aura grave. I have something to tell you all. Thoughts raced through his mind. If they know the truth, that they died because of me in the past, that I deceived them, will anyone remain by my side? He continued. I forgot a simple truth. If I truly care for you, I must let you choose your own destiny. Silence descended, heavy, suffocating. Suddenly, a slow clap broke the tension. Seo Gangrim. That was actually touching. To think, you'd admit it yourself. So you're finally confirming you're a regressor. Does this mean you finally accept me as your partner? Her eyes sparkled. Thank you, Master. It's a lot to process. But Master, you said you trust us, right? Then we stand with you. Master, I am with you too. I have no intention of running away and leaving a brother behind. The room erupted in agreement. I owe Seo Gangrim my life in this timeline. A debt is a debt. I had no connection to you in the past life, but I cannot forgive the Destiny Bureau's sins. I'm sorry, Seo Gangrim. Tears streamed down her face. To think you carried that burden alone. And I knew nothing. It hurts that you hid it, but I understand. Thank you for telling us. I am glad we can fight together once more. While the emotions ran high, a plate of steaming dumplings landed on the table. What's everyone buzzing about? He replied calmly. Seo Gangrim confessed. The protagonist just admitted he's a returnee. I must record this. This is the ultimate plot twist in a system Manhwa. She remained stoic. Calamity draws near. We will likely all die. Does that not frighten you? He paused deep in thought. The others seemed terrified, sure. But hearing Shin Yua say it, it actually sounds exciting. Shin Yua's reaction is definitely unique. Shin Yua stared at him confused. What do you mean? Doc Gojun smirked. Her faith is blind. It goes beyond loyalty. It's obsession. Shin Sua tried to argue, but deep down she knew she was an anomaly. He cut her off sharply. Don't try to change the subject. She closed her eyes, letting out a heavy sigh. You've been like this since the last incident. He pressed on. It's not just because you believe Seo Gangrim will return, is it? It implies something deeper. For someone who despises killing, sacrificing your own arm, and slaughtering his enemies, that's not loyalty, that's madness. Shin Sua flinched the truth, hitting a nerve. He pointed a finger of accusation. I was convinced after hearing Seo Gangrim's story about the Blood Moon clan. Your judgment vanishes whenever Seo Gangrim is involved. You wiped out an entire sect and risked your team for one man. In what world is that considered sane? I believe you're the main character here, Shin Sua. But I'm starting to question the purity of your intentions. Shin Sua walked out, lost in a storm of thoughts. Her mind drifted back to that intense moment with Seo Gangrim. He had pinned her against the wall, eyes blazing. Why? What am I to you? Exactly, she whispered to herself. Back in reality, she felt ridiculous. Why does my heart race for him? Suddenly, a loud commotion broke her trance. A crowd was cheering in excitement. I got it, an invitation to the divine realm. Looks like I'm the only one left out. Someone joked. Shin Sua's curiosity piqued. What's the buzz about? She asked. Seo Gangrim stepped in. It's an invitation to the god realm, a chance to utilize the deities we've contracted. Training there allows for rapid growth due to the time dilation. It's a classic leveling manhwa mechanic, preparing for the apocalypse. She touched her chin, thoughtful. If I got one, Seo Gangrim interrupted immediately. Being possessed by a god isn't a blessing. Many powerful mages are leashed by their own patrons. She looked confused. Did I miss out in the past timeline? No, Seo Gangrim corrected. The Shin Sua of the past. You awakened a patron during the Suramon raid. A deity known as the First Lord. He continued, his voice grave. That was the title of the entity that claimed you after you left the training grounds. So, I did have one, she asked. You rejected it, he replied, because you didn't trust its nature. Seo Gangrim placed a hand on his chest, visibly relieved. Thank goodness. I don't know the specifics, but that god would have forced you down a path you'd hate. In the other timeline, you paid a heavy price for that rebellion. Shin Sua clenched her fist. Then I need to get stronger on my own terms. No gods. I'm not sure I can trust them either. Seo Gangrim handed her a vial. Take this. It's a serum extracted from divine rank spiritual blood. Drink it, and your mana control will solidify. Others rely on gods. You will rely on yourself. Shin Sua. He turned, walking away into the distance. She watched his back. Seo Gangrim doesn't have a patron either, she realized. He smirked. I have my own methods. Master Seo Jian's eyes nearly popped out. Seo Gangrim, are you insane? Her face hardened. Do you realize what you're asking? Please, Master, he begged. Unseal my spirit gate. The spirit gate is a doorway for demons. It's a dangerous trope in any awakening manhwa. If opened, your divine energy spikes, but at a terrible cost. You will hear things no human should hear. See things no human should see. We worked so hard to seal it. Why open it now? He knew the risks. The gate meant pain, the price for rejecting a god. But this time was different. He placed a hand over his heart, determination in his eyes. I am already on the path of worship, but my current human limits are choking my divine power. The abilities I unlocked, I can't even use them yet. She softened, her voice trembling. Forcing the gate open is not like a natural awakening. People go mad, Seo Gangrim. Their minds shatter. And you are already unstable. Seo Gangrim clenched his fists, standing on the edge of reason. We cannot defeat the Ti-So faction as we are. I'd rather become a zombie than lose as a human. She sighed, defeated. Fine. If anyone does it, it should be me. It's safer that way. Seo Jian sat before the altar, the ritual beginning. Behind her, Seo Gangrim sat in ceremonial white. Eyes closed. Focus. Open the gate. Open the gate. Runes swirled around his body. It's actually opening. The Seo Gangrim who once ran away was gone. Now, only a warrior remained. Agony split his skull. Process at 30%. The master looked around in panic. No, the shrine is catching fire. Hold on. Seo Gangrim bit his lip until blood flowed. I can take this. The pain will fade once the gate is fully open. I survived spirit sickness as a child. This is nothing. Process at 70%. Meanwhile, in a quiet moment, Seo Gangrim Shinsua said softly, "Did you think I wouldn't stop you? Whenever you smile and walk away, you do something reckless. I know because I saw the records of my past self." "You drank the essence?" he asked, shocked. "Why would you waste it on me?" She grinned. "We split it, 50 to 50. She downed her half without hesitation. "My mana just increased a bit. Glad I drank it." "Mana capacity, level 80. I don't know what you're planning, but..." She smiled warmly. "Now, you can handle your burden a little easier." Back in the shrine, Seo Gangrim collapsed. A stream of blood traced a line across the floor. "The spirit gate is open. See? Easy." His hand went limp. Seo Gangrim screamed. "Seo Gangrim. Wake up, Seo Gangrim." Elsewhere, a cold voice spoke. "So the fake opera troupe plan failed." A man knelt on the ground. "Report Commander Bak Yang. The Mole Kang Chan Du-hyun resigned. He was our leverage against Seo Gangrim. We must inform the deity." She moved slowly. "Very well." She clasped her hands, summoning dark energy. "Oh, High One. How do we proceed against them now?" A deep guttural voice echoed. "Ignore it. No one can fight destiny." Bak Yang exhaled relieved. "We trust in you, my lord." "Yes. Let it be." The connection severed. She collapsed onto a hospital bed. A bloody mask fell to the floor. Curious Gongdu mused. "The 41st commander died to the Seomun leader, correct?" Bak Yang grinned, a manic glint in her eyes. "That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? Come on to the lab. We need to appoint a successor immediately." At the university hospital, Seo Gangrim strode through the entrance, his eyes scanning the area like a hawk hunting prey. Suddenly, the mechanical chime of the system echoed in his mind. Skill stealth activated. Ghostly footprints materialized on the floor, visible only to him, amidst the unsuspecting crowd. Flashback to one day prior. Seo Gangrim answered the buzzing phone, his voice calm and detached. "Hello." A raspy voice crackled from the other end. "It's me." "So, Gangrim, what is your status?" The voice clung to his mind like a haunting phantom. "How is your body holding up? How are your legs? Is your head still attached, Seo?" Gangrim replied flatly. "I'm fine." "Fine. You call that fine? You look like a walking corpse. You should just keel over and die. If I did, then we could finally be friends in the afterlife." Seo Gangrim sat in the corner, unfazed by the insult. "I can handle it. It's been a week. The pain has become routine." On the other end, Seo softened her tone. "I see." Seo Gangrim exhaled the tension, leaving his shoulders as he spoke. "Yes, don't worry. Is checking on me the only reason you called?" Her hand crushed the paper she was holding. "We'll discuss the details in person." However, she stared intently at the photo of the man named Bang. "He has finally appeared in my spirit vision." Seo Gangrim sprinted over breathless. "Master," he shouted, "did you find Bang's location?" Seo nodded with grim gravity. "Yes, I believe I know where he is hiding." Seo Gangrim slammed his hand on the table. "Then I'm going immediately." She cut him off instantly. "Hold your horses. We need more intel." The location revealed in the vision is suspected to be a Black Ops research facility of the Bureau of Heavenly Destiny. It is far too dangerous for a reckless frontal assault. The investigation into this facility has already made some progress. Seo Gangrim's hands trembled, his knuckles turning white as he fought to stay calm. "But how much longer must I wait?" "Just a few more sessions of spirit vision to organize an infiltration squad. Then I'll infiltrate it myself," Seo Gangrim declared. Seo panicked, moving to block him. "Absolutely not. You are the worst possible candidate for this." She closed her eyes, steeling herself before delivering the cold, hard truth. Her voice dropped to a freezing whisper. Seo Gangrim looked devastated, his voice shaking. But why? Seo pointed a finger directly at his face. "Because sending you is a death sentence." "What do you mean?" she sighed. "You open the gates of hell and absorb divine energy. You now possess the volatile power of a demigod. You might feel like the protagonist of a leveling manhwa, but don't get cocky. Even without that power, you aren't weak enough for me to coddle." Seo Gangrim countered. "I'm not going there to start a war. I have skills perfectly suited for reconnaissance. And if things go south, I'm strong enough to retreat safely." Seo slammed the table, her fury exploding. "Look at yourself right now. Just hearing the name Bang makes you leak such terrifying killing intent. How do you plan to sneak in when you're radiating bloodlust, like a beacon?" Seo Gangrim was stunned into silence, the words hitting him like a physical blow. He slumped onto the floor, defeated. Seeing his despair, Sejian's voice softened. I understand your thirst for vengeance, but if you let emotions drive you, do you honestly think you can just scout and come back alive? Seo Gangrim sat there, biting his lip until he tasted iron, enduring the harsh reality. She continued relentless. Can you guarantee you won't lose control and slaughter everyone the moment you see? Bang. Seo Gangrim hung his head like a scolded child. I promised I wouldn't do this alone anymore. Sejian blinked, surprised by his admission. My teammates. They said they would fight by my side. Memories flashed through his mind. Thank you for telling me. They believed my insane story about returning from the dead. Even now they are training to face Bang. I want to stand with them. And that bond is more important to me than simple revenge. Please, Master. Trust me. In the corridor, heavy footsteps echoed. Choi Suo sighed in annoyance. Why the hell am I stuck on guard duty in a dump like this? A shadow loomed behind him, ready to strike, but the guard remained oblivious. Gotta have a smoke to wake up before I head in. Thwack. The guard collapsed instantly. Seo Gangrim dragged him into a closet. The security scanner beeped. Identity confirmed. Park Dion. Opening laboratory number 1. Security here is laughable, Seo Gangrim thought as he entered. But Master said she couldn't see the future inside these walls. The heavy lab doors slid open. So this is the belly of the beast, the Bureau's secret research division. Let's see what dirty secrets they're hiding. He spotted a massive stasis tank. A woman was floating inside, eyes shut tight. Seo Gangrim froze in shock. Bikhyang terror gripped his heart as he reached out to the cold glass. It can't be. He spun around, eyes darting frantically across the room, pressing his body against the glass. When he recognized the face inside the tank, his blood ran cold. Impossible. He sprinted down the aisle, checking tank after tank. He couldn't believe his eyes. Every single tank contained the same body. It was everywhere. Seo Gangrim collapsed to his knees, his spirit shattered. They are all. Bang. The system's robotic voice suddenly announced the data. Subject S, 98 metal attribute, divine rank 1. Subject H, 230 water attribute, divine rank 1. Subject F, 2 fire attribute, divine rank 1. Seo Gangrim trembled. Different elemental designations, but they were all clones of Bang. Even if they aren't the original. It doesn't matter. Panic rose in his chest. Just one Bang destroyed the entire Bauman clan. If all these monsters awaken, we won't have a chance of survival. Seo Gangrim frantically typed on the console. I have to destroy them right now. Suddenly, the door announced, identity confirmed, Yang Il. Opening laboratory, number 1. Footsteps echoed, followed by a crisp voice. I hoped they would survive until the next cycle. A man walked in looking concerned. Well, we still have plenty of backup vessels. Captain Y followed him in. Suddenly, the captain roared, spotting the intruder. Hey, you there? What do you think you're doing? Seo Gangrim quickly adopted the persona of a lab tech. He stammered, I lost something, just retracing my steps, sir. Captain Y relaxed slightly. Oh, it's just Researcher Park. What are you looking for? Seo Gangrim waved his hands nervously. Never mind, it's not here. The captain nodded. Right. Why don't you check the smoking room? Good idea, I'll go there. Seo Gangrim, disguised as Park, walked briskly past them. But the captain's eyes narrowed. Hey, the smoking room is the other way. He turned to his companion. Captain Y, check him again. My gut tells me that's not a researcher. Captain Y stroked his beard, suspicious. How strange. Seo Gangrim scratched his head, feigning embarrassment. I must be confused about the layout. The other man tilted his head. Is Researcher Park usually this clumsy? Seo Gangrim bolted. Well, excuse me, Captain, Y sighed. His hand glowed with green energy. We'll find out the truth once we dissect him. Seo Gangrim, posing as Researcher Park, realized his cover was blown. Panic set in. Captain Yang pointed a trembling finger right at him. Well, what do we have here? A fool's grin plastered on his face. Is he trying to evade me? If that were the real deal, he'd already have a hole through his skull. Gongdu watched nervously. Suddenly, the imposter Seo Gangrim surged forward, weapon in hand. He slammed into the reinforced laboratory door, but the steel barrier refused to yield even an inch. Captain Yang crossed his arms, smirking in triumph. It's over. There is no escape. Panic surged through Seo Gangrim's veins. Damn it. The enemy took a step forward, closing the distance with suffocating pressure. The captain's expression turned ice cold. Shall we unmask this little rat? Seo Gangrim grit his teeth. I plan to flee without a fight, but this situation. Combat is inevitable. I have no other choice. He slipped a mask over his face, his mind racing with calculations. I just need to keep my identity hidden a little longer. Captain Yang gasped. Heavens, is that a stealth ability? He scanned the room frantically, completely missing Seo Gangrim, who had already materialized directly behind him like a ghost. These carnival clowns are getting bolder by the day. Seo Gangrim struck the captain's back, but the massive entity G intercepted the blow. Gongdu frowned, perplexed. How can you remain so calm? The old man threw his head back in arrogance. Relax, I won't miss this time. True to his word, Captain Yang unleashed a devastating attack, barely missing Seo Gangrim by a hair's breadth. The reckless strike shattered a containment vial, sending glass flying. Gongdu clutched his head and screamed, Captain Yang, watch out. The situation was spiraling out of control. Oh dear, the captain sneered. But if I break a few toys, I can catch the rat. Gongdu roared in fury. What are you destroying? As Seo Gangrim fled, the old man's face went pale with rage. Capture him now, Captain Gong. His expression hardened with confidence. Did you just attach a tracker? The skill Necromancy Corp summoning was instantly activated. Seo Gangrim felt a chill run down his spine. Summoning so this is a hunt. Gongdu laughed maniacally. You little clown, your reckless rampage ends right here. He thrust his blade forward, only to be stopped cold by Seo Gangrim's steel. The protagonist hesitated, his mind reeling. Damn it, my standard weapons are useless against them. The enemy swung wildly, as Seo Gangrim vanished into stealth again. You think you can hide forever, but Seo Gangrim had realized something crucial. It's obvious, they're desperate to preserve these test subjects. If I keep targeting the equipment, they'll be forced to defend the lab. That distraction will be my golden ticket out of here. But it wasn't just skeletal soldiers. The massive hand of G slammed Seo Gangrim into the floor, pinning him down. The enemy rushed over his face, devoid of emotion. Got you. He reached down, fingers brushing against Seo Gangrim's disguise. Let's see what kind of rat we're dealing with. The mask was ripped away, revealing a familiar smirk. Long time no see. Captain Gongdu froze his eyes, widening in disbelief. Seo Gangrim, why are you here? Captain Yang's eyes lit up with twisted excitement. Did you say, Seo Gangrim? So this is why fate intervened. The system voice echoed, as Captain Yang raised his hand. Glass shards levitated into the air, as the skill swampification was unleashed. The old man cackled like a lunatic. No one can defy their destiny, Gongdu bellowed in frustration. Yang, have you lost your mind? His voice took on a ghostly rasp. What? He glanced at the artificial bodies littering the floor inside. We have no need for counterfeits. Not when we can sell the incarnation spell to a true vessel. Hearing those words, Seo Gangrim's pupils constricted in terror. This energy signature, there is no mistake. It belongs to that god. The very deity that has hunted me since childhood. Memories of the past flooded back. You are all merely pawns on a chessboard, prepared to be sacrificed for a greater purpose. So that explains why the fake clowns couldn't kill us. A cold, mechanical voice announced the transition. Skill-activated demigod transformation. Gongdu shielded his eyes. What in the world? Captain Yang trembled in fear. Has he achieved apotheosis? To their absolute shock, Seo Gangrim began to levitate, defying gravity. He channeled a massive surge of power. The energy wave obliterated G's massive arms into dust and sliced through the air, drawing blood from Gongdu. Captain Yang's voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. Don't stop now. His eyes glowed with malice. A vessel for that entity could never be a mere mortal. Seo Gangrim looked down from above, calm and imperious. Within him, divine power surged through the ghost gate like a raging river. This new strength comes from divine protection, and it synchronizes perfectly with my existing abilities. It ends here. But the old man interrupted. You know, Seo Gangrim drew his weapon but froze. He stared in horror as their forms twisted. They transformed into grotesque monstrosities. We aren't exactly human either. Captain Yang glared at Seo Gangrim. Indeed, that body is far too durable for a human. Seo Gangrim analyzed the threat. The Destiny Protection Bureau has 4 captains. Dragging this out would be suicidal. He gripped his weapon tighter. I need to end this instantly and vanish. With a sonic boom, he launched himself toward them. Captain Yang smiled wickedly, summoning a dark aura. Like I said, we are monsters. Green tentacles erupted from his body like writhing vipers. The appendages lashed out, ensnaring Seo Gangrim in a crushing grip. He struggled violently against the unnatural restraint. He was baffled. This isn't a standard ability. Seo Gangrim stared at Captain Yang's transformation. I see now. You aren't awakened ones. You're actual demons. Gongdu sneered. Looks like the cat is out of the bag. The old man laughed. So, you finally understand. He commanded seize Seo Gangrim. We must continue the divine reign. The clash was intense. Gongdu struggled to hold his ground. Impossible. Seo Gangrim parried every blow with terrifying precision. Gongdu gasped for breath, his voice trembling. How did he get this strong? He had potential as a trainee, but this... He faltered. Suddenly, a blast of energy hurtled towards Seo Gangrim. The enemy gloated. You're still just third-rate trash. Seo Gangrim grit his teeth. Too late to dodge. He intercepted the blast with his blade. The two forces collided in a shockwave. Gongdu flew into the air enraged. I can't believe even that attack didn't work. Seo Gangrim smirked, mocking them. I am no longer third-rate, the enemy scoffed. Stop spouting nonsense. Destiny levels are absolute. He charged forward screaming. Humans cannot rewrite their fate. Seo Gangrim's smile turned icy. I used to believe that too. He caught the blade and blasted his opponent back, utterly dominating him. Even the massive G stood frozen in place, paralyzed. Captain Yang screamed in despair. No, Captain Gong, but the truth was undeniable. In this Manhwa recap, Seo Gangrim had ascended, Divine Power Level 3, Elemental Mastery, Fire, Water, and Wood. Seo Gangrim's voice cut through the air like absolute zero. We possess the power to rewrite our own destiny. Captain Y stumbled back, terror seizing his heart. Impossible, he thought. I wield the power of a god. How does a mere human dare to challenge me? Seo Gangrim's eyes widened in shock as a colossal monstrosity materialized before him. That man is dead, he thought, his mind racing. So why does his aura still linger? In a flash, the beast's jaws clamped tight around Captain Y's neck. It looked as if the beast had devoured him whole. Fear flickered across the protagonist's face for the first time. Did it just swallow him alive? Is he gone? No matter your strength in the end, you are nothing but a human. A voice boomed, echoing the tropes of an awakening manhwa. But we were gifted divine power. We were born as the guardians of fate, wielding the might of the gods themselves. Captain Y emerged from the beast's maw, gasping for air, his face pale and eyes glazed over. That was too close. I nearly lost my life. Seo Gangrim watched in horror, realizing the terrifying truth. I never imagined the thing lurking in the shadows was his true form. This complicates everything, Seo Gangrim muttered. Without wasting a second, he launched himself forward, unleashing a devastating strike at the enemy. Captain Y roared, unleashing his energy to crush Seo Gangrim. The hero gritted his teeth, feeling the strain. This power. It's unstable, he realized. My body is breaking down under the immense pressure of the demigod transformation I gained from the demon gate. A twisted grin spread across the captain's face as he sensed the divine energy fading. Seeing Seo Gangrim cough up blood, he gloated. Look at you crumbling under a power you can't control. Your body is at its limit. Manic laughter filled the air as the beast tendrils bound the hero tight. You're destroying your own body just to buy a few more seconds of life. Is this your plan? Tell me, worm. Do you really call that pathetic existence living? With a body born so flawed, you should be on your knees thanking the heavens you were chosen as a vessel for the divine. Seo Gangrim struggled violently against the massive beast. No, I must resist. My son, are you ready? The voice echoed in his mind as despair began to set in. Damn it, Seo Gangrim cursed. I was warned never to unleash this power unless there was absolutely no other choice. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light erupted from within him. The energy shattered the darkness, revealing the stern, majestic face of Seo Gangrim. Yes, she declared. I knew the time would come when we would need this. Captain Y recoiled in terror. Who the hell are you? She looked down with cold, regal eyes. I am Seo Gangrim, a slave to destiny. A name long forgotten, a soul erased from history. If you cannot quell your rage and resentment, she commanded the spirits, then become my blade. Let me guide your fury. I order you. Absolute destruction. The spirit's sword summoning technique roared to life. Captain Y was decimated without mercy, massive spurts of blood painting the battlefield. When the dust settled, nothing remained but a pile of ruin. Seo Gangrim gently took Seo Gangrim's hand, her gaze firm yet caring. He looked away, guilt washing over him. Master, I'm sorry. But she simply offered him a satisfied smile. Compared to what I imagined, this is a mercy, she said softly. You did well, Seo Gangrim. Now, finish that trash off and return to us. Captain Y shrieked desperately. Wait, stop, Seo Gangrim. Surely you haven't forgotten everything I did for you. I can give you intel on the Protection Bureau. We can work together. Please, I beg you, spare my life. Meanwhile, on a nearby screen, a news anchor delivered a grim report. At approximately 4 p.m. yesterday, the Clown Gang launched another terror attack at the OO University Hospital. Miraculously, thanks to the swift response of the Destiny Protection Bureau, there were 0 casualties. Seo Gangrim tapped his finger against the table, nodding slowly. I see. No mention of your faction or Captain Ba anywhere. Tell me, are you actually useful to me? Gongdu frowned deeply. I am practically the second in command of the entire bureau. Seo Gangrim's voice dropped to a chilling whisper. Is that so? Just like those test subjects we saw in the lab. Do you have spare bodies lying around too? Seo Gangrim asked, his tone cutting like a knife. Because if you do, I have no reason to keep you alive or interrogate you. There's probably another Captain Gong waiting in line, right? Gongdu snapped. What did you just say? Panic surged through Gongdu. Is this bastard really planning to dispose of me, he thought? Desperate, he screamed. Let me make this clear. We are nothing like those mass-produced vessels. Only the absolute elite among the samples are granted the secrets of the Bureau. You'll never be able to get to the top just by force. Seomoon Ion Neil holds the real power. And since Ibi is dead, he grinned like a madman. I am the only opportunity you have left. Seo Gangrim rested his chin on his hand. And why should I trust a word you say? Gongdu replied confidently. There is an artifact called the Oath of Contract. It binds 2 parties to their promises. We will use that to seal the deal. Seo Gangrim smirked darkly. Sounds perfect. Let's talk terms. Seo Gangrim agrees not to harm, torture, or imprison Gongdu. He will provide shelter and supplies. Furthermore, he will issue multiple revenge cards engraved with his own name. In exchange, Gongdu shall carry no weapons and use no powers within the sanctuary. He must answer every question. Seo Gangrim asks with absolute truth, no lies, no omissions. If either party breaks this vow, the penalty is immediate death. Gongdu held the card intrigued. A revenge card. I haven't seen one of these in ages. Though it's strange seeing your name on it. With this in play, if I were to kill you, I would be forced to take my own life instantly. And if any of your comrades manage to kill me, you are bound by the card to slaughter them yourself. There is no greater insurance policy. Seo Gangrim leaned forward. Now, are you ready to talk? Gongdu sighed, picking at his attire. By the way, whose rags are these? You must be raking in cash as a hunter in this leveling manhwa world. Can't you invest a little in your wardrobe? Seo Gangrim slammed his fist on the table, shattering the mood. Enough nonsense. First question, who is the god of the Protection Bureau? As expected of a high-ranking captain, his knowledge was vast. The intel flowed freely details on the Bureau's remaining forces, the grotesque methods used to create human-demon hybrids, and the true sinister purpose behind the organization's founding. It all boiled down to one singular terrifying goal, the summoning of the Bureau's deity, the one known as the Manin. Gongdu's eyes lit up with fanaticism. That's right, and you are the human vessel marked by that very god. Seo Gangrim lowered his head, his mind racing. A vessel for possession. Their goal hasn't changed since ancient times. But then a thought struck him. Wait, if that's true, why did Baekhyun try to kill me? If they follow the Manin, shouldn't they protect the vessel? Oh right, Gongdu continued, oblivious to the hero's internal monologue. You're safe for now, but watch your back. The Manin has a sworn enemy. That rival deity ruthlessly destroys every potential vessel the moment a believer of the Manin appears. Cold sweat trickled down Seo Gangrim's spine. A sworn enemy. The pieces started to click. Could it be? Was Baekhyun, the woman I saw in my past life, actually a believer of that rival god? Gongdu pointed a thumb at himself, grinning arrogantly. But don't worry, I already slaughtered that rival believer months ago, so you're in the clear. Seo Gangrim snapped his head up, his eyes narrowing sharply. How much intel do you have on this rival deity? Do you know its divine name? Gongdu sneered. Why aren't you trembling before the Manin, instead of worrying about a god with 0 followers? The protagonist's eyes turned cold. Answer me. Now, do you have a death wish? Or are you begging for a painless end? Gongdu yielded. Fine. That deity's divine name is the First Master. Rumor has it they possess a weapon capable of slaughtering the Manin. Seo Gangrim's gaze darkened instantly. What did you say? The First Master. If that was the god Shin Sua accepted in her past life, then the oracle she rejected. Was it a command to kill me? A shiver ran down his spine as the realization hit. Gongdu continued his rambling. Anyway, if anyone is trying to become that god's vessel, stop them. It's better to strike first and kill them. A bond with a god isn't something easily severed. Seo Gangrim's expression became a mask of shadows. What? Gongdu scratched his head, confused. Enough questions. Today isn't the only day we have, right? Seo Gangrim nodded slowly. Then let me ask one final thing. Before the Great Awakening, I heard the Protection Bureau slaughtered every pre-awakened candidate who refused recruitment. Is that true? Gong Du flinched his face, draining of color. Were you there? Cold sweat poured from him like rain as he slammed the table in panic. Why are you digging into that now? You're on my side now. Even if you hate my past, you can't hurt me. Seo Gangrim's patience snapped. Just answer the question. A manic grin twisted Gong Du's face. Was I there? Oh, I was there. But I didn't just watch. I was the one who butchered every single one of those bastards. Good. Question's over. Let me rest now. Go ahead, rest. When I open the door, a guide will take me to my room, right? No. Suddenly, a terrifying doll beast emerged from the shadows. It struck Gong Du with a weapon, drawing blood instantly. He screamed in terror. Damn it, this wasn't the deal. Seo Gangrim, save me. Seo Gangrim looked down with icy indifference. Why should I? The clown gang is filled with the grieving families of the awakened ones you murdered. Did you forget? I have the power of vengeance. The doll stepped on his hand, crushing it, then turned slowly towards Seo Gangrim. Thank you, Seo Gangrim, for giving us this chance for revenge. He replied with a grim satisfaction. I'm just repaying the favor. By the way, will destroying the doll release the summoned soul? Yes. Burning it is the easiest way. Understood. The doll paused. Next time tell the master to summon me into a ball-jointed doll, okay? This cotton body gets too heavy when wet. I will. See you later, Junjone. Meanwhile, in a dark, damp hideout, shadows began to move. Baek Yang tore at his hair in frustration. We have to assume there are no surviving vessels. It seems Captain Y and Captain Gong Du have fallen. Do I have to accept the god directly myself? But if I do that, our forces will be reduced to just that bastard and the failed experiments. It's too dangerous. Should I kidnap Seo Gangrim instead? If only we had just one of those unidentified eggs left. Suddenly, an excited voice broke the silence. Captain Seoman, this looks like the key to Captain Gong Du's armory. Baek Yang's eyes widened in shock. Open it now. Baek Yang thrust the key forward, tension thick in the air. The door creaked open to reveal a single egg. Baek Yang smirked wickedly. There's one unidentified egg sample left. The scene shifted to a towering skyscraper. The elevator dinged at the first floor. Seo Gangrim stepped out, stunned by the sight. Shin Sua stood there, arms crossed, smiling warmly at him. So, did you get what you wanted? He replied with a genuine smile. Thanks to you. Thank you so much. But wait a moment. Suddenly, she frowned, looking at her interface. Again, why do they keep spamming these invites? Seo Gangrim froze as he saw a notification straight out of a system Manhwa. The First Master has invited you to the God Realm. His mind raced. The First Master is still trying to recruit Shin Sua. I can't let her fall into danger again. In that case, he reached out, tapping into his system interface. I think I can help you. She looked at him curiously. Mr. Seo Gangrim. Seo Gangrim focused. First, I'll establish a silent link with Shin Sua. I need to block the First Master from contacting her. Demigod transformation, silent communication, divine rank activated. The First Master says, you may enter if Shin Sua refuses. The First Master claims to possess the method to kill Seo Gangrim's enemy. My enemy. It can't be. The First Master has secretly shared the method to kill the Manin. Later, a cup of warm tea was placed on the table. Shin Sua sat opposite him and spoke up. So the goal of the Fate Department is summoning. But don't tell me you're planning to leave me behind, right? Seo Gangrim's voice was firm. Shin Sua has been chosen as the demigod vessel for the First Master. I think it's best if I go alone this time. She snapped back angrily. Didn't you say that God tried to kill you in your past life? And now you want to go alone? He looked down, avoiding her piercing gaze. That God and I share a common goal, defeating the Manin. Perhaps this time he will help me. Tears of frustration welled up in her eyes. But what about what you said before? Was the promise to fight together just a lie? He lowered his voice. I'm sorry. Her eyes sharpened with determination. She reached for the system window. Seo Gangrim shouted in panic. Shin Sua, don't. She pressed the button without hesitation. A cold mechanical voice announced. You have accepted the First Master's invitation to the God Realm. Now we go together. He stood frozen, unable to believe it, then let out a defeated sigh. It's going to be dangerous. Are you really okay with this? She replied confidently. Of course. Seo Gangrim thought to himself. She's right. Going alone was reckless, but with Shin Sua, we'll need to be fully prepared. Before we go to the God Realm, we need countermeasures. She tilted her head. Countermeasures. Later, at Yangchu Waterfall, a powerful voice echoed. No matter how many times I calculate it, there is no safe day. Sawa spoke coldly. It is a place of death. Are you sure you still want to go? Seo Gangrim stood resolute. No matter what, I have to go. The gods, they are the absolute rulers of their own realms. Even with my current demigod transformation, it's not enough to take down a true god. She warned him, if you try, you will die. He clenched his fist. But I have no other choice. It is the only way to catch the Manin. Sawa looked at him, her expression darkening. Perhaps. There is a sliver of luck on your side. The god realm you intend to visit is currently under attack by the Fate Protection Bureau. His eyes lit up. Then, she smiled. The chaos might just make your infiltration possible. Seo Gangrim sprang to his feet, eyes burning with excitement. Then there is no time to waste. We move out now. Watching him, the elder could only marvel. Usually, forcing a gate open tore a human mind to shreds, leaving them mad or lifeless. Yet Seo Gangrim had shattered the gateway, absorbing the karmic backlash like it was nothing. He was manipulating divine power while maintaining perfect sanity. This defied the logic of any standard awakening manhwa. How is this even possible? Seo Gyeon muttered, a realization dawning on her. She called out to stop him. Seo Gangrim, my child, tell me the truth. Are you and that girl? An item. Seo Gangrim's face flushed red as he stammered a denial. Me her no way. He waved his hands frantically. Shinsua is just here to, help manage the gate, that's all. The elder's expression turned solemn. It is more than that. Her mere presence is purging the corruption from your soul. To put it simply, she is the tether keeping you alive. Seo Gangrim's frantic energy faded into a gentle smile. I know. That is why I owe her everything. The elder stepped forward, taking Shinsua's hands in hers. Shinsua, I beg of you, be his anchor. Do not let him cross the line into madness. The girl beamed, her smile radiant. I promise. Seo Gangrim hurriedly bowed. We really have to go now. Goodbye, Master. System cooperation with the first Master of the Divine Realm confirmed. Initiating teleport. They materialized in a landscape of devastation. It was the aftermath of a brutal, chaotic battle. The scent of blood hung heavy in the air. Shinsua gasped, her heart sinking. So the rumors were true. The first master actually possessed the means to slaughter the gods of the Tiso faction. Seo Gangrim handed her a mask. Cover up. We cannot let them see our faces. She accepted the mask, sliding it over her features. You are always so thoughtful, Seo Gangrim. Suddenly, his eyes widened in alarm. Shinsua dodge. A blast of golden energy erupted from the shadows. Jean Sua froze for a split second. What the? Heavy footsteps echoed as a figure emerged from the gloom. It was the theater troupe. Panic flashed across both their faces. A cold voice cut through the air. After slaughtering the people of Tiso and the innocent civilians, you dare follow me here? Cha Anabizia raised her hand, mana surging around her. I will exterminate every last one of you. She dropped into a combat stance, her staff barring their path like an iron gate. Seo Gangrim slowly drew his blade, his voice calm but firm. I really have no desire to fight you, Anabi, but it seems you are leaving me no choice. From behind him, Shinsua shouted, Seo Gangrim, wait, Agent Anne does not know the true nature of the Fate Bureau yet. She recalled their past encounters. We fought the imposters from the theater troupe together. She has no idea that those villains were actually agents sent by the Bureau itself. Shinsua muttered to herself, desperate to avoid bloodshed. Let me try to reason with her. Surely even Agent Anne will listen to logic. But Seo Gangrim's reply was ice cold. No. Behind his mask, his expression hardened. Even if we revealed the truth now, she would never believe us. Look at her. He locked eyes with Cha Anabisha. Those are not the eyes of someone seeking answers. Those are the eyes of a warrior prepared to die. As he spoke, two more figures materialized behind Cha Anabizia, flanking her in a battle formation, ready to crush Seo Gangrim and Shinsua. Cha Anabizia glanced at the fallen bodies around them, her gaze filled with a profound sorrow. She gripped her staff until her knuckles turned white. Theater troupe. Behind her, the air shimmered as Cha Anabizia summoned a legion of guards. Seo Gangrim turned to his partner, his voice urgent. Miss Shinsua, I need you to handle those puppets. Clear the mobs. Shinsua nodded, her demeanor shifting to pure focus. Understood. A system window materialized. Skill Woodleaf Arts activated. Seo Gangrim synchronized his movements with hers, launching himself toward the boss. He leaped into the air, unleashing a technique that bridged the distance in a heartbeat. He appeared directly in front of her. Cha Anabisha's eyes widened, unable to track his godlike speed. Impact. He slammed a heavy blow into her, sending her flying backward. She crashed into the wall with a sickening thud. Her mask shattered and fell away as she cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground. She lifted her head, groggy and shaken. He is strong, she thought, fear creeping into her mind. Perhaps even stronger than the theater troupe leader I faced before. Cha Anabisha gritted her teeth, forcing her trembling body to obey. But I cannot fall here. Not when justice needs to be served. She clutched her leg, channeling her desperation into a prayer. Hanuman, I beg of you, lend me your strength. The air trembled as a system interface flashed into existence. System Anabi is calling upon her guardian deity. Shinsuo gasped. That energy. It can't be Sa. Gangrim watched in stunned silence, letting out a weary sigh. System, the guardian deity, answers the call. The atmosphere grew heavy as the deity descended. A magnificent golden monkey avatar plummeted from the heavens, answering Cha Anabisha's summon. Emboldened, she gripped her staff and rose to her feet. System Divine Possession initiated. Synchronization rate, 20%. Seo Gangrim's mind raced. If this drags on, it's going to get dangerous. A terrifying aura radiated from her. He began to walk slowly toward the avatar of the Monkey King. She moved instantly, a blur of speed that tore through the wind appearing right in his face. He dodged, she thought, shocked. Cha Anabisha tightened her grip, her instincts screaming. She didn't let up. Recovering instantly, she unleashed a flurry of strikes with immense power, her movements leaving after images as she vaulted over him. The system chimed again. System Demigod Anabi requests more power. Warning. The guardian deity warns that further synchronization will destroy the host's body. Power poured off her in waves, tearing at her physical form. I know the risks, she screamed internally. Memories of the past flashed before her eyes. I must stop them. No matter the cost. The warning was ignored. System Guardian Deity increases synchronization. Power output raised to 30%. Seo Gangrim stood his ground, a look of somber resignation on his face as her staff descended. Bam! He unleashed a counterforce to catch her ultimate strike. She strained against him, blocking his retaliation with her bare hands. Faster, I need to be faster, Cha Anabisha thought, but her body was failing. Large droplets of blood coughed from her lips, staining the ground. System Demigod Anabi screams for more power. The clash of their energies cracked the very earth beneath them. This was a battle worthy of a top-tier leveling manhwa. She fought like a berserker, swinging her staff with reckless abandon. She screamed in fury, but Seo Gangrim saw the opening. Before she could complete her swing, he drove a precise blow into her abdomen. Her mask lay broken on the floor. Seo Gangrim caught her falling body, carrying her forward. Xin Suo rushed over, horrified. No way. Is she dead? He shook his head gently. No. I merely knocked her unconscious for a moment. Holding Cha Anabisha securely, he explained. I had to intervene before her body collapsed from the divine overload. I never had any intention of killing Miss Anabi. It is a good thing I brought the talisman Kang Hyun gave me. Seo Gangrim continued, his expression serious. Because Anabi has a mission she absolutely must complete. Shin Suo walked beside him, puzzled. Agent An has a mission. Seo Gangrim turned back to look at the unconscious warrior. Most human reapers join the Bureau believing they are protecting humanity. He analyzed the situation as he spoke. But if they knew the truth, that their real purpose is to summon the immutable heavenly beast, everything would change. With Anabi as the focal point, even the reapers would turn and fight by our side. Seo Gangrim knelt, placing her down gently. This strategy will also reduce the danger to Shin Suo, he thought. He stood up, scanning the area, and called out, Miss Sin Suo, we need to prepare. The mask clattered to the cold stone floor. Seo Ah sat bound to a chair within the depths of a grand shadow-drenched palace. Her eyelids fluttered open, heavy with confusion. Where am I? The terrifying realization hit her. She couldn't move a muscle. From the shadows behind her, Mumian stepped forward, his presence suffocating. I trust you will forgive these restraints, my child, given the circumstances. Seoa's blood ran cold. She stared at the monstrosity before her. That look, it's the fake troop monster from before. But as the memory sharpened, terror gripped her heart. No, calling him the Bureau's Grim Reaper is more accurate. He's the one who slaughtered the beast. Even the legendary biojet couldn't scratch. He approached with a chilling fatherly calmness. It is truly a pleasure to finally meet you, my dear daughter. I am the deity your people worship as the first ancestor. His voice deepened with ancient power. I am Mumion. Miles away, Seo Gangrim tore off his mask, desperation etched on his face. Seo, he summoned his status window, panic rising. Damn it. Even the divine telepathy link has been severed. This is turning into a nightmare scenario from a dark, awakening Manhwa. Is Seo unconscious? Memories of her confident smile flashed through his mind, twisting his gut with regret. I should have stopped her when she insisted on coming. There's no turning back now. We move together. Dark determination filled his eyes. If anything happens to her, I swear I will. He slammed the mask back on, forcing himself to breathe. Calm down. Self-pity won't save anyone. In another dimension, the first ancestor began the forbidden ritual to transform Seo into a demigod vessel. That meant she was safe from physical harm. At least for the moment. Seo Gangrim's mind raced. I just need to save her before the divine descent completes. He turned to leave, but his gaze lingered on the ruins behind him, a heavy weight in his chest. But in this endless labyrinth, how can I possibly find her? A voice cut through the silence. Hearing that voice, I'd know it anywhere. Agent On stepped out, her eyes narrowing. You're Seo Gangrim, aren't you? Why? Her anger flared like a sudden storm. Why are you wearing the mask of the Phantom Troop? She pressed her weapon against his neck, demanding answers. Did you fight beside us just to stab us in the back? He let out a heavy sigh, the weight of the world on his shoulders. Turning slowly, he met her gaze. I have my reasons. The mask was necessary camouflage. I am not a member of the troop. Seo Gangrim stood tall, his aura intensifying. There's no time for a lecture. Seo has been captured by Mumion. Agent On lowered her weapon, stunned. Her mind reeled as she processed the impossible. Mumion, the evil deity bent on world destruction, and the troop serves him. He slowly removed the mask, revealing his earnest face. Agent On, are you truly blind to the reality? She stammered. What? What don't I know? He looked at her with pity. I guess I have no choice but to break the illusion. Seo Gangrim's eyes burned with urgency. I'll tell you everything I know. Standing amidst the chaos, the two warriors exchanged words that would shatter her worldview. Her head dropped, denial, trembling on her lips. Impossible. Captain Gongwu is actually a monster. Her legs gave way as the truth hit her. And the troop attacking civilians, they were actually the Bureau's executioners. Seo Gangrim stood firm, hands on his hips. Believe it or not, that is your choice. He leaned in his voice, pressing. But ask yourself, Agent On, haven't you ever felt that something was wrong? He stared deep into her eyes, exposing the doubts she had buried. That the Fate Bureau is hiding something dark. His gaze seemed to pierce her very soul. Did you really know nothing? So that's what the troop member meant back then. The pieces of the puzzle finally clicked into place. If Seo Gangrim is really with the troop. Agent On reached into her vest, pulling out an old talisman. She recalled their past encounter. He didn't just knock me out with a simple charm back then. A memory surfaced standing behind a tree, with Seo watching from afar. She remembered the way Seo had called out to Seo Gangrim. Agent On looked up, resolution hardening her features. I don't fully trust your story yet, but I don't believe you two would move without a just cause. So just this once, she declared, I will help you. The scene shifted to a nightmare, the palace floor littered with corpses. Seo rushed forward, horrified to find her allies decimated. Rage boiled within Seo. In the distance, the old god continued to gather terrifying internal energy. It's hopeless, she thought, despair warring with fury. We can't win against a monster like this. She ground her teeth in frustration. She glared at the deity, screaming, Why do you want to kill Seo Gangrim? He hasn't done anything wrong, Mumion replied, his voice terrifyingly calm. As you say, the boy is innocent. Then why? She demanded. Mumion's eyes were cold as ice. Even so, he must die for the greater good of humanity. He began to lecture, weaving philosophy with madness. Gods draw their power from human faith. But humans, they blame fate for every tragedy that befalls them. He clenched his hand, as if crushing the world itself. That blame only feeds the beast. The entity known as fate, the eternal constant, seeks to directly dominate humanity, to gorge on that power. Memories of slaughter flickered in his eyes. I have destroyed countless vessels to stop that eternity from taking root. And finally, I have discovered the ultimate vessel that eternity cherishes most. He looked down at Seo, his finger pointing accusingly. Seo Gangrim. Tears welled in her eyes. Seo Gangrim. Just for that, her voice trembled. You mean Seo Gangrim has to die just because he's a vessel? She recalled his struggles. Seo Gangrim has spent his entire life fighting to avoid that god's influence. Mumian reached out, his voice softening deceptively. I know that, child. But if eternity claims his body, the catastrophe will be irreversible. Therefore he decreed, you must become my demigod and slay Seo Gangrim yourself. Seoa glared at him with rebellious fire. You think I'll just obey you like a puppet? Suddenly, his hand clamped onto her head. A system window flashed red. The first ancestor began forcibly injecting his divine power into her soul. A swirling storm of blue aura engulfed them. In my divine realm, Mumian intoned, his voice echoing like thunder, my words become absolute reality. A voice whispered in her mind, don't resist, daughter. No, she screamed internally. But the past was dissolving. My memories, they're being wiped away. As Seo Gangrim's face began to fade from her mind, she whispered a final plea. I'm sorry, Seo Gangrim. I couldn't help you. Suddenly, the system alert blared. Target possesses a guardian deity. Divine descent failed. Mumian looked up, stunned. What is this? In a flash of steel, Mumian's head was sent spinning into the air. Seo Gangrim materialized from the void, his sword gleaming. He swooped in, catching Seoa in his arms, before she fell. The severed head hit the ground with a sickening thud, dissolving into black sludge. But Mumian, half his face missing, spoke calmly to himself. So, it has come to this. His remaining eye fixed on the pair. Seo Gangrim. The pressure in the air grew heavy as he stared them down. I see. Mumian analyzed the situation instantly. You used the divine telepathy link to trigger your own descent, blocking mine. You must have established the connection before entering my domain. A brilliant strategic move worthy of a system Manhwa protagonist. Seo Gangrim locked eyes with the deity, memories of his past life flooding back like a nightmare. Rage exploded in his voice as he roared, You were the one who unleashed Biang upon us. The old god stood motionless, his gaze cold and distant. Mumun replied softly, correct. Fury burned through Gangrim as he connected the dots, screaming, It was you. You are the root of this entire cursed tragedy. Knuckles turning white around his hilt, the hero hissed. If not for your meddling, my friends would still be alive. A heartbreaking vision of Shinsuya and the others flashed before his eyes, a memory of happier times. He gritted his teeth, forcing down the boiling anger. I cannot let Mumun fail in this timeline just because of a grudge from my past life. Suddenly, a system window popped up in his mind. Warning, suppress your emotions. Focus on the mission. Gangrim spoke to himself, finding his center. We both seek the same goal. Shouldn't we be fighting side by side against the concept of eternity itself? The deity called out from the distance, his voice dripping with pity. You foolish, tragic child. I will grant you one final mercy. Mumun's eyes narrowed. Why don't you simply end your own life right now? Seo Gangrim froze, stunned by the cold suggestion. The god continued, think carefully. If the power of eternity descends into your vessel, this world is guaranteed to transform into a living hell. Everything you hold dear will be consumed by suffering. It is your very resistance, that stubborn, unchanging nature, that drags your life into inevitable tragedy. Mumun's gaze bore into him like a drill. There is only one solution. To shatter the plan of eternity, you must cease to exist. The old master stood with terrifying serenity, while Gangrim's grip tightened on his blade. I know you hate me, Mumun admitted. Once this is all over, I too shall atone for my sins with my own death. Make your choice. Mumun extended a hand toward the warrior, who stood with his head bowed in shadow. Gangrim's voice trembled with suppressed fury. In my past life, I was weak enough to accept that offer. He snapped his head up, his eyes locking onto Shinsua's broken form lying on the cold ground. That sight shattered his restraint. A terrifying blue aura exploded from his body, swirling like a storm. But not this time. I have people I swore to protect with these very hands. His voice thundered across the battlefield. That is why I absolutely refuse to die. The deity sighed, resigned to the outcome. Then you leave me no other choice. With a gentle motion, Mumun raised his hand, signaling the end. From the towering castle, a legion of celestial soldiers descended like a plague of locusts. If that is your will, Mumun declared, then I must harvest your life myself. The army charged, radiating, suffocating, killing intent, towards Seo Gangrim. Gangrim didn't flinch. He swung his blade, a blur of motion cutting through the air. In a split second, he decapitated the vanguard with wind-tearing speed before leaping back to create distance. He narrowed his eyes at the remaining horde. As they swarmed him, he launched himself into the sky. Silence fell as he unleashed a flurry of strikes, cutting them down one by one in a mid-air dance of death. Gripping his blade, wreathed in azure flames, Seo Gangrim landed in a superhero stance. Dust settled around him. The entire squad of celestial soldiers had been instantly annihilated. The old god gasped in pure shock. To think a third-rate human could smash through his limits like this. It's like the climax of an awakening manhwa. Before he could finish, Gangrim flashed behind him. Mumun parried effortlessly. Even Bayang never reached this level of mastery. He raised a mystical talisman, a barrier forming. However, no attack from this world can harm me. Only my own power can cut my flesh. Gangrim skidded back, his mind racing. He blocked my strike with a single sheet of paper. Golden energy began to rise from the god's feet, shaking the very earth. The protagonist raised his guard, bracing against the golden shockwaves erupting from Mumun. The deity extended his arms, and the atmospheric pressure dropped as his divine energy skyrocketed. Witness the gap between us, Mumun intoned. With a fragile human body, you can never defeat a god. Cease this futile resistance before your soul is destroyed. But Seo Gangrim just smirked, a dangerous glint in his eye. Is that so? Suddenly, a thin line of blood appeared on the god's cheek. Mumun touched his face in disbelief. Gangrim glanced at the small dagger in his offhand. I looted this from that Grim Reaper monster earlier. He grinned. I knew it. This god-slaying weapon was worth the gamble. Fury distorted Mumun's face. For the first time, even if you possess a divine artifact, he flung his arm out, and hundreds of talismans cascaded from his sleeves, like a waterfall of doom. The paper charms transmuted instantly into razor-sharp blades hovering menacingly. Do you honestly believe a mere trinket can change the destined ending? The god vanished, moving faster than sight. Cold sweat trickled down Gangrim's spine. In a heartbeat, Mumun was already in his face, unleashing a devastating strike. Is this the extent of your preparation? Mumun mocked. Damn it, I can't use the dagger. Gangrim cursed inwardly as they clashed the impact, creating a massive shockwave. Mumun split into two illusions, striking simultaneously. It was a feint. The real attack slammed into Gangrim's back, driving him into the dirt with bone-crushing force. Blood masked Gangrim's face as he roared in pain. The god descended slowly, hovering over his prey. I admire your tenacity, Mumun admitted, lifting the battered hero by the neck. To think a trash-tier human could come this far. He tightened his grip, choking the life out of the protagonist. But the future remains written in stone. You will die here. Gangrim's eyes widened, gasping for air. Looking down at the broken warrior, Mumun's expression softened with regret. I truly held onto a sliver of hope, that perhaps you were the anomaly who could rewrite destiny. But nothing has changed. The god turned his back, walking away from the defeated hero. Behind him, Gangrim's trembling hand reached out, refusing to give up. He struggled to rise muscles, screaming in protest. Move, Seo Gangrim, commanded his broken form. Damn it, my body won't listen to me. A memory surfaced, a fleeting conversation. We finally met, yet had no time to speak. Brother, you'll take care of Master for me, won't you? Wait, I feel like I've forgotten something vital. What was it? Visions of Shinsua's radiant smile flooded his mind, reigniting his spirit. Suddenly, Mumun stopped walking. You really are a persistent pest. The god turned around, and his eyes widened in genuine shock. Seo Gangrim was airborne, diving at him with renewed fury. Mumun gasped. That expression. It's the look of a true monster. I don't know how you cheated death again, Mumun shouted. But can't you see? All your struggle, all this suffering, it is utterly meaningless. I once believed a hero would rise to challenge the heavens, Mumun thought, his heart heavy. But after repeating this time loop hundreds, thousands of times, nothing ever changed. Do you think you are special? Mumun unleashed a barrage of energy projectiles. Gangrim roared, his sword moving like lightning to deflect every single shot. The god swung his divine weapon, aiming to crush Gangrim's skull, but the hero spun, meeting the strike with a counterattack that shook the ground. Sparks flew as their weapons locked. Mumun stared into Gangrim's burning eyes. In every cycle of reincarnation, he confessed, I always made the optimal choice to save the world. Even when I knew it was futile, I tried. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of times. The memory of a ruined city and mountains of corpses flashed in the god's mind, the utter failure of this world. This hell has repeated for so long. Mumun cried out that counting the years has become meaningless. As the clash continued in this intense manhwa recap, the deity spoke with chilling calm. You mortals remain ignorant of the true terror that descends with eternal stasis. Seo Gangrim countered, breathless but defiant. Has it never crossed your mind? That following this cursed fate is exactly what the system desires. I cannot speak to your suffering, but my burden is different. He stood at a distance, aura flaring. However, you are an anomaly. In all the cycles, never has a player evolved this rapidly. He clenched his fist, the weight of ages in his voice. But for me, the cycle ends here. I have no more chances at reincarnation. Pressure from the heavens crushed down as his weapon descended. Gangrim launched himself upward, barely dodging as the deity struck the wall. But the shockwave still sent him crashing into the rubble. Gangrim wiped blood from his lip and raised a hand. Damn it. I thought massive size meant slow movement. I was wrong. He's fast. The deity's weapon recalled instantly to his back. Gangrim's mind raced. Even if I land a hit, he just regenerates. Unless I capture Mumian's core, this raid boss won't go down. He glanced at his trembling hand. My divine power is running on fumes. If I don't end this leveling Manhwa boss battle now, I'm dead. The deity turned his voice final. It is time to close the curtain. He manipulated his massive weapon, swinging it in an arc of pure destruction toward Gangrim. Gangrim braced for impact, but suddenly shadows erupted. Countless tentacles shot from the distance, binding the deity's limbs and weapon in a vice grip. Impossible, the deity gasped. Shinsua stood atop the writhing mass, screaming, Now, Gangrim! The trap was set perfectly, locking the god in place. Gangrim used the tentacles as a runway, sprinting toward his target. He shot a confident smirk at Shinsua, who held the line with unwavering resolve. With a final burst of speed, he launched himself into the air. Blade ready, he drove his dagger straight into the deity's chest. The ultimate technique hit home, blood sprayed as the deity gasped in agony. How? How is this damage possible? Gangrim replied coldly. You gave me the answer yourself. Mumian's thoughts raced. I stated clearly that no attack outside of my own power could harm me. And that remains absolute law. Yet, this wound, carved by a death god's dagger, it isn't healing. Realization dawned on him. That blade, it was forged from a part of my own existence. It must be one of my bones. Memories of a past cycle flooded back of a time this boy lay defeated at his feet. When he was on the brink of death, a fragment of my dagger chipped off. He must have kept it. I wagered that if I used the Rat Zodiac skill to mimic your energy signature, your defenses would fail to recognize the threat. Gangrim confirmed the deity's suspicion. It was a 50-50 gamble, but it paid off. Impersonating a god, however, drained every drop of my divine power. Mumian stared bewildered. So, that half-mask really belonged to me. You truly are the anomaly Eternity warned of. The deity's eyes sharpened, dangerous, yet respectful. Behind him, Shinsua stepped up to flank the hero. Images of a shared past flickered in the deity's mind. He closed his eyes, accepting the end. Then, I have no other choice. If this is the outcome, I must entrust the burden to you. Despite the fatal wound, Mumian reached out with a trembling hand. Give me your hand. Gangrim and Shinsua exchanged a glance before he slowly extended his arm. The deity inscribed a glowing rune onto his skin. I had forgotten that humans, no matter the despair, never abandon hope. Lost in nostalgia, he continued. In my endless cycles of reincarnation, I discovered a glitch, a hidden fissure in the spatial dimension. And there I hid, a weapon capable of slaying eternity itself. The inscription complete, Mumian slumped to the ground, his strength fading. The mark on your hand is the coordinate. Use it and you can breach the rift. Tragically, only one may enter. He looked up at the digital sky, accepting his fate. I have waited eons for this release. As data fragments fell like snow, he whispered, it feels emptier than I imagined. He lowered his gaze to the duo. I apologize. My karma has now become your chain. Gangrim dropped to his knees, desperate. Wait, who is Yang really, tell me? He screamed in frustration. And why me? Why is a third-rate mortal the vessel for eternity? A faint smile touched the deity's lips. Patience. The answer comes soon. His internal voice echoed one last time. Absorb my essence and ascend. The battlefield fell silent. The deity sat motionless, energy spent. Shinsua called out softly, Gangrim. We killed a god. But rage tightened his fist. We learn nothing, he thought bitterly, but if there's still a chance. He placed his hand on the dying god's forehead. Suddenly, a system window popped up. Skill activated, severing fate. His eyes widened in shock. Sensation vanished. He felt like he was falling from the heavens into an abyss. Then, blue sky. Birdsong. He stood dazed in a peaceful world. He gazed down at a distant village. Where am I? Below, villagers carried a man on a palanquin. Gangrim gasped. Is that Mumian as a human? I must be inside his memories. Gangrim realized the pieces of this awakening Manhwa puzzle coming together. Mumian's voice echoed from everywhere and nowhere. Do you believe gods created the world? Or do you believe humans created the gods? Aren't you dead? Gangrim shouted. I am, the voice replied. But I pulled you into my past to reveal the ultimate truth. Before ascension, I was a simple priest. The vision shifted to the human Mumian. Crowds followed me, revering me as the avatar of God. But there were those who despised me. Yet they did not know the fatal secret I harbored. The scene changed to a dimly lit room. Mumian sat writing furiously. Every prophecy I spoke came from a god that did not exist. Fire, earth, wind, water. They all have spirits. So why was there no god to guide our future? He recalled his desperate writings. I believed that if a god of fate existed, this cruel world might finally know justice. Outside, a shadow crept into the tent. A thief found the scroll and read it, eyes widening in horror. Impossible. So the holy prophecies. They were just the delusions of a madman. The torch flared to life, its flames dancing wildly behind his back like a chaotic spirit. Destiny's eyes widened as he questioned his very existence. Huh. The crowd gathered, staring at the tent consumed by a ferocious fire, whispers spreading like a virus through the onlookers. What the hell is going on here? Is this divine punishment from the heavens? Suddenly, the man bowed his head low, and a voice echoed from within the burning tent. Do you recognize me? The old man's eyes nearly bulged out of his head as Destiny floated out from the inferno hovering right before him. He looked up in awe and stammered, You. Who are you? Destiny drifted closer and proclaimed, Yes, I am Destiny, the immutable born from your very own hands. He floated in, lifting the old man's chin with a touch of arrogance. Lost in thought, he began to recount the threads of fate. Memories of their first encounter flooded back. The first deity ever forged by human belief. That was the moment eternity and I first crossed paths. He continued his tale. From that moment, wielding the absolute power of fate, I began to dictate the lives of all. He mused on the ancient past. For the wicked, I drafted scripts of absolute despair. And for the selfless, the pure of heart, I wove futures blazing with glory. But then his expression darkened as he returned to the grim reality. Eons passed. I died and ascended as a true god. Human civilization flourished, and my name was sung in praise. But from the distance, footsteps were approaching. Until that fateful day arrived. In the memories of the fallen past, he whispered Destiny. Standing in the center of the celestial palace, she demanded, Why do you only grant humans such cruel and tragic fates? Destiny rested his chin on his hand, bored. Because humans only seek the divine when they are broken and miserable. She shot back. What did you say? Destiny stood up, his voice cold. Even when their fate is not of my making, they resent me. They curse me. They offer no gratitude to the gods. No matter what destiny I gift them, they never change. Therefore Destiny walked past her, his decision final. I have decided to grant humanity an infinite cycle of despair. She stood frozen in silence, realizing the truth. Eternity had changed. He explained. Her power had long since eclipsed my own, and she wiped my name from the memories of mankind. Clutching the fragments of the past, he added. That was the only small mercy left. A god requires a vessel to unleash their full power, but her energy was too overwhelming. Most vessels shattered into dust before they could even contain a fraction of her might. Remembering the days when the world was full of life, eternity tore the sky apart. To find a host, she created the awakening day, birthing the dungeons and the chaotic demon realm, setting the stage for this awakening Manhwa nightmare. He continued, she sought a suitable vessel among the awakened hunters. Then one day, the red warning light flashed, signaling an anomaly. She approached, holding a test tube of blood. Under the flickering lights of the facility, she stood dazed, drenched in rain. From the distance, the voice of a young girl echoed. Suddenly, she shifted into a combat stance. He reached out his hand toward her, offering a deal. Will you join me in destroying the Bureau? He looked at her, his mind racing. She carried the potent divinity of fate within her blood and nursed a deep burning hatred for the Bureau and eternity. He thought. That is why I granted her my power. The power of regression. Memories of the city from that year resurfaced as he continued the story. Even so, hundreds, no thousands of times, I could only watch humanity collapse over and over again. He slumped into his chair, head in his hands, despair washing over him. Only 2 regressions remain. What am I supposed to do? Baekyi stood in the shadows, her voice icy. There is only one method left. We must kill everyone who has the potential to become a vessel for eternity. He snapped back to reality. Why are you making that face, Baekyi? Continued Ruthless. You are the one who created eternity in the first place. She glared at him, her words cutting deep. "And now that we are slaughtering the innocent, you feel guilty," she screamed. "Wake up." Her words came out in a rush. "If we don't stop it here, humanity is finished." His spirit finally broke, and he hung his head in shame. And so Baek Yi and I began to hunt down the potential vessels of eternity, one by one. The scene shifted to a swordsman watching the two of them clash. He added, "Until only a single potential vessel remained." He and the swordsman stared out at the gathered crowd. Seo Na stepped out, standing bravely before everyone. He stood there, stunned by the realization. The savior is me. Before the regression, Seo Gangrim recalled the past, questioning himself. Does that mean? Suddenly a mutant elephant beast charged, its maw gaping wide. Dust exploded around them as Seo Gangrim descended from the sky. She stepped forward, demanding, "Where is Seo Gangrim?" His mind raced. Baek Yi's thoughts mirrored his, but she spoke the lethal command, "Kill them all." Seo Gangrim is among them. Seo Gangrim's face went pitch black with rage. Jun Woo lay unconscious, slumped on the ground. He was covered in wounds, his head bowing in defeat. Seo Gangrim stood with the old god, looking down at his fallen friend, Jong Woo. He lowered his head, his voice trembling with suppressed fury. "So, you are showing me this to say you had no other choice? Is that it? Is that the pathetic excuse you have for me?" He clenched his fist, veins bulging. "Do you have any idea how many people died because of you?" From behind, the old god replied softly, "I know." Intense anger flared in Gangrim's eyes as he spun around, grabbing the old man by the collar and lifting him off the ground. Suddenly he noticed something. The old god spoke in a calm, resigned tone. "Since the day I separated from eternity," he looked as if he were fading away, "there has not been a single day that I haven't regretted it." Gangrim released him and the god continued. "To atone for my sins, I tried to cover them with the blood of the innocent, but as you have seen, it was futile." Thinking of the destroyed world, he added, "A world under the dominion of eternity is a world where humanity is corrupted and lost." Seo Gangrim shot back, "But why me? I'm just an average guy. There's nothing special about me." The old god offered his final words. "Even I do not know the answer to that." He looked at Seo Gangrim with a glimmer of hope. "However, you became this powerful in just a single timeline." Looking down from above, he entrusted everything to him. "Therefore you must save the world. Child of prophecy." A voice called out from the distance. Brother Gangrim. Seo Na shouted, "Wake up." Debris began to rain down around them. The divine realm was collapsing. Seo Na whipped her head around, looking behind her in terror. Seo Gangrim had transformed, entering a new state that left Seo Na speechless. The system voice rang out. "A massive shift has begun in the destiny of Seo Gangrim." This was the peak moment of a system Manhwa evolution. Seo Gangrim, looking absolutely legendary, commanded Miss Seo Na hold on tight. His destiny rank skyrocketed to Dragon Class First Rank. Seo Na couldn't believe her eyes, staring at him in shock. Before she could process the awe, Seo Gangrim scooped her up and sprinted through the falling ruins. As they escaped, he glanced back at the destruction one last time. The old god had accepted his grave. The castle crumbled into dust. From a high-rise building, the voice of a survivor echoed out. 21 critically injured, 14 missing in action. Cha and Abi stepped forward to deliver the grim status report. Everyone else, they had been wiped out. Director Bitch Yang responded with a heavy sigh. "You've endured a lot. Agent Anavi, I apologize you had to witness such hell." Crossing her arms, her gaze sharpened. "And what of Captain Ha Ben, who was with you?" Cha and Nabi lowered her head. "I'm sorry. We haven't been able to locate him." Bitch Yang turned away, placing her hands on the desk to steady herself. "I see." She deduced that the barrier must have forcibly teleported and scattered everyone. Given the collapse of the divine realm, she continued, "It is likely Captain Ha defeated the Nameless One, resulting in their mutual destruction." Opening the dossier on her desk, she read the report. "You must be exhausted. Agent Anavi, go and get some rest." Just as Cha Anabi reached for the door handle, a voice pierced the air from behind. "Agent Anavi." Bitch Yang's tone shifted to interrogation. "This report. Who exactly was the clown-masked figure you encountered in the divine realm?" Cha Anabi turned slowly. "Everything I experienced is detailed in the report." For a moment, tension crackled in the air as their gazes locked in a silent duel. Suddenly, Bitch Yang slammed the notebook shut and laughed. "Understood. You are dismissed." Cha Anabi stepped out, closing the door and exhaling a breath she didn't know she was holding. She slumped to the floor, her mind racing. What is my next move? Can I truly trust the whispers I heard? If those words hold truth, then has my entire struggle in this awakening Manhwa world been for nothing? Du Sungtae approached from down the hall, spotting her on the ground. Anavi? Didn't you put in a request for leave? He pressed on, concerned. I heard your injuries were severe, but you look surprisingly intact. Cha Anabi shook her head. I'm fine. We're short on manpower. This isn't the time for me to be resting. Du Sung-tae scoffed. Oh, come on. Then what am I here for? I'm taking leave anyway, so you should too. Cha Anabi sighed, defeated by his logic. Internally, she wrestled with paranoia. Would my teammates even believe me if I revealed the truth? Or would they report me straight to the higher-ups? Just then, Du Sung-tae gently patted her head. His voice softened with genuine warmth. I know you're going through a hell of a time, but if the elite agents collapse, who's left to save the people? When things get tough, he said, walking past her, lean on your comrades a little. Over his shoulder, he added, you did good work today. Cha Anabi remained on the floor, letting out a long, heavy sigh. Meanwhile, in a high-rise apartment, a voice echoed, I'm sorry, Shin-sua. Seo Gangrim sat on the edge of his bed, head hung low. I became your guardian deity, without your permission. He continued, his voice filled with regret. I couldn't think of any other way to stop the descent of the Nameless One. Why are you apologizing? Shin-sua beamed, her smile lighting up the room. I actually love it. After all, you're my guardian deity now. Seo Gangrim looked up. If you feel that way, then I'm relieved. Suddenly, Shin-sua called out his name. Seo Gangrim. He startled, turning to face her. Yes, her expression turned serious. You aren't planning on shouldering everything alone again, are you? Seo Gangrim smiled, his eyes gentle yet unreadable. Of course not. I promised you, didn't I? Shin-sua stared at him intensely, searching for any sign of a lie. Preparing to leave, she held the door. Let Baimo handle the small stuff. You just focus on recovering. Okay, Seo Gangrim nodded softly. Understood. He gave her a casual wave goodbye. The moment the door clicked shut, his composure shattered. He violently coughed up a massive mouthful of blood. Damn it. This is bad. Is this the backlash from overusing divine power against the Nameless One? In his mind, a terrifying vision of his older self appeared, calling out Seo Gangrim. Terror flooded his eyes. Don't come any closer. He scrambled to grab his weapon. He lunged, screaming in panic, stay away from me. In reality, he crashed into the nightstand, spilling a glass of milk. Exhausted, he collapsed back onto the mattress. He struggled to sit up, but his body refused to obey. Resigned, he stared at the ceiling, his energy completely drained. How much longer must I endure this curse? Elsewhere, Lee Hyun was barking orders at his workers. Hey, you idiot. Why would you put that there? This goes here, and that goes over there. Suddenly, his holographic interface materialized. He muttered to himself, Seo Gangrim, why is this brat contacting me through the system Manhwa channel? He tapped the screen. It's me. Seo Gangrim's voice came through. Hyun, human god. He paused. I have a request. Lee Hyun looked at the system panel with suspicion. Back in his room, Seo Gangrim stood staring blankly at the ropes, binding a tree outside. Lee Hyun, observing him from a distance, couldn't hold back his frustration. When you said you needed a favor, I wondered what nonsense it would be. His face darkened, voice dripping with fury. But begging for the Black Gate's deadliest neurotoxin, the mantra poison. Are you planning to drink it and commit suicide? The image of Seo Gangrim dying played in his mind, fueling his anger. Why do you want a toxin reserved for traitors and assassins? Seo Gangrim replied calmly. I won't die just by drinking it. The mantra poison only activates when the user speaks a specific phrase. Lee Hyun let out a scoff of disbelief. So, you're handing your life over to me. You don't think I might just execute you right here? Ignoring the mockery, Seo Gangrim suddenly dropped to his knees, with a heavy thud. Lee Hyun froze. He stared in shock as the proud warrior lowered himself. Please, human god Hyun. You are the only one capable of doing this for me. Seo Gangrim's hands pressed into the dirt, begging with absolute sincerity. Lee Hyun's eyes filled with a mix of fear and awe as he muttered, Seo Gangrim, you absolute bastard. Through his spiritual sight, Lee Hyun could see them countless vengeful spirits clinging to Seo Gangrim's back. They were a crushing weight. Just how much karma are you trying to carry alone? Head bowed, unable to meet his eyes, Seo Gangrim spoke as if to himself. Human god Hyun. Right now, it wouldn't be strange if I crossed that final boundary at any moment. If I truly lose control and cross it, please do not hesitate to activate the mantra poison. Lee Hyun stayed silent, memories of the past surfacing. Even as a kid, you were always the type to hug every misfortune to your chest. Suddenly, he tossed a small container through the air. Seo Gangrim snatched it reflexively. Lee Hyun turned his back, voice cold. I never liked that self-sacrificing part of you. Now, get lost. Seo Gangrim opened the box. Inside lay the mantra poison pill dragon class 3rd rank. Once ingested, the penalty would trigger the moment the specific phrase was spoken or heard. Seo Gangrim smiled faintly at Lee Hyun's retreating figure. Thank you, human god Hyun. As Lee Hyun walked away, his thoughts raced. In truth, I knew all along. What happened to my senior wasn't your fault. He remembered his misdirected rage. I just needed someone to blame for his death. He scoffed at his own hypocrisy, whispering to the wind, "You truly are a pitiful giant." Meanwhile, at the central headquarters, the team had gathered, all eyes focused on Seo Gangrim. Doc Gojun stood with arms crossed, laying out the path to power. Listen, to defeat the Divine Bureau you need a weapon, a sword. And to get it, you must enter the abyss known as the Rift, correct? The object in question, a mysterious pitch-black blade. He nodded, confirming the truth. Yunbom raised her hand. Master, but where exactly is this dimensional fissure located? Seo Gangrim struggled to find the words. Aside from it being a tier between dimensions, even I don't know the full details. Kang Do-hyun looked at him with heavy concern. If such a treasure is hidden there, wouldn't the danger be catastrophic? Going alone is suicide. But the 2 girls behind him? Their eyes blazed with excitement at the word danger. Yunbom and Yunjeon instantly drew their weapons, spiritual energy flaring. Master, can't we join you? Jeon chirped, eager for battle. Bom and I trained in the divine realm. We're strong enough now. Seo Gangrim's voice was ice cold. No. Sina couldn't sit still hearing that. Seo Gangrim, I'm your shaman. Surely I can support you. His refusal was instant and absolute. Not this time. The Nameless One decreed that only the bearer of the palm seal may enter the fissure. Hearing the absolute rule of the system, she bowed, her head crushed. Seeing Sina spiral into self-blame, Seo Gangrim stepped in. Don't look like that. I'm strong. Remember, I'll be fine. Yoonjeon quickly backed him up. Master is invincible. We'll handle everything here until you get back. Gojun cracked a joke, lightening the heavy atmosphere. In every story, the main character has to be the strongest, right? Johan Richter clasped his hands in prayer. May the light guide you. Jong Tae-han watched him with eyes full of unwavering trust. Hey, you better come back in one piece. Kang Do-hyun hid his worry behind a tease. Don't be too late or mom's gonna flip out. Yu Ha-rang skipped over, beaming. Seo Gangrim, take my latest treasure. In her hand sat a delicate blue paper crane, radiating hope. He accepted the gift, gently patting her head. Ha-rang smiled, her heart full. Seo Gangrim looked at his comrades, his voice thick with emotion. Thank you everyone, for trusting me, for following me. Yoonjeon grinned. We believe in you, Master. The others smiled, their faith in his return unshakable. The seal on his palm ignited. Seo Gangrim clenched his fist, and the air screamed. Space twisted, tearing open a black hole that looked like the maw of a beast. Seo Gangrim waved without turning back. As the dimensional energy swallowed him, she only saw his silhouette. It's nothing, he whispered to the void. He rubbed his eyes, hiding the moisture. Sheena's voice pierced the roaring wind, desperate to reach him one last time. Let's all go hang out when you get back. Her eyes shone with expectation. That's a promise. Seo Gangrim glanced back, a rare smile gracing his lips. The portal snapped shut. Coordinate confirmed. He was alone in the infinite darkness of the rift. A speck of light flickered ahead, a door. Stepping through the world was painted in the crimson hue of blood. Is this the fissure? Seo Gangrim muttered. Mountains of skulls stretched to the horizon. It wasn't just a dungeon. It was hell incarnate. His instincts screamed danger. Finding a single sword in this vast wasteland. A nightmare for any manhwa recap. Anxiety gnawed at him. He pulled out Yu Ha-rang's paper crane. The power I received from the Nameless One? It has to work. The seal transferred from his hand to the crane. Skill activated, divine grade inscription, first class. This ability warped reality to match the written word. The energy cost was immense, requiring direct infusion of his own divine power to manifest the miracle. The crane shot to the left like a bullet. Seo Gangrim surged forward, refusing to lose his guide. But his movement didn't go unnoticed by the locals. As he bounded over the rocky terrain, a man holding a lantern let out a feral howl. Thunderous footsteps erupted behind him. In seconds, he was surrounded. Seo Gangrim didn't flinch. Mana flooded his blade. Slash. One fluid motion sent the crazed attackers flying. He frowned. There's too many of them. This was a leveling manhwa grind he didn't have time for. Wasting divine power here was dangerous. He cut through wave after wave, but they kept coming. Suddenly stop, the horde froze. Seo Gangrim's blood ran cold. He knew that voice. The monsters fell to their knees in reverence. A figure blurred past them, storming toward him. A hand drenched in blood grabbed his collar. Seo Gangrim. Yu Hareng's voice trembled. He flashed back to her innocent smile. Seo Gangrim, what are you doing here all alone? Now, she asked the same question, but her eyes were crimson pools of madness. Why are you here? Their gazes locked, time freezing in the suffocation of the moment. Hareng glanced at the noise behind her. Instantly, the kneeling mob rose a singular murderous intent connecting them like a system Manhwa hive mind. The intruder must be eliminated. A brute, dragging a massive axe, stepped forward, chanting the death sentence. Hareng didn't flinch. Her expression darkened, killing intent exploding from her small frame. If you don't want to die. Her eyes snapped open. Scram. In a blink, the area was empty. Her demeanor flipped instantly. Seo Gangrim, are you okay? Panic replaced her rage. Are you hurt anywhere? Seo Gangrim stood paralyzed. Yu Hareng was dead. Was this a cruel illusion conjured by the rift? Trembling, he reached out, stroking her hair to test if she was real. I'm sorry, Hareng. The memory of their bloody corpses overlaid the living girl before him. I watched you all fall. And I was powerless. Tears streamed down his face. Before he could crumble, a warm embrace caught him. She wiped the grime from his face, her voice soft and forgiving. It wasn't your fault, dummy. She held him tighter. We were just relieved you survived. That you didn't end up here with us. Seo Gangrim felt the forgiveness wash over him. He smiled through the pain, patting her head. Suddenly, Hareng leaned back, shattering the somber mood with her usual energy. Right, everyone's dying to see you, come on. Seo Gangrim froze. Everyone is here. She dragged him along, leading him deeper into the dreamscape. Seeing a group ahead, she waved frantically. Hey, look who I found. The group looked confused by her manic energy. What's got her so worked up? Jang Taehan, Kang Do-hyun. Look, Taehan slowly stood up, squinting at the approaching figures. Wait, standing next to Hareng. Realization hit like a truck. They sprinted faster than any awakening Manhwa skill, slamming into him with a bone-crushing hug. Seo Gangrim, why the hell are you here? Did you kick the bucket to end up here? Seo Gangrim returned the hug, gently casting a sharp glance at Yu Hareng. I'm not dead. I came to retrieve a sword. Hareng filled me in on the way. A silhouette from the past flashed through his mind as he spoke. Ever since Bakyeon descended, everyone has been trapped in this system Manhwa hellscape. Seo Gangrim looked at the three survivors, his heart heavy. You've all been through hell. Memories flooded his mind, faces of the Flying Tiger sect members he thought were lost forever to the abyss. It felt like the glory days had returned. But then a chill ran down his spine. He scanned the area frantically. One vital presence was missing. Where is Shin Yu? Hareng turned away, the silence deafening. The remaining two stiffened, unable to meet Seo Gang's gaze. She's out on a scout mission. But Seo Gangrim, how did you breach this dimension? He waved it off. It's a long story. That night, the fire crackled as Yu Hareng voiced his disbelief. It's insane. How did you defeat Bakyeon, even the nameless one? You were always the weakest in the party. I always had to watch your back. Jang Taehan grinned, chiming in. I'm dying to know too. Just what power level have you reached now? Seo Gangrim clenched his fists, lost in deep thought. That might have been true once. He trailed off, noticing their sudden silence. The atmosphere shifted. Did something happen to Shinhwa? The lack of a response only fueled his suspicion. What is it? He pressed, his voice dropping. Jang Taehan froze under the interrogation. What do you mean, brother? But Seo Gangrim caught it immediately. Taehan, you're touching your ear. You only do that when you lie. Realizing his tell gave him away, Taehan cursed, rubbing his head. Shit. Kang Do-hyun sighed, rubbing his temples. God, Taehan. Your poker face is pathetic. Finally, Do-hyun stepped up to explain. He did it for you, Seo Gangrim. Trust me, this is something you don't want to see. If Shinhwa isn't here, Seo Gangrim declared, with a leader's resolve, then this isn't the Flying Tiger sect I know. Defeated by his stubbornness, the group finally stood up. Fine. If you're that desperate, we'll take you. She's deep in the abyss. Seo Gangrim offered a grateful smile, but Do-hyun wasn't smiling. His voice turned ice-cold, eyes sharp as daggers. Promise me one thing. Under no circumstances do you approach Shinhwa. The ominous warning sent a shiver of confusion through Seo Gangrim. The sky had turned pitch black, with only the pale moon watching over them. They navigated a narrow path following Kang Do-hyun's lead. When we fell into this awakening Manhwa dungeon, we panicked. But Shinhwa, she broke. He recalled the tragedy. Consumed by guilt for failing to save our comrades, she became obsessed with power. She lives only for vengeance now. Seo Gangrim's gaze drifted as he listened until it landed on a silhouette. He froze. Even Kang Do-hyun fell silent. A figure stood there propped up by a sword, dark hair veiling her face. Seo Gangrim recognized her aura instantly. Shin Shua, she looked exactly like she did that day. Forgetting the warning, he rushed forward. Seo Gangrim, stop. Shin Shua's eyes snapped open at the sound of his name. But those eyes, they were blood red. He froze, horror washing over him. This energy, it's wrong. Then he spotted it. A blue paper crane, infused with his divine energy. Wait. Was her sword always that twisted? Shin Shua staggered up, muttering one name like a curse. Bakyeon. Her face twisted into a mask of pure hatred. You dare wear his face to deceive me again? Her voice dripped with venom. Seo Gangrim's eyes went wide in shock. What are you? Before he could finish, she launched herself at him. A killing blow. Suddenly, a talisman flew in, intercepting the strike at the last second. It erupted into a barrier, trapping her. Seo Gangrim, still shaking from the near-death experience, could only stammer. Shua. Miss Shua. He collapsed. Kang Do-hyun and Taehan grabbed him, hauling him up. I told you, damn it, Seo Gangrim. Wake up, we need to retreat. She sees Bakyeon in everyone who approaches. She's gone berserk. Seo Gangrim sat there stunned. What is going on? Since when? And that sword? Where did she get it? Kang Do-hyun, panic in his eyes, shoved him. I'll explain later. Move. Too late. Hundreds of shadowy tendrils burst forth, ensnaring them. Shin Shua had shattered the talisman and stood before them like a reaper. Kang Do-hyun struggled against the bindings. Damn it, I can't break free, he screamed at her. Shua stopped silence. She simply raised her blade. The sharp steel descended, aiming straight for Seo Gangrim's neck. A desperate cry rang out from behind. Seo Gangrim. Clang. Another blade appeared from nowhere, parrying Shin Shua's strike. Seo Gangrim stared bewildered at his salvation as she spoke again. Bakyeon. As Seo Gangrim watched in horror, his comrades yelled, "Run now!" But his mind was reeling. What is happening? Behind him, Kang Do-hyun smirked to himself. Success. Breaking free from the vines, they grabbed Seo Gangrim. Brother, we need to leave. Now, they dragged him away, but he couldn't stop looking back as the chaotic battle faded into the distance. Safe in a dark alley, gasping for breath, Seo Gangrim's mind was a storm. Why had Shin Shua fallen into darkness? And more importantly, why did Bakyeon step in to save him? The confusion burned until he couldn't hold it back. What the hell is actually going on here? His shout made the other three freeze. Kang Do-hyun stepped forward to explain. Gang, do you know the true nature of this rift? This is a purgatory, where those who should be dead aren't. He slowly pulled a gleaming dagger from his inventory. Holding the blade up, he whispered, watch closely. Seo Gangrim's eyes bulged in terror. Hyung, what are you doing? Ignoring the plea, Kang Do-hyun plunged the blade straight into his own chest. Seo Gangrim screamed, reaching out to stop the madness. But then a miracle, or a curse, occurred. The wound vanished instantly, as if it never existed. Welcome to a twisted dimension where death is a lie, a setting perfect for a dark manhwa recap. Here, even the deepest wounds stitch themselves back together given enough time. We had joined forces with Shin Shua to take down Baekhyang, but despite clashing 100 times, Baekhyang's power remained absolute. Desperate to bridge the gap, Shin Shua unleashed her forbidden berserker technique. She traded her sanity for raw, unbridled power. In the end, the survivors of the Flying Tiger sect turned their backs on her in fear everyone except us. After projecting those tragic memories, Kang Do-hyun's voice trembled with hesitation. We had managed to speak with Baekhyang, he explained. His next words left Seo Gangrim, who was already stunned, completely paralyzed with shock. What did you say? Gangrim's head hung low, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. We simply had no other choice. It seemed Baekhyang had deciphered the mechanics of this system manhwa world. Thanks to her, we finally discovered the only way to save Shin Shua from her eternal torment. Before he could finish, a shadow emerged from the darkness, cutting him off cold. The solution is simple. You must slaughter Heaven's will. Baekhyang stepped forward, her presence dominating the room as she finished the thought. When Heaven's will falls, this rift will shatter, and the trapped souls will return to their living vessels. Watching her approach with such arrogance, Seo Gangrim's brow furrowed in suspicion. He stood his ground, staring her down. Why go to such lengths to save me? Baekhyang locked eyes with him, her reply cutting like a knife. Because betting on you is the only card we have left to play. Her unwavering resolve made him stiffen. In this tense standoff, the air grew heavy between them. Do you even know how to kill a godlike entity? Mamyong told me of a legendary artifact hidden within this realm. A vision of a radiant blade flashed before them, the heaven-severing sword. It was the only weapon capable of slaying heaven's will. But the vision shifted, returning to the tragic figure of Shin Sua. Shin Sua currently possesses it. She plunged into the endless abyss to find it solely to end my life. Gangrim listened intently, a realization dawning in his heart. I knew it, he thought. That explains the paper cranes adorning her blade. But Baekhyang's voice dragged him back to reality. However, even if you retrieve the sword, you are nothing but an ant compared to heaven's will. Her gaze sharpened into a glare. That is why you need to evolve just like the protagonist of a legendary leveling manhwa. For someone like you, teetering on the edge of causality, Shin Sua's burden of karma is the missing key. Her cold logic stunned Kang Do-hyun, who shouted from the back. Wait, what? Seo Gangrim can we trust? A word she says, but the protagonist ignored him, speaking slowly to the woman. Do you truly understand the nature of my ability? Back then, to kill Baekhyang, I devoured the 4 pillars of the Flying Tiger sect. That was the price I paid for my choices. Gangrim looked at her, his expression unreadable. But does my Fate Stealer ability work on mere souls? She didn't hesitate. Everyone here is already dead. The logic should hold. Gangrim pressed further, his face dark. And what becomes of the one whose fate is stolen a second time? The question hung in the air, met with a long, suffocating silence. Finally, she delivered the cruel truth. Their existence, their very soul, will be erased from reality. Seo Gangrim's fists clenched until his knuckles turned white. Are you suggesting I wipe Shin Sua's soul out of existence? Baekhyang's voice softened, recalling the memories she had witnessed. I saw your past through Mumyong's eyes. I understand why you've been backed into a corner. That is why I held back for so long. But I can't anymore. Rage flared in Gangrim's eyes as he snarled, don't test my patience. Suddenly, massive vines erupted from the dimensional rift behind them. Seo Gangrim froze his combat instincts, screaming danger. Baekhyang remained terrifyingly calm. It seems Shin Sua has fully regenerated. Think carefully, Gangrim. To survive this awakening manhwa nightmare sacrifice is unavoidable. And the clock is ticking. Heaven's will is descending. She stared into his soul, manipulating his resolve. Make your choice. Will you save the Shin Sua waiting in the real world, or cling to the ghost trapped in this hell? Meanwhile, buried within a writhing prison of vines, a battered Shin Sua screamed into the void. Baekhyang, where are you hiding? Memories of her fallen comrades fueled her hatred. I will kill you, I swear it. The hatred consumed her entire being. I will absolutely destroy you. Every tragic memory sharpened her resolve, causing her to grind her teeth in pure fury. I must kill Baekhyang to pay for my sins. She roared like a beast, losing herself to madness. Come out from your rat hole. Her scream threatened to tear the sky asunder. Baekhyang. As if responding to her rage, the vines thrashed violently, crashing into each other with earth-shaking force. Seo Gangrim watched her trembling form, his eyes filled with sorrow. A soft voice called out from behind her. Please, stop this. Hearing the voice, she whipped around. Standing there was Seo Gangrim. He looked at her gently. Do you recognize who I am? But her mind was shattered. Her eyes widened in terror. Stop. I beg you, stop it. Gangrim stepped closer undeterred. I missed you so much, he confessed. Even if it was just your shadow. Even if it was just your voice. But his heartfelt words only drove Shin Sua deeper into madness. I didn't care if it was a dream. I just wanted to see you for 1 second. Blood began to weep from her eyes as his voice echoed in her broken mind. Shin Sua slowly rose to her feet, her aura darkening. Baekhyang, do not toy with my heart anymore. She glared at him, seeing only the enemy's illusion. She lowered her head, her voice trembling with helpless agony. Please, just stop. Blood pooled beneath her feet as she sobbed. Don't use the voice I yearn for the most. She clamped her hands over her ears, screaming in sheer torture as tears of blood streamed down her face. Don't use his voice to break me, she shrieked in despair. Seo Gangrim stood frozen, his heart aching with helplessness. The others watched on their faces, twisted in concern. Baekhyang observed coldly from the sidelines. Gangrim tried one last time. Shin Sua, stop. But his plea acted as a trigger. The ferocious tiger capability awakened. Her eyes turned crimson, and her nails elongated into razor-sharp claws. She lunged at him with blinding speed, her eyes burning with hatred. I told you not to call me with that voice. As she swung her arm, a catastrophic wave of energy exploded outwards. The ground shattered, debris flying everywhere, as the deafening boom signaled the start of a tragic battle. Seo Gangrim triggered his evasion skill, launching himself into the air as the pale moonlight cast his silhouette against the night sky. His mind raced with tactical analysis. Her combat stats are off the charts. How can I subdue Shin Suo without dealing critical damage? But before he could finish the thought, she flashed behind him with assassin-like speed. Sensing the lethal intent at his back, he twisted violently to dodge. Shin Suo slammed her blade into the earth, triggering a massive explosion of dust and debris that shook the ground like a titan's footstep. As the thick smoke slowly dissipated, Seo Gangrim was left kneeling on the cracked pavement, gasping for oxygen. Shin Suo stood like a statue, her body drenched in blood, gripping her weapon with white knuckles. Suddenly, her pupils contracted. She noticed a crater formed of jagged rock beneath them. Without a second thought, Shin Suo charged toward the pit. Seo Gangrim intercepted her with a burst of speed, locking her in a desperate back hug to restrain her movement. Emerald vines shot out like living serpents, constricting tightly around Seo Gangrim's throat. He choked out a scream, "Let go of me." Even as he grappled with her, Seo Gangrim tried to reach her humanity. "Please calm down, Shin Suo." But the corruption ran too deep. She showed no signs of stopping, thrashing with berserk fury. Her eyes glowed crimson as she sank her teeth into his arm. The rest of the party rushed forward, shouting, "Seo Gangrim, hold on, we're engaging." "No," Seo Gangrim roared, stopping them in their tracks with a gesture. He didn't loosen his grip for a second, whispering, "I can tank this. I'm fine." He pulled back his collar, revealing a snake-like curse mark pulsing on his neck. Compared to the hell Shin Suo has endured, this physical pain is absolutely nothing. Suddenly, a holographic interface materialized. "System, you can engrave the seal by consuming 0.031% of divine power." Confirm. Seo Gangrim selected yes instantly. A brilliant azure light erupted, illuminating the battlefield, followed by a status update: berserk state dispelled. Instantly, the blood-red madness faded from Shin Suo's eyes. Her gaze returned to crystal clarity. Seo Gangrim supported her weight, asking gently, "You're back with us. Can you hear me?" Trembling, she reached out to touch his face, her voice filled with disbelief. Is this a dream? Seo Gangrim shouldn't be here." She weakly pounded his chest, her voice breaking. Shin Suo's shoulders shook violently as she lowered her head, her voice cracking with pure agony. "Seo Gangrim, I only wanted to protect everyone. I just wanted to save them. But in the end, I couldn't save a single soul. No." Seo Gangrim's voice cut through the despair, causing Shin Suo's eyes to snap open in shock. He leaned in, his gaze intense. "You protected me." Hearing those words, tears streamed silently down her face. He smiled with rare warmth. "Thank you, Shin Suo." Unable to control her emotions, she buried her face in his chest. She cried his name, her voice cracking with raw emotion. The onlookers wiped their eyes, moved by the scene. Thank the heavens. It's a true miracle. However, as they celebrated, a shadow loomed. Bang stood on a high vantage point, observing them with cold, predatory eyes. "Now I only require Shin Suo's 4 pillars." The group whipped around in horror, realizing the ice user Bang was marching toward them. Seeing the traitor approach, Shin Suo's rage flared. "Seo Gangrim, let me handle her," but he immediately blocked her path with his arm. "Wait, so," Gangrim commanded. "Let me explain everything." After listening to the full story, Shin Suo finally asked the question that mattered. "So that means you need my ability?" Bang crossed her arms, speaking calmly. "Correct. Seo Gangrim lacks the stats to defeat the Manin. You must transfer your karma burden to him, even if it costs your life." Shin Suo turned to him, her eyes searching his. "Is that true?" Seo Gangrim lowered his head, unable to meet her gaze. "That's wonderful," Shin Suo exclaimed with tragic joy. "I'm so happy I can finally be of use to you." She raised her weapon to her own throat. "No," Seo Gangrim screamed. He grabbed the sharp blade, barehanded, blood instantly dyeing his hand crimson. Shin Suo looked at him in confusion. "Why stop me? Don't you need my power?" Seo Gangrim whispered, his voice trembling. "Dying here like this, it solves nothing. Please don't do this, Shin Suo. There is another way. You don't have to die." She looked at him with wide eyes. "Another way?" He grabbed her hand and traced a red rune on her wrist. A blue window popped up, typical of a leveling Manhwa interface. "System consuming 16.08% of divine power to engrave seal. Do you wish to proceed?" Seo Gangrim activated the skill Fate Borrowing. Skill activated, Fate Borrowing, Mythic Grade 2. Effect borrows the target's destiny with mutual consent. Upon contract termination, destiny is returned. Karma does not increase, but the user inherits the memories of the borrowed life. Contract condition: the total destruction of the Manin. Suddenly, memories of torture and bloodshed flooded his mind. He shoved his fingers into his mouth to stifle a scream, blood gushing out. Shin Sua panicked, holding him tight. Seo Gangrim. Seo Gangrim. The others rushed over, screaming his name. Seo Gangrim kept his head down, biting his own hand to stay conscious. He thought bearing the memory instead of the karma means physically experiencing the trauma of death. Yu Harong stepped forward, shaking. Seo Gangrim, are you okay? Is it safe to use that skill? Seo Gangrim forced himself to stop shaking. I'm stable. He wiped the blood from his lips, looking at his team. If I borrow her fate rather than plundering it, I can obtain the power without erasing anyone's existence. The team bowed their heads heavy with guilt. Shin Sua looked at him with heartbreak, whispering his name. Seo Gangrim. Suddenly, Bang sensed multiple presences approaching from the shadows. We're being surrounded. A massive group of strangers had silently enclosed them. The leader, wearing white robes and possessing glowing red eyes, stepped forward like a phantom. Seo Gangrim, take our fates as well. Destroy the heavenly mandate. Liberate us. Their voices merged into a chilling chorus of despair and pleading. Then echoes rolled down from the cliffs. Us too. Us too. The voices multiplied, filling the canyon. The sound vibrated through the air. In moments, hundreds of thousands of souls surrounded the party, all begging for the same release from their suffering. Shin Sua's face went pale with terror. She thought, if the fate of just one person nearly destroyed him, how can he possibly survive the agony of an entire army? If I stripped away all their destinies, I would surely lose my mind. She whispered to the man standing behind her, determination hardening her features. Seo Gangrim, I will hold the line here. You need to escape while you still can. Before she could finish her desperate plea, a hand gently but firmly grasped hers. She turned back, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears and sudden hope. The owner of that hand, Seo Gangrim, gazed back at her. Silence stretched between them, yet his eyes spoke 1,000 words of reassurance. Meanwhile, under the vast night sky of the bustling city, a cold moon cast its pale light over everything. Deep within a hidden laboratory, machinery hummed at maximum output. Encased within the high-tech chamber lay a mysterious pulsating egg. Suddenly, the egg's rough shell began to fracture. A holographic notification flashed in the air, signaling an evolution event worthy of a top-tier system. Manhwa. Alert: unknown subject. Growth rate 100% complete. The whirring of the machine reached a crescendo, mixing scientific triumph with ominous dread. A bespectacled researcher bowed respectfully to Yong Neo. We have successfully synthesized his DNA exactly as instructed, sir. She gave no reply. Her gaze was fixed like a predator on the figure before her, a being slowly emerging from an eternal slumber. Moments later, Yong Neo stepped forward, gripping the subject's shoulder with a twisted smirk. Welcome back. The figure stirred, shaking off the fluid, clinging to his powerful frame. The Manin. At those words, the entity's eyes snapped open. The scene shifts to a somber funeral home. A solitary figure stands in silence, staring out the window. How many more agents must be sacrificed before this war finally ends? Cha Anabi lifted her sorrowful gaze to the sky. It has been exactly 1 month since I departed from the divine realm of the Nameless. I've been investigating the Protection Bureau and Seon ever since. She recalled the frantic search for clues, yet despite her efforts, not a single piece of critical evidence had surfaced. Were Seo Gangrim's words back then? Actually, the truth. The handsome stoic face of Seo Gangrim suddenly flashed through her mind. The phone in her pocket vibrated violently, snapping her back to reality. Cha Anabi answered immediately. Yes, do. From the other end, a voice trembling with anxiety shouted out. Anna, why haven't you been picking up? What have you been doing? It's total chaos over at Seo Gangrim's side. He screamed urgently. Check the news on your phone right now. She frowned, confused. The news. The shouting on the other end was so deafening that Cha Anabi had to pull the device away from her ear. Just watch it and call me back. She hurriedly opened the news feed, her heart pounding. What now? Don't tell me it's another terror threat from the masked clown organization. On the screen, a news anchor delivered a professional yet grave report. Breaking news. The identity of the leader behind the masked clown organization responsible for terrorizing South Korea has finally been revealed, sending shockwaves through the public. Cha Anabi's eyes widened in pure disbelief. No, this can't be. Seo Gangrim's handsome face was plastered across the broadcast. The anchor's voice delivered the killing blow. The leader of Damon, Seo Gangrim, has been confirmed as the mastermind behind the masked clowns. The police have issued an emergency arrest warrant. Cha Anabi felt a chill run down her spine. How did it turn out like this? The scene shifts abruptly to a gridlocked highway, horns blaring in frustration. A driver slammed his hands on the steering wheel, screaming in rage. Hey, what the hell is blocking the road all of a sudden? His daughter in the passenger seat pointed, her face pale with terror. Dad, look. A giant monster is coming out of the river. The beast opened its maw, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, and let out a bone-chilling roar. Father and daughter clung to each other, screaming in despair. Suddenly, a flash of steel. A figure materialized from thin air, moving faster than the eye could follow, and sliced the behemoth cleanly in two. The girl stared in awe at the tall, imposing back of her savior. Who is that? She wondered. Is that Doc Gojun of Damon? Doc Gojun glanced back coldly before tapping his earpiece. Do you copy? Han River units are secured. Yoon Gi-on and Yoon Bom, having just annihilated their own target, reported back with excitement in their voices. Dongjak Bridge is under control. Johan Richter smiled as he listened to the status updates. Banpo Bridge is handled. Kang Do-hoon chimed in. Songsu Bridge is secure. Doc Gojun's expression remained grim. His voice cut through the comms. What is the status of Mapo Bridge? Shin Sua stood high above the carnage, looking down at the slain beast. This is Mapo Bridge. Situation controlled. Her mind raced. It's just as Seo Gangrim predicted, opening a demon gate right in the heart of Seoul. These monsters have gone completely insane. Suddenly, a cup of water flew from the crowd, striking her square in the chest. The civilians began pelting her with garbage, their fear turning to mob fury. Get lost, you masked clown filth Damon. You scumbags have been deceiving the public this whole time. Shin Sua stood frozen, utterly bewildered. What is happening? Suddenly, an urgent voice crackled in her ear. Shin Sua, we have a problem. Kang Do-hoon's voice was laced with frustration. The government has just issued a bounty on all of us. Panic flooded her eyes as she looked down at the angry mob. What? What did you just say? The authorities below raised their megaphones. Hunter Shin Sua, lower your weapon immediately. As of this moment, you are under arrest as a high-ranking executive of the masked clown terror group. Shin Sua grit her teeth, preparing to flee. These agents, they are just pawns deceived by a twisted fate. I cannot raise my sword against them. With a burst of speed, she leapt away, leaving the screaming crowd behind. She's running. After her, don't let her escape. Sprinting across the rooftops, Shin Sua barked orders into her comms. Attention all Damon members, do not engage agents or civilians. Retreat immediately. Doc Gojun sighed heavily, his voice cold. I'd prefer to slaughter them all. But I suppose that's off the table, isn't it? Absolutely not, Shin Sua yelled back. She dashed along the riverbank, desperation in her voice. Everyone, please, just hold out until Seo Gangrim arrives. Suddenly, she spun around in horror as a blast of energy shattered the wooden roots she had summoned. High above Baek Yi, looked down with a sneer of amusement. I didn't expect you to block that, she scoffed, flipping her hair with arrogant grace. It would be so much easier if you just obediently surrendered. But you won't do that, will you? Shin Sua drew her blade eyes blazing with fury. Baek Yi responded by unfurling a long glowing whip. Where do you think you're going? She shrieked. The whip cracked down like a lightning bolt, forcing Shin Sua to dodge instantly. Using the momentum, Shin Sua hurled her sword with all her might straight at her enemy. Baek Yi effortlessly flicked the sword away with her whip. Disarming yourself. How foolish. Gripping her weapon tight, she lunged at the defenseless Shin Sua. The whip sliced through the air and shore Shin Sua cleanly in half. But Baek Yi's eyes widened in shock. The body falling apart wasn't flesh and blood, but a wooden puppet, severed in two. Shin Sua appeared like a ghost behind Baek Yi, striking fear into her heart. But if this is a clone, where is the main body? Suddenly, arcs of lightning crackled. Shin Sua was forced back by the explosive discharge. A violent storm of electricity wrapped around Baek Yi, pushing her opponent to the edge. Wreathed in crackling energy, she spoke with bone-chilling coldness. I only went easy on you until now. Bolts of lightning hunted Shin Sua down like a predator. She scrambled desperately to evade the lethal strikes. Golden lightning materialized from thin air. One bolt shot forward, but then it changed trajectory mid-flight. There was no escape. The strike connected, tearing a scream of pure agony from her throat. Baek Yi floated closer, looking down at the miserable sight beneath her. I suppose I haven't explained my ability yet, have I? Shin Sua looked up trembling. My lightning is a curse. It pursues the marked target until their heart stops. She recalled the moment Shin Sua was first tagged. From the very first spark that touched you, your defeat was already written in stone. A wicked smile twisted her lips. She raised a hand, gathering a final devastating charge. Farewell, trash. Shin Sua bit her lip, refusing to look away in her final moments. Shin Sua, a massive surge of energy roared toward her. She squeezed her eyes shut, waiting for the end. But the pain never came. Slowly, she opened her eyes in disbelief. Someone was standing there blocking the fatal blow. Beiqi's expression darkened instantly. Just what do you think you are doing? Standing like an iron fortress between them. Was Cha Anabi? Your orders were to exterminate or capture the Bihoman members, Beiqi barked. Anabi shouted back, her fury matching the storm. That is no longer my mission. Look behind you. Captain Bak Yi turned her head. On the massive screens, a breaking news report was shaking the nation. Breaking news. An internal whistleblower from the Protection Bureau has exposed the truth. The clown mask terror attacks were all staged by the Bureau itself. Thousands of citizens watched in horror. The organization sworn to protect humanity was actually wearing the masks of monsters to commit these atrocities. They ruled through fear and silenced anyone who refused to cooperate. This revelation sent a shockwave through the entire society. Anabi raised her phone high, her voice trembling with righteous anger. There is a secret chamber in Captain Seomun's office, and inside, piles of corpses were rotting away. I found the bodies of missing agents and clown mask members there. The evidence has already been sent to the prosecution. Hearing this, Beiqi's face twisted into a demonic mask of rage. Agent Anabi, she hissed. But Anabi didn't flinch. She stared directly into the eyes of the traitor. The duty of the Protection Bureau is to safeguard the citizens. Rushing footsteps echoed around them. Anabi spoke for every agent standing behind her. And today we will fulfill that duty. Beiqi let out a chilling, maniacal laugh. Do you really think exposing the truth changes anything? Everyone froze as a monstrous claw and a long tail manifested from her body. Her voice dripped with malice. Nothing changes at all. Laughing like a lunatic, she unleashed her full power. His descent is imminent. Thunder Dragon ability, activate. Everything has already begun. Cha Anabi, I worked so hard to give you that captain's seat. Her hand glowed with blinding energy. And now, you leave it empty again. With a deafening scream, she launched a beam of destruction. The lightning blasted into a clay golem, shattering it instantly. It took the hit for her. Seizing the chance, her ally crouched low and exploded forward. He used light body arts to close the distance. Steel clashed against steel in midair. Protect Cha Anabi, Nam Yun roared the command. All forces, draw bows, aim guns, battle stations. How annoying. A storm of bullets rained down on her. Beiqi was forced to conjure a wall of lightning to deflect the barrage. Suddenly, a figure crashed into the battlefield, shocking everyone. A magic shield materialized, completely nullifying Beiqi's attack. She grit her teeth, watching her power dissipate helplessly. He smirked with overflowing confidence. I was wondering why you weren't answering your phone, trying to solo the boss raid by yourself. Doc Gojun rested his greatsword on his shoulder, backed by a squad of reinforcements. Doc Gojun, how did you? Anabi stammered. We put a tracker in your earpiece. Didn't you know? He replied with a provocative grin. I bet you released your demons and that circus troupe all over Seoul. Do you not care if innocent civilians get slaughtered? Beiqi's brow furrowed in fury. Is that what you're worried about? He rubbed his chin, pretending to think. Well, usually the extras help the main character shine. At this very moment, the Bihoman members were sweeping through the city. Like protagonists in a leveling manhwa, the elites were crushing the enemy to reduce the burden. It's not just us. Even Madame Sewagwan is out there hunting monsters. Fighting too might be possible. But facing the entire Bihoman guild is suicide. Beiqi raised her guard, but her stamina was hitting rock bottom. Suddenly, the sky darkened. An unnatural solar eclipse swallowed the sun. As the world turned gray, a heavy dread settled in Cha Anabi's gut. A pressure so intense it felt like gravity had doubled, crushed down on them. What? What is this energy? She spun around and saw him. A figure clad entirely in white descending from the heavens, like a god. Manin. Even Beiqi looked shocked by his arrival. Him? She gasped. Manin of the Protection Bureau. True to his title, his presence alone was suffocating. A power that made the air itself tremble. Cha Anabi's instincts screamed danger. Her eyes widened in terror. Her legs refused to listen. Her mind screamed run, but her body was frozen like a statue. This was a monster from a different dimension, a true nightmare for any awakening manhwa hero. As he floated closer, the cold grip of death tightened around her heart. If we fight, we die. Move. Move, move. She cursed her own body, but she wasn't alone. Everyone was paralyzed by his aura. Please just move. He was right in front of them now. Manin reached behind his cloak and drew his blade. Blood drained from Anabi's face. He swung the sword with casual devastation, but in that split second of despair, Clang Doc Gojun stepped in, intercepting the strike. Doc Gojun poured every ounce of his strength into holding back the monster. Go now, he wheezed. His desperate scream finally snapped Cha Anabi back to reality. She summoned every drop of willpower to sprint away, but he was faster than light. Before she could escape, he blocked her path, standing over the corpses of her fallen comrades. A chill ran down her spine as she looked back. Doc Gojun was down defeated in mere seconds. I can't run away alone. Her face drained of color as desperation took hold. Cha Anabi launched a desperate strike, but the giant's hand moved faster than sight, crushing her throat in an iron grip. With her last breath, she whispered the name of her most trusted ally. Suddenly, the monster's eyes widened in genuine shock. His grip faltered, releasing Anabi as a tremor ran through him. Above them, the sky tore open. A swirling vortex of magical energy roared like a beast, unleashing a cannon blast of pure destruction. That beam of annihilation was locked straight onto the enemy commander. Boom! The earth shook as the blast made impact, kicking up a blinding cloud of dust. Through the haze, Anabi rubbed her eyes, and a familiar hunched silhouette emerged like a guardian angel. The magical bombardment had successfully drawn blood. It was her father, his voice thick with emotion as he arrived to save his daughter. Seo Gangrim gasped for air, his mana reserves drained to the limit. But the attack had shattered the commander's mask, revealing the face beneath, and the sight froze everyone in their tracks. Manin tried to cover his face, but the truth was undeniable. A collective gasp echoed through the battlefield. Why did the enemy possess the exact same face as Seo Gangrim? Fury ignited in the doppelganger's eyes. He crossed his arms, unleashing a terrifying wave of latent energy that whipped the dust into a violent tornado. The entity known as Manin was descending into the vessel. Gangrim knew this was his only window. Summoning every ounce of inner power, he vanished in a blur of speed, his blade poised to decapitate the enemy. Even while distracted, the monster was terrifying. He didn't even use a weapon. He caught Gangrim's full-force strike with just 3 fingers. Impossible! Gangrim's eyes nearly bulged out of his skull. The system announced that 10% of the deity had descended, and the enemy's eyes burned with a menacing amber glow. A cold sweat ran down Gangrim's back. In this gripping, leveling Manhwa moment, he realized that if they didn't end this now, victory would become an impossible dream. A flash of lethal light cut through the heavy air. Seo Gangrim thrust his sword with lightning speed, but the Manin intercepted the lethal tip with frightening ease. Gangrim's mind raced, panic setting in. He stopped the blade with just 2 fingers this time. The power gap was widening. Across the blade, the commander's eyes shone with predatory malice. He held the steel as if it were a feather, exuding an aura of absolute dominance. Suddenly, the blue system window popped up. 10% of Manin has descended. The borrowed fate skill expired instantly, and Gangrim collapsed, his legs turning to jelly. Baek Yang rushed to his side, offering her hand to pull him up. A crimson sigil burned on her arm, and her eyes began to shift, signaling a transformation of her own. She addressed the group, her voice grave. A new commander has awakened in this timeline. Fate itself is about to descend. Gangrim, barely standing, wheezed out a question. How? How can you possibly know? That Baek Yang glanced at him, her expression unreadable. Those born from the nameless egg share a spiritual link. That is why I sense it, even within this rift. Seo Gangrim, listen closely. You must strike the exact moment fate merges with Manin. The descent is a vulnerable state of fusion between God and mortal. If Manin is slain, while in that state of union, the entity of fate itself will suffer catastrophic damage. Baek Yang continued, and if fate falls, the rift dissolves and all trapped souls return to their original bodies. Gangrim looked at her, a heavy question hanging in the air. But what becomes of you? She clenched her fist, staring destiny in the face. My existence is irrelevant. As long as fate is destroyed, I am content. Her voice was steel, leaving no room for argument. She pushed Seo Gangrim forward, urging him to re-engage the glowing white avatar of destruction standing before them. His mind was a chaotic storm. Looking at his own face on the enemy, he thought, is that me? But there was no time to think. The doppelganger lunged. Both warriors gripped their weapons, knuckles white. Sparks erupted in the silent void as their auras clashed, the tension thick enough to suffocate a normal man. Steel sang against steel in a symphony of violence. The survivors watched in paralyzed awe, tracking the blur of motion that decided their lives. Shinsua squinted, sweat beading on her forehead. I can't even track their movements, she thought. Just what level of power is this? Meanwhile, Anabi watched silently from the shadows. Suddenly, a silhouette dropped from the sky, landing softly as a feather next to the clay golem. Anabi's eyes narrowed a low growl, rumbling in her throat. A pink-haired girl stood up, her aura flaring. None shall pass this point, she declared. Shinsuo clenched her fists, ready to throw hands. We have to help Seo Gangrim, she cried. But the blue-haired swordsman clamped a hand over her mouth. No, he warned, drawing his blade. Interfering now would only get us killed. The battlefield was a chaotic hellscape. Energy beams crisscrossed the vast space like fireworks. Gangrim fought with savage desperation, his eyes locked onto his mirrored enemy. Ping, a system alert screamed. 20% of Manin has descended. A shockwave of holy light blasted outward, forcing Seo Gangrim to skid backward, his boots carving furrows in the ground. He stared at his trembling blade, doubt creeping in. Even with all the power I've devoured from the rift, he thought, is it still not enough to kill a god? Manin activated the absolute sword skill. He pointed his blade at Gangrim, and the sky instantly filled with thousands of spectral swords, aiming for the kill. Another notification flashed. 30% descended. The pressure was crushing, and the Manin looked down at him with eyes devoid of humanity. Seo Gangrim launched himself into the air, a streak of defiance against the heavens. Manin watched him approach, a sneer of arrogant contempt, twisting his features. As they collided amidst the blinding energy, Gangrim's pupils contracted to pinpricks. A voice echoed directly into his skull. Too late. Manin froze for a microsecond, stunned. In that fraction of a second, soft hands grabbed Gangrim's arm. It was Baek Yang. She whispered a single command. Now, roaring like a dragon, Gangrim channeled every drop of his life force into one final, devastating slash. The blade connected. Manin reeled back as a fountain of blood erupted from his chest. Shinsuo spun around, her jaw dropping in disbelief. The entire party stood frozen in shock. Pinned to the ground, Anabi let out a soul-tearing scream of denial. No. Above them, the clouds parted, revealing a cold, silent moon. Gangrim stood over the fallen commander's, silence ringing in his ears. Slowly, a mysterious black fog began to rise, wrapping around his victory like a shroud. The mist guided him away from reality, pulling him toward a secret realm. A massive yin-yang gate materialized from the void, its doors creaking open to welcome the victor into the unknown. Seo Gangrim looked up, confusion clouding his eyes as he wondered what lies inside here. A voice answered him instantly, making him flinch. That is right. It is the gate leading to the heavenly realm of fate. Seo Gangrim stared at the figure before him and whispered Baek Yang. Her form was wavering. She held up a translucent hand, her voice soft as she explained. It seems I am fading away, for I no longer have a physical vessel to return to. Seo Gangrim Baek Yang called out to him one last time, her voice filled with resolve. You must defeat fate itself. She implored him once more to change his own destiny. With those final words, Baek Yang's spirit dissolved into light. Seo Gangrim stood silent, watching as the wind carried the last remnants of her existence away. He lowered his gaze, embracing the silence. Suddenly, a shout pierced the air. Seo Gangrim. It was Shinsuo and the others, rushing desperately toward his side. Relief washed over her face as she reached him, crying out, Seo Gangrim, are you hurt? He immediately reassured them with a calm demeanor. Miss Shinsuo, do not worry, I am fine. And the others? Are they safe? She answered quickly. Yes, of course. We managed to suppress all the circus troupe members, without anyone sustaining critical injuries. After a moment, Sua bowed her head, her voice trembling as she asked, Do you really have to go alone again? Yes, was his brief reply. Hearing this, Shinsuo let out a heavy, resigned sigh. She spoke softly, her heart aching for him. You always burden yourself with the hardest tasks, Seo Gangrim, and all I can ever do is stand here and worry about you. He reached out his hand, gently brushing against her cheek. A comforting smile graced his lips as he whispered, That is not true at all. Sua trembled, whispering his name. Seo Gangrim's smile turned tender as he offered his gratitude. Thank you, Miss Sua, for everything in my past life, and for standing by me in this one as well. Sua blinked in surprise, confusingly asking, what do you mean by that? But before she could finish, he had already vanished, leaving only a gentle breeze in his wake. The dimension door slowly drifted shut. Moments later, it sealed tight as if it had never been opened. A system window then appeared, marking the next stage of this leveling manhwa, transporting to the divine realm of eternal autumn. Seo Gangrim closed his eyes, bowing his head. When he opened them, a completely different world stretched out before him. He saw massive pillars towering toward the sky, each of varying heights. A soft but commanding voice echoed. You have finally arrived. It was Baek Yi. She rested her chin on her hand, looking at him with amusement, as she declared, "My vessel."